Upon awakening, Gu Yuan was astonished to find himself transported to a world where everyone possessed spirit beasts. His academic performance plummeted, resulting in a painful breakup with his girlfriend, ridicule from classmates, and humiliation from top students. Yet he discovered that his bracelet contained the essence of a nine heavens goddess, allowing his spirit beast to evolve into a human form. My spirit beast is not only alluring in figure and breathtakingly beautiful, but each one is of mythical caliber. As a narrative unfolds, Gu Yuan stared at his score, 59. A wave of indescribable sorrow washed over him. Once an academic prodigy, capable of sleeping in class yet still topping the charts, he had unwittingly dozed off while reading a novel in class due to the author's drab writing. His head struck the wooden bracelet gifted by his grandfather, and when he lifted it again, he had traversed into a parallel universe. It's all the fault of that dreadful author for not writing something engaging, causing me to fall asleep. He fumed, slamming his fist onto the table. He was still himself. Yet in this alternate world where humans coexisted with spirit beasts, humans could forge contracts with any spirit beast, becoming their masters. Those spirit beasts possessed formidable power. This did not imply that humans merely hid behind them. Through learning techniques such as inscription, Tao arts, and pharmaceutical crafting, humans nurtured their spirit beasts while simultaneously enhancing their own combat prowess. Through reciprocal growth, in this parallel world, high school education revolved around these very subjects. The world had transformed. The curriculum had shifted, rendering his previous studies obsolete, replaced by an array of incomprehensible knowledge regarding spirit beasts. Moreover, unlike in his past life where the college entrance examination was relatively fair, affording impoverished students a chance at redemption, this new realm dictated that cultivating spirit beasts required abundant resources and the expertise of professional alchemists to concoct nourishing feed, ensuring their spirit beasts maintained rapid power, growth, and achieved commendable results. The primary combat attribute for beast tamers, known as soul power, could also be augmented with the aid of soul artifacts. Although the school provided resource assistance to each student, those who failed the unified examination would lose access to these resources, effectively nudging them towards transferring to a different institution. Gu Yuan's score of 59 was the very result he now faced. The prospect of expulsion was something he, as a former academic star, had never envisioned. He would be relegated to a non-combat production-oriented spirit beast school, akin to a vocational school in his previous life, preparing him for a future of low-end labor. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's phone buzzed with a message from Song Yingying, his girlfriend. This was perhaps the only good news of the day. At least she was still in his life. Come to the school auditorium. Was it a date in the Grand Hall? As Gu Yuan approached the entrance, he found the room abuzz with excitement. Two seniors, around 21 or 22 years old, stood on the podium. I've heard that our school has produced two extraordinary scholars who scored 289 in the unified exam and have been granted early admission to the Wancheng Spirit Beast Academy. Wancheng Spirit Beast Academy? Gu Yuan mused. It must correspond to Wancheng University of Technology. How audacious! I wonder which two students are so impressive. His gaze fell upon the two figures standing on the platform. One was none other than Song Yingying, while the other was Yun Tianxiang, the top student in the school. Yun Tianxiang was one thing, but when did his girlfriend achieve such remarkable results? Let us congratulate these two students for their outstanding performance in this examination, along with their exceptional spirit beast qualifications. You can now prepare for entrance next year, the seniors announced, prompting a thunderous applause from the audience. How enviable! Their grueling senior year has come to an end. Suddenly, someone in the hall shouted, Song Yingying, your boyfriend is here. He is no longer. Song Yingying replied, her gaze icy as she looked at Gu Yuan, devoid of any emotion. Taken aback, Gu Yuan realized that the jubilant crowd had shifted their attention entirely to him. Take a good look at yourself. Song Yingying appraised him. Students who score below 60 in the unified exam will lose the school support. You had decent grades before. Even with a poor background, you had a chance to turn things around. I compromised by dating you, and I could have tutored you, but not after this. As she turned away, she added, stop harboring unrealistic fantasies. The Spirit Beast Production Academy is the place meant for you. Gu Yuan felt utterly humiliated, the mocking gazes of onlookers piercing through him. He could not retreat. Too many eyes were upon him. To flee in disgrace would strip him of any dignity he had left. For someone who once excelled academically, aiming to rise above through the college entrance exam, this was the ultimate insult. You think you deserve to date Ying, a broke loser who can't even afford a spirit beast? Why don't you just go home? When Ying and Yun Tianxiang drive past your factory in a luxury car, covered in grease, do you think you'll still have the gall to claim you know her? Such remarks struck Gu Yuan like a slap, igniting a flush upon his cheeks. With a resounding crash, he slammed his fist against the wall behind him, the impact sending pain coursing through his hand. The noise drew everyone's gaze, turning their attention to him, but he retracted his hand, declaring, "Only fools like you think a single exam can dictate a person's entire life." With a facade of composure, he fixed his steely gaze on them. "Listen closely, Song Ying, I didn't even take this unified exam seriously. I only completed half the test and left. Early that I don't intend to participate in the college entrance exam. I am going to attend training for direct admission." "What school would accept you for direct admission?" Song Ying retorted sarcastically. "A nobody university welcomes you." A chuckle escaped from the crowd, unable to contain their amusement. "Zhongshan," Gu Yuan stated resolutely, his tone calm as he turned and walked away, leaving those words hanging in the air. Faintly, he could still hear the laughter behind him, but he did not turn back. He exited the school, sitting on the stone steps, deeply sighing as he buried his face in his palms. What had he just said? In that moment of frustration, he had blurted out the name of a prestigious university, Zhongshan. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the direct admission training for Zhongshan Spirit Beast Academy. But how on earth could he qualify for this program? He didn't even possess a single contracted beast. For the sake of so-called face? Perhaps, because with the loss of my academic achievements, nothing remains, and by tomorrow, even this last vestige of dignity may be trampled underfoot. Gu Yuan returned home, where his parents were astonished by the significant decline in his grades. Yet, unlike in his previous life, they did not scold him. Instead, they offered words of comfort. "Well, we are a poor family, unable to afford a fine spirit beast. Good theoretical results merely serve as self-torture. We should contemplate our future path, whether to study beast-taming materials or learn to ride spirit beasts." Not fully comprehending, he pondered whether they were suggesting he should either operate an excavator or drive long-distance buses. "Mom, I can't accept this. I shouldn't have to attend the Spirit Beast Academy. My dream is to enroll in Zhongshan." His eyes gleamed with yearning. His mother possessed a spirit beast, a green bee, capable of swiftly piercing fabric and leaving a hole just large enough for a thread to pass through. His father's spiritual companion was a mighty ape, capable of lifting heavy stone slabs. An impressive feat indeed. However, Gu Yuan understood that in his previous life, their professions had not changed. They remained ordinary textile workshop workers and crane operators. His father's salary was slightly higher, yet it was far from sufficient to support the acquisition of a spirit beast capable of passing the Zhongshan entrance exam. "I understand." His father seemed to arrive at a decision. "Son, tomorrow we shall register, but promise me, if you fail again, we will focus on practical life skills, all right?" "All right." Gu Yuan nodded, but the prerequisites were at least a Tier 3 contracted beast. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Gu Yuan felt as though his head was being pecked. Looking up, he saw a small, fiery red bird. "What kind of bird is this?" "Son, have you forgotten Red Feather?" Suddenly, a memory flashed through Gu Yuan's mind. When he was young, he had bought a colorful chick for 50 cents, naming it Red Feather, believing that with effort, it would blossom into a creature as noble and beautiful as a phoenix. Later, he discovered that the feathers were dyed. Fairy tales collided with the harshness of reality. The chick grew into an ordinary hen, its feathers a dull yellow, devoid of any special traits. Unable to bring himself to eat it, he released it into the mountains. However, in this parallel world, it still existed, now as a decorative spirit beast that had grown alongside him. Red Feather, a mountain chicken of Tier 2, was rather slender, resembling an oversized sparrow. Though its feathers were tinged with red, it possessed no combat skills. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Red Feather tilted its head, hopping around on top of Gu Yuan's head before finally settling on his shoulder. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, his mother's phone rang. "He has returned alive." "Who? Who else could it be?" "Your uncle." "Uncle." Gu Yuan recalled his uncle, a balding, thin programmer who, despite being only 20 years older than him, appeared to belong to the previous generation. Yet when the video call connected, A robust, handsome man with a thick mane of hair appeared on the screen. Oh my goodness. Gu Yuan gasped in surprise. Meow. When did the little one who enjoyed patting my behind grow so big? Suddenly, a captivating woman draped herself over his uncle's back, her violet cat-like eyes and orange cat ears accentuating her alluring demeanor. What? Upon hearing about the patting, Gu Yuan, who had never touched a woman's hand, thought to himself, when had he ever patted the behind of such a graceful lady? Tang Yuan stopped teasing him. His uncle gestured for her to retreat. Tang Yuan, the name sparked a memory. Wasn't that the orange cat his uncle had? Wait, if Red Feather was a spirit beast, did that mean Tang Yuan was too? Tang Yuan has transformed. It seems she has broken through level 40. Congratulations, his mother said with a gentle smile. Transformed? Gu Yuan blinked. He had indeed touched that orange cat's behind and even pushed her hind legs to encourage her to walk forward. If that position were to be placed on this enchanting woman? Suddenly, Gu Yuan's face flushed crimson. This is our little secret. Tang Yuan smiled seductively, blowing a kiss before gracefully climbing off the table. Brother, I need to discuss something. Your nephew is about to take his college entrance exams. Could you possibly? Upon hearing this, his uncle shook his head. High-tier spirit beasts, especially the lower-tier ones, are very expensive. Some people prefer to cultivate a bond with their spirit beasts from a young age, allowing lower-tier candidates to ride them during the exams, especially during exam season. His uncle's expression turned serious. Oh, I see. His mother lowered her head, disappointment evident. However, a few days ago, I went out with other hunters and obtained a spirit beast inner core, which has been refined in a spirit beast feed. Consuming it can elevate a Tier 2 spirit beast to Tier 3. If you can find a Tier 2 beast, you could give it a try. Upon hearing this, the family's faces turned grim. Only Gu Yuan resolutely declared, All right, isn't Red Feather Tier 2? Thank you, Uncle. The three adults exchanged glances, skepticism evident. All right, go to sleep. His mother stood and ushered Gu Yuan away. Red Feather? That mountain chicken? His uncle seemed incredulous. Desperate times call for desperate measures. His father sighed, covering his head as he walked away. Since we can't find another, may Red Feather grow with him. Hopefully, their bond proves useful. Meanwhile, his mother closed Gu Yuan's bedroom door, whispering, 100,000 yuan will owe you for now, and we will repay it slowly. Sister, no need. I know it's not easy for you. This feed was also a debt you incurred from the leader, right? Don't stretch yourself too thin. At that moment, Gu Yuan was eavesdropping behind his bedroom door, and upon hearing the sum of 100,000, he nearly collapsed to the floor. 100,000, an amount nearly equal to his father's annual salary, was given so readily, just to prevent his son from harboring regrets, to afford him a chance to hit the wall head-on. That night, Red Feather consumed the feed that had been provided and glowed with a crimson light, ascending to Tier 3. Its body elongated and became more graceful, finally allowing it to spread its wings and take flight, no longer merely a ground chicken. Though Gu Yuan was diligently studying, he could not shake off the image of that alluring cat woman from his mind. Can spirit beasts transform? Can Red Feather do so as well? Gu Yuan gazed at Red Feather, who nodded in agreement, despite being only Tier 3, exuding an air of determination to fulfill her master's wishes. Gu Yuan extended his right hand, following the instructions from his book, and signed a contract with Red Feather. He encountered no resistance, contrary to the mental pushback described in the book. On the contrary, after the contract, Red Feather appeared exceedingly joyful, hopping around Gu Yuan's head 3 times before landing to nuzzle his face, then soaring back up to fly 3 counterclockwise circles. Dizzying herself in the process, Gu Yuan placed her on his pillow to rest. Earlier at school, had he not seen Yin Tianxiang summon a spirit beast that was also humanoid? Could he have reached level 40 as well? No, that couldn't be. Gu Yuan perused the knowledge points from 5 years of beast mastery and 3 years of simulations. Not all magical beasts and spirit creatures of the same rank are identical. They are categorized into tiers: common, rare, legendary, and mythical. Mythical-level spirit beasts possess ancient and rare bloodlines, allowing them to take form upon birth. According to recent reports, it appears that in the entire city of Yangcheng, only 3 high school students own mythical-level beasts, all of whom have been recruited directly. Mythical beasts exhibit formidable mental prowess. Even at lower ranks, They cannot be contracted by ordinary individuals. Moreover, even if many individuals attain the requisite spirit power, there are not enough mythical beasts available for contract. Take Yun Tianxiang as an example. He is the son of the chairman of Yunfei Group. His father sold shares of a publicly listed company, amassing 50 billion to access channels unattainable by ordinary people, allowing him to procure a potential mythical beast. Egg. Fortuitously, it hatched, blessing Yun Tianxiang with its presence. There is hope that he will accompany this mythical beast, ultimately becoming a formidable force that ensures peace in the region. Thus, the investment of several billion seems justifiable. The circumstances of the other two students are quite similar. 50 billion. My family is still struggling to make ends meet with a mere 100,000. Gu Yuan sighed, aware of the vast and widening chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished. What could be done? As he continued to read, he succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the desk. Spirit material. 0. In the fleeting moment he closed his eyes, Gu Yuan beheld a line of text emerge from the darkness. What is this? Where did these words come from? Looking around, he found no letters or sounds. Closing his eyes once more, he saw the words again. This bracelet. Gu Yuan gazed at the wooden bracelet adorning his wrist, a keepsake from his grandfather. It bore 9 indistinct engravings. In his former life, it was upon this very bracelet that he struck his head while sleeping, leading to his transmigration. Gu Yuan felt a surge of disbelief and pressed his forehead against it again. Closing his eyes, sure enough, another line of large characters appeared. Spirit material. 0. What is spirit material? No response. How can I obtain it? Answer me. Silence persisted. Gu Yuan lifted his head to scrutinize the bracelet. Something was amiss with this spirit material. 0. It reminded him of the message. Battery. 0. Please recharge, which appears before a phone shuts down. This might be some sort of device that required him to recharge it. Not with electricity, but with spirit material. With the necessary energy, it could reveal its other functions. Gu Yuan. It's time to go. If you don't catch tonight's train to Yangcheng, you won't make it in time for the exam tomorrow. All right. Though Gu Yuan yearned to unravel the purpose of the bracelet, the train would not wait. That he stepped outside, intending to purchase items that might relate to spirit material. However, just as Gu Yuan and Hong Ling reached the bottom of the apartment complex, a shadow stealthily crept up behind him. With a resounding thud, Gu Yuan felt a sudden weight upon the back of his head, as if struck by a heavy object, before he toppled forward. Chapter 4. A Cruel World. No one will spare you. Gu Yuan opened his eyes, disoriented, uncertain whether he lay upon a bed or the cold ground. His vision was hazy. Looking up, he was confronted by a grotesque mountain of flesh, surmounted by a vast vertical shaft. The sky loomed above, but the depth of the shaft allowed only a sliver of sunlight to penetrate, leaving those in the abyss with but a glimmer of light to behold. Suddenly, Gu Yuan caught sight of a dog's head, the size of a car, rolling down from the mountain of flesh. Cursed be this fate. Struggling to rise, he pressed a hand against the painful lump on the back of his head, evading the impending doom. The incinerator, the incinerator. How merciless. The inner cores of these monstrous beasts could be refined into feed, extracting spiritual energy, spiritual bones, and various special parts that could inscribe skills for contracted spiritual beasts. This was the first point of knowledge in the study materials for beast taming. However, the internal organs, such as the liver and other components of the spiritual beast's digestive, filtration, and excretory systems, while rich in spiritual energy, were rendered inedible due to the impurities within the beast's bodies. They were deemed waste meat. If left unattended, they would rot and produce a blue toxin capable of corroding human structures. Nevertheless, many wild beasts were lured to the abundant spiritual energy of the human realm, ultimately succumbing within the confines of safety barriers and array suppressions. The useful portions were appropriated by the government, while a multitude of useless waste meat was relegated to specialized incinerators for disposal. Someone sought to take his life, and not merely through casual murder. Otherwise, he could have easily snapped his neck under the cover of night and cast himself into the incinerator. Yet, he had calculated the timing, ensuring he awakened mere minutes before the incinerator ignited, to experience the depths of despair and agony before his demise. He recognized himself, aware that Hong Ling had grown alongside him. Thus, he severed her wings, casting her into this pit of hopelessness, watching as the last vestiges of hope faded away. In the final minutes of his life, he endured unparalleled despair, awaiting the flames that would consume him. With one hand, Gu Yuan gently lifted Hongling, her wings viciously broken, leaving her in a state of shock from the pain. For reasons unknown, memories of his family flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Their meager savings had enabled Hong Ling to reach the 3rd level. Today was meant to be an examination filled with hope, yet it had been wantonly trampled. Unwilling to accept this fate, he struck a nearby pile of intestines in frustration, and in an instant, blue light flickered. This heap of useless waste meat transformed into blue spiritual energy, merging into his bracelet. Spiritual matter, 4545. Usable for manufacturing. Green leaf pig's intestines, 150 kilograms. What? Gu Yuan blinked in disbelief. This bracelet could absorb waste meat and convert it into spiritual matter? This waste meat was utterly unwanted and piled high, available in abundance. Gu Yuan immediately set to work, collecting every piece of waste meat in his vicinity. A veritable mountain of over a dozen tons of waste meat from the incineration zone directly provided him with nearly 100,000 units of spiritual matter. However, what is the purpose of this spiritual essence? Gu Yuan endeavored to utilize the spiritual essence derived from the decomposition of waste flesh, only to discover that its effects ultimately allowed for the mere reproduction of the very waste flesh he had decomposed. Yet, it dawned upon him that the greater the variety of decomposed waste flesh, the more options for reconstitution became available. By decomposing substances that had not yet been broken down, he could enhance the options for reassembly. He decided to extract a small pouch of leftover feed from the red-winged creature and decompose it using the bracelet. After dismantling the purple-grade feed for the Huegu insect, weighing 10 grams, he acquired 1,000 units of spiritual essence. Instantly, a new option appeared amidst the choices. Reconstitute Huegu insect feed, consuming 100 points of spiritual essence per gram. Does it adhere to the law of conservation? Gu Yuan mused with a smirk. However, I can disassemble unwanted waste flesh to generate spiritual essence. With 10,000 units of spiritual essence, he could produce feed worth nearly 100,000 yuan. It was as if he had effortlessly gained a fortune of 1 million. Yet, at this moment, even 1 million or 100 million would not alleviate his predicament. For all of this was unusable waste flesh, and the bracelet could only reconstitute what it had previously decomposed. There were no medicines available to heal the red-winged creature. The incinerator extended over 80 meters deep, and the red-winged creature could not escape, nor could he climb out, leaving them both in a dire situation with no change in fate. At that moment, the incinerator's lights dimmed, extinguishing the last glimmer of illumination, and molten lava began to pour in. The temperature surged dramatically, and the thin air caused Gu Yuan to feel as though he were suffocating. Hey, do you possess any other functions? Anything at all, hurry. Suddenly, 9 steel locks appeared in his mind, and the 9 indistinct carved patterns on the wooden bracelet began to shimmer with blue light, displaying a value of 100,000 above the lock holes. What is this? It demands 100,000 units of spiritual essence right away. Is there nothing more affordable? Yet, there was no response, indicating that this bracelet possessed only these 2 functionalities, the first of which had already proven to be of no assistance. Regardless of what the second function entailed, Gu Yuan had no choice but to give it a try. Unlock. With a sharp click, 100,000 units of spiritual essence were consumed. The 9 iron locks simultaneously released, and 9 distinct colored orbs of light materialized before Gu Yuan. Astonishingly, 9 exquisite figures emerged, embodying unparalleled beauty and grace, their ethereal forms resembling pure spiritual energy. Each possessed an extraordinary countenance. Am I to choose? Gu Yuan felt as though he had entered a peculiar realm. Should he select the one with the most ample bosom, the cutest, the most mature, or the most alluring? Gulp. The searing lava was nearly at his feet. Who can fly? Whoever can fly, take me back. At that moment, the other 8 figures wore expressions of disappointment and vanished, transforming into light orbs sealed by the iron locks, leaving only a crimson hue that settled upon the red-winged creature. Gu Yuan, overwhelmed by the high temperature and thinning air, felt himself suffocating. Darkness enveloped him as he fell into the molten lava behind him. However, the molten lava surrounding him inexplicably flowed towards the crimson feather in Gu Yuan's hand. A colossal red bird unfurled its wings amidst the fiery inferno. 6 magnificent crimson tail feathers spreading elegantly, accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry that filled the air, delicate feathers cascading around. In the instant it descended, a pair of beautiful legs materialized, and a pair of jade-like hands caught Gu Yuan before he touched the ground. Immediately, a towering blaze surged upwards, the ethereal silhouette of the fire phoenix soaring, bursting through the iron gates of the incinerator. Chapter 5. Embracing the Beauty. The mountain chicken transforms into a phoenix. Her eyes burned like fire, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ice. With a strikingly handsome visage adorned by a tear mole resembling a feather at the corner of her eye, her skin was as pure as snow. Her hair was elegantly coiled, reminiscent of an imperious princess from an ancient drama, draped in a resplendent red robe adorned with phoenix feather patterns, crowned with exquisite ornaments and embellished with jade beads. The open front of the robe revealed her ample bosom, as white as snow, impossible to conceal. Was she to be the bride of some emperor? How beautiful! When would a commoner like me ever dare to touch her? Gu Yuan extended his right hand, enchanted by her noble aura that radiated in every gesture. Would he dare to make contact? When he did, it felt exquisite, as smooth as congealed fat against his fingertips. Heaven above, Gu Yuan realized he had indeed touched the cheek of such a beauty, jolting upright in shock as he beheld her delicately pristine legs kneeling before him. Had he just rested his head upon them? She offered a slight smile and nodded at him. Who are you? Gu Yuan stammered, retreating a few steps. Yet, upon seeing his flustered demeanor, the stunning beauty covered her mouth with a giggle, tilting her head slightly, her crimson lips parting playfully as she exclaimed, "Red feather." At the sound of her call, Gu Yuan's brow twitched. Had she transformed? What was happening? Had he reached level 40? At that moment, after consuming 7 points of spiritual material from his bracelet, a faint blue text appeared in his mind. Beast Tamer name. Gu Yuan Beast Tamer qualification. First class spirit power. 32 possessed beast. Red feather level. 3 qualification. Mythical race. Fiery feathered phoenix combat skills. 100 birds bow to the phoenix. Innate. 1000 reverse fire slash. Mysterious level. Phoenix feather flame. Earth level. He had indeed ascended to the mythical realm, and his race had transformed as well. The mountain chicken had become a phoenix. There was a precedent for this. Gu Yuan recalled reading in his textbooks about a beast tamer of 7th rank and above who, after expending considerable time and resources, infused another beast's bloodline into that of a weaker beast, thereby elevating its qualification and even altering its race. Gu Yuan noticed that on the wooden bracelet adorning his right hand, one of the originally indistinct 9 engravings had surprisingly restored itself, transforming into a delicate engraving of a fire phoenix. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Checking his phone, Gu Yuan realized it was his alarm. Oh no, I'm going to be late for the exam. He turned around, only to find himself standing atop a towering skyscraper. This was the Twin Towers of Yang City. Indeed. My lord, today you are to attend the rigorous examination of the training camp. I feared for your lack of sleep and dared not awaken you, lest it jeopardize your timely arrival. Thus, I took the liberty of bringing you here. I also canceled your online ticket, and the refunded 70 yuan has been returned to your WeChat account. What? You can refund tickets? Thank you, my lord, for not abandoning me. Hong Ling lowered her head, her eyes brimming with emotion. At that moment, when my wings were broken, you sheltered me in your palm, refusing to forsake me, climbing out of the furnace alone, even willing to risk life and death to ensure my safety. Such immense kindness is something I shall never forget, and I shall surely assist you in achieving success on the imperial list. Saying this, Hong Ling once again bent down, revealing her delicate, white legs beneath her skirt. Kneeling before him, I cannot climb out on my own. It's over 80 meters. Gu Yuan thought to himself, also pondering, what manner of address is this? Then, Hong Ling transformed once more, becoming a majestic phoenix measuring 60 centimeters, grasping his shoulder and soaring out into the sky. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and below him lay a bustling city, stirring Gu Yuan's heart as he marveled at the experience of flying. Yet, such phenomena are not rare in this world. Gu Yuan glanced beside him and noticed an ethereal elder seated upon a celestial crane, finding his actions to possess an elegance that surpassed his own. However, Hong Ling seemed to sense his thoughts, lowering her head with a hint of disappointment. I have yet to master the technique to alter my form, and my level remains low, with my feathered strength feeble. Once my spiritual energy increases, I shall surely allow you to ride upon me every day. At this moment, in the examination hall of the Zhongshan training camp, thousands of candidates had gathered to witness the event. Have you heard? The selection examination for Zhongshan Beast Taming Academy is being orchestrated by someone from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Jiangsu and Zhejiang? The infamous creators of the most challenging examination papers in the nation, notorious for their hellish difficulty, are here to set the questions. That peculiar light, you know? Yes. He is the one who devised it. His appearance causes the average score in the province to plummet by 50. The candidates participating this time are in for a tough time. Humph, a bunch of little rabbits. Always seeking to take the route of special admissions to avoid the rigors of the college entrance examination. Today, I shall make you realize that even with wings, you cannot escape. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a smile graced the stage, though the malice in his demeanor was unmistakable, causing those nearby to tremble in fear. Look, over there, someone is flying in. All eyes in the venue turned towards a magnificent, fiery red bird, beneath which hung a man, gracefully descending to the ground. The man landed steadily, while the splendid, regal bird perched obediently upon his shoulder, standing proudly. Gu Yuan navigated through the crowd, displaying his examination admission ticket, inquiring, "Could you please direct me to the candidate entrance?" Gu Jun immediately recognized the extraordinary presence of the giant bird upon the youth's shoulder. It was no ordinary creature. What is this? At that moment, many of those who had traveled from afar to observe included several of Gu Yuan's former high school classmates. Why did they come here by car? Was it to bolster their spirits? Certainly not. Gu Yuan spotted Song Yingying among them, who was currently staring in astonishment at the crimson feathers on his shoulder. It was evident that had he not appeared here today, or had he been ineligible for the training camp, they would have captured photographs on their phones and disseminated them wildly within the school, thereby ensuring his ostracism from Sanzhong. This would have served as a form of vindication for Song Yingying. To achieve this effect, she even went so far as to charter a vehicle, gathering all those who disdained him from school. What was going on? Hong Ling, is that not a mere chicken? How has it transformed into something so exquisite, resembling the legendary phoenix? His former classmates could hardly fathom the spectacle. All right, students, today's examination will cover the fundamentals, Gu Jun announced. As long as you have diligently reviewed and grasped the key points, you should all pass. I believe all the exam content has been covered. Upon hearing this, the audience broke into a cold sweat. It felt as if the death knell had begun to toll. Examinations were categorized according to the type of spirit creatures, leading to different testing venues. Gu Yuan's first spirit creature was Hong Ling, allowing him to choose between the venues for the flying and fire systems. He strode directly towards the fire examination room. In each cauldron here, there lay the dew of 3,000 Tanshan flowers. Your task is to heat it. The temperature you achieve will determine your score. For every 10 degrees the temperature rises, a question will appear. Answer correctly, and the cauldron will continue to heat. Fail to do so, and it will forcibly cool down. Upon hearing the examination content, the students in the room wailed in despair, many frightened enough to turn and flee. I made a mistake. I'm actually of the water system. Don't pull me. I want to change my exam topic. Chapter 6, Admissions Examination, Encountering the Jiangzhe Roll Ha. Song Yingying in the audience laughed so hard that her flesh trembled. She had long heard that the fire system's most challenging test, the burning cauldron, was a nightmare for all fire tamers. Gu Yuan, you must persevere. You are a top student, just 1 point shy of passing the unified exam. If you fail to enter Zhongshan University, it would be a loss for the beast-taming world. A voice, reminiscent of a eunuch's, echoed mockingly. Though unpleasant to the ears, it elicited laughter from the surrounding students. Gu Yuan recognized him. He Xian was a lackey of the class monitor, Ling Yunpeng. Don't be disheartened, Gu Yuan. When you reach the life-based Beast Tamer Academy, it will not be too late to strive harder. Another hearty voice rang out from the other side of the audience. It was indeed the class monitor, Ling Yunpeng. In his previous life as a top student, Gu Yuan had appreciated his flattering remarks, even harboring a favorable impression of him. Now, hearing this encouragement in such a tone was utterly nauseating for Gu Yuan. The dew of the Tianxian flower is known as the water of utmost yin, remarkably difficult to heat. Even our school's foremost fire element beast tamer, revered for their prowess, could only achieve a score of 68 in the examination. It seems that Gu Yuan today might not even secure 30 points. A follower of Song Yingying chuckled, haha. Students from the Wild Chicken University insist on coming here to embarrass themselves at the Zhongshan Beast Taming Academy. Gu Yuan paid them no heed and made his way to his examination room, where a pot of water awaited him. He was to collaborate closely with Hong Ling. She would heat the water while he employed his soul power as a beast tamer to discern the questions posed above the pot. For each question he answered correctly, Hong Ling would continue to raise the temperature. Should Gu Yuan answer incorrectly, the temperature would forcibly drop, and if it did not reach the specified level, he would be unable to answer further questions. Gu Yuan, a top student, despite studying different material now, maintained an efficiency in review that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Hong Ling, what I am about to share are the experiences of our predecessors. I will answer swiftly. You must maintain the temperature, allowing it to rise steadily without undue pressure. Although you are merely at the third level, I will respond as quickly as possible to alleviate your burden. Ideally, we should complete each stage in 15 minutes. With a puff, before Gu Yuan could finish his instructions, Hong Ling unleashed a surge of fierce flames, instantly raising the temperature to 10 degrees, signaling that it was time for Gu Yuan to answer. His brows twitched in astonishment. Was this the power of a mythical-level beast? This was truly impressive. As he expanded his soul sea, Gu Yuan found himself enveloped in a blank expanse, with only a graceful figure in the distance connected to him by a slender red thread, Hong Ling. At that moment, the steam from the boiler coalesced into a question before him. Please briefly explain the function of the soul sea. The soul sea serves as the nexus of connection between a beast tamer and their spirit companion. A crucial metric for assessing a beast tamer's combat prowess is the capacity and richness of their soul sea, indicative of their soul power strength. The second question followed. How is the classification of beast martial skills structured? What? Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was it not customary to skip this and allow Hong Ling to continue elevating the deuce temperature? Do not worry, my master. My spirit fire, known as Phoenix Feather Flame, belongs to the earth-level flames. By the way, the answer to this question is human, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, divine. Assisting with the answer shouldn't be against the rules, right? Of course not, Gu Yuan affirmed, and thus they proceeded to the third question. Regrettably, the third question was inscribed, one that Gu Yuan had not memorized, forcing him to tactically forfeit. Upon answering incorrectly, the iron pot automatically cooled, extinguishing Hong Ling's Phoenix Feather Flame. For other spirit companions, reigniting the flame would be an arduous task, yet Hong Ling merely exerted herself slightly and reignited it, allowing Gu Yuan to tackle the fourth question. Gu Yuan mused how formidable she was. If a less capable student faced this, they would likely resort to brute force methods without hesitation. As time ticked away, many students had already exited their examination rooms. Some masters are simply inadequate, repeatedly making mistakes that leave their spirit pets exhausted to the point of being hospitalized for emergency care. Others have spirit pets that are equally underwhelming, failing to raise their temperature, thus rendering their masters incapable of answering questions. There are also instances where both the spirit pet and the master are lacking, merely participating in the qualification exam for the training at Zhongshan Beastmaster Academy. However, a few individuals have emerged successfully. Look, it's the top student from a prestigious school, Lin Xiaoxiao. She has reached 60 points and exited early. Wow. Finally, someone has passed. Observe the examination room next door. Tian Gu has emerged with 76 points. He is the top student from the third school. Yi Feng, with his score already at 80 points, has yet to exit. He is striving for 90. The invigilator's shrieks have captured the attention of all the students present. At this moment, everyone is astounded. Yi Feng, the recognized fire element prodigy of Yangqing, is indeed attempting to achieve 90 points. Truly, talents arise from generation to generation. Even Gujun couldn't help but offer praise. Meanwhile, on Gu Yuan's side, the atmosphere is fervently intense. What marked the beginning of modern human history? A question appears before him, and Gu Yuan responds with remarkable speed. In the 18th century, England instigated the first beast master revolution, wherein humans signed contracts with demon beasts, forming the first factory that utilized demon beasts for production, significantly enhancing the quality of human life. How did the Pacific Theater of World War II conclude? Provide a detailed account of the missions and events. Toward the end of the war, the Washington Plan successfully promoted General MacArthur to the rank of Grade 8 Beastmaster. His two spirit beasts, codenamed Little Boy and Fat Man, advanced to level 80, obliterating two cities and compelling the island nation to surrender. For a considerable time afterward, only the M Nation possessed Grade 8 Beastmasters. Please state the new motto of International Beast Tamers during the Demon Beast Crisis of 2008. The 2008 Beastmaster crisis was a calamity for the human world, as the Lehman and Boundary Array was breached by demon beasts, leading to a catastrophic failure of numerous human boundary arrays. Demon beasts surged into cities, resulting in trillions in global asset losses. As humanity progresses, so too do the demon beasts. This world is never short of beast tamers, but rather, it lacks those capable of defying the odds. Impressive, Hong Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Master, just a few days ago, you scored 59 points. Yet today you possess such an extensive reservoir of knowledge. You have been studying diligently. Please inscribe a level 3 inscription to assist in the evolution of avian spirit pets. This is not good. Inscription-based runes are not my master's forte. Hong Ling expressed her concern. However, Gu Yuan began the inscription process on the pot. What is happening? Hong Ling suddenly felt a surge of joy, her cheeks flushing. Could it be that he is learning how to nurture her even before she possesses a mythical level bloodline? Hong Ling covered her mouth, realizing that while everyone else had given up, her master was still striving and persevering. It is not merely a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Rather, it is a resolute determination to become stronger together. Hong Ling was deeply moved. This was her master, and she felt an overwhelming sense of pride and fulfillment. Master, I shall follow you for eternity, growing stronger alongside you. Ascending to the vast heavens, embracing the bright moon, and overlooking the mortal realm. Gu Yuan completed the engraving of the inscription, and in an instant, Hong Ling raised the water temperature to 60 degrees. Master, please stop. You have already met the standard. Your spirit power is only 32 points. Insufficient to sustain a prolonged manifestation of the soul sea. You must relinquish this endeavor. Do not harm your body. No. I will exert my utmost effort to achieve the best score possible. Gu Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze resolute as he focused on the problem before him. With repeated attempts and intense concentration, Gu Yuan's score astonishingly reached 80. At that moment, from the 8-star difficulty question bank, a particular problem was drawn. It was a calculation task that required determining the ratio of ingredients for a beast-taming elixir. Just supporting the manifestation of the soul sea left Gu Yuan feeling breathless, let alone tackling a problem as challenging as a final mathematics exam. Thus, Gu Yuan resolved to make an educated guess. The decimal had 2 places, with trailing digits of 3 and 7. He vaguely recalled that the formula involved multiplication and square roots. 3 times 7 equals 21, and taking the square root might yield a final digit of 5, leading him to choose option C, which ended with a 5. Outside, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Look, the master of the night, Yi Feng, has emerged. His final score is 94. My heavens, what a genius. Achieving a score of 94. Everyone was fixated on the top scorer, unaware that another name was quietly ascending the leaderboard. This is simply extraordinary. I wager he will be the highest scorer today. It seemed that the only reason he fell short of exceeding 94 was due to his level 11 beast, the nine-tailed fire fox, lacking sufficient spiritual energy to elevate the due. Sister Song, the most remarkable candidate has emerged. Why hasn't Gu Yuan made his appearance yet? One of Song Yingying's entourage remarked. Ha. At that moment, Song Yingying wore a smug expression. Is there even a need to ask? That good-for-nothing probably scored just a few points and is too embarrassed to show his face. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan stood before the final question. During the Unsure Rebellion, and Lu Shan stormed the palace, pillaging for 3 days and nights in search of a mysterious soul artifact. The nature of this artifact is unknown, but from the shape indicated in the blood letter, we can deduce that it is A. A wooden bench, B. A wooden shoe, C. A wooden basin, D. A wooden bracelet. I bought a watch last year. Gu Jun exclaimed. I spent all afternoon studying, and there is absolutely no mention of this in the history books. You've gone beyond the syllabus, haven't you? Are you deliberately making it difficult for us? Gu Yuan felt utterly at a loss. But rather than waiting for his spirit power to deplete and being carried out, he chose to take a chance and selected D. With the 9th question, seal lifted. Hong Ling exerted her full strength, the fiery feathers shimmering, and a brilliant red light burst forth. The water temperature continued to rise, and an acrid smell permeated the air, emanating from room 241. Accompanying this was a thick plume of smoke. Panic ensued as the invigilator rushed in, only to discover that a student had allowed the water in the pot to evaporate entirely, turning the cold dew into vapor and scorching the pot itself. Such a terrifying force. Someone must investigate. Could it be that a candidate had substituted for another? Chapter 7. An explosive revelation. Achieving the impossible first place. It is utterly inconceivable for a high school student to possess such prowess. Surely there is someone impersonating a candidate. Hurry, find the impersonator. After an extensive search, only Gu Yuan and Hong Ling were located, while the invigilator's claims of a second-tier beast tamer, disguised among them with a 13th-level spirit beast, proved non-existent. At around 100 degrees Celsius, water boils into vapor. At that moment, on the large screen, Gu Yuan's name soared above the rest, appearing at the top with a remarkable score of 100. The crowd erupted in astonishment, thunderous applause filling the air. How could this be? Just then, Song Yingying rushed over, nearly frantic, shouting at the invigilator, he must have cheated. There's no way he could possess such a formidable beast. No high school student has ever achieved a perfect score on this question. Yet, Gu Yuan merely walked past her in silence. His tranquility and the undeniable reality before them infuriated Song Yingying further. Her peers were watching. Should this scene reach the school, she would be the one humiliated, the one scorned and mocked, while Gu Yuan would emerge unscathed. Unable to accept this outcome, Song Yingying grasped Gu Yuan's arm, exclaiming, I'm talking to you. With a swift motion, she clutched him tightly. In an instant, Hong Ling's eyes blazed with fury, akin to a wild beast, as she spread her wings and struck, leaving 3 bloody gashes across Song Yingying's face. Screaming in agony, Song Yingying felt the blood on her hands. Realizing her visage was marred, she shouted, Spirit Wind Eagle. This third-tier fool dares to claw me, avenge me. However, the Spirit Wind Eagle remained motionless. The resplendent crimson bird perched on Gu Yuan's shoulder merely turned its head, its fierce gaze intimidating the Spirit Wind Eagle into submission as it lowered its head in deference. Even more astonishing, within the visible vicinity, most avian spirit beasts settled on branches lower than Gu Yuan's shoulder or on the ground. The scene was breathtaking, as myriad species of birds halted in their tracks, akin to a queen entering a palace where concubines and handmaids must bow their heads in respect, except for those bird tamers with beasts above 13th level, which still lingered high in the branches. The remaining birds dared not even unfurl their wings. Gu Yuan exited the examination hall. Song Yingying, enraged like a shrew, was vociferously berating within the confines of the room, even helplessly grasping handfuls of grass from the ground and flinging them forward. This spectacle did not attract much attention. However, Gu Jun sensed an anomaly. President, my mistake. While inscribing the runes, I inadvertently reversed the inscription for the exam questions with that of the confidential documents of the Tang dynasty. I was utterly fatigued from working overtime last night. An internal secret has been inadvertently transformed into an exam question and leaked out. Why did he think of selecting a bracelet? Gu Jun disregarded him, his gaze fixed on Gu Yuan's departing figure. He must be just guessing, randomly selecting from ABCD. Perhaps so. You are my most accomplished student. In your future endeavors to unearth ancient soul artifacts, you must exercise caution. Release a statement attributing this to issues within the rune system. That 100 points does not count. And if this escalates, should someone investigate the questions and discover the leak of confidential information, you could face incarceration. Change it to 90 points, concealing the last question. However, the scholarship will be awarded as if full marks were attained. Upon receiving the news from Zhongshan University about his admission into the training camp, along with the alteration of his score to 90 points while still being granted the scholarship resources as the top student, Gu Yuan felt indifferent. After all, he had guessed the last 2 questions, and it was thanks to Hong Ling. Had he used an ordinary beast companion, passing would have been a challenge. Gazing at the empty room, he reflected on how his mother had gone to Putian for studies, while his father was off at a construction site in another city. For the next fortnight, he would be home alone with Hong Ling. It seemed he would depart from Guanxing for Yangcheng to attend the training camp before his parents returned, and it appeared he would not see them for a considerable period. Gu Yuan reclined on his sofa, feeling utterly exhausted. Damn it, I truly am too weak. For the inhabitants of this world, unlocking the Sea of Souls was as simple as holding one's breath. Yet the duration one could hold it varied from person to person. Some could endure longer, while others less so. Although I possess similar abilities since my reincarnation, it appears I am among those with relatively low soul power, merely 32 points, far below the standard of an average high school student. Seeking to ease his fatigue, Gu Yuan decided to take a hot shower. However, upon opening the bathroom door, he was greeted by the sight of Hong Ling, transformed into human form. Having prepared the hot water for him, along with neatly arranged towels, soap, and shower gel on the floor. My strength, it is still insufficient. Gu Yuan lamented while reclining in the bathtub, one hand resting on his forehead as he gazed up at the ceiling heater. Someone was intent on taking his life, and their combat prowess was formidable, yet he remained unaware of their identity. However, the assailant seemed well acquainted with him, aware of his whereabouts, and believed they possessed overwhelming strength, which allowed them to adopt such a brazen approach, letting him languish in uncertainty. Yet, it was painfully clear that they were unwilling to reveal their location. After reviewing the surveillance footage, he discovered that the area where he had been knocked unconscious lay in a blind spot, with no traces left along the route. Reporting to the authorities would be futile. Although Hong Ling possesses mythical qualities, her level remains somewhat inadequate. As one progresses further, the challenge of elevating temperatures intensifies. Having correctly answered 2 questions consecutively alleviated much of the pressure on Hong Ling. When she made her final push to reach 100 degrees, it was just within her capability. Furthermore, the bond between a beast master and their beast is fundamentally unequal. The notion that the beast is the most trusted companion of the beast master is mere fabrication. Should the beast master perish, the beast would also meet its end, yet the reverse is not true. Ultimately, a beast is akin to property owned by the beast master, subject to their whims and obligated to obey their commands in all matters. Strength must be attained. Gu Yuan rose to his feet, drying off his body. Upon exiting, he found Hong Ling had neatly arranged his clothes, trousers, and slippers on the ground, awaiting his departure. Chapter 8. 5,000 spirit materials given freely. Yet you still ask for money? Hong Ling remained smiling, presenting herself before him with none of the haughtiness she exhibited toward outsiders, but rather resembling a dutiful maid. She assisted him in donning his clothing, tidying his hair, and even crafted an impressive hairstyle with a comb, altering her own attire with needle and thread, significantly enhancing her appearance. How remarkably versatile. A perfect companion for home, travel, and even for nefarious deeds. Subsequently, Hong Ling brought forth a fragrant and hot meal along with stir-fried twice-cooked pork for her master to enjoy. What will you eat? Gu Yuan inquired. Noticing the feed his uncle had delivered the previous day had run out, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. However, at that moment, Hong Ling pointed toward a crooked tree across from them, saying, I shall not impose upon my master's generosity. As usual, I will feast upon the insects from that decaying wood, which harbors plenty. Suddenly, a parade of memories flashed through Gu Yuan's mind. He recalled his past foolishness in favoring Song Yingying, saving money intended for study materials to purchase cosmetics for her. Was it not akin to diverting funds meant for Hong Ling's sustenance to Song Yingying, leaving Hong Ling to subsist on insects? While it is quite natural for birds to indulge in insects, Gu Yuan had come to a realization. He stood up and pushed away the meal Hong Ling had prepared, declaring, From this day forth, you shall consume only the finest spirit beast feed. That is my command. Upon hearing this, Hong Ling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pressed her hands against her ample bosom. However, there are no conditions, simply observe. Gu Yuan glanced at his wooden bracelet, already formulating a plan. In the evening, Gu Yuan visited the meat processing plant from the previous day. At this moment, mountains of waste meat awaited incineration. What on earth are you doing? Why isn't the incinerator operational? He exclaimed, noticing that the alloy top of the furnace appeared to have suffered a significant dent, halting operations for over a day. The decaying refuse threatens to compromise the foundation. Should that occur, you will bear the consequences. Perhaps it would be prudent to find a place to dispose of it. If this matter reaches the higher-ups, heads will roll, and your position as factory director may be in jeopardy. From a distance, Gu Yuan observed the frantic managers of the incineration facility, their anxiety palpable, as they scurried about like ants on a hot skillet. At that moment, Gu Yuan cast a glance at a vagrant he had hired for 500 yuan, who had surreptitiously donned the uniform once worn by his father at a prominent trucking company. Greetings. Gu Yuan waved amiably. We are from Pingqing Transport Company, and we have recently launched a new service. I understand you have some unsalvageable refuse. We can assist you in its disposal. What? The senior staff gathered around, scrutinizing the credentials before exchanging wary glances. Indeed, they recognized him as a driver from Pingqing. But when did your services extend to waste disposal? This is a new venture of ours. Never heard of it. 17,000 per ton. At this proclamation, The executives exchanged incredulous looks. This price was over 10,000 less than the black market. Could it be a ruse? I've heard of scams, but never of swindlers targeting worthless, toxic refuse. Very well. The factory director suddenly waved his hand, conceding, we shall trust you this once. Take it all, but do not renege. Once you exit this door, it is no longer our concern. Should you dispose of it irresponsibly or fail to manage it properly, any repercussions are yours to bear. We must sign a contract. Sign. Sign, sign. Gu Yuan mused that he could hardly complain about the abundance of spiritual materials now. How could he not ensure thorough decomposition? After all, it was nearly a ton of refuse, which would net him over 50,000 spiritual materials, in addition to the hefty sum they were set to provide him. Should such opportunities arise in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Gu Yuan left his contact information and settled the payment with the vagrant. Having departed from the incineration plant, Gu Yuan proceeded to Walmart, where he inquired, please present me with a bag of your finest fire-based avian feed. Initially, his intention had been to purchase merely a spoonful, but now, with over 100,000 yuan in hand, he felt emboldened to speak with conviction. After all, it seemed rather undignified to enter such an upscale establishment merely to procure a spoonful. A bag of elite feed, crafted from fiery celestial worm essence and cultivated by a master feed specialist, had been meticulously refined over 30 days, representing the pinnacle of quality, weighing 500 grams, and priced at 53,000 yuan. 53,000 for a single bag that would suffice for merely 3 meals. That meant the crimson-feathered creature would consume over 17 million yuan in a year. However, after absorbing this 500 grams through a wooden bracelet, Gu Yuan calculated that a ton of waste could yield nearly 3,000 grams of equivalent feed. The feed, categorized by quality, mandated distinct color labels, from lowest to highest. They were marked in white, blue, purple, and orange. Indeed, legends whisper of exclusive provisions, unattainable in the marketplace. Residing solely within the confines of clandestine research institutions, special red label feed reserved for the elite. A gift from my uncle, it is purple in hue, while the orange label counterpart exists in a realm far beneath it. Upon reflection, should I monopolize the entirety of a city's discarded meat, I would effectively fulfill my promise to ensure that Hong Ling enjoys premium feed daily. However, what if, in a few days, the incinerator's ceiling is repaired, and these individuals refuse to pay me for disposal? In that case, I could simply accompany Hong Ling to wreak havoc once more. At this moment, Gu Yuan returned home with Hong Ling, confronted by mountains of orange label feed. Hong Ling, overwhelmed with emotion, covered her mouth and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Oh, such extravagance! I am but a mere plaything of my master, yet I am afforded such privilege. I am truly moved." Clearly, Hong Ling remained oblivious to her transformation into a phoenix. Perhaps, in her eyes, she would always be akin to a colorful chick, worth merely a few coins, in Gu Yuan's presence. Gu Yuan harnessed the power of his wristband to shape the feed into forms reminiscent of crispy snacks, neatly packaged so that Hong Ling could carry them as if indulging in treats after her metamorphosis. He intended to teach Hong Ling how to consume these snacks, positioning one delicacy atop his finger and bringing it to his lips, only to realize that humans cannot derive enhancement from consuming beast feed. It is unaffordable. How could one possibly partake in such extravagant fare? Let Hong Ling enjoy it instead. At that moment, Hong Ling sprang to her feet, playfully darting towards Gu Yuan, her delicate mouth agape. Gu Yuan even noticed the strands of saliva connecting from her lips as she bit into the crispy snack, the warmth and softness of her tender lips grazing his fingers, causing him to blush momentarily. Meanwhile, Hong Ling stood with her hands clasped behind her back, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Chapter 9. Swift advancement. At this juncture, a radiant crimson glow enveloped Hong Ling. She lifted her head, her silken hair cascading around her, as her ethereal form gradually emanated a luminous white light. Ah! The sound transformed into a resounding phoenix cry. Hong Ling had astonishingly reached level 4. This orange label feed was indeed extraordinary, and after just one meal, she ascended to such heights. Ding dong! The doorbell chimed. Upon opening the door, Gu Yuan was greeted by a blushing delivery man, who stood trembling with a parcel in hand. "You were slower than anticipated," the delivery man exclaimed. "I just heard the cry of a phoenix. What is happening?" A fleeting glance revealed, lounging gracefully in the living room, a captivating beauty draped in ancient elegance, her figure, appearance, and aura evoking thoughts of the recent call. Could it be that this is a mythical spirit beast? The jealousy in the eyes of the courier was palpable, almost manifesting as a bone-cutting knife, ready to carve Gu Yuan into 1,000 pieces. Gu Yuan, however, blocked his gaze and said, "What are you staring at? You may leave now." After closing the door, Gu Yuan sat on the floor and retrieved the contents of the package. Sent by Zhongshan. It was the reward for first place, scholarship money, likely worth several tens of thousands. To his astonishment, as he opened the box, a broad smile spread across his face. Inside was an object resembling an oil lamp. Its base was a soft blue hue, containing a peculiar liquid, with a wick extending upward, encased in a glass cover adorned with patterns of white clouds and red flowers. This was a soul instrument that assists in cultivation. Gu Yuan was taken aback, thinking to himself that Zhongshan University was truly extravagant. Soul instruments are akin to the equipment used by spirit tamers. Some enhance the abilities of spirit beasts. Others allow the release of unique skills, while some assist the user in elevating their cultivation. Light-based soul instruments are referred to as soul lamps. When ignited, they consume soul oil to enhance the efficiency of a spirit tamer's cultivation within the Sea of Souls. Gu Yuan decided to give it a try, lighting the soul lamp and entering a meditative state once again, finding himself in the Sea of Souls. This time, the world he beheld was no longer a mere blank canvas. Vibrant blue light flickered within, likely the auxiliary energy emanating from the soul lamp. To elevate his spirit-taming prowess, Gu Yuan needed to conjure as many imaginative constructs as possible within his mind, continually experimenting, over and over. In the void, various magnificent landscapes began to materialize: mountains, oceans, lakes, and towering peaks. However, these visions could only solidify when Gu Yuan focused intently. Any lapse in concentration would cause them to vanish. Although the soul lamp made the creation of these images considerably easier, they remained unstable, and thus, his spirit-taming power did not increase. "Master, I am here to assist you." At that moment, the body of Hong Ling suddenly floated in the air, her spirit energy continuously spilling forth and merging into Gu Yuan's being. This was a process of spiritual nurturing. Gu Yuan had read about it. Spirit pets could nurture their owners with spirit energy and even replicate their combat techniques. However, this nurturing was limited, and the ultimate improvement depended on the spirit tamer themselves. A stream of red spirit energy flowed from Hong Ling's lips and into Gu Yuan's mouth, a fragrant essence enveloping his senses. Slowly, Gu Yuan lifted his right hand. Following the movement of Hong Ling's fingers in the air, tiles of crimson began to fall from above. Intricately carved stone columns began to rise, and before him appeared an ornate gate reminiscent of the Tang dynasty. Where's this? The place is named Danfeng Gate, which stands as the southern gate along the central axis of the Grand Ming Palace from the Tang dynasty. Its length, quality, and specifications are unparalleled among the city gates of the Sui and Tang eras, embodying an imperial grandeur that exudes both dignity and majesty. As the Danfeng Gate comes into view, the red-feathered spirit spreads its wings, transforming into a phoenix that alights upon it. Gu Yuan lets out a sigh of relief, suddenly falling backward, drenched in sweat, only to realize that he has completely exhausted the lamp oil before him. He has been cultivating for an entire day and night. Meanwhile, Hong Ling, during the process of nurturing, also grew weary, transforming into a phoenix and dozing atop the television. Upon testing, Gu Yuan discovered that his soul mastery had risen to 64, doubling his previous level. Closing his eyes, he entered the Sea of Souls, where the imposing Danfeng Gate stood proudly before him. Gu Yuan mused that the effects of nurturing combined with the soul lamp were indeed formidable. His cultivation speed was at least more than double that of an ordinary individual. The creations within the Sea of Souls manifest differently, depending on the creator's intention, yielding varied effects. For instance, a beast master specializing in the earth element would typically create earth pits, high mountains, muddy ponds, or stone statues to enhance their earthbound beasts. But what was this? Why had he, seemingly by some mysterious force, conjured the gate of the Grand Ming Palace? What purpose did it serve? Perhaps to enhance his discount rates during group purchases at scenic spots. Pressing upward with his right hand, Gu Yuan discerned 3 effects: an increase of 10 in the combat power of all Tang Dynasty spirit beasts, and a level upgrade for Phoenix-type spirit beasts below the Earth level. After evolving into a mythic form, Hong Ling's innate technique, the 1,000 reverse fire slash, had ascended from the profound to the earth level. Upon leaving his meditative state, Gu Yuan noticed that Hong Ling's spiritual energy had increased by 1/10, but before he could revel in this, another concern crossed his mind. The lamp oil for the soul lamp had run out. This oil was exceedingly rare and, akin to high-grade feed, quite expensive, perhaps even more so. Wait. A sudden thought struck Gu Yuan. Could the lamp oil also be considered a spiritual material? Might he utilize his bracelet to consume spiritual substances to produce more lamp oil? Additionally, he recalled that Hong Ling had reached level 5, which meant that the spirit beast could learn new techniques through study or inscription. However, this process required a significant amount of money to purchase the spiritual bones of demon beasts or the inner elixirs of other wild demon creatures. Inscription was a rather cerebral endeavor. Gu Yuan, being a diligent scholar adept in writing and recitation, could manage the labor, but where would the necessary resources come from? Where would the money originate? The bracelet also demanded an equivalent exchange. Where could he find such abundant spiritual materials, waiting for them to fall from the sky? Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who is this? I'm quite busy. Please get to the point. May I speak with Gu Yuan? You are the young manager of the waste meat disposal department, correct? I am the owner of the incineration plant. Chapter 10. The unattainable 10,000 spiritual materials. Gu Yuan found himself engulfed in confusion, pondering the situation at hand. How could it be that in just a day, they were once again inundated with an overwhelming amount of waste flesh? It seemed implausible. Surely, there could not be that many brainless wild beasts willingly seeking their demise. Among them, one particularly large creature, seemingly a 13th level beast of the soldier class, had perished in the wetland park. If not dealt with within the hour, the surrounding crops and spiritual fruits would be doomed. This year, the spiritual material production value of Guan City, its GDP, would likely suffer a severe blow. Where are your disposal experts? They have been summoned to an important meeting, as the current situation is truly dire. Even the commercial disposal specialists are reluctant to assist or demand exorbitant fees. Don't you have a cost-effective and efficient solution? Please come and handle it. The wild beasts are classified into special ranks, corresponding to the common, rare, legendary, and mythical strengths of tamed creatures. However, these wild beasts possess a certain level of spiritual power, enabling them to command other beasts. Thus, humanity categorizes them as soldier, minister, king, and emperor classes, each capable of commanding from 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000, and 10,000 to 100,000 beasts, respectively. It seems that even more formidable beasts capable of commanding over 100,000 exist. Upon arriving at the wetland park, Gu Yuan observed the waters of Huayang Lake flowing gracefully beneath the arch bridge, while the orchards on either side wafted fragrant aromas. Suspended from the bridge was a peculiar creature. Its form resembled a colossal abscess, with a head akin to a blind glans, its body a pale crimson hue, continuously oozing a red viscous fluid. This fluid, when it dripped onto the bridge, produced a corrosive effect akin to flames. A single careless drop upon the lawn had rendered all grass within a 10-meter radius lifeless. Should this noxious solution seep into the lake below, subsequently infiltrating the irrigation system, orchards, and surrounding water supplies, the consequences would be unimaginable. The disposal team could only construct a massive funnel beneath the bridge to provide scant support. The 13th level soldier class beast, the fire-toxic worm, had inexplicably emerged, capable of self-detonation upon contact with adversaries, and had been suppressed by a binding formation, lying lifeless upon the bridge. The arch bridge could endure for no more than another hour before this creature would plunge into the water. Someone must extract its spiritual bone to halt the continued secretion of its toxic fluid. Why not simply carry it away? After Gu Yuan uttered this query, he cast a sidelong glance at the personnel responsible for the disposal. It is highly unstable. The neural glands responsible for its explosive nature remain active even after death, and a moment's negligence could cause it to detonate like a living bomb. I have heard of such occurrences. Some beasts can still exhibit muscular activity post-mortem, rendering the situation as perilous as defusing a bomb. Regrettably, the bomb disposal expert is none other than you. Gu Yuan had a rough understanding of why no one was willing to handle this situation. It was a matter of great consequence, fraught with danger, and mishandling it could easily lead to becoming a scapegoat. However, Gu Yuan was undeterred, for he possessed a bracelet capable of absorbing spiritual matter. As long as he approached, the bodies could be disassembled directly, regardless of how potent the toxins were. There would be no explosion. Humph. Just look at the person they invited today to handle the situation. A mere high school kid. Ha ha ha. When I was responsible for bomb disposal, he was still in diapers. At that moment, a group of other civilian beast tamers stood at a distance, having been invited but demanding a fee slightly higher than Gu Yuan's, thus relegated to the second tier. Little brat, why don't you head home and find your mother for a feeding? If this situation is mishandled, it could lead to fatalities. Don't let fear make you wet your pants before you even get close. Hong Ling perched on Gu Yuan's shoulder, glaring fiercely at them. Gu Yuan gently stroked Hong Ling's head, signaling her to remain calm, and then walked directly onto the bridge. To prevent splatter from any potential explosion, the logistics team had erected a large, toxin-resistant tent outside, completely covering the bridge. After Gu Yuan entered, the others waited outside. This was preferable. Gu Yuan did not wish to display the power of his bracelet in front of outsiders. It was his secret, and if revealed, it could spell disaster. For this treasure was indeed extraordinary. Absorb. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, aiming at the fire poison bug, yet there was no reaction. What is going on? Master, quickly move aside. It's feigning death. At that moment, the fire poison bug suddenly stood upright, curling into a ball and rolling towards Gu Yuan. It was akin to a massive boulder, 10 meters in diameter, and as it rolled, the entire bridge trembled. This is bad. The fire poison bug has suddenly regained its vitality. What? Could it have entered a state of apparent death by putting its organs into dormancy? The factory manager was so frightened that his legs buckled, causing him to kneel. A chill washed over the onlookers. It was over. Although the fire poison bug had weak defenses and had already been severely wounded by the suppression array, it still had enough strength to self-destruct. This young man was likely doomed today. Hong Ling seized Gu Yuan and soared into the air, flying from the left end of the bridge to the right. The fire poison bug rolled aimlessly, not needing to turn, rolling back like a ball. Damn, how agile. Upon landing, Hong Ling said, Master. The fire poison bug has two critical internal components, the inner core and the gland responsible for its venomous spray. You must execute the 1,000 reverse fire slash with me, simultaneously shattering the gland and the inner core to prevent an explosion. Understood. Gu Yuan grasped Hong Ling's intention. She wanted him to utilize her combat technique. Indeed, Gu Yuan possesses the ability to wield the combat techniques of Hong Ling, a testament to the reciprocal effects of beast mastery, wherein a beast can transmit its abilities back to its master. Naturally, the efficacy of such techniques hinges on the inherent soul power of the master. Although Gu Yuan's soul power remains rather feeble, this technique is classified as a terrestrial-level skill. As Gu Yuan advanced forward, Hong Ling gracefully matched his stride. Together, they stood side by side, gathering fervent flames into their hands, transforming them into two fiery swords composed of feathers. With a near-synchronous motion, they brought their blades down, intertwining streams of fire that shattered the gland of the fire poison insect, cleaving it into 4 segments with the brilliance of their fiery swords. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan lunged forward, raising his right hand, as the bracelet emitted a faint glow, revealing it had absorbed the entirety of the explosive red venom and the remains of the fire poison insect. Gu Yuan's eyes widened. This was not a beast of the soldier rank, but one of the ministerial rank. The influx of spiritual essence amounted to a staggering 100,000. In conjunction, a burst of azure light flickered to life. Chapter 11. Inscribing Combat Techniques. Fire-scorching poison. Gu Yuan discerned the intentions of the colossal insect. It was cunning, daringly infiltrating the human wetlands to pilfer spiritual fruits and augment its strength. It sought to ascend from soldier rank to ministerial rank, yet in doing so, it faced the intensified pressure of the protective city formation. Under the immense strain of the formation, it became utterly incapacitated. Consequently, it resolved to feign death, halting its organ responses in a desperate bid to force an evolution. Ironically, upon achieving its advancement, it found itself in a precarious state, akin to dismantling a bomb at its most vulnerable moment. Had this encounter occurred in the wild, facing a ministerial beast, even with Hong Ling's assistance, it would have been an arduous challenge to vanquish such an opponent, given the significant disparity in their ranks and the potential for the beast to summon allies. At that moment, within the expansive explosive gland, a skeletal fragment resembling a centipede emerged. There could be no mistake. This was a spiritual bone, indeed one belonging to a ministerial beast, ripe for inscription by Hong Ling. What a fortuitous discovery. Gu Yuan seized the spiritual bone and attempted to decompose it using his bracelet. Yet to his dismay, it proved futile. He had gleaned an understanding of what his bracelet could and could not decompose. Spiritual essence appeared to correspond to organic materials from his original world, encompassing corpses, fruits of plants, various potions, solutions, elixirs, inner cores, and even excrement, but it excluded spiritual bones. Switching to his left hand, a ring upon it glimmered. After purchasing feed, Gu Yuan had also acquired a storage ring for 100,000. This storage ring, fashioned from spiritual steel, could not be decomposed by the bracelet. It necessitated monetary expenditure for creation with spiritual essence. Alas, his once ample sum of 170,000 had dwindled to a mere 20,000. Nonetheless, it remained invaluable. For a ministerial spiritual bone could inscribe skills of the profound level. If one were to venture out clutching such a bone, this evening would surely witness a throng of mercenaries, driven by greed, lining up to engage in a deadly confrontation. Gu Yuan discreetly stowed the spiritual bone within his storage ring and sauntered outside, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him. Meanwhile, the ground outside was teeming with police cars, special demon tamers, and even ambulances equipped with professional toxic handling apparatus. There were also two individuals who appeared to be from the nearby funeral home, seemingly oblivious to the grim reality of their situation, as if they had any hope of emerging alive from this ordeal. Upon Gu Yuan's emergence, the onlookers were taken aback. Why you? Are you a human or a ghost? How could a high school student with a spiritual power of merely 60 contend with such a beast? Indeed, it was a formidable beast of the soldier rank, feigning death. How could he have possibly survived its onslaught unless he possessed Earth-tier combat skills? Hearing these remarks, Gu Yuan had no intention of clarifying matters. He approached the incineration plant's director, hands in pockets, allowing the red-feathered creature to perch upon his shoulder. Tilting his head, he declared, "I am unharmed. But your finances are about to suffer." With that, Gu Yuan seized the director by the collar, asserting that creature was alive. Had I not reacted swiftly and collaborated with my spirit companion to defeat it, I would have perished here. You must compensate me double, otherwise. Do not hold me accountable for any repercussions. Double? Why not just rob a bank? The director, visibly enraged, was about to protest. Think carefully before you respond. Surrounding us are police and security personnel, and that rotund fellow appears to be your superior. Your evasive demeanor betrays you. There are two narratives here. First, in your attempt to save costs, you mistakenly enlisted a high school student, misjudged the situation, nearly resulting in catastrophe. Second, I was specifically dispatched to eliminate that beast, and the commotion was merely a byproduct of my battle with the fire-toxic insect. All of this was under your purview. Consider your answer wisely. The director pondered. Is our educational system now training extortionists instead of beast tamers? This double compensation is rather excessive. Can we negotiate a lower fee? You scoundrel. You deceived me. That creature was alive, yet you claimed it was dead. Gu Yuan suddenly erupted, even adopting a posture of throwing a tantrum on the ground. Stop. Dear ancestor, I owe you for my past life. Is that sufficient? The director hurriedly covered Gu Yuan's mouth. WeChat payment, 500,000. Gu Yuan recited his lines. And in an instant, the crowd was left astonished. This young man possessed such terrifying strength and audacity. A practitioner of toxin handling at such a tender age? Remarkable. To have vanquished a 13th-level soldier rank beast, despite its injuries from the magical formation, was an indication of an immeasurable future. Just as they were in awe of him, Gu Yuan had already departed. After receiving the money, Gu Yuan eagerly boarded the carriage heading home. He glanced at the contents before him, a 5th-level inscription, which corresponded to the passing mark of 60 points in the college entrance examination, an achievement not overly challenging for the majority of high school students. However, Gu Yuan had only just begun his studies, and this was the spirit bone of a minister-level beast, thus the difficulty was at least doubled. Although the transformation of Hong Ling into human form would significantly reduce the challenge, the completion of the inscription could not be undone without inflicting damage upon the beast's body, potentially causing severe injuries, and it would also deplete the spirit bone. Hence, the task was indeed formidable. Are you ready? Gu Yuan inquired as he approached Hong Ling, who lay on the bed in her human form. Her figure was exquisite, and as she lay there, her chest rose and fell with each breath, causing Gu Yuan a touch of discomfort. Hong Ling's beauty was captivating, making it all too easy for him to become distracted during the inscription process. I am fully prepared. She floated gracefully, looking at Gu Yuan. You need not feel anxious, master. I shall cooperate wholeheartedly. The inscription may cause some discomfort, but I will endeavor to proceed slowly. Gu Yuan summoned his spirit energy and lifted the spirit bone, which slowly transformed into a fine powder in midair. Upon closing his eyes, he felt his vision sharpen remarkably. Before him, Hong Ling appeared almost entirely transparent, her essence laid bare before his gaze. Master, my structure is entirely human-like. You may treat me as such without any psychological burden. Very well, Gu Yuan responded, bringing his fingers together and thrusting them downward at an angle to press against Hong Ling's shoulder. The inscription would be placed on her right arm. The drifting bone powder lingered in the air. Enter. Gu Yuan exerted force, and the white powder from his fingertips penetrated Hong Ling's skin. Chapter 12. Journey to the Abandoned Industrial Zone. Ah, did I apply too much pressure? He exclaimed. No, not at all. Your touch is gentle, master. I feel no pain. Only comfort. Hong Ling replied, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush as she offered a strained smile. Then I shall continue, Gu Yuan declared. He traced his fingers along Hong Ling's shoulder, gliding over her delicate, fair skin, meticulously inscribing the patterns he envisioned in his mind. As night faded into dawn, the inscription was finally complete. The sun gradually rose over the river, and both Gu Yuan and Hong Ling were drenched in perspiration. Gu Yuan's fatigue was palpable, while Hong Ling, though largely still, had experienced significant stimulation from the inscription, her body glistening with the fragrant sheen of exertion. The scent wafting from her was oddly enchanting, causing Gu Yuan to involuntarily swallow. Indeed, the method of enhancing his beast companion through inscription was quite challenging. Have we succeeded? Gu Yuan inquired as he sat up, gazing at Hong Ling's face, which remained as pale and tender as ever. Examine this. Hong Ling, level 5, qualification, mythical, race, fiery feathered phoenix. Combat skills, 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix, innate, 1000 reverse fire slash, earth grade, phoenix feather flame, earth grade. Engraved combat skill, fire scorching poison, originally Xian grade. Evolved to earth grade due to the influence of the Danfeng sect. In the form of a phoenix, the right claw, as well as the right fingernail in human form, can inflict wounds or release spiritual energy that, upon contact with the enemy, causes the wound to become infected with fire-scorching poison. This poison manifests as scars reminiscent of burning brands, inducing immense agony. These scars have the ability to siphon spiritual energy from the adversary, ultimately culminating in the formation of a considerable abscess. Once the abscess reaches a certain threshold, it detonates, incinerating all enemies within its blast radius. Such a ferocious skill truly reflects the perilous nature of the fire-venomous insect. Nonetheless, its potency is undeniable, and Gu Yuan exhaled in relief. Hong Ling rose to a sitting position, channeling her spiritual energy, which danced along her right hand. At that moment, a cluster of 9 delicate pink peonies appeared as a tattoo traversing her alabaster arm, a mark inscribed by Gu Yuan. When invoking fire-scorching poison, this tattoo, or rather the inscribed glyph, would manifest, accompanied by Hong Ling's nails transforming into a soft pink hue. How exquisite! Master, the inscribed glyph in the textbook was not like this, was it? Indeed, the original text suggested a focus on toxic substances for the engraving, though flowers could suffice. Yet, floral designs are more challenging. Therefore, I dedicated an additional 4 hours to this task, as inscribing with toxic substances was rather unsightly. Thank you, Master. I truly do not deserve such laborious efforts on your behalf. Hong Ling was deeply moved. Upon glancing at the time, she realized it was already 7 o'clock and hastily sprang up. However, having just completed the engraving and exhausted from the previous night, she stumbled and returned to the bed, one hand clutching the nightstand, struggling to rise once more. Master, I am utterly deserving of punishment for my slothful indulgence in sleep, which caused me to miss the time to prepare your meal. I humbly beseech your reprimand. Why are you always so courteous? You were so fatigued last night. Continue to enjoy your nourishment and rest well. I shall descend to savor a bowl of snail rice noodle and then continue my training today. Gu Yuan left Hong Ling in the room, and while enjoying the snail rice noodles downstairs, he pondered over his training. Which brand of lamp oil is the best? Although he possessed 100,000 spiritual materials, Gu Yuan currently lacked the means to unlock the second lock. The remaining 8 locks required the same amount of spiritual materials as unlocking Hong Ling in her phoenix form, still 100,000. However, unlocking requires a tamer beast, and the powers obtained thereafter are infused into the body of that beast. Each beast tamer, upon reaching the first rank, possesses only one contract slot in their sea of souls. They must attain the second rank to acquire a second contract slot for a second tamed beast. Aside from Hong Ling, I possess no other spirit beasts in whom I can place absolute trust. Should I unlock the potential and subsequently infuse that spirit energy conglomerate into another beast, the absence of a binding contract would allow it to spread its wings and take flight, leaving me bereft and despairing. Thus, the substantial sum of 100,000 must be allocated towards the procurement of expensive cultivation materials. Beyond the feed for Hong Ling, the only other necessity would be the lamp oil utilized during my training. Purchasing it from Walmart, I could only acquire the most costly variant. At Walmart, the only lamp oil available bore the highest purple label, its production materials being exceedingly rare, resulting in a limited societal supply. While the orange-labeled feed could be obtained directly, the lamp oil is elusive, even to those with wealth. A brief search revealed that the orange-labeled lamp oil was subject to controlled allocation. However, within certain online forums, an urban legend regarding Guanxing has surfaced. It is said that a level 30 monster, a crocodile, was discovered within the sewers, displaying terrifying combat prowess and remarkable intelligence. How did such a fearsome creature come to be? The legend states that a graduate student from the Spirit Medicine Department at Guanxing Beast Taming University disclosed the existence of a clandestine laboratory where a dedicated waste disposal pipeline for spirit medicines empties into the ocean. Some of these medicines are highly toxic, while others serve to nourish the soul's essence, such as the lamp oil. The crocodile, abandoned by its master, sought refuge in the sewers and inadvertently stumbled upon this drainage pipe, resting beside it. Gradually, it became saturated with toxins, spirit medicines, and an array of bizarre concoctions. At times, it endured excruciating pain. At others, it experienced euphoric highs, resulting in a surge of power. Among these substances was the concentrated essence of the orange-labeled lamp oil, which, once consumed, greatly enhanced its mental acuity, granting it a semblance of sentience. There were indeed individuals who claimed to have seen this crocodile ascend from the pipe, casting a glance at the person filming before swiftly retreating back into the sewers. This event was even linked to a theft at a local butcher shop that same night. Subsequent investigations confirmed that the frozen storage's combination lock was compromised by the correct code being entered. Yet, the unabashed original poster insisted that this served as incontrovertible evidence that the crocodile, having gained intelligence, memorized the combination to execute the theft under the cover of darkness. In every realm, there exist those who revel in paranormal explorations and conspiracy theories. I harbor no particular interest in the crocodile. Rather, my curiosity lies with that drainage pipe. Imagine the myriad of secret spirit medicines, toxins, and even weapons of mass destruction contained within. If I could extract but a single drop using my bracelet, I could effortlessly engage in mass production of spirit substances, albeit potentially in violation of the law. However, does the act of killing not also contravene the law? The one who cast me into the furnace remains at large, free to claim my life at any moment. I must take initiative, fortifying and arming myself as best I can. Thus, Gu Yuan resolved to seek out the very sewer entrance captured in the video. Upon arriving at Chapayazan, a favored destination for adventurers, renowned as the largest industrial wasteland in the nation, he found the entire area enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by towering smokestacks. Walking within, one could easily feel transported back to the 1980s. The atmosphere was eerie and unsettling, yet Gu Yuan's true objective lay not in this desolate expanse, but rather in the subterranean drainage system beneath it. As Gu Yuan prepared to descend, Hong Ling alighted upon his shoulder. "Weren't you supposed to rest at home?" Gu Yuan had sensed her presence since his departure. She was clearly reluctant to allow him to wander alone. The moment he stepped outside, she trailed him from above, circling like a sentinel, never allowing him to escape her watchful gaze. Gu Yuan chose to remain tacitly understanding of her concern. Upon entering the sewer, the central waterway continued to flow, presumably leading to the ocean. As he advanced along the watercourse, a sudden rustling from behind caught his attention. Hong Ling's feathers bristled. her wings unfurling in a display of vigilance, as a crocodile emerged from the shadows. This crocodile measured merely 2 meters in length, yet it exuded a palpable aura of spiritual energy. Goodness, the tale is true. This is a demonic beast, level 30, and of the noble class. Gu Yuan swallowed hard, his forehead beating with cold sweat as he faced the direst of scenarios. What would he do now? To his astonishment, the crocodile spoke, its voice deep and heavily accented. Young man, what? It can speak human language? Gu Yuan pondered the creature's intent. Was it a death threat, a cruel taunt, or a mere charade? What could it possibly want to convey? Care to purchase some discs? As it spoke, the crocodile produced 5 or 6 discs, featuring images of investigators, teachers, and nurses, individuals of renown. $30 for 1 gig, 300 for a terabyte. Buy more, and you'll receive even more. We have games, anime, movies, and everything in between. Gu Yuan's mind was racing with countless expletives. What was happening? A crocodile selling discs? The tension that had just enveloped him dissipated entirely. I know this may be difficult for you to accept, but allow me to introduce myself. The crocodile donned a hat, proclaiming, I am Yi Chuan, an information broker for all the coastal sewers in Yangqing and Guangxing. I deal in smuggled goods, not in human consumption. There's no profit in that. The money made in business can buy several truckloads of meat. Huh. Gu Yuan listened, feeling an odd dissonance, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Yi Chuan then led Gu Yuan to a pristine lounge, equipped with a table, afternoon tea, and even cookies. It appears that urban legends are indeed true. After consuming the substances from the clandestine research facility, you have inexplicably awakened a profound humanity within you, despite not being of royal lineage or having achieved the transformation level of 40. You are already adept at the art of selling illicit materials and have even established a ranking of female educators. The trade of such materials is merely a facet of smuggling contraband. My primary vocation lies in the trafficking of information. The distance from here to the city center spans an hour by car, and there is not a soul in sight. How do you procure such intelligence? One need not rely solely on human agents. Do not forget, I am of the kingly class. At this moment, the crocodile's eyes shimmered with a golden light, as countless rats scurried forth, aligning themselves in formation like an army. The sewer system is remarkably resourceful, its labyrinthine network connecting every corner of the city. I possess the ability to command 1,000 spectral rats, capable of scaling walls and traversing barriers. They infiltrate corporate archives, the effluent outlets of the research facility, and even the storage rooms. I can establish a mental link with them, employing their claws to pick locks, accessing computers with their dexterity, reading documents through their eyes, and even administering rodent poison to adversaries. I am privy to numerous secrets, which can be exchanged for substantial sums of money. I even have the acquaintance of you, the Phoenix Tamer. This individual is proficient in English, and the name Phoenix Tamer evokes an image of a majestic creature perched regally upon your shoulder, reminiscent of royalty in a court. You may be unaware of your recent brilliance, having secured a scholarship from Zhongshan University with an unprecedented perfect score, and vanquishing a ministerial-level demon beast. Many aspire to connect with you, including clandestine organizations from overseas that have bestowed upon you this codename. Your most distinctive feature is indeed the grand, resplendent phoenix that rests upon your shoulder, exuding an aura of sovereignty. I am not particularly fond of such luminescence. Do not feign modesty. I harbor an affinity for newcomers, especially those who shine brightly. The notification on your phone was sent by a friend of mine, and I hope our initial collaboration will be fruitful. With you? What reason do I have to trust you? I never demand belief from anyone. Yet you undoubtedly possess inquiries that pique your curiosity. Everyone does, as long as you desire to know. Whether it be a scandalous video of a female celebrity, intimate garments, or childhood indiscretions, I can procure them for you. Should you offer additional compensation, I might even be able to arrange a personal meeting with the individual in question. Gu Yuan pondered briefly. It was time to conclude this matter. Someone seeks to end my life. On December 20th, in the afternoon, I was ambushed in a public housing complex within the beauty district of Guangxing and cast into a crematory furnace. I wish to ascertain the identity of my assailant. Judging by your demeanor, checking surveillance footage seems unlikely to yield results. However, I have my own means, including secondary surveillance, satellite monitoring, and the assistance of private detectives and criminal investigation personnel. It may take 3 days. Shall I bring you the head of the perpetrator? I will undertake this task myself. Very well, let us discuss the next matter at hand. Having accomplished so much, what compensation do you deem appropriate? As she spoke, Yi spread her arms wide and crossed her legs. Gu Yuan glanced at the hard drive on the table and remarked, I have 2 terabytes of seeds on Baidu Cloud. Would you like some? TSK, I have no fondness for women. I prefer mother crocodiles. He then handed Gu Yuan an object, a USB drive labeled Black Crystal Pearl. 3 days ago, an undisclosed organization unearthed a treasure known as the Black Crystal Pearl at Black Bear Mountain. It emanates a peculiar aura that attracted a level 13 Black Bear King. The miners perished, and the Black Bear King vanished. I need you to retrieve this gem, but that's beyond the realm of Angia. Therefore, the price must be increased. You are quite greedy. No wonder the director of the waste processing plant knelt on a washboard all night. It won't be too painful for you. Just tell me how you activated your intelligence. TSK, I did encounter an irregular discharge outlet back in the day, but it was rectified later and the research facility relocated, leaving only a trace that I kept as a memento. Gu Yuan smiled, for even a droplet, if decomposed with my bracelet, could be mass-produced. Chapter 14. The Mind's Realm Unfolds. The Great Tang. The Ming Palace. Could you spare me a bit? I regret to inform you. I know what you were thinking. You wish to take it out for analysis, right? I have tried countless methods, and among them is a substance that remains elusive. All I know is that it is a conglomerate of spiritual energy. Just tell me the price. If you truly refuse to part with it, I shall take my leave. And we can say it was not meant to be. Gu Yuan stood to depart. All right, young man. After all, this thing is just sitting here. Yi struck the table. With that, he entered a secret room, returning approximately 5 minutes later with a slice in hand. I managed to divide the last portion into 500 slices. I exhausted every means and have already consumed 239 of them. Not a single spiritual material research institute has provided an answer. If you wish to try, go ahead. This amount is too minuscule, and once exposed, it will evaporate, serving only as a sample with no other purpose. After obtaining the slice, Gu Yuan left the basement. Upon returning home, he secured the doors and windows, checking for any tracking devices and ensuring there were no intruders. He then brought the bracelet close to the slice, and in an instant, the bracelet extracted a stream of blue energy from it. It began to heat up, resembling an overclocked computer, vibrating with intensity. In the haze, Gu Yuan perceived a faint blue spiritual energy swirling within. Among the reconfigurable projects of spiritual matter, a most peculiar entity appeared, ancient spirit lamp oil. No description accompanied it, indicating its rarity, capable of producing 100 grams. What the hell? Why don't you go and steal it? Gu Yuan's temples throbbed with fury. 100 grams could only be exchanged for a staggering 100,000 spirit materials, a price that far exceeds even the cost of the Red Feather S feed by several multiples. However, contemplating it further seemed futile, as the intricacies of this matter were utterly incomprehensible. Even with a wealth of intelligence at one's disposal, the essence of this premium lamp oil remained elusive. One could only wonder if the crocodile would weep if it realized the potential for mass production. At that moment, Gu Yuan utilized this ancient spirit lamp oil, igniting the soul lamp, which radiated with a dazzling brilliance. The blue light illuminated Gu Yuan's visage, and as his eyes slowly closed, he was enveloped in an extraordinary sense of comfort. Subsequently, he began to meditate with a tranquil mind. He felt a continuous stream of blue luminescence merging into his being, absorbing this newfound power. Within the sea of his soul, the walls of the Danfeng Gate began to extend outward. A familiar sensation seemed to guide him towards a path of ease, as the lamp oil imparted its wisdom on the mental realm he was to cultivate. At that moment, Red Feather, perched above the Danfeng Gate, soared in astonishment. The gate, adorned with crimson wood and shimmering with golden light, rose majestically, revealing an opulent palace that soared into the heavens. The grand structure, named Danfeng Tower, was now complemented by a grandiose 5-opening red phoenix gate below, marking the completion of the full Danfeng Gate. Additionally, the ethereal silhouettes of the Jianfu Gate and the Wangxian Gate gradually began to materialize. Suddenly, as the azure smoke dissipated, Gu Yuan realized, to his dismay, that he had unknowingly meditated for 4 hours, and the meager 100 grams of lamp oil had been entirely consumed. The construction had failed. He sighed, his soul power stagnating at a mere 100. This efficiency was truly astounding, representing a 5-fold increase in cultivation speed compared to an ordinary individual. fivefold. Not only was it swift, but it also appeared that this lamp oil had a guiding effect on his endeavors related to the construction of elements reminiscent of the Ming Palace within his mental realm. Yet, it was still insufficient. He had initially believed that the corpse he stumbled upon would suffice for several days with its 100,000 spirit materials. Now, it seemed the path of cultivation was long and arduous, necessitating a greater number of corpses to be collected in the future. Upon further inspection, he discovered that the complete Danfeng Gate would provide an additional 10 increase to the movement speed of all Tang Dynasty spirit beasts, and a 20 enhancement to the damage of all Phoenix-type spirit beasts' combat skills. With a resigned thud, Gu Yuan collapsed onto his bed, utterly drained from the exertion of cultivation. "Master, I have prepared hot water for you." Red Feather appeared before him, her signature warm smile gracing her features. "Master, you always refuse my assistance with your baths. I mean no harm. I merely wish to alleviate your fatigue. You bear the weight of countless responsibilities, and I am here to assist you with the trivial matters." Caught off guard, Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words, ultimately conceding to allow Red Feather to tend to his back. As he felt her gentle ministrations, he realized that her careful touch was far more soothing than his own haphazard attempts at cleansing. Gu Yuan discovered that Hong Ling had reached level 6, an astonishingly rapid advancement. The progression of a beast's level mirrors that of a human's rank. The further one advances, the greater the challenges encountered. Indeed, the difficulty of Hong Ling attaining this new level today surpassed the cumulative challenge of the previous 3 levels attained in mere days. It seems that not only nourishment, but also increased activity contributes significantly to one's advancement. Gu Yuan recalled that Hong Ling's acceleration in growth occurred following their battle with the fire poison insect. "Tomorrow, a day of rest is in order. We have exerted ourselves greatly these past few days, and once we are prepared, we shall embark on our journey the day after." As Gu Yuan dressed, he turned Hong Ling around. "Where shall we go the day after?" Approaching the door, he envisioned the desolate wilderness beyond the town, where beastly creatures roamed freely outside the confines of the suppression array. The following day, Gu Yuan sought out the manager of the waste meat factory. They clandestinely reached an agreement. Gu Yuan would charge a mere 5,000 per ton to assist in the disposal of waste meat, while the manager would embezzle the funds allocated for repairs, fabricating a facade using inferior steel, and regularly siphoning off maintenance fees. Initially, Gu Yuan refrained from directly proposing this transaction, knowing that such a demand would likely be met with skepticism, as it bore the hallmarks of an elaborate scam. Instead, he exploited the manager's broken boiler to facilitate their first collaboration, establishing trust through this initial engagement. When he later requested 500,000, it was a surprising boon that left the manager financially depleted. A person lacking funds is more susceptible to missteps, potentially leading to unscrupulous intentions. With this secret agreement in place, Gu Yuan effectively monopolized half the region's waste meat, yielding a modest profit in the process. It could be said that by the time the manager grasped the entirety of the situation, a chill would have settled within him, perplexed by the young man's motives for amassing such a quantity of waste meat. Should Gu Yuan's intention indeed be to acquire waste meat, then throughout this ordeal, the manager had unwittingly become a pawn in Gu Yuan's scheme. He was now aboard a ship of thieves, ensnared as prey by this clever little vampire. What an impressive young man. Never before had he encountered such an astute and agile high school student. Chapter 15. Soul Artifact Acquisition and Hunting Expedition Master. You have returned. Gu Yuan exclaimed, having acquired over 10,000 units of spiritual material today, along with an additional 10,000 coins. He purchased various flavors of feed to offer Hong Ling some variety. The entirety of the spiritual material, however, was not exchanged for ancient spirit lamp oil. Thus, today, Gu Yuan engaged in ordinary cultivation. While he experienced some improvement, it paled in comparison to the efficacy of the ancient spirit lamp oil. The objectives of this outing extended beyond merely obtaining black crystal pearls. Spiritual materials were also sought. In the city, beasts are typically owned, and those without masters find it challenging to survive, but the wilderness presents a different scenario. With a sufficient supply of spiritual materials, daily cultivation at 5 times the speed awaits. Gu Yuan began organizing the supplies he had procured, including various pharmaceuticals and compressed biscuits. These items were purchased in limited quantities, which he then planned to decompose using his bracelet. This was also the reason for his retention of spiritual substances. In the event of a necessity for a substantial amount of these items, he could swiftly manufacture them using the bracelet. As for the remaining 500,000 yuan, Gu Yuan intended to acquire some soul artifacts, not the auxiliary soul lamps used for cultivation, but rather those designed for combat. This was akin to preparing for a perilous dungeon expedition. Tomorrow, he would venture into the wilderness for a survival challenge. And if he did not utilize the 500,000 today, there was a risk that he might perish outside and miss his opportunity entirely. Conversely, should the gear purchased with that money prove pivotal in battle, the rewards would far exceed the initial investment. However, the question remained, where could he procure such items? With nothing pressing to attend to, Gu Yuan lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone. Hong Ling transformed into human form, her delicate legs kneeling on Gu Yuan's back, her slender hands giving him a massage. "Master, is my strength adequate?" she inquired. It's just about right." Despite Gu Yuan's repeated protests urging Hong Ling to rest, she would gaze at him with a hint of melancholy until he acquiesced. Just as Gu Yuan was feeling anxious about his impending 10 draws for a guaranteed outcome, a friend request on WeChat arrived. Upon seeing the name, he instantly recognized the sender. Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan. Is this how high school students choose their online names now? Can't pull a 6-star heavy armor without changing my name. Spit it out if you have something to say. Yi Chuan. I suppose I should update my notes. I've secured your hunter's certificate for you. Tamer of Phoenix. Great. Not everyone could freely exit the city's magic array. Ordinary personnel could only travel via trains concealed by specialized magic arrays and glass corridors. Those who could leave the city independently were designated as hunters, requiring a specific certificate to be granted passage by the city's security personnel. Gu Yuan went downstairs to collect a package, which contained a magnetic card inscribed with his personal information. Codename: Tamer of Phoenix level. Plastic. Gu Yuan was at a loss for words. Hunters were categorized from the lowest to highest as follows: plastic, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. "Why on earth am I classified as plastic?" he exclaimed. "Just getting through is a feat. Your age, experience, and spirit control barely qualify you for the boundary. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended?" Moreover, possessing a hunter's certificate was essential for the legal ownership of combat-oriented soul artifacts. It was understood that the general populace was not permitted to wield lethal soul artifacts. Akin to gun control laws, ownership of such dangerous artifacts was restricted to hunters and professional combat beast tamers. With this newfound clarity on how to allocate his funds, Gu Yuan proceeded to download a hunter's app. "I've also prepared a gift for you." Upon opening the message, Gu Yuan discovered a discount card offering a 10 reduction. This allowed him to purchase controlled soul devices through the Hunter app at a reduced price. As he delved deeper, he encountered a plethora of combat soul devices. With the discount card in hand, he felt compelled to make a purchase. Gu Yuan selected 3 soul devices. 1. The Boli brand night cloak, crafted from shadow silk. It is lightweight and breathable, providing excellent insulation against the cold while concealing spiritual fluctuations, rendering it undetectable by beasts below level 30. Price: 300,000. Discounted to 270,000. 2. The 2021 latest model of the Shifeng military nail shadow gauntlets. These fire an almost undetectable shadow arrow, injuring adversaries. Price: 200,000. Discounted to 180,000. 3. The Nike Spirit Wind Boots, equipped with cushioning to alleviate leg pressure, ideal for mountainous terrain, reducing fatigue and enhancing speed. Price: 20,000. Discounted to 18,000. With everything prepared, he planned to collect these items from the Hunter Guild the following morning. The equipment was designed to be discreet. The gauntlets could be hidden beneath the cloak, and both the cloak and boots resembled casual attire, making them suitable for urban wear. Gu Yuan was also preparing for the imminent confrontation with an assailant within the city. After a night passed, Gu Yuan departed from Anjia and arrived at the Hunter Bar to retrieve his package. Upon entering the changing room, Hong Ling once again transformed into her human form, exclaiming, "Master, I am here to assist you with your attire." The changing room was rather cramped, and their proximity allowed them to feel each other's breath. After donning the new garments and concealing the gauntlets beneath his clothing, he stored his previous attire in a storage ring. "Master, you look truly handsome in this outfit," Hong Ling remarked before returning to perch on Gu Yuan's shoulder. As he opened the door, Gu Yuan noticed that the various beast tamers resting within the tavern cast him unfriendly glances. These individuals were unlike anyone he had encountered before. A palpable aura of hostility surrounded them. It is said that a murderer's gaze differs from that of an ordinary person. These hunters, who had slaughtered countless beasts and perhaps even engaged in morally dubious acts of robbery in the wilderness, bore an unmistakable disdain for life. And their cold stares suggested a deep-seated aversion towards him. Do you see that pretty boy? The giant bird perched on his shoulder is indeed the famed phoenix tamer. I never expected to encounter such a popular newcomer at the Hunter Guild. Humph, it's just a big bird, nothing akin to a phoenix. He hasn't even graduated high school yet, wandering around aimlessly. Many bold youngsters, lacking any experience, have rushed outside the formation chasing dreams of fortune. Yet 9 out of 10 never return. I am curious about that phoenix of his. Given its appearance, will it transform into a beauty in the future? Perhaps I should devise a plan to seize it. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan's eyes turned icy, and with a flick of his right hand, a blade of fire feathers shot forth from his fingertips. The man, sporting a buzz cut and mocking Gu Yuan, swiftly darted to the left, narrowly avoiding the projectile. As he regained his stance, Gu Yuan yanked his right hand back, causing the fired feathers to reverse course. The man, caught off guard, felt the fiery plume brush past his head, igniting his hair. Chapter 16. Greasy Fortune, gaining 100,000 spiritual materials. Ouch, 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 my hair. The buzz-cut man rolled on the ground in agony. Behind him, a white wolf exhaled a frigid breath, but the ground-level flames proved stubbornly resilient. Ultimately, the man wailed for help, baring his teeth in pain. The onlookers were awestruck by the fierce flames and dared not approach. Eventually, an elderly man, seated in a corner and silent until now, stepped forward to extinguish the fire atop the man's head. Several fellow hunters attempted to encircle Gu Yuan, but the elder interjected. This is the hunter's tavern, not a battleground. Anyone who stirs trouble will be thrown out. The elder then approached Gu Yuan, who regarded him. He was a 7th-tier beastmaster. While modern beastmasters generally possess greater strength than those from the Second World War, this elder's power was akin to that of a small atomic bomb. The hunters present, witnessing the elder rise, retreated to their seats, none daring to continue their ruckus. Young man, you must be the one introduced by that crocodile, the elder remarked. The hunters present were taken aback. Although they did not comprehend the significance of crocodile, if it were a code, it implied that this young man was an acquaintance of the chief hunter from the northwest. The chief's acknowledgement served as a warning against troubling the youth. The hunters promptly averted their hostile gazes. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly. It appeared he had gained a modicum of respect, enabling him to sidestep considerable unnecessary trouble. Take this. The elder retrieved a dossier from beneath the counter and tossed it to Gu Yuan, the contents revealing a C-rank mission at the Black Bear Mountain mine. Goodness. He is heading to Black Bear Mountain for a C-rank task. That mission had already claimed the lives of 2 black iron-level beastmasters. How audacious of him to accept it. This was tantamount to courting death. Gu Yuan discerned the mission's peril and understood that the unscrupulous merchant, the crocodile, offered him such benefits for a reason. Danger awaited him ahead. A plastic-level beastmaster embarking on a C-rank mission at Black Bear Mountain. What a laughable proposition. The flames atop the buzz-cut man's head had just been extinguished, leaving behind a charred scent, and he sneered disdainfully. It seems I need not trouble myself with you. You shall meet your demise out there. How about we make a wager? Gu Yuan took the document bag and settled onto the bench before him. Upon my arrival, I purchased accidental insurance for hunters. Should I perish during the mission, my parents would receive 500,000. If the insurance is claimed, that sum will belong to you. If I return, you shall provide me with 500,000 in cash. Upon hearing these words, the hunter, with singed hair, visibly choked. What, are you afraid? Who is afraid? If we must gamble, I shall not flinch in a situation where death is certain. We gamble, and all present are witnesses. Gu Yuan then departed from the Hunters Guild, embarking towards the southern direction. Black Bear Mountain was not far off. Yet this was not in the city, but rather within the territory of the demonic beasts along the Nyogu line. Gu Yuan could not allow Hong Ling to carry him in flight. He was too conspicuous. Instead, he instructed Hong Ling to soar within the clouds, following his lead. While he navigated along the route outlined in the document bag, it was not until the approach of nightfall that Gu Yuan arrived at the foot of Black Bear Mountain. Goodness! Concealed among the treetops, Gu Yuan observed a level 26 beast sprinting beneath him. This marked the second such creature he had encountered along the way. Had it not been for the cloak that masked his presence, reaching this point would have proven exceedingly difficult. Gu Yuan pressed his forehead. The desolate wilderness was 100-fold more perilous than depicted in textbooks. Initially, he believed that the likelihood of encountering demonic beasts in uninhabited areas was akin to what he had seen in wilderness survival documentaries, where one might encounter a dangerous animal only once or twice in a day. However, the reality was that in this forsaken land, the beasts were the true sovereigns. To encounter fully grown level 10 to 20 demonic creatures here was as effortless as encountering adults on the street. Hordes of these creatures were countless, and he might even encounter beings capable of commanding numerous others, just as he had moments ago. Suddenly, Gu Yuan spotted a group of languid, rotund pigs basking in the evening sun within a mud pit. They lay in the mire, glistening like gold in the sunset. Yet to Gu Yuan's discerning eye, they represented an authentic treasure trove. He had seen these pigs in textbooks. They were a unique breed from southwest China, known as oil pigs. In this world, the weaker demonic beasts evolved various traits through spiritual energy to evade threats. Some excelled at concealment, others at burrowing, some were swift and agile, while others rendered themselves unpalatable. Despite their corpulent appearance, these oil pigs were composed entirely of inedible fat. Their internal oils were black, foul, and sour. Consuming them would lead to diarrhea, failing to replenish energy, and their complex composition made it nearly impossible to extract any useful parts. Consequently, humans refrained from hunting them, and predators avoided them as well. They lived comfortably as long as they did not intrude upon the territories of stronger beasts, thus leading a languorous existence, merely waiting for death. However, Gu Yuan was different. Their malodorous refuse was unwanted by humans and predators alike, yet his bracelet could decompose it into spiritual matter. Moreover, they would not linger in the territories of other perilous beasts, indicating that this mire was indeed a sanctuary, allowing him to approach without concern. These corpulent swine reclined in the swamp, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. Suddenly, a shadowy arrow whizzed through the air, striking one of the pigs squarely in the head. These blubbery creatures possessed no defensive attributes, and the 7th-tier lard pig fell lifelessly to the ground. Gu Yuan arrived at the edge of the mire, observing the sheer contentment of these lard pigs. Initially, he feared disturbing them, so he crept closer for a surprise attack. Yet, even after slaying one, they remained blissfully unaware, continuing to soak up the sun's rays. Thus, Gu Yuan cautiously stepped forward, only to find that the lard pigs still did not flee. He proceeded to dismantle the carcass of one, extracting a staggering 5,000 points of spiritual essence. So excessively plump. 5,000 indeed. It seems that the fat upon your bodies is not without merit. Ha ha ha. Gu Yuan, overwhelmed with excitement, inadvertently let out a chuckle, prompting the lard pigs to turn their heads and glance at him, still reluctant to flee, preferring instead to languidly bask in the sunlight. With a swift whoosh, Gu Yuan loosed another arrow, effortlessly dispatching another lard pig. This time, the act was committed right before their eyes, leaving the remaining pigs utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting bewilderment, as if to say, "Why on earth would you kill us? We are worthless and inedible." After Gu Yuan eliminated yet another, the remaining lard pigs could no longer contain themselves and bolted in panic. However, their rotund bodies, coupled with their short trotters, rendered them incapable of swift escape. Observing these spherical creatures, roughly a meter in radius, fleeing at a mere 10 centimeters per second, Gu Yuan mused that even a blind shot would not miss. Thus, he traversed the lower slopes of Black Bear Mountain, systematically eradicating the blissful lard pigs from this region, sparing even the half-month-old piglets. Ha ha ha, what a delight! An additional 100,000 points of spiritual essence. Upon completing the task, he would return to exchange it for ancient spirit lamp oil for cultivation. Chapter 17. The wealthy heir's defiance leads to a gruesome demise. Nightfall had arrived, and Gu Yuan was acutely aware that with the onset of darkness, larger, more dangerous beasts would emerge. According to the hunter's manual, and corroborated by knowledge gleaned from high school textbooks, it was unwise to ignite a fire at this hour, as many beasts possessed a degree of intelligence. The moment a fire was lit, they would discern the presence of humans. They would approach to observe and seek an opportunity for an ambush. In the case of a large hunting party with a night watch, it was permissible to light a fire in a secure location. However, for a solitary individual, it was best to rest in the trees near the railway tracks. Gu Yuan, clad in his night windbreaker, was undeterred by the frigid December winds that could freeze a person to death. He leaned against a tree trunk close to the high-speed rail, taking a moment to rest, when suddenly, a crimson feather descended from the clouds, alighting upon his thigh. Spreading its magnificent fiery wings, it nestled against his chest. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Master, please save your reproach for later," it replied. "The wilderness is cold at night, and I fear for your comfort." Gu Yuan felt a warm sensation emanating from the inner wings of Hong Ling, a comforting heat radiating from her fiery core. The wings were soft, akin to a cozy blanket, enveloping him in a delightful warmth that was utterly soothing. It was as if he had settled into a warm hearth. He felt completely captivated, reveling in the warmth, comfort, and softness, reluctant to leave this haven. Gu Yuan's nerves gradually relaxed. He had never anticipated the opportunity for a peaceful slumber amidst the wilderness. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, something plummeted from the treetops. Both Gu Yuan and Hong Ling became alert, with Hong Ling landing on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Gu Yuan's right hand gathered spiritual energy, forming a shadow arrow, ready to defend. As he crawled closer to investigate the fallen object, he fell silent. It was a barbecue grill. Then, he noticed individuals leaping down from a train track. They were carrying travel bags, and a wind element beast was releasing spiritual energy to assist several youths in their descent. Had they really jumped from the train? When did I lie to you? Now you get to experience outdoor cooking. The leader of the group, clad in trendy designer apparel, was accompanied by a beast tamer that Gu Yuan recognized. It was Feng Mu. This noble canine spirit was incredibly expensive, and judging by its fur, it seemed to boast a pure lineage, possibly legendary in status. Trailing closely behind were three others, a girl in a pink plush coat adorned with rabbit ear hoods, her face obscured, and two boys also dressed in high-end fashion. Gu Yuan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. These affluent youths, burdened by their privileged lives, sought thrill and excitement. However, this was pushing the limits. Outdoor cooking? In the wild? Did they not realize that the scent of raw meat could easily attract beasts? He hesitated to ignite a fire. Gu Yuan contemplated jumping down to rescue them, but quickly regained his composure. For ordinary individuals, accompanied by a single spirit beast of level 7 and legendary rank, would likely panic upon encountering a man-eating beast, losing their will to fight. Bringing them along would only serve as a burden. Gu Yuan resolved to uphold a final act of humanitarianism and shot an arrow into the grill, calling out, "Stop! Do not ignite that fire. Dispose of the meat far away. Your actions will attract beasts. The further away, the better." The four individuals turned to face him. The owner of the Feng Mu, startled by the sudden appearance of someone he had not noticed, felt a twinge of apprehension. "What nonsense is this? Why should we heed your words? I am a hunter. Surely, even if you have never seen the Hunter's Code, you must have perused survival textbooks in the 9th grade. Why should we concern ourselves with subjects not on the college entrance exam?" For a moment, Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Why should they listen to him? The leader of the Wind Shepherds disdainfully shook his head. "I am Wangya. You should inquire about me. My father is the head of the Iron Wind Hunting Group. I have attended numerous elite hunter gatherings, and the fact that I do not recognize you signifies your insignificance. You are merely a mediocre hunter, brandishing your bookish knowledge in a show of bravado. My family is filled with seasoned hunters who possess far greater wisdom than you. They all heed my words. This area is close to the railway and thus quite secure." Gu Yuan departed for a simple reason. His subordinate had torn open the packaging of the mutton leg, releasing a pungent odor that permeated the air. Having grasped it with his right hand, the stench had already clung to him irreparably. "Haha, did you see that?" He fled in shame, overwhelmed by my extensive knowledge. "These are nothing but swindlers." With that, Wang Yi turned away. The two male students who trailed behind echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Brother Wang is the most knowledgeable. Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out, "Ah!" At that moment, a colossal black wolf burst through the underbrush, snatching the mutton leg and tearing into it ravenously. Soon, more black wolves encircled the scene, but they scarcely reached the meat before it was devoured by the first ravenous wolf, which consumed enough roasted meat to satisfy 4 individuals within mere seconds. The other wolves, in their frenzy, even inflicted wounds upon one another. Yet none managed to partake in the feast. Driven by hunger, they were desperate enough to eat anything that wouldn't poison them. Gu Yuan relocated to a different spot, choosing to recline atop the treetops and deliberately avoiding potential escape routes of those raucous individuals. He wished to ensure that their commotion would not disturb his rest. He had already shown them enough kindness, and if they chose to ignore his advice, It was not his duty to suffer for their folly. That night, Gu Yuan slept soundly, and when dawn arrived, he continued his journey. The dossier documented the location of the unscrupulous merchant crocodile, situated on the mid-slope of Black Bear Mountain. Upon reaching the abandoned mine, Gu Yuan discovered that the miners' corpses had been reduced to mere skulls. Excellent, they had been consumed a week prior, indicating that there was no need to fear the scent of blood attracting other monstrosities. Furthermore, the absence of grass and herbivorous spirit beasts in the vicinity assured that new predators would not emerge. There was no concern about the site being disturbed. With a loud crash, just as Gu Yuan was about to open the door, the mine's entrance was flung open from within. Help! There are wolves. Wolves are eating people. Xiao Feng has been devoured. Out rushed Wang Ye, clutching his own body, followed closely by a girl with pink rabbit ears, who was supporting a man with his right hand bitten off. There were only 2 survivors. One was already dead, though the girl remained unaware, perhaps believing him to be merely unconscious as she dragged the corpse along. The man's wrist had ceased bleeding. They had escaped from the mine tunnels below, passing through a waterhole where blood had washed away. Gu Yuan's first instinct was to retreat, but this was his intended destination, and retreat was not an option. A howl echoed through the air. A wolf's howl resonated through the cave, its emerald eyes gleaming with a chilling light as a horde of black-boned wolves surged toward them. Chapter 18, Serendipity. Cold sweat trickled down Gu Yuan's forehead. He faced a pack of 7th-level black-boned wolves, among which was a wolf king of the soldier rank, boasting a terrifying level of 10. Realizing retreat was futile, Gu Yuan swiftly seized the lifeless body of the fallen man and hurled it into the fray. "What are you doing?" The young woman gasped, her face drained of color. Seeing her companion discarded, she attempted to intervene. Yet, she was no match for Gu Yuan's strength as the corpse rolled into the cavern, drawing the wolves' ravenous attention. "Red Feather!" Gu Yuan shouted, and instantly, Red Feather soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that severed the mine's supports, sealing the entrance. "We are saved. Thank you so much. You are far more capable than my useless dog." Wang Yin knelt upon the ground, stripped of his earlier arrogance and pride, resembling a defeated stray dog, begging for any semblance of salvation after witnessing the forest's terrors. He crawled desperately before Gu Yuan. "It seems the black-boned wolves, like me, are unfamiliar with your hunter's guild. Please, take me away from here. I will give you 100,000, no, 1 million. Just help me escape, I implore you." However, Gu Yuan shook his head. "No. You are stained with too much blood. The wolves will relentlessly pursue you. I have little blood on my hands." When the wolves arrived, I didn't even retrieve my dog. It was that woman who dragged Black Brother away. She bore the most blood. You discarded her, but please, do not forsake me. Wang Yin knelt, covering his face, weeping like a woman. Meanwhile, the pink-eared girl's face turned pale with fright, her composure shattered. "Wang Yin, what are you saying? I thought you were a dashing hunter. Is your wilderness survival experience merely about abandoning your friends one by one?" At that moment, the sound of stones crashing down echoed ominously, like the tolling of death's bell, raising their hearts into their throats. They had consumed the man's remains. Now they sought a new flavor. Gu Yuan understood that fleeing was not an option. "Red Feather, follow my lead. We must confront them here." Red Feather ascended immediately, while Gu Yuan retreated, climbing a tree. "If you wish to survive, leap into the nearby well, masking the scent of blood with water. Hold your breath for as long as you can." Perched on the branch, Gu Yuan slashed his palm with a dagger. This man has lost his mind, sacrificing his blood to draw all the wolves. "Run, do not follow this madman. If he is devoured by the pack, we hiding in the well will have no chance of escape." Yet, the pink-eared girl had already reached the well. "Wang Ye, if I listen to you again today, I shall be a pig. Foolishness prevails. I shall take my leave, and if you wish to meet your demise, then do so at your own pace." At this moment, the wolf pack had breached the confines of the collapsed area. Their howls echoed through the air, drawing the attention of Gu Yuan, who stood among the towering trees, blood seeping from his palm. A young girl, emerging from the well for air, was startled. This man was entirely different from the 3 high school students who called themselves hunters. The mere sight of the wolves sent them into a panic, and witnessing a companion being bitten would render them utterly senseless with fear. Yet this man dared to perch upon a branch, carving open his palm with a blade, beckoning the wolves to gather beneath him, their hungry eyes fixated upon him. In truth, Gu Yuan felt a surge of trepidation within. but he understood that panic was futile. He must remain composed. At that moment, Hong Ling swooped down, her right claw flashing as she left several gashes on the backs of a few wolves. In a heartbeat, she evaded the lunges of 5 or 6 black-bone wolves, ascending once more into the sky. These wolves, drawn by spiritual energy, attempted to climb the tree while Gu Yuan utilized his shadow spike wrist guards to shoot down the wolves scaling the trunk. Hong Ling capitalized on her aerial advantage, continuously knocking the wolves down. They congregated at the base of the tree, oblivious to the wolves among them, whose wounds were swelling into pus-filled abscesses, resembling molten bombs. With a resounding bang, 4 or 5 crimson abscesses erupted within the mass of wolves, and drawn by the scent of blood, the black-bone wolves clustered together. Nearly all caught within the blast radius, each one grievously wounded. Simultaneously, Hong Ling and Gu Yuan dove downwards, reaping their lives. Shen Wenwen, the school belle of Yangqing No. 3, possessed beauty akin to a pristine lotus and hailed from a well-off family. Revered as the goddess of the school, she was the dream of countless men, many of whom aspired to win her affection yet found no opportunity. However, she held a particular admiration for hunters, believing that those who faced the wilderness and ferocious beasts at sunset, accompanied only by their spirit beasts, exuded an unparalleled charm. This was why she had agreed to meet Wang Ye for a date outside the Yin realm. Wang Ye had boasted of numerous hunting exploits, claiming that with him around, outdoor ventures were entirely safe. Yet, the grim reality was that He Gu and Xiao Feng had perished, while he abandoned them to flee. At that moment, the man before her deftly severed the neck of the last black-bone wolf, raising his left hand as blood splattered. He seized a barely alive wolf and hurled it 100 meters into the air, letting it crash to the ground. Returning to his arm, he presented the magnificent bird, resembling a heroic figure, before him. With his freshly bandaged right hand, he lifted the feed, and the majestic bird obediently feasted, nuzzling its head against his cheek. Such harmony! Was this the essence of a true hunter? Shen Wenwen felt a flush rise to her cheeks, covering her mouth with her hands, captivated by his charm and grace. This bird was exquisite, akin to a phoenix from myth. A hunter who tamed a phoenix. How splendid! The gaze of Hong Ling was sharp as she detected unusual movements within the nearby mine. Swiftly, she flew inside and seized a wolf cub. The cub emitted a series of cries, and in an instant, a shadowy figure emerged from the woods, a wolf king, grasping a severed arm in its jaws. The wolf king dashed out, having determined that the wolf pack could deal with Gu Yuan, thus separating from them to pursue Wang Ye. It hoped to maximize its food supply through this method, yet it had miscalculated. The wolf pack was annihilated by Gu Yuan and Hong Ling, with the wolf cub held captive. The wolf king's unwavering gaze fixated on the young creature, its chest heaving with anticipation as it rushed over upon hearing the wolf's howl. Suddenly, the wolf king lowered its head, gently placing a core on the ground. It was the core of Feng Mu. The wolf king let out a howl, and Gu Yuan understood. It sought to barter the core for the cub. Chapter 19. Absorbing the core, Hong Ling reaches level 8. Was this cub its offspring? Gu Yuan observed the wolf king, which emitted a series of low, mournful growls, seemingly comforting the cub pinned down by Hong Ling. Very well, but you must assist me in return, Gu Yuan declared, producing a map and approaching the wolf king. The wolf king retreated swiftly, clutching the core as if to threaten Gu Yuan. One more step forward, and it would consume the core, forcibly advancing and fighting to the bitter end. At this moment, Hong Ling increased her grip, her claws piercing the cub's fur, causing it to wail in distress, signaling the wolf king to remain calm, lest she choke the cub. I accept your trade. Now tell me, where can I find the Black Bear King? Gu Yuan asked, gesturing towards the cave and mimicking a bear's gait. The wolf king regarded Gu Yuan with a look of confusion, utterly failing to grasp his intent. In that instant, Hong Ling emitted a melodious cry, and the wolf king seemed to comprehend her call. It howled softly, then picked up a twig and marked a point on the map with mud. After a few more howls, it conveyed, Master, this point denotes what you seek. It has been marked on the map. I beseech you to release its child. The core may be taken without issue. Gu Yuan slowly crouched down, and Hong Ling spread her wings, releasing the wolf cub. Upon acquiring the core, Gu Yuan retreated, and the little wolf scampered back to the wolf king. In a flash, the two wolves vanished into the forest. Absolutely magnificent. Is this what it means to be a hunter? To communicate and negotiate with such fearsome beasts, reaping benefits while avoiding a brutal conflict. Chen Wenwen exclaimed, rushing to Gu Yuan's side, clasping his right hand with both of hers, gazing up at him. Hello, my name is Chen Wenwen. What is yours? Noticing the bloodstains on her, Gu Yuan turned to leave. Hey, don't leave me behind. The surroundings are perilous. I fear for my life. Please, save me and take me back. I promise to reward you handsomely. After pinpointing the location on the map, Hong Ling ascended and flew towards the distant cave. In the Sea of Souls, Hong Ling informed Gu Yuan, Master, within that cave, there exists not only the Black Bear King, but also its subordinates. Other black bears that are hibernating. Cursed be the circumstances. Gu Yuan contemplated that he had initially intended to take advantage of the Bear King's slumber to launch a surprise attack. However, the prospect of killing one bear would undoubtedly rouse the others from their sleep. A decoy was essential, as Gu Yuan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. He suddenly raised his head and declared, If you wish to survive, heed my words. All right, Chen Wenwen exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Are we going to the location marked by the wolf? Is it a hunt? Is it? This is splendid, my first wilderness hunt. Let us slay those beasts. Chen Wenwen said, lifting her right hand high and leaping joyfully. Do you think this is a mere outing? Gu Yuan sighed, conceding, well, it is the first step. Are we to find a wild beast for me to tame? Do not underestimate me. Although I am only in my first year of high school, my spirit energy has already reached 74, enabling me to contract my first demon beast. Can you help me find one that is both adorable and capable of fighting? You might as well purchase one from a pet store. These wild demon beasts possess fierce temperaments. If you are not careful and the contract fails, you could suffer from spirit energy depletion and faint. In this desolate wilderness, you may find yourself frozen to death before a demon beast even arrives. Thus, my first step is, first, remove your blood-stained clothing and take a bath. Remember to apply this scent-masking potion to avoid attracting other demon beasts. But I am afraid of the cold. It is December, with temperatures only a few degrees above freezing. If I splash cold water from the mine, I might perish. Chen Wenwen said, her face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Truly difficult to please, Gu Yuan remarked, pinching the bridge of his nose. He fetched water from the well using a bucket and heated it with spirit fire, preparing to offer it to her. However, upon his return, he found a pile of discarded clothing outside the dilapidated shed. I have placed the hot water here for you. We are not in the city. Clean yourself and come out. Understood. After a moment of thought, he decided to leave, discarding the bloodied garments into the well to prevent attracting other demon beasts. He then proceeded with his routine and began collecting the wolf carcasses scattered on the ground, storing them within his bracelet. These 30 wolves were exceptionally ferocious predators, brimming with spirit energy, and 19 of them possessed inner cores. Gu Yuan effortlessly amassed 70,000 units of spiritual materials from this endeavor. It would be more advantageous to hunt 30 wolves than 60 oily pigs. Slaughtering pigs would be preferable. They are cute and yield abundant spiritual materials in the form of succulent fat. The crimson-feathered bird returned to perch upon Gu Yuan's shoulder. He guided her to the backyard, where she transformed back into her human form. Master, shall I undergo another inscription? She inquired. No need. Only beast bones require inscriptions. The inner elixir will be directly integrated into your being. He replied. Then I am prepared, she declared, acknowledging that this could only be done in the wild. As they were about to face a formidable level 14 beast tamer, as Gu Yuan spoke, he harnessed his spiritual energy, bringing forth the inner elixir. Hong Ling floated before him, her arms naturally outstretched as Gu Yuan's right hand gently directed the elixir forward, merging it into her body. The surge of flames was fierce, scorching the surrounding grassland into desolation. Upon absorbing the elixir, Hong Ling's level rose to 8, an impressive increase of 2 levels. Chapter 20. Continuous luring and the frantic accumulation of spiritual material. Hong Ling acquired a new combat technique, Blazing Storm. This dual attribute technique, merging fire and wind, originally classified as profound, evolved into an earthly level skill under the enhancement of Gu Yuan's Danfeng Tower. When employed, Hong Ling could conjure a fiery tornado before her, propelling it in a straight line to inflict burning damage upon all enemies in its path, leaving behind a trail of scorched earth that continued to harm those who followed. It appeared to be a powerful offensive technique meant for direct confrontation. What's taking her so long? I instructed her to hurry. Just then, the door creaked open slightly. and Chun Wenwen poked her head through, her damp hair clinging to her shoulders. Her fair visage was pouting, as if slightly distressed. Wah, I have no clothes. What should I do? Could you lend me yours? Gu Yuan shook his head. All my clothes have been worn. Yet, Chun Wenwen's cheeks flushed even deeper. But I can't find my original clothes. Are you suggesting I remain like this in the jungle? Sighing. Gu Yuan had no choice but to retrieve a change of clothes from his storage ring and place them at the door. Chun Wenwen smiled in satisfaction before slipping into Gu Yuan's attire. Since he had exchanged for a complete set of hunter's gear at the Hunter's Guild, he had a spare set in his storage, which he had worn briefly the previous morning, intending to wash it. It's so big, Chun Wenwen exclaimed as she emerged. Gu Yuan's t-shirt gaping at the neck, while her hands were engulfed by the sleeves, leaving only her fingers visible. The jeans, lacking a belt, threatened to slip down with every movement, causing her cheeks to flush as she stepped out. Goodness, this is quite a squeeze. Chun Wenwen wobbled, feeling uncomfortable without undergarments and such loose clothing. What if I get scratched during vigorous movements? She lamented, her expression reflecting her discomfort. Perhaps you could lend me your boxers as well? Chun Wenwen spoke, tilting her head towards Gu Yuan. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan shot a shadow arrow from his protective gear, creating a hole in the wall. Once you return home, feel free to change anything. But do not cause me any trouble here. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Yuan turned away, Chun Wenwen made a face at him, sticking out her tongue and huffing. You villain, lacking any appreciation for delicate beauty. Little did she know, the real lack of tenderness was yet to come. Gu Yuan discovered a hidden beehive underground and extracted a drop of pure white honey. Humph, this white honey, produced solely by white bees, boasts an exquisite aroma. Beloved by all bear spirits. As winter hibernation approaches, it's time for a feast. Could this be a tactic of enticement? Chun Wenwen exclaimed excitedly. What should I do next? You will hold this and stand at the cave's entrance. When the bears awaken and chase after you, run until you are beyond the Black Bear King's spiritual perception. Then, Hong Ling and I will strike simultaneously. Chun Wenwen suddenly realized that she was to be the bait. She hesitated, but Brother Gu Yuan. There's only a single drop of honey. Will the bears really fall for it? However, Gu Yuan had already disassembled the drop of honey using his bracelet. Although the honey was sweet and fragrant, it was not a rare treasure. A whole barrel could be obtained for merely 100 spiritual materials. Fear not. Do you not enjoy hunting? Your opportunity has arrived. Clutching the large barrel of honey, Chun Wenwen was drenched in cold sweat as she cautiously approached the cave's entrance. The enticing aroma wafted into the cave, causing two bears at the forefront to perk up and charge towards her. As the chase ensued, Hong Ling dove swiftly, leaving scratches along their necks before soaring back into the sky. Just before reaching a distant mud pit, Chun Wenwen deftly sidestepped to the left, tossing the honey into the mire, pleading, Go down, down, do not pursue me. The two bears, still groggy from sleep, failed to notice the pale red pustules forming on their necks. One bear plunged directly into the mud pit. The other, suddenly alert, skidded to a halt but was struck in the hind leg by Gu Yuan's shadow arrow, causing it to kneel. Both Gu Yuan and Hong Ling seized the moment to unleash a torrent of fiery winds, turning the mud pit into a chaotic swirl of sludge and flames, culminating in fatal explosions at the bears' necks, ensuring their demise. Gu Yuan landed outside the pit, raising his hand as his bracelet successfully collected the white honey that had spilled into the mud along with the bears' corpses. The hibernating bears contained a substantial amount of spiritual materials, having accumulated energy prior to their winter slumber. Each was robust and well-fed, and their remains would yield far more spiritual materials than that of mere wolves. Two black bears, along with the internal elixir and an abundance of spiritual essence from their gallbladder, had collectively yielded over 20,000 units of spiritual material. It startled me. Chun Wenwen, seated on the ground, had just intended to take a moment's respite when a shadow, brimming with avarice, emerged beside her. Gu Yuan regarded her with a mischievous grin, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. What do you intend to do? Chun Wenwen trembled under his gaze, instinctively crossing her arms. Suddenly, the realization struck her that they were in a lawless wilderness where this man could pursue any whim. However, recalling his dashing demeanor when taming the phoenix, she found him somewhat less detestable. It was not entirely unacceptable, but, get up quickly, we must eliminate all the black bears inside before nightfall. Upon hearing this, Chun Wenwen, who should have felt relieved, inexplicably experienced a sense of loss. Did these black bears captivate his attention more than she did? Did he prefer the robust and dark, unable to distinguish between genders? Then, she was ruthlessly dragged to the cave entrance, facing yet another wave of peril. Then came the third wave. The fourth wave. Chapter 21. The Zombie Bear King. Phew, I'm exhausted. Chen Wenwen clutched her chest, sitting on the ground like a small bird, gasping for breath. Gu Yuan's clothes and jeans were completely soaked with her perspiration. Brother Gu Yuan, I beg you spare me. I can't endure a sixth round. I might perish. This fifth round was merely 800 meters, a high school physical test, and you had taken 4 breaks in between. But failing to run 800 meters would only mean a retest, while this could lead to death. Indeed, it could be lethal. Gu Yuan's expression suddenly turned grave. Therefore, until you are prepared to become a hunter, do not venture into the outskirts of Anjia. It is a place where one can die. What? Chen Wenwen abruptly covered her mouth, suddenly realizing that this man was not merely using her as bait. Rather, he was conveying a message. The outside world was perilous. Perhaps it was best to return to her own school. How mature, what a refreshing feeling. He was unlike any boy she had ever encountered. However, Gu Yuan was contemplating that she had served her purpose as bait, and only the Black Bear King remained. She was certainly no match for a warrior-level beast. It would be prudent to escort her back. Her family would surely express their gratitude. After all, she was a shareholder in the Zijing community of Yangqing. Gu Yuan raised a hand and instructed, find a place to hide. The boss battle is upon us. Hong Ling had already reached level 8, and Gu Yuan felt confident in engaging the fight. At that moment, the Black Bear King was soundly asleep, completely unaware that its entire brood of minions had been systematically dealt with. Soon, she would witness the true spectacle of a beast tamer clashing with a warrior-level monster. From a distance, Chen Wenwen watched with wide, glistening eyes. It was undoubtedly a fierce yet glorious battle. Hong Ling, listen closely. It is still asleep, and we are right behind it. On the count of 3, aim for its neck and unleash all your combat skills. Remember to leave several claw marks on its body. If it cannot be poisoned, it must be obliterated. Hong Ling obediently nodded, absorbing her master's instructions. Attack! A series of relentless impacts resonated, accompanied by an explosive surge of spiritual fire. The Black Bear King, still lost in slumber, was mercilessly pounded without a hint of awareness. Chen Wenwen, observing from afar, was transfixed, eventually covering her head and muttering to herself. These young ones have no sense of martial ethics. Deception. Ambush. Is it fair to attack a 60-year-old Bear King? Absolutely not. I advise these 2 young men to reconsider. No breath left. Gu Yuan checked the pulse, joyfully slapping his thigh, raising his right hand in preparation to dismantle the corpse. However, suddenly, he noticed the black crystal bead emerging from the black bear's body. Just as Gu Yuan was about to rejoice, thinking, I've been searching for you, and now you've revealed yourself, the black crystalline orb emitted a dark light, causing the skin on the bear's chest to contort, as if embedding the black crystal into its flesh. Then, to Gu Yuan's astonishment, the fallen bear corpse stood upright. Its eyes and the corners of its mouth streamed with tears, staring vacantly at Gu Yuan. A foul odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of decaying flesh. The black bear, tilting its head, seemed indifferent to its numerous wounds, torn flesh, and the shattered bones protruding from its knees, let out a furious roar towards Gu Yuan. Impossible. Gu Yuan dodged to the left as the emitted black mist darkened the cavern walls behind him. It was definitely dead. Why is it up again? What is this? A zombie? The Zombie Bear King turned and swiped a paw at Gu Yuan. He thought, I knew this money wouldn't come easily. Gu Yuan intended to retreat to the open area outside the cave, where Hong Ling could soar and continue the fight. However, at that moment, the Zombie Bear King roared, and the black crystal bead on its chest emitted 2 beams of black light. Subsequently, 2 corpses obstructed Gu Yuan's path. Turning around, Gu Yuan was confronted by a decayed middle-aged man missing an arm. His skin turned black, and beside him stood a tattered woman, her skin color drained, revealing part of her chest, adorned only with tattered fabric strips. They were the black iron-level hunters known as Roasted Radish and Blueberry, the 2 predecessors who had perished here. Even you 2 must rise to welcome me? Gu Yuan released 2 shadow arrows. However, 2 beams of light flickered past. A white zombie fox and a black zombie wolf leaped forth simultaneously, blocking the shadow arrows. Though their decayed bodies were pierced through, they continued to approach Gu Yuan. allowing black liquid to seep from their forms. These were, indeed, two level 10 legendary zombie beasts. Cursed be the fate. What was supposed to be a 2-on-1 ambush had turned into a 5-on-2 encirclement. Gu Yuan found himself trapped in the midst of them. At this moment, Hong Ling transformed into human form, conjuring a tempest of raging flames with a single hand, engulfing the two beasts and their master within. However, under the power of the black crystal orb, the four zombies slowly rose to their feet. Their flesh had been entirely incinerated, yet they advanced like hellish specters, their charred remains shambling forth. As they moved through the inferno, the little flesh they possessed was blown away and turned to ash, reducing them to mere skeletons ablaze with fire. Cursed be this fate. Gu Yuan prepared to retreat. Yet, Hong Ling cried out, "Master, do not approach. I shall hold them back." Gu Yuan swallowed hard, glancing at the zombie bear king. No, these creatures cannot be killed. That orb must be destroyed. Observing the bear's flesh twisted grotesquely, the black crystal orb was well guarded. As Gu Yuan advanced, he unleashed shadow arrows, but the black bear crossed its arms, shielding the orb. The arrows lacked sufficient power to penetrate the bear's hide, forcing Gu Yuan to grit his teeth. Rubbing his hands together for 3 seconds, he unleashed a storm of fire that enveloped the bear's form. Though it attempted to protect the orb with its chest, the swirling flames slightly lifted the bear's paws, scorching the gaps in its defense. The black crystal orb likely sensed the heat, prompting the bear to leap in a sudden burst. However, Gu Yuan immediately expended the last of his soul power to cast another firestorm. 2 torrents of flames surged forth, and the bear, with no retreat left, recklessly charged at Gu Yuan, disregarding the risk of losing an arm to the flames. This was utterly unreasonable. Chen Wenwen, watching from the sidelines, thought to herself, "The zombie's body feels no pain and can perform many reckless actions without regard for injury." Just as the half-destroyed Bear King reached Gu Yuan, intending to crush him with its remaining paw, Gu Yuan leaped up, meeting the bear's strike. He pressed his right hand upon the black crystal orb, intent on dismantling it. In an instant, a brilliant black light erupted, and the black crystal orb shattered into countless black spiritual essences that melded into Gu Yuan's bracelet. The spiritual material displayed on his bracelet surged to an astonishing 500,000. Gasping for breath, Gu Yuan pressed a hand against his chest, narrowly avoiding being slammed against the wall. The bear's paw fell limply, striking Gu Yuan and causing him to stagger. The hardness of the black crystal orb was exceptionally high, even possessing a degree of sentience. In its eyes, the only threat was Hong Ling, a being that could be easily manipulated. Failing to defeat the phoenix was inconsequential. As long as her contracted master perished, she too would succumb due to the binding contract. This would grant him an additional undead, malevolent phoenix. Thus, Gu Yuan intentionally revealed vulnerabilities. Ultimately, he unleashed 2 fiery tempests, exhausting his soul power and instilling complete confidence in the black crystal orb. Perhaps it believed that even a slight display of weakness could not shatter its formidable shell. However, it was merely a lifeless spiritual entity. Relying solely on the power of his bracelet, he dismantled it. The surrounding corpses collapsed. From a distance, Chen Wenwen's cheeks flushed slightly. How could this be? Just moments ago, Hong Ling was embroiled in a fierce battle. Yet now, this man had effortlessly dispatched all the undead with a single strike of his dark glowing technique. Remarkable. Chen Wenwen rushed over, exclaiming how magnificent Gu Deji's skills were, and marveled at Hong Ling's transformation. Hong Ling can shapeshift. Although it is only at level 8, it can still transform. I understand now. She is of mythical caliber. Isn't that so? Chen Wenwen circled around Hong Ling, exclaiming in admiration, "So beautiful." The vibrant red robe, the exquisitely beautiful ancient-style gown, and that noble aura. She resembles a court concubine from a television drama. Hong Ling, feeling somewhat annoyed by the attention, harbored a sense of aversion towards the humans, except for Gu Yuan. Transforming back into a phoenix, she took to the skies. Upon witnessing Hong Ling's departure, Chen Wenwen turned to look at Gu Yuan, only to see him raise his right hand. The shadow nail gauntlet was primed, aimed directly at his own head. "You know too much." Gu Yuan spoke cautiously. Mythical beasts were exceedingly rare, each worth billions. The saying goes, an innocent man suffers from the wealth he possesses. Although Yun Tianxiang had also revealed his own mythical beast, he had the backing of his father's billion-dollar company and the entire family as support. Ordinary individuals would not dare to covet him, and even those with the strength to seize would fear retaliation from his family, allowing him to live in peace. However, Gu Yuan was alone, devoid of any background. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly bring about relentless peril. Consequently, Hong Ling seldom transformed in the presence of outsiders. Yet, the recent battle had been perilously fierce. As a phoenix, her combat prowess would significantly diminish. Only by adopting human form could she leverage her versatility to create an advantage. You possess a mythical spirit beast. You truly are remarkable. Hearing Chen Wenwen's words from behind, Gu Yuan sighed. The fact of his own mythical pet would inevitably be revealed sooner or later, so he did not respond to Chen Wenwen's praise. Instead, he quietly admonished, "Enough? Refrain from shouting. What if it attracts other demonic beasts?" Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Chen Wenwen immediately covered her mouth, glancing cautiously around her. Then, in a hushed tone, she replied, Understood, wise and formidable hunter. I shall heed your instructions." Gu Yuan chose to disregard Chen Wenwen's concerns. The scent of blood had already wafted to an unknown distance. Remaining here would only render them passive. Thus, Gu Yuan began to contemplate an escape. As he maneuvered with Chen Wenwen, he stated, "First, we must find a way to leave. We shall discuss other matters once we return to the city." Chen Wenwen nodded in agreement, fully aware of the urgency of their situation, having already sensed the gravity from the lifeless bodies around them. Gu Yuan's serious demeanor conveyed the peril they faced. He retrieved a satellite phone. In the wilderness, mobile signals were non-existent and could attract monstrous beasts. Only this specialized, waterproof, fireproof device, capable of withstanding great force, could facilitate communication. Gu Yuan sent a message to Yiya. "I have acquired the items. I was right about you. Tamer of Phoenixes. Head to the nearest train tracks. At 3:20, a train from Pengcheng to Yangcheng will arrive. Jump onto the third carriage, where a mouse will provide your ticket, allowing you to return to safety." The response from Yiya brimmed with an uncontrollable joy. "I need 2 tickets." Gu Yuan replied succinctly, the tension palpable in the message, which Yiya could also sense. "What? I stumbled upon someone out here camping. I need their identification for the ticket purchase. Chen Wenwen, from Sanzhong, should be traceable, right? You're telling me that despite spending an extra day in the wilderness, you managed to find such a valuable asset. I nearly lost my life 4 times. Do you think I care who she is? I simply brought her along as a token of gratitude." Gu Yuan and Chen Wenwen leaped from the hillside onto the tempered glass of the train tracks. They entered through a maintenance window, just as they had exited before, waiting at the tunnel's mouth to jump aboard, retrieve the tickets from the mouse, and slip inside. "Ah, you two are the ones who forgot to have your tickets checked, right? Come with me. I'll lead you to your compartment." "A compartment?" Gu Yuan was taken aback upon hearing the attendant's words. "Is it a sleeper ticket?" "Indeed, and it features upper and lower berths." At that moment, numerous passengers observed Chen Wenwen's exquisite beauty, muttering to themselves how fortunate this young man was to be accompanied by such a pure and enchanting maiden on a romantic journey. Damn it, they actually reserved a sleeper compartment on the train. Could they possibly be a couple? How enviable. Amidst the piercing gazes of those around him, Gu Yuan led Chen Wenwen into the carriage, pondering how these individuals truly delighted in fanciful conjectures. He harbored no interest in the young woman whatsoever. Once the door was closed, exhaustion overwhelmed Gu Yuan, compelling him to collapse onto the floor. His taut nerves finally relaxed. He felt safe. Chapter 23. Frantic Fivefold Training. I shall take a nap. Do not disturb me. Gu Yuan had employed the fiery storm technique far too many times, leaving his spiritual energy utterly depleted. He climbed into bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. When Gu Yuan awoke again, he beheld Chen Wenwen sitting quietly at a distance, blinking her eyes without uttering a word, her gaze lingering nervously on the crimson feather resting on his bedside table. She reached out, yearning to touch it, only to be met with the fierce glare of the feather, causing her to retreat several steps in fright. With her heart racing, Chen Wenwen mused over the phoenix's ordinarily serene demeanor. She had merely wished to assist Gu Yuan by straightening his blanket, hoping to catch a glimpse of his sleeping face. However, recalling the feather's wrath left her sitting even more upright, every hair on her body standing on end. Let us add each other on WeChat," Chen Wenwen suggested. "When I return home, I will send you the security fee, and I'll return your clothes after washing them." The train was en route to Yangcheng. Yet Gu Yuan intended to disembark in Guancheng. Before he exited, Chen Wenwen spoke again, prompting Gu Yuan to pull out his phone and scan her WeChat QR code. After which they became friends, and he returned home. Upon opening WeChat, Gu Yuan received yet another friend request from the Shanhua hunting group, with the codename Bullet Brother. "Who are you?" he inquired. Bullet Brother replied, "Is this the sort of username high school students choose nowadays? I suppose I should assign you a nickname." "Tamer of Phoenixes, who exactly are you?" "Bullet Brother, the one who lost 50,000 to you. You truly completed a sea-level mission. Had it not been for your feeble spiritual energy, you might have been directly promoted to a bronze-level hunter." "Tamer of Phoenixes, you added me on WeChat to give me money?" "Bullet Brother, in our Shanhua hunting group, we value credibility above all. 50,000 is as good as promised." Yet, what he truly thought was that he had originally planned to renege on the payment. But their leader had informed him that such a future star was not to be offended. To accomplish a sea-level mission with such limited resources foretold boundless potential. Once he had spread his wings, he would come to reclaim both the principle and interest. It would be wiser to cultivate a good relationship now. Bullet Brother sighed, stroking his scorched bullet head. "Our leader holds you in high regard and is willing to provide you with various premium resources, including feed, lamp oil, elixirs, and the mentorship of seasoned hunters and battle experience." However, Gu Yuan exhibited no interest. After accepting the money, he replied, "I aim to attend university and will not be hunting frequently. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." "Damn it, this scoundrel." Bullet Brother fumed, nearly incensed to the point of smashing his phone, realizing that he could only blame himself for failing to recognize true talent. Gu Yuan lay upon his bed, gazing at the last message sent by Ye Chuan. "The individual responsible for your reception shall seek you out tomorrow." Although the black crystal bead had been successfully decomposed by Gu Yuan, the bracelet possessed the capability to recombine it by consuming spiritual essence. However, this process required the expenditure of 500,000 units of spiritual essence, a considerable sum for Gu Yuan. The Hunter-S Guild operated under strict regulations. Failure to timely submit the designated rewards upon task completion would result in a deduction of credit points. Furthermore, he would forfeit the task's rewards, a source of great vexation for Gu Yuan. After contemplation, an epiphany struck him. He retrieved the dossier and conducted a thorough verification of all materials. The documents indicated that the black crystal bead merely emitted dark attribute spiritual fluctuations. This meant that while they were aware of the bead's formidable power, potentially possessing the ability to animate corpses into zombies, they remained oblivious to its true magnitude. All who had encountered this bead had perished, leaving only himself and Hong Ling as witnesses. Thus, why would he need to surrender a complete black crystal bead? Utilizing the bracelet's power, Gu Yuan fabricated a miniature version of the black crystal bead, consuming only half the original amount of spiritual essence. "Huh, you rogue, Ye Chuan, daring to tease me with couple rooms. Consider this your interest payment." This endeavor was executed flawlessly, for the rarity of the black crystal bead would render the assessors incapable of accurately discerning its authenticity. During their evaluation, they would merely verify its existence, entirely unaware of the extraordinary capabilities of his wooden bracelet, which could decompose and perfectly restore items. At that moment, another message from Ye Chuan arrived. "We have spent considerable time and have finally identified the most likely assailant behind your ambush." "Who?" Gu Yuan's heart raced, sensing that his moment for retaliation had arrived. "Ling Yumpeng." He fell silent. This individual was a familiar acquaintance, the former class monitor from his school days. It seemed implausible. Why would he wish to harm him? They had no past grievances or recent enmity. "Someone has hired him to kill you." "Who?" "It will cost extra. I shall inquire myself." Gu Yuan mused, recognizing the opportunistic nature of this merchant. Everything appeared to demand payment. "I must return to school in 2 days, leaving no time for frivolousness. Do not forget, your class monitor possesses an impressive soul power of 157. Confronting him directly will only result in your neck being crushed by his hands. However, considering you have Hong Ling with you, I shall handle it personally. Should you find yourself in peril, I will rescue you, but you shall owe me a favor." With that, Ye Chuan ended the call. However, at this moment, Gu Yuan gazed upon his 45,000 spiritual materials, reserving 5,000 for Hong Ling as fodder. The remaining 40,000 were entirely exchanged for the quintuple speed cultivation oil, the ancient spirit lamp oil. The entire soul lamp was filled with this oil, igniting a flame. Following this, a steady stream of pure energy began to emerge. Gu Yuan arrived at the threshold of his soul sea and commenced an intense period of cultivation. He absorbed the guiding essence of the oil, enveloped in a fragrant white aura, feeling his spiritual power surge continuously. The soul power surged upward in a linear trajectory, 110, 120, 130, breakthrough. At this moment, a pale blue light shimmered in Gu Yuan's eyes, as the walls extending from the Danfeng Gate radiated a pristine white glow. The Jinfu Gate enhances the ability to nourish, granting a 10 increase in the damage of combat techniques acquired during the nourishment process. If, during this process, one comes into contact with the skin of their contracted beast, the combat techniques inscribed at the contact points can also be replicated. The nourishment provided by your Phoenix-type beast enhances your abilities by 10. What an incredible ability to directly replicate inscribed combat techniques. Such replication is typically achievable only by third-tier beast masters. Yet here I am, able to do it effortlessly. Chapter 24. The Return of an Enemy. I am no longer who I was. Inscribed combat techniques are often slightly more potent than those obtained through inner elixirs and are usually passive. Nourishment can only replicate the combat techniques within one's contracted beast. But inscribed techniques cannot be duplicated since the activation hardware resides within the beast itself. However, the effect of this Jinfu Gate indeed allows for direct replication, and furthermore, it enhances the effect by 10. This surpasses many third-tier beast masters' abilities to nourish. Yet, Gu Yuan had no time to celebrate. The quintuple speed cultivation oil was exceedingly precious, and he could not afford to squander a moment of his cultivation time due to elation. 140, 150, 164, 170. The speed of cultivation peaked momentarily before slowing, stalling just shy of 200. This was a critical juncture. The Wangxian Gate lingered at the edges of his mind, demanding constant vigilance. A moment's distraction could lead to its collapse and disappearance. However, if he focused entirely on it, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if something were dragging him downward. The instant he acknowledged this weariness, the Wangxian Gate would vanish in an instant. He would then have to gather his soul power anew to reconstruct it. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan remained unhurried, for he still had lamp oil that could burn for 6 more hours. Tonight would be a night of relentless battle. He was determined to establish the Wangxian Gate. The arduous journey of constructing this mental realm would be met with unwavering resolve. Gu Yuan recalled his experiences in the wilderness, memories of the 3 wealthy heirs who had perished. When they were within the city, they held themselves in such high regard, yet under the assault of the wolf pack, they were nothing more than fleeing, wailing strays. Gu Yuan recalled the ravenous, thirsting wolves, the city's prosperity and tranquility, where people indulged in various delicacies and games, all in pursuit of a so-called better life. They were merely kept in the dark, as the government had never revealed even a fraction of the peril that lay beyond the safety barrier to the inhabitants of the city. However, Gu Yuan had witnessed the outside world, the vast rivers and mountains, and the rampaging, ferocious beasts that lurked within. Was the realm of safety truly everlasting? If they were to breach humanity's defenses and invade the human world, would such illusory prosperity not be utterly shattered in an instant? Power, more power, everything else is untrustworthy. Only greater strength can be deemed absolutely reliable. This veneer of prosperity, this semblance of peace, this illusion of happiness, was merely humanity's way of numbing itself. He would not allow himself to be sedated. He must grow stronger, not for the sake of academic examinations or the allure of wealth, but solely for his own survival in this world. Gu Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a faint glow as spiritual energy slowly coalesced into a cerulean white radiance. The gate of celestial visions, rise. Cerulean white stone bricks interlocked in perfect harmony, automatically forming a grand triple opening gate. White birch wooden beams ascended from the ground, supporting the city gate, while azure tiles and bricks fell from the sky, assembling a rooftop in midair. Upon the roof, 3 blocks of white jade emerged, intricately carving themselves into 3 palm-sized statues of celestial beings, positioned at the left, center, and right ends of the rooftop, gleaming with golden light. Gate of Celestial Visions. Your summoned beasts are engaged in battle, merging inner elixirs, consuming heavenly treasures, and gaining experience increases of 10. Your Phoenix-type summoned beast will not perish. Instead, upon sustaining fatal damage, it will transform into a fragile Phoenix egg. If the egg remains unbroken within a day, Your Phoenix-type summoned beast will be reborn in full vitality. At last, he had surpassed the 200 mark. Gu Yuan had exhausted all his lamp oil, panting heavily, immersed in the joy of his breakthrough. At this moment, his soul power soared to 200 points. This achievement marked him no longer as a mediocre student, but rather as one approaching the caliber of the top 10 prodigies of one city high school. Gu Yuan reclined back, lying on his bed, reflecting on the 400,000 spirit materials that had not been squandered. At this time, Hong Ling reassembled into human form, kneeling obediently beside Gu Yuan's bed. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him. She realized she had obtained a form of protection within Gu Yuan's Sea of Souls. One of the effects of the Gate of Celestial Visions was to grant an additional life. As long as the egg remained unbroken, she could be reborn from the flames. And this martial skill had no limit on usage. My master, you truly care too much. You have tirelessly cultivated throughout the night for my sake. I have already learned of the completion of the 2 side entrances of the Danfeng Gate, and I am genuinely overjoyed. Do not speak, my master. Allow me to alleviate your fatigue, Hong Ling uttered, slowly levitating, her ethereal energy gradually seeping into Gu Yuan's body. Is this a form of nurturing? Gu Yuan gently closed his eyes, savoring the gentle influx of energy. In an instant, 2 streams of soft energy intertwined, permeating one another's forms. Gu Yuan felt an unusual comfort in his right hand. She not only aided him in replicating the inscribed patterns, but also used her own spirit energy to ease his weariness. Although he lacked claws and the ability to capture, his shadow-guarding gloves were donned on his right hand, and the shadow spikes he projected primarily consumed energy from that hand. Thus, it meant that Gu Yuan's shadow nails now bore the fiery poison effect. Hey, I know Gu Yuan is alive, but I followed your orders to discard him in the furnace, so this is not my fault. Yet now he lives, and the number of those aware of his existence has increased significantly. Merely fortunate to possess a formidable beast, but wait. I shall deal with him in my own way. Ensuring his demise is excruciating. Ling Yunpeng glanced at the final message sent by the other party. Be more decisive. You need these resources. Though your performance is commendable, it is insufficient. You must secure a place in a prestigious university and rise above the rest. Gu Yuan is but an inconspicuous insect. If you cannot even crush such a pest, what future can you hope for? As Ling Yunpeng progressed through the narrow alley, a murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Gu Yuan, today marks your end. Is that so? At that moment, Ling Yunpeng abruptly lifted his head, discovering Gu Yuan standing at the alley's end, unknown to him until now. The accursed red giant bird perched upon his shoulder, casting a piercing gaze in his direction. Gu Yuan, how fortuitous that you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Ling Yunpeng. Gu Yuan enunciated each syllable of the name, asserting, it is you who has come to me. Chapter 25, A Fight to the Death. Ling Yunpeng chuckled. You believe that the bird upon your shoulder makes you formidable, emboldening you to challenge me? You, a mere academic underachiever. I have dealt with countless weaklings like you, who, bereft of their beasts, can only wail in despair. Behind Ling Yunpeng, a shadow flickered, revealing a monkey that dashed forth, transforming into a shadowy figure wielding a metallic staff. It soared through the narrow alley, elusive and agile, before suddenly appearing behind Gu Yuan. The staff pointed at Hong Ling, and in an instant, both vanished. What is this? Shadow teleportation. Ling Yunpeng laughed. The shadow monkey's combat technique allows it to transport itself and a target to a distant location. So, it was through this monkey that you evaded surveillance and led me and Hong Ling to the incinerator? Indeed, the maximum transmission distance is 33 kilometers, and your bird is no longer present. Now, it is a duel between you and me. Your meager few points of soul power are insufficient even to match a fraction of mine. Crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Ling Yunpeng charged toward Gu Yuan. The image of his return from the monkey's embrace was too beautiful for Gu Yuan to fathom. His hands morphed into shadows, transforming into a long staff that descended upon Gu Yuan with force. However, Gu Yuan unleashed his soul power with full might, hurling a firestorm that struck him head-on, sending him flying. Ling Yunpeng was lifted high by this whirlwind, landing atop a nearby 5-story building, crouched and observing Gu Yuan. His right hand was burned to a deep crimson, and the fabric of his sleeve had turned to ashes. Impossible. Your soul power has surpassed 200. Ling Yunpeng could scarcely comprehend it. He had spent a year since the second year of high school to elevate his soul power from 30 points to 157. Yet, Gu Yuan, merely 5 days prior, had only 32 points, and in this brief span, he had ascended to 200. Once again, Gu Yuan raised his right hand, summoning a tempest of flames, 2 fiery tornadoes swirling toward Ling Yunpeng. Everything in their path, discarded bags, stones, moss, and grass, was swept into the whirlwind, reduced to ashes in their rotation. A ground-tier combat technique. Ling Yunpeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this individual not only ascend in strength so swiftly, but also wield a technique that he himself could scarcely hope to acquire in a lifetime? The fire of jealousy blazed within him. I will fight you. A flash of cold light glimmered as Ling Yunpeng drew a white longsword, severing the swirling flames and directing it straight at Gu Yuan. This is the wind-cutting sword, a combat soul device worth 400,000. Gu Yuan recalled seeing it for sale on the Hunter app. Little did you know, I have obtained a hunter's license, allowing me to legally purchase soul devices. You're doomed. As Ling Yunpeng drew his sword, the surrounding air split apart, yet Gu Yuan raised his right hand, executing the 1,000 reverse fire slash. The fiery blade clashed with the sword, producing a cascade of sparks that deflected the long sword aside. Another ground-tier combat technique. Ling Yunpeng could hardly believe his eyes. Gu Yuan then darted to the right, narrowly avoiding the blade, their chests nearly touching. Gu Yuan raised his right hand again, aiming for Ling Yunpeng's neck, and loosed a shadow arrow. At the moment the shadow arrow was shot, the wind-cutting sword struck Gu Yuan's gauntlet, producing a sharp metallic clang. Ling Yunpeng was struck near his neck, blood began to pour forth, and he staggered before collapsing to the ground, clutching his throat and howling in agony. The shadow gauntlet. Why do you possess a combat soul device as well? Because I am also a hunter. I have ventured into the outside world just like you. A faintly red abscess began to swell on Ling Yunpeng's neck. As he attempted to gather his spiritual energy, he realized that it was being siphoned away by the abscess. The swelling grew increasingly larger until, with a resounding pop, it burst. Ling Yunpeng lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, he felt an intense, searing pain, and he could no longer perceive his own face. From Gu Yuan's perspective, the left side of his face had been utterly ravaged. Do you remember this place? Gu Yuan stood beside the furnace, observing him. To Ling Yunpeng's astonishment, he found himself tightly bound and suspended from a wooden stake, directly above the roiling furnace below. You have cast me down once. How about I do the same to you? At that moment, Hong Ling returned, clutching the lifeless body of the shadow monkey. Shadow monkey. Ling Yunpeng was instantly overcome with grief. His life's ambition had been to gain admission to a prestigious Beastmaster University, and he had trained alongside the shadow monkey for 3 years, all in pursuit of achieving excellent results in the entrance examination. Throughout this journey, he had exhausted nearly all his pocket money, while his parents had incurred substantial debts to ensure the shadow monkey's growth. Yet now, with the shadow monkey's demise, his hopes for the examination were utterly extinguished. All his efforts perished alongside it. Murder. Yet at least a life sentence offers a chance to live beyond prison walls. Gu Yuan continued. I will pose my next question only once. For every incorrect answer, I shall sever one of the ropes binding you. Think carefully before responding. You are secured by 3 ropes in total. Who orchestrated your attempt to kill me? Ling Yunpeng glared fiercely at Gu Yuan, having lost everything, his handsome visage, his aspirations of becoming a beast master, and the wind-cleaving sword he had painstakingly saved for over a year, now in Gu Yuan's possession. Gu Yuan, I promise. I will shred you into pieces. With a swift motion, Hong Ling severed one of the ropes. Ling Yunpeng felt his body plummet. The sensation of falling combined with the molten lava below evoked a chilling proximity to death. He forgot his fear. The fury that had once compelled him to want to kill Gu Yuan transformed into a desperate will to survive. Just as he was about to speak, memories of a man and the organization behind him flooded back. A different kind of terror gripped him, akin to a blade scraping along his spine. Gu Yuan. I truly do not know. With another swift cut, Hong Ling severed another rope. Afraid of retribution? If you spend your days in prison, there will be guards at the entrance, ensuring you might not perish. But if your next words are incorrect, you shall meet your end now. The second rope snapped, leaving Ling Yunpeng dangling precariously above the molten lava. The reality of his life hanging by a thread was vividly apparent as he observed Gu Yuan's cold expression. He could sense the murderous intent. It was evident that Gu Yuan was prepared to strike with lethal force. Yun Tianxiang, the son of the chairman of Tianshan Group. Ling Yunpeng nearly screamed in a fit of hysteria. I do not know how you offended him, but he demands that I kill you, promising me countless resources for cultivation. Chapter 26. The mysterious agent Gu Yuan suddenly recalled Yun Tianxiang, who, along with Song Yingying, had been directly admitted to the Royal Beast Academy of Wan City. Possessing a mythical class beast, just like himself, and was the son of a powerful conglomerate's chairman, Gu Yuan shook his head, genuinely believing that one could casually utter an unverifiable name to escape scrutiny. Crack. At that moment, Hong Ling severed the last rope. Watching as Gu Yuan and Hong Ling grew increasingly distant, the sound of the rushing wind filling her ears, Ling Yunpeng felt himself plummeting, the specter of death drawing nearer. I am truly not lying. Gu Yuan, damn you, if you wish for my demise, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. The desperate cries echoed from the depths of the chasm. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Judging by this reaction, it seemed he was indeed speaking the truth. Hong Ling suddenly dove downward, propelled by the force of her blazing feathers, preparing to retrieve him once more. However, at that moment, a flickering shadow emerged, revealing a swirling black vortex above the molten lava. The vortex ensnared Ling Yunpeng, who was about to plunge into the lava. What is this? Gu Yuan glanced at the lifeless shadow monkey on the ground. This was a technique from the shadow realm, yet it was not executed by that monkey. The range, distance, and precision of the shadow teleportation far exceeded the combat prowess of a mere level 10 beast tamer. Classmate, one must not resort to vigilante justice so casually. However, seeing how you ultimately had your phoenix retrieve him, I shall forgive you this time. Let it not happen again. What? Gu Yuan turned to face a mature beauty standing before him. She was clad in a professional OL outfit, a sharply tailored black jacket over a pristine white blouse, the top button straining to contain her form. Below, a fitted skirt accentuated her graceful figure, revealing a pair of long, slender legs, veiled in sheer stockings, casting a soft allure. Her black high heels accentuated her S-shaped silhouette, starkly contrasting the youthful classmates Gu Yuan was accustomed to, exuding an air of sophistication and poise. Appearing to be in her mid-20s, her short hair was styled into gentle waves at the ends, radiating a fresh and mature charm. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, her exquisite features broke into a warm smile. Are you his accomplice? Here to rescue him? Gu Yuan attempted to confront the beauty. Yet, he heard Hong Ling's warning from the depths of his soul. Master, do not approach. At that moment, Gu Yuan noticed 5 shadows flickering behind her. 5 identical black shadow butterflies, devoid of markings, swirling around her graceful form like delicate petals surrounding a mysterious and elegant flower. 5 butterflies, all of them her beloved companions, belonged to a 5th-tier beast tamer. At this moment, 5 beams of light simultaneously flickered to life. The butterflies transformed into 5 petite and charming little girls. They appeared akin to quintuplets, their diminutive forms adorned with a pair of spotted black wings that unfurled gracefully behind them, resembling 5 flower fairies. Their laughter was profoundly soothing to the heart. Each of these 5 was a shadow-type creature, surpassing level 40. Classmate. The enigmatic woman clapped her hands and gestured for relaxation, assuring, do not worry, I am not her accomplice. I merely seek to retrieve something. What? It is truly astonishing how courageous today, as young boys have become. So small. Yet they venture into perilous wilderness and successfully complete C-grade missions. Ah, Gu Yuan mused. Could she be the individual Yaya Chuan spoke of? The one here to collect the black crystal orb? Gu Yuan produced the black crystal orb, and the mysterious woman approached, extending a hand to receive it from him. You have performed admirably in your task. Continue to strive forward and become a pillar of society. However, punishing evildoers is perhaps too early for a boy of your age. Gu Yuan felt an uncanny notion that this woman was not a spy for a murderous organization, but rather a kindergarten teacher, naturally viewing him as her student. Hey, that person is mine. As she began to depart, Gu Yuan stepped forward, only to see the beauty turn her head, a finger pressed gently against his lips. Her expression suddenly turned serious. Young man, you must protect yourself outside. Avoid dangerous things, leave that to me. Your teacher will safeguard you. What nonsense are you spouting? Just then, the mysterious woman glanced at the exposed gauntlet beneath Gu Yuan's sleeve. Your soul weapon is damaged. There are 3 knife marks on your clothing. And the spirit gathering device on your gauntlet is also broken. Repairing it will surely cost a fortune. As she spoke, the enigmatic woman in her professional attire placed a hand on Gu Yuan's sleeve. The small shadow butterfly soared into the air, releasing black silk that remarkably mended Gu Yuan's windbreaker. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, she had already taken his gauntlet into her possession. You have done quite well. Your teacher will reward you. The shadow butterfly, evolved from an adult shadow silkworm, can repair clothing with its silk, granting you temporary invisibility and enhanced speed. I will return this gauntlet to you tomorrow. With a swoosh, black mist enveloped her, and along with the 5 butterflies and Ling Yunpeng, she vanished. Gu Yuan was left in a daze, pondering what had just transpired. Hey, Yaya Chuan, what is going on? Your contact, does she have a screw loose? Suddenly, a message arrived from Yaya Chuan. Listen closely, at 9:50 tomorrow morning, you must open this document. The truth will be revealed. Remember, do not open it prematurely, for it could be perilous. Gu Yuan mused, although he could not comprehend the unfolding events. However, this enchanting woman should not harbor ill intentions towards him, right? Even though she had taken his nail shadow protective charm, she had fortified her trench coat before departing, enhancing her agility and granting her a fleeting moment of invisibility. If her aim was indeed to rob him or acquire something from him, her prowess did not necessitate such elaborate dialogue. After confirming that there were no discrepancies in his bank account and ensuring his assets remained intact, he dismissed the entire affair as a farce. Before heading home, Gu Yuan visited the supermarket owned by Ling Yunpeng's parents, only to find them in tears, having been taken away by the police. Had that woman turned Ling Yunpeng over to the authorities? This did not seem like the typical modus operandi of a clandestine organization. Could it be that she was affiliated with a mysterious group that cooperated with the judicial system? Gu Yuan realized that the only way to unravel these mysteries was to await the revelation contained in the document from Yaya Chuan. However, Gu Yuan had other matters to attend to that evening. He gathered his belongings and departed from Wan City, heading to Yang City to participate in a training camp at Zhongshan Beastmaster University. After resting on the train, upon his arrival the next day, he first checked into a hotel to drop off his luggage before proceeding to the school. The training commenced at 8 in the morning. Upon entering the school, all eyes turned towards him. Do you know? He is the student who scored a perfect 100. A perfect 100? I heard the exam had a scoring error, and he was ultimately downgraded to a 90. Indeed, he must have employed some unscrupulous means. After all, it's said that he struggled to pass the 3 subjects in the unified examination. Hearing these remarks, Gu Yuan realized that in just a few days, he had indeed become estranged from his peers. Within the Hunter Guild, the city logistics department, and across various confidential documents, the name Gu Yuan, the tamer of phoenixes, was ascending, establishing him as a rising star in their eyes. Yet, the ordinary students at the school were quite different. They resembled wealthy heirs yearning for a taste of the wilderness. Their understanding of the world shaped solely by the comforts of their sheltered academic environment, rendering them oblivious to their true capabilities. His focus remained fixated on the examinations, the grades, the possibility of cheating, and the various vested interests that occupied his mind. Hunters, wilderness, humanity, and the monstrous beasts, matters entirely distinct from his own concerns. Gu Yuan shook his head, feeling, to be frank, that he had already become dissimilar to them. Seated at his desk, he awaited the clock to strike 9:40 before opening the compressed file on his phone. Hey, have you heard? The intensive training is vastly different from regular studies. Really? Do tell, what are the differences? We have an additional class, which is this practical lesson we are about to attend. It's all about real combat. Oh my, that sounds so intense. Will it be dangerous? Could we get hurt or sunburned? Seriously, how cruel. What if my little bunny gets injured? I heard from a senior that the instructor for this class is quite formidable, usually a fierce individual with real combat experience. The previous instructor was an officer from the Special Beast Taming Corps, and he nearly turned them into wrecks. Some even fainted from exhaustion. At that moment, countless students envisioned a muscular man, his skin bronzed, donned in dark sunglasses, wielding a large, cleaver-like soul weapon, striding towards them. 9:40 arrived. Gu Yuan extracted his phone and opened the compressed file. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the content, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart racing, and his lips twitching. His trembling fingers struggled to accurately touch the screen, which prominently displayed a few bold characters. Why is the teacher here? Beneath was an inappropriate image of a beautiful female instructor embracing one of her students in the classroom. What could this possibly mean? Gu Yuan was awash with confusion. his mind swirling with questions. Suddenly, he noticed a small mouse scurrying beneath his feet. Young man, such things are not to be viewed, especially during class. In an instant, a delicate, white hand snatched Gu Yuan's phone away. Recognizing the familiar voice, he swallowed hard and turned to see. Indeed, it was the mysterious woman from yesterday. I'll hold on to this for now, she said. Good morning, everyone. I am your practical class instructor, Zheng Hanyue. I hope each of you will become a pillar of our nation. As teacher Zheng Hanyue stood at the front, her poise, physique, and beauty left the entire class in awe. Ah, a beautiful teacher. Wow, she is stunning. Absolutely breathtaking. The male students erupted into applause, whistles, and even screams. Damn that Yiya, Gu Yuan thought, covering his head. That scoundrel must have planned this as yet another prank. How thrilling is it to gaze at the notes during class? How exhilarating is it to watch the beautiful teacher's notes while she observes you from behind? One day, I shall undoubtedly transform it into a genuine leather sofa and sell it on the first floor of a proctology hospital, allowing patients to take turns sitting on your skin and releasing flatulence. Humph. On the other side, someone was animatedly recounting tales of the Special Beast Control Unit, detailing how they would evacuate overseas Chinese from Africa, besieged by monstrous beasts. However, instead of a military officer from that elite unit, a stunning beauty with an alluring figure and delicate skin appeared. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. After all, she was merely a pretty face. By the way, allow me to introduce my teaching assistant. Last night, among the butterfly sisters, the one with the most vibrant black wing spots and the tallest stature has revealed herself. She waved her chubby little hands, greeting all the classmates. Hello, I am Big Ball. I am Second Ball. I am Third Ball. I am Fourth Ball. I am Fifth Ball. Suddenly, a swarm of little lowly butterfly girls burst forth, and these tiny creatures began bickering on the podium. You don't need to be here. I am the teaching assistant, the oldest among you. But the sister is only 6 levels higher than us. We are all level 50. Why should she be the assistant? We want to be too. Bang, bang, bang. Teacher Zheng Hanyue promptly tapped each of the little girls on the head, commanding, be quiet. This is a classroom. Big Ball stays, the rest go back. Among the students below, many were only at level 5 or 6, and upon seeing a group of shape-shifting beasts at level 50, they dared not utter another word about mere pretty faces. So many level 50 beasts. This is practically a special operations team in human form. Such formidable, powerful beauties. At that moment, Zheng Hanyue became the dream lover of all the boys in class. Beautiful, powerful, and mature. Meanwhile, in Gu Yuan's mind, another word emerged, mysterious. It was as if her flesh-colored stockings' adorned legs were visible, yet veiled in a haze of enigma, leaving one uncertain of what lay beneath. Zheng Hanyue conducted a lesson on foundational knowledge, concluding, all right, class dismissed. Gu Yuan, please come to my office. We need to discuss last night. What on earth does she mean by that? Last night's affair with the beautiful teacher? In an instant, whispers filled the classroom, speculating whether Gu Yuan had shared some secret with the enchanting instructor. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned by her words, thinking, dear teacher, please clarify. Upon arriving at teacher Zheng Hanyue's office, only the two of them were present. Teacher Zheng, crossing her legs, swung her beautiful legs in the air, producing Gu Yuan's nail shadow guard. Here you go. A friend of mine has upgraded your nail shadow guard. An upgrade? Such delightful news. Gu Yuan acquired the shadow nail gauntlet, adorned it, and channeled his spiritual energy, witnessing 3 shadow arrows materialize upon the gauntlet. A tri-shot. He had previously encountered the upgraded version of the tri-shot configuration in an online store, which was vastly superior to the single-shot variant. However, the price was exorbitantly doubled, reaching 600,000, a sum far beyond his means. Yet today, his esteemed teacher, Zheng Hanyue, had graciously upgraded him to the tri-shot variant at no cost. Her network is truly impressive. Not only does she know crocodiles, but she is also acquainted with Shifeng military industry, a state-controlled military entity. It is quite impolite. Young men should not casually speculate about the secrets of refined ladies. Rest assured, my dear teacher will not bully her students. However, you must also exercise caution. Tianyun Group is a malignant entity that has existed for decades. In its presence, you are no more significant than an ant. Do you understand? Protect yourself diligently. Gu Yuan wished to inquire further, but was interrupted as Zheng Hanyue held up her phone, displaying the notebook from earlier. The scene was somewhat overwhelming. His teacher was holding a notebook, gazing at him in the empty office. This. It is entirely natural for a young man in his adolescent years to be curious. Yet such matters are not healthy. As she spoke, Zhang Hanyuer's cheeks flushed slightly, her expression a mix of indignation and shyness. I have deleted the document for you. Should you wish to review it in the future, refer to this instead. If you have questions, feel free to approach me. With that, she presented Gu Yuan with a book on physiological hygiene. Gu Yuan took the book, opened the office door, and was taken aback to find a circle of onlooking boys outside, having gathered at some unknown moment. Upon seeing Gu Yuan holding the book on physiological hygiene, the initially jesting students were left astounded. What is this? Is it a suggestion for supplementary lessons on physiological hygiene? Could it be that he truly has an affair with such a beautiful teacher? Gu Yuan received a text message. Yi Chuan, have you finally retrieved your phone? Sun Feng Run. Yi Chuan, just wait. One day I shall slay you and fashion you into crocodile leather shoes. Yi Chuan, don't be angry. It was merely a jest. Sun Fengren, you are courting death. After shutting off his phone, Gu Yuan returned to his hotel. As for where to stay next, he had no intention of taking Hong Ling to the boys' dormitory. Renting a place outside seemed a more prudent option. 2,000 per month, while a high-end community only required 3,000. Observing the rental listings, Gu Yuan mused that this must be among the most affordable options in a top-tier city. He had heard that housing in Magic City could cost 5 or 6,000. Gu Yuan would not spend 5 or 6 million on a property in Sheep City. It would be wiser to invest in more cultivation resources. With strength, one can earn more, while a house merely sits idle. Zijin Community, Unit 3601. Gu Yuan felt an inexplicable connection to this community, but could not recall why. He arrived at the entrance of the community, preparing to hand over the payment to the landlord. However, upon seeing Gu Yuan dragging a suitcase, the landlord assumed he was a student, likely one who had recently come to Zhongshan for training. Such youths, one could not let slip without a hefty profit, right? Immediately, he shot a glance at an accomplice nearby. 5,000, let me rent the house. Before Gu Yuan could approach, he noticed a girl beside him embracing the landlord's wife, breaking into tears and kneeling on the ground. Young man, there's a classmate here, a student from nearby schools, willing to pay 5,000 a month. However, I am a woman of integrity. How about you offer 4,005, and I will rent it to you? What nonsense? Gu Yuan thought. Do you take me for a fool, unable to see through your act? Young man, we are merely here to rent the house. The Zijin community is a school district property, and we have come with the authority to sublease from above. We are evaluated on our performance. Please have some understanding. Dear lady, Gu Yuan realized this was a blatant threat. If he didn't capitulate, he would be barred from renting in this community. Just as he contemplated leaving, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. This house would not charge him a dime. It would be directly transferred to his name. The landlady and the surrounding security guards were taken aback. Miss Chen. Gu Yuan inhaled sharply. Chen Wenwen was resplendent in her attire today, far surpassing her usual appearance. Do you know the young lady? The landlady's face froze instantly. Yet, Chen Wenwen approached Gu Yuan. Brother Gu Yuan, we meet again at last. Hey, don't speak carelessly. This property is worth at least several million. Ha ha ha, you are my daughter's savior. This trifling benefit is insignificant. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached. His mere presence sent shivers down the spines of the entire community's security and cleaning staff. Good day, Chairman. Brother Gu Yuan, please do not refuse. My father is genuinely kind-hearted. Gu Yuan regarded the middle-aged man, who wore a friendly smile, and wondered if he had heard about his ability to complete sea-level tasks before or after. After uttering this thought, Gu Yuan turned to leave. One cannot be indebted for a mere trifle. Would he be ensnared by a property worth millions? Hey, why are you leaving, Brother Gu Yuan? Chen Wenwen called out from behind him, waving her hands. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached Chairman Chen, asking, what is going on? Why did he leave? He is a hunter capable of completing sea-level tasks while still in his 3rd year of high school. Hasn't he, our group, always sought to cultivate a powerful protector of our own? Why not draw him in? This young man is not easily swayed. Men are so unreliable. With that, the middle-aged woman grasped Chen Wenwen's hand. Daughter, do you truly have feelings for him? Yes, mother. All right, Wenwen. Allow me to assist you in searching for rental companies throughout the entirety of Yanqing. My connections are extensive. I harbor no ulterior motives for any particular company. Rather, my sole desire is for your happiness. Chen Wenwen bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Chapter 29. The mysterious library Gu Yuan arrived at his newly rented apartment, dragging his suitcase behind him. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Chun Wenwen, clad in a delicate white nightgown, lazily sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Her feet adorned with pink, plush bunny slippers swaying gently. "You're back," Chun Wenwen said, not even lifting her gaze to acknowledge Gu Yuan. "What are you doing here?" Gu Yuan asked in astonishment. "I'm your landlord, residing in the adjacent room. By the way, I've placed your clothes in your wardrobe," she continued, lazily turning over on the sofa. "Wait, isn't this your family's property?" "Not anymore. After you moved in, my father bought it and entrusted me with its management." Sighing, Gu Yuan thought to himself that given her demeanor, even if he intended to sleep in an internet cafe, she would likely purchase the cafe to remain by his side. "Do not enter my room," Gu Yuan declared, retreating into his chamber and shutting the door. Collapsing onto his bed, Hong Ling materialized, her form igniting into a vivid flame. "My lord, rest assured, should she dare to intrude, I shall ensure she receives a proper lesson." Gu Yuan chuckled. Whatever her intentions, he harbored no interest in her. "Calm down, do not set the house ablaze. This apartment is quite expensive," he admonished, attempting to temper Hong Ling's fervor. Despite Gu Yuan providing ample nourishment for Hong Ling, her level seemed stuck, suggesting a possible flaw in the Universal Training Manual for Avian Beasts. He made a special trip to the library at Sun Yat-sen University. While much knowledge, such as the intricacies of engraving inscriptions, concocting elixirs, and training spirit beasts, could be gleaned online, Gu Yuan found no guidance on the rearing of phoenixes. He speculated that Hong Ling might indeed be the sole phoenix in existence, explaining why many dismissed her as merely a bird resembling a phoenix. In his former world, pet modifications were commonplace, let alone the modifications of demon beasts in this realm. Some believed that his sole ambition was to gain fame as an internet celebrity by transforming a fire attribute bird into this form. Gu Yuan yearned to uncover fragments of history within the library, particularly information pertaining to the Tang Dynasty, phoenixes, and the Inshur Rebellion. One should never underestimate the libraries of universities, especially one like Sun Yat-sen, founded shortly after the fall of the Qing Dynasty in the early 20th century. The transformation of modern history is rife with cultural losses, as revolutions and World War II erased much ancient knowledge, while the new era progressed from the ashes. In an era devoid of mobile internet, the act of burning books proved to be an exceedingly effective method of suppression. The large libraries and newsstands outside were all too susceptible to attacks. In contrast, many school libraries were overlooked and thus evaded destruction, where individuals loyal to the preservation of knowledge concealed forbidden tomes. As they departed from this world, these undocumented secret books lay in the vast ocean of libraries, awaiting discovery. At the Zhongshan Library, after passing by the statue of Mr. Sun and swiping his card to enter an area illuminated by modern lights, Gu Yuan encountered shelves, plastic tables and chairs, even a milk tea shop and a computer room. All these elements indicated to him that this was not the place he sought. Venturing further, he arrived at the restricted inner library, accessible only through real name registration, where the atmosphere felt rather too pristine. Suddenly, Gu Yuan stumbled upon a hidden corner leading to the underground. Entry is prohibited. As soon as he approached, a librarian intercepted him. Gu Yuan thought to himself that he must gain entry, otherwise, this trip would be in vain. He feigned compliance, moving to a corner where the dark cloak he wore shimmered with fluorescence. With a sudden rush, Gu Yuan dashed forward, his entire being slipping into an invisible state. Although it lasted but a second, it was sufficient for him to descend below. "Master, I can no longer sense your presence," Hong Ling exclaimed worriedly, calling out within her own sea of souls. "Hong Ling, do not fret. My cloak has a cooldown period of 1 hour for invisibility. I shall be fine." Gu Yuan's cloak could render only himself invisible, not Hong Ling, thus he had to venture alone. Upon reaching the underground, he was enveloped by an atmosphere steeped in classical elegance, with solid wood cabinets devoid of any signage. The bookshelves were meticulously arranged, resembling a labyrinth. Picking a random book, he discovered it was inscribed in traditional characters, pinned with a brush, and bound with white thread through holes in the pages. "Damn it, this cannot be just an hour. I fear I won't even finish reading the table of contents within that time, if one exists." Gu Yuan climbed atop a cabinet, surveying his surroundings. The scale was immense, with each shelf housing over 200 volumes, arranged in an 8x8 formation, with a total of 9 such arrays in the underground. Counting the small pamphlets, there must be over 1 million ancient texts here. Damn it, this is not a survivor's camp. It resembles a densely populated city center. Classmate. Gu Yuan heard a voice from behind, causing him to jump in fright. To his astonishment, he beheld a spirit beast, a small talking parrot. Please refrain from climbing the bookshelves. Today's youth increasingly lack respect for books, all thanks to online reading. Startled, Gu Yuan leaped down from the cabinet, only to encounter a hunchbacked elder gazing at him. Good sir, I mean no offense. Gu Yuan gestured repeatedly in apology. The elder remained silent. Sir? Gu Yuan wondered if the man was displeased. My master had his tongue severed and is unable to speak. I serve as his voice. A parrot has perched upon his shoulder. You must have slipped in unnoticed. Typically, no one would permit someone as young as you to enter. So, do you intend to expel me? That would depend on the type of book you seek. History. Gu Yuan observed that the old man was quite amiable and thus pretended to be an eager learner. I have a profound passion for history. Yet I find that many historical texts are riddled with contradictions. The library of Sun Yat-sen University boasts an abundance of ancient tomes. I appreciate ambitious students. But if you seek modern history, I can share my personal experiences without consulting these texts. I was present during the tumult of revolution. Have you fought in the War of Resistance? No, I battled against the Qing army. You truly are quite ancient. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking, what a peculiar individual. I presumed you were in your 60s, yet you reveal yourself to be over a century old. Gu Yuan continued to scratch his head. Although it was not modern history, but rather the period from the late reign of Xuanzong to the early reign of Daizong. The Inlushan Rebellion? The old man scrutinized Gu Yuan. Follow me. I am ensnared by a magical formation beneath this place, bound to the library in life and death. I harbor no desire to contravene the regulations of any era, for this enables my continued existence. However, the longer I live, the more I comprehend the intentions of these texts, to impart the right knowledge to the right person when they appear, and then to return to slumber, awaiting the next visitor or their disappearance. At this moment, the old man guided Gu Yuan to a section brimming with books pertaining to the Tang dynasty. Chapter 30. Lifting the Veil of History. Who is this woman? Gu Yuan's gaze fell upon a striking ink painting reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, depicting a graceful beauty surrounded by numerous maidens and eunuchs. One of the 4 great beauties, Yang Yuhuan, also known as Yang Guifei. Allow me to commence with her tale. Yang Guifei was indeed a ruthless woman. She eliminated 9 goddesses more beautiful than herself to ascend to the throne of the Tang's most exquisite beauty. What? You say Yang Guifei killed divine beasts. Was she also a hunter? No, quite the opposite. Yang Guifei herself was a manifestation of a transformed beast. The old man smiled, showcasing his knowledge. The Tang dynasty was renowned for its openness and inclusivity. Do you understand what this openness entailed? Engaging in trade with foreigners, acquiring their knowledge, and permitting foreigners to hold official positions in the court, Gu Yuan remarked. Indeed, but these foreigners were not merely human. They included transformed beasts as well. The old man smiled mysteriously and unfurled an ancient parchment. The Tang dynasty flourished through mutual support with intelligent beast clans that had transformed into human form. The organizational prowess of humanity, combined with the formidable strength of the beasts, was a powerful alliance. It can be said that the first beast revolution did not occur in England, but rather during the era of the Tang dynasty in China, albeit it ended in failure. Why? As the texts indicate, the Han Emperor was infatuated with beauty and desired the unattainable for many years. To solidify their reign, each emperor of the Tang dynasty would select a powerful and renowned shapeshifter from a prominent beast clan to wed. At the zenith of the Tang's might, Emperor Xuanzong sought the most exquisite beauty in the realm, and Yang Yuhuan, a captivating fox spirit, aspired to ascend to that esteemed position. However, through her clan's secretive arts and astral observations, she discovered that she was not the most beautiful among the beast clans, but rather ranked 10th. Consequently, her clan initiated a clandestine scheme to eliminate the 9 beauties who outshone her, a plan aptly named the 9 Heavens Divine Maiden Project. Did the 9 Heavens Divine Maidens perish? Many believe so, yet I remain skeptical. Yang Guozhong, a master of esoteric arts, understood that these maidens were not merely contenders for beauty, but formidable candidates for queens across various clans, with their mythic bloodlines endowing them with extraordinary powers. Given the high stakes involved, The cunning old fox would undoubtedly seek to maximize his gains, attempting to usurp their powers, though the specifics of his methods remain elusive. The subsequent Ensure rebellion likely stemmed from the contest for this very power. The elder continued to lament, expressing regret that if the Tang had not fallen, the world would look quite different, with the Huagua standing as the preeminent nation. Gu Yuan, however, paid little heed to his lamentations as he noticed that most of the tomes here chronicled the customs and culture of the Tang era, with a few volumes on secret techniques that piqued his interest, yet were bound by chains. He made several attempts to unlock them, but to no avail. His gaze fell upon an ancient tome titled The Phoenix Taming Manual. How might I unlock these books to peruse their contents? Remember what I told you? Books possess a spirit. They await the right individual. The elder, upon touching the clasp of the Phoenix Taming Manual, indicated that he, too, could not unlock it. Since the fall of the Tang, the Phoenix had become extinct, yet generations of scribes had preserved this tome, their physical forms long dissolved, but their essence lingering within its pages. Suddenly, as Gu Yuan placed a hand upon the book, he felt a probing force, akin to a radar sweeping through his soul's ocean, and at the moment it touched the red feather, the book's clasp unlocked itself. The elder, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Gu Yuan. Tamer of the Phoenix, depart now. I shall not divulge your presence here. With a snap of his fingers, Gu Yuan found himself outside the library, as Hong Ling descended from the sky to perch upon his shoulder. Master, you truly frightened me. I searched the soul ocean for you for an entire hour. Gu Yuan gazed at the library before him and declared, I shall return. I am fine, Hong Ling. Let us return home to train. At that moment, Hong Ling appeared somewhat disheartened, her head bowed. As you command, master. There is no need for such gloom. Gu Yuan understood that Hong Ling had been stuck at level 8 for quite some time. The enhancement of the power of the imperial beast does not solely rely on nourishment. It also necessitates rigorous training. Different species of imperial beasts require specialized training methods. Previously, Gu Yuan lacked specific training techniques for the Phoenix and could only resort to general avian training methods, yielding negligible results. However, he has now acquired a professional manual dedicated to the care of phoenixes. As he perused the manual, the archaic language proved to be quite challenging, compelling him to utilize translation software. The phoenix delights in fire. It must cultivate in the midst of molten magma. Gu Yuan pondered the implication of this directive, contemplating where magma might be most abundant. Subsequently, on the recommendation of the former director of the waste meat factory in Wan City, he sought the director of the waste meat processing plant in Yang City. Yang City, being more than thrice the size of Wan City, boasted an overwhelming accumulation of waste meat, at least several dozen times that of Wan City. The output of national imperial beasts in Yang City far surpassed that of Wan City, making it far more susceptible to incursions by demonic beasts, the number of which being significantly higher due to the suppression array that eliminated them. The waste meat generated in the Zhuhai area alone exceeded that of Wan City by several multiples. Do not jest with me. Old Lu's words carry no weight. Today is the day for processing waste meat, and we must address the output from last week. The smelting furnace must operate according to regulations. The foreman bellowed at Gu Yuan, brandishing the schedule with little regard for his feelings. I can assist you in processing the waste meat for free, Gu Yuan asserted, waving his hand dismissively. What? The director erupted in laughter. Indeed, a mere child. We have 5 tons of waste meat. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this? Gu Yuan thought to himself, of course I understand. 5 tons equates to 850,000 units of spiritual material, sufficient to exchange for more than 2 days' worth of ancient spirit lamp oil, providing a quintuple acceleration in training. Certainly, if you are uncertain, feel free to grant me a small portion to demonstrate. Gu Yuan spoke with unwavering confidence. The director, realizing that the young man was earnest, contemplated the proposal. Excluding the costs of fire and maintenance, processing the waste meat at no charge could result in substantial savings. Though the calculation was straightforward, the crux lay in whether this young man could deliver. With a mindset of cautious optimism, he permitted Gu Yuan access to a waste meat processing facility. Gu Yuan instructed them to wait at the entrance. Upon entering, he methodically decomposed the entire batch of waste meat. He then commanded Hong Ling to unleash flames upon the barren ground, scorching it thoroughly. Afterward, he opened the door and pointed to the charred earth, stating, My spiritual beast can wield earth-grade spirit fire to incinerate the waste meat completely, and my training regimen includes allowing Hong Ling to practice this burning technique. Are you now at ease? Gu Yuan's reasoning eased the director's concerns to some extent, leading him to authorize the transfer of all waste meat to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan accepted the entirety, ostensibly seeking a tranquil training environment, but in reality, he sought a secluded area to convert all the waste meat into spiritual material. Gazing at his astonishing collection of 850,000 spiritual materials, Gu Yuan could hardly contain his delight. Before returning to the furnace, he opened his parcel, revealing a trove of celestial treasures essential for cultivation, sourced from diverse regions across the land. The convenience of online shopping was evident, starkly contrasting the arduous journeys undertaken by ancient practitioners who traversed snow-capped mountains, vast plateaus, dense forests, and tranquil lakes to gather their materials. Gu Yuan, however, needed only a gentle tap of his finger to procure what he desired. Of course, a few exceedingly rare items remained elusive, even for the affluent, yet to Gu Yuan, these posed no significant challenge. A mere sample purchase would suffice, allowing him to utilize his bracelet for the mass production of spiritual essence. He meticulously decomposed all the materials. And now, within the reconfiguration options of his bracelet, an extensive array of material names awaited him, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice during times of urgency. Thus, Gu Yuan returned to the furnace and called out, "Open the molten gate." His voice echoed through the expansive, desolate furnace, reaching the ears of those in the control room. The workers were taken aback, for Gu Yuan and Hong Ling stood at the very center of the incinerator, and opening the molten gate could potentially submerge them in molten matter. Nonetheless, Gu Yuan reassured them, insisting there was no cause for concern and that they should follow his instructions without hesitation. Should anything go awry, they would bear no responsibility. Recalling the director's orders, the staff steeled themselves and tremulously opened the molten gate. A torrent of molten material surged towards Gu Yuan and Hong Ling from numerous conduits. Gu Yuan swallowed hard, feeling the familiar searing heat and a sense of suffocation enveloping him from all directions. At that moment, Hong Ling soared high, unfurling her wings and emitting a cry amidst the molten flow. As the molten material converged towards the center, it ascended, enveloping Hong Ling and forming a colossal fireball above Gu Yuan's head. He cast into the molten mass the inner elixir of the celestial silkworm, red maple charcoal, and the melted snow from the Tianshan Mountains. At that moment, the amalgamation of these substances rendered the molten material peculiarly enigmatic. Its temperature remained undiminished, yet it radiated no heat outward. Gu Yuan could scarcely perceive that he was amidst a sea of flames. Indeed, the texts were correct. With these materials present, Hong Ling's rate of absorbing the fiery spiritual energy surged dramatically. Gu Yuan continuously expended spiritual essence to replenish the materials. The fireball retained its original size, while Hong Ling burned fiercely for a full 6 hours. Were it not for his ability to sense her presence within the sea of souls, Gu Yuan might have believed her to be lifeless, for throughout the entire process, she displayed not a trace of vitality. At this moment, Hong Ling emitted a melodious cry akin to a phoenix's call, absorbing all the molten essence around her. In an elegant display of wings unfurling, flames radiated outward. As Hong Ling descended, her feathers glowed with an extraordinary crimson hue, and the golden plumage upon her head shimmered with an even more dazzling brilliance, signaling her ascent to the 10th level. "Yes," Gu Yuan exclaimed joyously, waving his hand in delight. Hong Ling leapt onto Gu Yuan's shoulder, nuzzling her head against his cheek. "Master, I am truly grateful to you. My level has reached 10. In a single afternoon, she had surged up 2 levels, a testament to the remarkable effects of this tome. Following the elevation of her rank, Gu Yuan contemplated enhancing Hong Ling's diet. He realized that the most expensive feed was not necessarily the most suitable, a misconception he had previously entertained. The optimal nourishment for a phoenix, he discovered, comprised saffron from the ancient snow-capped plateaus and the inner elixir of snow silkworms, complemented by seasonal fodder crafted from the ethereal grains of the ancient capital. Gu Yuan commissioned the Spirit Pet Feed Association to create this blend. However, their response was that while it could be done, new farmland would be required, and the first 2 ingredients were exceedingly rare. Although this feed did not bear an orange label, its efficacy approached that of the exclusive red-labeled products. The clandestine production, while legal, would come at a steep price, potentially reaching 100,000 for a mere 100 grams. This cost was tenfold that of ordinary orange feet. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan did not require 100 grams, nor the need for continuous production. He only sought a small pouch for initial use. Once refined, he could utilize his bracelet for mass production, albeit hiring a specialized alchemist to concoct even a small pouch would demand a considerable sum. Gu Yuan mused that the substantial fortune he had recently acquired was rapidly diminishing, with the value of 85,000 spirit items. He now found himself left with only 40,000 after Hong Ling's remarkable ascension. Suddenly, Gu Yuan spotted a black crystal stone lying on the ground. What manner of crystal is this? He wondered, picking it up for a closer inspection. He recognized it as a black gold stone, a byproduct of the cultivation process. How extraordinary Hong Ling is, he thought. He had previously encountered this in the Phoenix Taming Manual, where it was noted that materials aiding in cultivation, particularly those with ice attributes, often blended with the molten essence consumed during training, resulting in the formation of black crystals. These black crystals were remarkably durable and could be fashioned into heavy weaponry. However, typical phoenixes would not generate them in abundance. The quantity produced was invariably linked to the phoenix's innate quality, those of superior talent yielding greater amounts of black gold stones. Gu Yuan gazed at the pebble-sized black gold stone in his hand and mused that Hong Ling was indeed exceptional, producing more than any phoenix recorded in the annals of the Tang dynasty at the 10th level of cultivation. As Gu Yuan exited with the black metal in hand, an engineer from the waste processing plant approached with a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "Young man, how did you acquire this black gold stone?" he inquired. Gu Yuan replied, "It was produced during my beast cultivation. This is a rare metallic stone." The engineer scrutinized the object for a moment, even retrieving a magnifying glass for a closer examination. Although it seemed of little use in your hands, it could serve as a stabilizing agent for the internal reactions in the production of large-scale destructive soul devices. The Chinese Academy of Sciences has been actively seeking this material from private sectors. Hence, how much are they offering? A staggering 100,000 per gram. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan thought to himself, is the price truly so exorbitant? At 100,000 per gram, doesn't that mean that after a single cultivation session, Hong Ling could earn $1 million? Even after accounting for material consumption, a profit of 500,000 would still remain. Indeed, such mythical beasts are exceptional. While others burn through their finances in training, she not only cultivates, but also profits. Chapter 32. I have a good teacher after completing his training. Gu Yuan returned home with Hong Ling for a night's rest, and the following day resumed his classes at school. Alas, Gu Yuan felt restless, sitting in the classroom, experiencing no advancement in his training whatsoever. The teacher at the front was elaborating on theoretical tactics, including how to collaborate with one's soul beast and how to construct a mental state within the sea of souls for optimal synergy. However, these lessons held no significance for Gu Yuan. In the past, he might have been fired up by such discussions, especially regarding combat techniques. Yet, having undergone real combat, he found the teacher's explanations overly idealistic. The reality was far more complex, requiring one to adapt spontaneously. Moreover, with the bracelet he possessed, he didn't need to rely heavily on the school for improvement. Instead of wasting time in class, he would be better off dismantling some spiritual substances in the waste material factory to refine them into lamp oil, thereby enhancing his strength more rapidly. What was happening below? Gu Yuan observed a scene unfolding at the podium where several students, clutching their acceptance letters, were embracing each other in tears. Don't you understand? They've been accepted early. They no longer have to endure the grueling life of our senior year, exclaimed his deskmate. What? Wasn't it said that one must complete all the training content to qualify for the examination? Gu Yuan's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. Of course not. Students in training can participate in tasks within the academy, directly executing practical hunting missions. If they complete tasks of a certain level, they can be accepted early, came the explanation. With a sudden clap, Gu Yuan stood up and strode towards the door. Hey, where are you going, classmate? Skipping class could result in disqualification from the training, the teacher said while adjusting his glasses. However, Gu Yuan did not turn back. Teacher, I wish to participate in the early admission assessment to undertake hunting missions. His confident declaration echoed throughout the room, prompting an uproar of laughter. Ha ha. Yet another overconfident soul wishing to take the early admission exam. Surely, your top rank must have been achieved through cheating. I can only assume you're utterly unaware of the challenges posed by hunting missions. At that moment, the teacher on stage stifled a laugh. Although he managed to maintain his composure, it took him several seconds to restore equilibrium to his facial muscles. All right, I understand, my dear students. Would you like to hear about the data? He continued. I represent the Academic Affairs Office, and our esteemed institution has meticulously selected 1,000 students eligible for intensive training, with an admission rate lingering around 30. Among them, the likelihood of early admission is a mere 1. Every year, there are students who, feeling overwhelmed and fatigued by their studies, attempt to participate in the early admission assessments. Ultimately, they either return to their studies with renewed vigor or, regrettably, never return, having perished in the trials. This level of difficulty does not surprise Gu Yuan. He has witnessed firsthand the arduous nature of hunter missions. So, where does one register? The teacher sighed deeply, explaining, the qualifications for registration entailed 2 prerequisites, possessing a level 10 beast mastery and a soul power of 200. If I recall correctly, your entrance examination results indicate a soul power of 32 and a level 4 spirit beast. Yet, just as the teacher activated his observation eye, he was taken aback. Soul power 232. While that bird shows no discernible aptitude, its level seems to have indeed reached 10. How is this possible? Your level and soul power meet the requirements. The teacher staggered back in shock, nearly erasing the blackboard with his suit. The students present inhaled sharply. Could it be that he has already met the qualifications? How could this be? It has only been a few days, and he has advanced to such a level. Where do I register? Gu Yuan remarked nonchalantly. The teacher was momentarily at a loss for words, merely nodding. However, meeting the ability criteria is insufficient. You also require a guarantor to vouch for your eligibility to participate in this mission. A guarantor. Indeed, allowing students to undertake hunter missions is an endeavor fraught with peril. In contrast to the sea-level task Gu Yuan had previously undertaken, this one poses genuine risks to life. Who would be accountable if a student were to perish? If anything were to go awry, causing significant financial loss, who would bear the responsibility? Frustration welled up within Gu Yuan as he perused his friend list. He couldn't approach Chen Wenwen or her father. What about Bullet Brother? Could you act as my guarantor? I wish to participate in the early admission examination for Zhongshan University. Gu Yuan sent a voice message. Little ancestor, Bullet Brother exclaimed, startled at the mention of the Zhongshan University early admission exam. I truly cannot assist you with this. Zhongshan University ranks highly in Huagua. Many people would do anything to gain entry. Their tasks are exceedingly difficult, and as a mere bronze, how can I possibly help you? You need at least a platinum-level qualification or a 6th-tier beastmaster. If not that, then a billionaire to vouch for you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan realized the gravity of the examination's difficulty. However, our captain is a platinum-level hunter. If you agree to join us later, I can certainly assist you by connecting you with my contacts. Yet, regarding finances, at least 1 million, I suppose. Gu Yuan mused inwardly, reflecting on how these individuals often spoke sweetly, but when it came to bearing responsibility, they all found ways to evade it. Either they were seeking money for themselves or hoping to profit significantly from him. Is this the nature of our society? It is indeed disheartening. Young man, you must not skip school casually. Suddenly, Gu Yuan spotted teacher Zheng Hanyue approaching him in the corridor. Her exquisite features bore a hint of exasperation, her cheeks puffed out, hands on her hips, as if she were playfully irate. Teacher, I wish to participate in the early admission exam. Gu Yuan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Zheng Hanyue, perhaps a sentiment shared by every mischievous student in the presence of an authoritative figure. Gu Yuan contemplated turning to flee. Do not run away. The teacher will not devour you. Teacher Zheng pressed a hand on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Oh, your skills are already sufficient. Then go ahead. Young men should explore new experiences, as you are inherently more lively and spirited than girls. But I lack a guarantor. Gu Yuan protested. That is of no concern. I shall be your guarantor. Teacher Zheng declared confidently. Her words left the room in shock. Being a guarantor is a considerable risk. Teacher, please reconsider. Echoed a voice from a male teacher nearby. This was akin to tying the teacher's fate to this young man. Should he falter, it would be of little consequence to him. But teacher Zheng's future could be jeopardized. The male classmates were in a frenzy, astonished at the kindness the beautiful teacher was showing Gu Yuan. Teacher Zheng, please think it through. One of the male teachers urged. Nonetheless, teacher Zheng Hanyue took Gu Yuan's hand and said, "Come, let us go obtain the certificate." Chapter 33. Accepting a B-level mission at first. Gu Yuan was taken aback by teacher Hanyue's proclamation. He held her in great respect, without any ulterior motives. Later, she clarified, "We are going to obtain your hunter's license," which is the first step towards becoming a hunter. Despite the male teacher's objections, Zheng Hanyue did not release Gu Yuan's hand. "Step aside. This is my own judgment," she asserted. Turning to Gu Yuan, she continued, "Do you not see? He has already spread his wings. It is time for him to soar. To confine him within the classroom, forcing him to learn what he does not need to learn, is to squander his precious youth. A teacher's role is not to imprison students, but to prepare them for life beyond the classroom. He is ready." Indeed, he was uncertain how he had managed to complete a C-level mission by sheer luck, but that did not define him. He was still a mere child. Gu Yuan directed his gaze towards the teacher beside Zheng Hanyue, clearly aware of the matter concerning the black crystal bead. It appeared that he and Zheng Hanyue belonged to the same clandestine organization. "Let's not complicate matters further. We are not teachers," the male instructor whispered as he stepped closer. "In their position, one must pursue their duties. I have a fondness for children, particularly watching them grow day by day." After uttering these words, Zheng Hanyue pushed him aside and led Gu Yuan to the academic affairs office. Once they obtained the registration certificate, they were to proceed to the Hunter S Guild for specialized registration, a process Gu Yuan did not witness. Zheng Hanyue was neither a sixth-tier demon tamer nor a billionaire. At least her attire did not suggest such. Could it be that she was, in fact, the legendary platinum-ranked hunter? "Do not disappoint me." With that, Zheng Hanyue, having returned at some point, handed the task USB drive to Gu Yuan. "Once the task begins, you will automatically be on leave. The subsequent procedures are the same as for your C-rank tasks." Gu Yuan nodded, gripping the USB drive she had passed to him tightly, swallowing hard. "Thank you, teacher." Zheng Hanyue was undoubtedly a good teacher. This was beyond dispute. It was thankless to act as a guarantor for her students, yet she never asked for a single penny. She simply took on this hot potato, stating, "I am a teacher, and I wish to assist my students." During class, although Gu Yuan did not pay attention, he could still sense her earnestness in imparting practical knowledge, tirelessly explaining concepts to those who struggled. "Although I know you cannot truly be a teacher, you are the best I have ever encountered." Suddenly, Zheng Hanyue adopted a serious tone, her fair visage looming before him, gazing at him with piercing eyes. "I am quite astonished that you are both my contact and my student. This is indeed a twist of fate. However, it is best that you never guess my true identity, for if you do." Zheng Hanyue flicked Gu Yuan's forehead with her finger. The unexpected gesture caused him a bit of pain, and he rubbed his forehead with one hand, exclaiming, "That. Let me reiterate." Zheng Hanyue walked past Gu Yuan, turning to look at him. "Young man, you must take care of yourself out there. If you truly cannot handle a B-rank task, use your hunter's satellite phone to dial the short number 4582, then enter 782. With that, Zheng Hanyue vanished, leaving in haste, likely to attend to other pressing matters. Gu Yuan contemplated as he lifted the USB drive. This was a two-way device, capable of being inserted into either a phone or a computer. Upon connecting it to his phone, he discovered the task guidelines. Yangqing Lily. What? Gu Yuan blinked in disbelief. The task objective was not in the wilderness, but in Yangqing. How could this be possible? A newcomer, perhaps, preparing for the Zhongshan University examination? At that moment, the security guard, who had been napping at the counter, adjusted his cap, stood up, stretched lazily, and continued, "The hunter's mission extends beyond the wilderness. It also exists within the city. There are monstrous beasts lurking in urban areas as well." Gu Yuan was taken aback by this revelation. "Young man, do you have any idea how many missing persons are reported in Huagui each year?" The guard approached Gu Yuan and spoke in a lowered voice. "Hundreds of thousands?" Gu Yuan ventured a guess. 8 million. That's equivalent to the total population of some smaller Middle Eastern countries, the guard replied, returning to his seat to sip tea. Appearing as calm as an elderly gentleman. "These individuals have vanished, their fates unknown. Some have perished at the hands of these beasts, while others have fallen victim to human malice. In fact, bizarre occurrences transpire daily. However, with such a vast population and countless incidents, no one can manage it all. For some, their disappearance is simply overlooked, yet the wealthy will go to great lengths to seek answers. When the police cannot intervene, they turn to hunters." "I understand." Gu Yuan turned his head, realizing that the guard was hinting at the nature of the tasks hunters might face, which could stem from either beasts or humans. In this world, there are numerous formidable beast tamers. Some lead prosperous lives, while others struggle. Some are virtuous, while others are nefarious. To a certain extent, hunters may also serve as private detectives for the affluent. You have a commendable mentor. The guard continued, reclining back into his chair, swaying back and forth. She has found you a B-level task within the city. Generally, the urban environment is less perilous. Nevertheless, city assignments can be exceedingly intricate. Just look at the bustling streets and towering skyscrapers. They conceal far more than the dark, shadowy forests where wolf packs roam. I will not fail. Gu Yuan tightened his grip on his phone, confident that the task assessors were no mere amateurs. A B-level task in the city must entail rather peculiar happenings that could be more challenging than escaping a pursuit from a black-bone wolf or extracting a black crystal from the belly of a zombie bear. Gu Yuan was mentally prepared. The forthcoming task file would undoubtedly be rife with violence, bloodshed, murder, dismemberment, and brutal combat. A lily flower? That sounds perilous. Is it a toxic signal? Suddenly, a charming young girl appeared on the video screen. She looked quite youthful, clad in a cream-colored short skirt. Her chest flat and undeniably cute. Dressed in a white Lolita ensemble, despite it being winter, she wore long white patterned socks, stepped into dainty Lolita shoes. And her long hair, tied into twin ponytails, swayed as she moved her head. Lily, little Lily, I can't believe it. Is the task difficult? Gu Yuan had no inkling. But the task's requester was none other than the renowned lowly cosplayer and celebrity from Yangqing, Little Lily. Chapter 34. The First Commission Requester. Could you please refrain from being so adorable? Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at the petite figure of Xiao Baihe across the screen. Her large, watery eyes wide with anticipation as she looked up at him. At times, she pressed her finger against her lips, exuding a palpable anxiety. Her delicate, silken legs tapped incessantly on the floor, her face flushed with an endearing intensity, as if she were attempting to carve a hole in the ground with her slight frame. How utterly adorable. Gu Yuan felt his heart melting at the sight. That little Bai, she has vanished. Please help me find her. The charming Xiao Baihe's eyes glistened with unshed tears, seemingly pleading for his assistance, as she cradled a photo of a delightful kitten, her body twisting in a display of distress. To locate a level 7 little white cat? Gu Yuan's gaze quivered slightly. What on earth did this absurd task entail? Was he truly to assist a girl in recovering her lost pet? Was this genuinely a B-grade task? Should it not be classified as D or even E? Questions swirled in his mind. Please, I miss Xiao Bai. You must help me. Perhaps this task is trivial for you, but I am genuinely anxious. A little extra reward would be appreciated. Could it be that this task, masquerading as B-grade, was merely a consequence of this enchanting girl's earnest desire to reclaim her beloved companion? Thus, it was assigned a B-grade reward, when in reality, it was a mere D-grade task. Gu Yuan felt a profound gratitude towards teacher Zheng Hanyue for assigning him such a seemingly simple task. Finding a pet was no small feat, thus requiring utmost diligence. In the final seconds of the video, Xiao Baihe still wore an innocent smile, yet stood with a grave demeanor, raising a finger as she spoke. Gu Yuan suddenly sensed an incongruity in those last moments, narrowing his eyes. There was something amiss. Red Ling, perched on Gu Yuan's shoulder, nodded in agreement. Indeed, her expressions had been fluid throughout, yet this last segment felt unnaturally stiff. Gu Yuan replayed the concluding seconds of the video multiple times, discovering that Xiao Baihe consistently emphasized two phrases: the correct position and be meticulous. This was no ordinary B-grade task. The search for a lost pet was merely a facade. She had ulterior motives that she wished to keep concealed, urging him to be careful and to find the correct location. At 5 o'clock, I searched for quite some time and could not find Xiao Bai. The concert is about to begin. What should I do? What if I can't find her food and she starves? Thus, she implored, you must find her before 8 o'clock tonight. Please, contact me once you do. Is that all right? Is that all right? Gu Yuan meticulously transcribed her words, only to uncover an anomaly. When she had previously asked if that was acceptable, her tone was heavily nasal, reminiscent of playful charm. What if the phrasing were altered to is it acceptable? He realized that the first letters of all her task descriptions, when strung together, spelled out White Horse Club, number 8. Considering her subsequent remarks, prior to 8 o'clock in the evening, it is likely that this is what she referred to as the correct location. This truly resembles a B-level mission. Gu Yuan raised his hand, allowing Hong Ling to soar into the sky, concealing herself among the clouds. He then hailed a taxi to the White Horse Club, a renowned entertainment venue frequented by affluent ladies and extraordinarily wealthy young women. Upon arriving at the entrance, Gu Yuan was immediately halted by the security guard. "Apologies, young man, but this is not a place for high school students, especially not for boys, particularly someone like you." "What do you mean by someone like me? If you think I appear incapable of affording this, just say it. I'm here for work." "Work?" The handsome security guards exchanged puzzled glances. "Are you joking? While I have heard that some clients prefer genuine high school boys, you'd think you'd show up at this hour. I'm looking for roommate." At this statement, the guards were even more bewildered. "What roommate?" Suddenly, the guards' earpieces crackled to life, and the most attractive among them said, "Please follow me." Thus, Gu Yuan was escorted inside. Upon entering room 8, he was greeted by a makeup artist. "You must be the hunter assigned to the task. How can someone so young be executing a B-level mission? Never mind, there's no time. Let us get you made up, then head out through corridor 3. Although Gu Yuan was perplexed, he understood the importance of the mission and complied, stowing his coat and weapons in a storage ring. At that moment, 7 or 8 makeup artists approached, applying powder, doing his hair, and finally spritzing him with perfume. When Gu Yuan beheld his dashing reflection in the mirror, he marveled at the remarkable skills of the makeup artists, who had transformed him into someone truly impressive. As he walked down the corridor alongside other young men, he arrived beside a curtain and beheld a grand venue at its center. A row of opulent red sofas were occupied by 6 or 7 mature women, along with a young girl. This young girl bore no resemblance to the innocent and adorable persona portrayed on stage or in videos. With a disdainful expression, she rested her head on her elegantly manicured hand, reclining on the sofa in a backless gown, encased in black stockings that accentuated her legs. She perched her platform shoes on the table, swirling a wine glass in the other hand, resembling a petite version of a wealthy lady. Is this the right location? Gu Yuan thought, confirming that he had indeed not gone astray. Next group, the young girl shouted. You've been here for 3 nights now, and each time, you keep switching without making a choice. What type do you prefer? Just tell us, and we'll find it for you. A young man with a somewhat effeminate voice stepped forward. Enough with the nonsense. What kind of man I like is none of your business. Am I not paying? Or do you think I'm taking up space? The young girl slammed her fist on the table in frustration. No, absolutely not. Next group, next group. The man with the effeminate voice immediately waved his hand, signaling to continue. Gu Yuan followed him, and as soon as he appeared, Xiao Baihe's gaze fell upon the light blue brooch on Gu Yuan's chest, her lips curving into a smile. Finally, he has arrived. With a pointed finger, Xiao Baihe declared. It's him. Sure enough, she pointed directly at Gu Yuan. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Xiao Baihe, is she truly fond of this type? Damn it, I finally had the chance to interact with a wealthy and beautiful star, only to be overlooked. I spent an entire day perfecting my makeup for tonight, and yet I was outshined by this casually attired fellow. I refused to go back. Watching these people wailing and lamenting, it was as if the sky had fallen. Gu Yuan mused. Their profession is indeed arduous. Chapter 35. What is the next task? Stop wailing. It's time to continue serving clients. Subsequently, several handsome men from various clubs were dragged out, and in the background, a few women resembling hefty bears clapped joyfully, inadvertently spitting fire from their hands. Gu Yuan wondered what kind of game this was. Why were there fire-based skills involved? With their burly stature, one might mistake them for participants in a fiery combat training session. Approaching his client, Gu Yuan settled onto the sofa. Although the attire was rather revealing and somewhat mature, he remained convinced that it was all an act. She was, in reality, quite adorable and innocent. This was merely a performance. You finally arrived. At that moment, Xiao Baihe, her fair complexion adorned with a mischievous smile, pressed against him, her pink lips blowing air toward his chin. Her short, black stocking slid up, the sensation so delicate and fleeting that it felt as though a woman's arm was brushing against him instead of her thigh. Do you know how exhausting it has been waiting for you? In Gu Yuan's mind, something shattered, a beautiful illusion of his idol, all of it a facade, all of it a deception. This was her true nature. The cute loli he saw on the screen was merely a ruse, an act, an explosion of special effects. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. I am not here to sell my body. This is not within the scope of my mission. Cut. Xiao Baihe leapt onto the floor, calling waiter. Room card. Sister, are you leaving already? A few married women giggled behind their hands. Hee hee. We were hoping to play a little longer. Yes, indeed. No need, dear sisters. Come with me. My swordsman is to wield his long sword for me. Xiao Baihe grasped Gu Yuan's hand and led him forward. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Xiao Baihe sighed with relief, leaping back onto the bed, sprawling out in a starfish position. I'm utterly exhausted. To see you, I truly had to go through a great deal of process. Gu Yuan sat at a distance, in this damned room, where a gentle crimson light enveloped the figure of Xiao Baihe in a hazy red mist, right upon the bed before him. Gazing at the elusive vision of his idol, he swallowed hard, astonished that he truly shared the same space with her. Listen carefully. I shall only say this once. I need you to help me destroy all the private photographs of me stored on the computer of the owner of 7th Media. At that moment, Xiao Baihe reclined on the bed, applying lipstick. I am not a puppet for them to manipulate at will. If they think they can intimidate me with such trivialities, they are a century too early. With that, she turned over. Gu Yuan sighed. Did this have any connection to the hunter's task? Never mind that. As long as you accomplish this, Xiao Baihe will consider it a successful rescue. If you fail, I must inform you. Xiao Baihe stood before Gu Yuan, tilting her head with a smile. My beloved pet Xiao Baihe has already passed away. You must either retrieve it from the underworld or face failure in your task. Gu Yuan pondered the implications of this for his return to that cursed school for the next 6 months. Understood. Just as he turned, he heard Xiao Baihe call out to him. He turned back to see her striding towards him. We must perform the entire act. After all, my bodyguard and manager are watching. You must bear some mark when you leave. At that moment, Xiao Baihe smiled like a mischievous imp. Huh. Gu Yuan had no time to question. Her leg, clad in black stockings, playfully kicked his calf, causing no pain. Her strength was too feeble, nearly sending her tumbling back. Don't ask, you're too tall, squat down. As Gu Yuan bent, Xiao Baihe leapt upon him, planting a kiss on his neck. The scent of her perfume wafted past Gu Yuan's nostrils. Was this what they called a dream come true? Until he lifted his head and spotted Hong Ling perched on a branch outside the window, flames flickering atop her head. Stop, I have a task. This must end here. Gu Yuan stood, pushed open the door, and exited. At that moment, the bodyguards and other staff noticed the lip imprint on Gu Yuan's neck. Take your money. The bodyguard handed Gu Yuan 100,000, then waved him off. Scram. This is no longer your concern. Do not show your face here again. As Gu Yuan departed, several bodyguards continued to pound their fists against the wall, consumed with envy. How infuriating. He got away with this nonsense. And we still owe him 100,000. Their envy boiled over, one lamenting, I truly wish I could execute him, just for 10 minutes. As Gu Yuan left, he felt the gaze of every man in the room upon him. If jealousy could be transformed into bullets, he would surely be under fire now. After Gu Yuan departed, he made his way towards 7th Entertainment Avenue. To gain access to the company's interior, he needed to procure an internal ID card, which was solely in the possession of their manager, Wang Fenghua. This meant he would have to pay a visit to Wang's residence. Hello, young man. At that moment, under the dim lighting, a figure slowly approached Gu Yuan. It was a middle-aged, portly man whose smile revealed a set of large, smoke-stained teeth. I heard you were just at the club, right? Indeed, you've come. Gu Yuan recognized the man. It was Manager Wang, his face adorned with a smug, unappealing demeanor. Everything unfolded just as the cunning Baihe had planned. After leaving with the lipstick mark, this manager, who hoped to threaten Baihe by gathering more leverage, had come straight to him. You know, young man, this is only a few tens of thousands. Here's the deal. You help me as a witness. And if you assist me in intimidating Baihe, all of this will be yours. As he spoke, he produced a batch of cash from a box. Casting a sinister smile in the shadowy alleyway, his back turned to the light. Chapter 36. Manager Wang's assault. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixated on the stack of money. Manager Wang, noticing Gu Yuan's eagerness, nodded with satisfaction. How about it? You like it, right? Then hurry and take it. Gu Yuan quickly accepted the money and stowed it away in his storage ring. Excellent. Now we need to record a video for the company, preferably with ample detail. Manager Wang appeared utterly confident. Huh. After receiving the money, Gu Yuan's expression was as if he hadn't received anything at all. What video? What are you talking about? I don't understand, he replied. Manager Wang felt as though he had been kicked hard from behind. Didn't you just accept the money? What money? I can't comprehend. At this moment, Gu Yuan feigned ignorance. wearing a confused expression as if suffering from selective amnesia. The corners of Wang Fenghua's mouth twitched slightly, and Gu Yuan could visibly see the tension in his forehead. All right, you've got some nerve. If you dare to play tricks on me, have him beaten to a pulp and retrieve my money. At that moment, two bodyguards stepped forward, summoning two level 16 beast companions, a water spirit turtle and a ghost hummingbird, both of legendary lineage. Wang Fenghua sensed Gu Yuan's cultivation level, which was a mere 200 points of spirit power, at most capable of summoning a level 12 or 13 beast. Humph, little brat. You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Wang Fenghua believed Gu Yuan would cower at the sight of such intimidation. However, Gu Yuan showed no signs of fear and calmly replied, "Yes. You seek your own demise." Wang Fenghua was on the verge of exploding with rage. In the air, a flickering ghostly shadow dashed forward, and the ghost hummingbird traced a crescent arc as it hurtled toward Gu Yuan. At that moment, the red-feathered beast broke through the clouds, descending rapidly to land on Gu Yuan's shoulder, radiating intense heat that pushed outward in all directions. The ghost hummingbird evaded the raging flames with a graceful spin, merely exchanging a glance with the red-feathered bird. In an instant, the ghost hummingbird, this diminutive avian creature, settled on the ground, its head bowed in apparent submission. The operator of the ghost hummingbird, a bodyguard, reveled inwardly at the formidable presence of the crimson bird. However, my ghost hummingbird is the smallest among the shadow-type birds, excelling in stealth and assassination. This red bird, merely at level 10, could never hope to thwart Little Shadow. Watch as I pierce its master from behind. He sensed the flow of spiritual energy within his soul sea, and with no shadow energy behind Gu Yuan, the bodyguard felt a surge of elation. When did Little Shadow become so powerful? I didn't even notice its presence at the designated position. Hey, Lao Lu, what is your bird doing? Why is it motionless on the ground? The bodyguard on the other side pulled him, shaking him while shouting, dispelling the joy in his heart. At that moment, he was astonished to find that his ghost hummingbird, despite being of a higher level than its opponent, cowered on the ground, unwilling to look up or engage in battle. Damn it, what are you doing? Fly up and fight. Yet, the ghost hummingbird remained unresponsive to his commands. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. At this juncture, the bodyguard stationed nearby sprang into action, waving his hand through the air. Water Spirit Turtle, unleash your profound level battle technique, high-pressure water cannon. The Water Spirit Turtle, a sizable light blue turtle known for its strong defenses and water affinity, possessed attributes that effectively countered fire-type, high-attack foes. Coupled with the long-range defensive capabilities of the high-pressure water cannon, almost every aspect of its abilities served to thoroughly suppress the formidable red firebird. Not to mention, the Water Spirit Turtle's level surpassed that of its opponent, and its soul power was also greater. The Turtle's master thought to himself, "Rest assured, boss. I shall reclaim your money at once." At that moment, every segment of the turtle's shell began to emanate faint blue inscriptions, which extended along its neck and converged at its mouth, where it unleashed a torrent of water. The red-feathered bird ascended immediately, while Gu Yuan instinctively dodged, believing that attribute suppression guaranteed victory. Reverse fire slash. The red bird twirled in the air, its wings sweeping downward to form a long sword made of fiery red feathers, plummeting toward the water stream, slicing through it with ease. Impossible. A level 10 pet's battle technique can't sever a 16-level profound technique. The bodyguard sensed imminent danger. Could it be that this is an earth-level battle technique? With his left hand, he swiftly retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket, the sole artifact, Guardian Jade. The pendant floated between him and the Water Spirit Turtle, radiating a green glow that enveloped the turtle. The blue shell transformed into a deep green, resembling a moss-covered hill. The feathered blade pierced the turtle shell, causing the Water Spirit Turtle to be pushed back, sustaining only minor injuries. Such formidable strength. This is a technique of the earth level. Damn it, this creature is troublesome. I must deal with that insufferable brat first. However, when the two security guards turned to locate Gu Yuan, he had already vanished. Had he gone invisible? At that moment, the owner of the Water Spirit Turtle was still in shock. As the second of invisibility concluded, Gu Yuan reappeared behind the Water Spirit Turtle and unleashed 3 shadow spikes in rapid succession. One struck the creature's chest, while another penetrated its jade pendant, impaling its sole tool to the ground. The third shot went astray, but Gu Yuan paid it no mind. The last shot was destined to veer off due to the intense movement. The crucial point was that the jade pendant had been pierced and pinned down. At that instant, the soul tool lost its efficacy, and the water spirit turtle's defenses plummeted instantly. Hong Ling's second Earth-level technique, the fiery storm, was unleashed. Scorching flames coalesced with the flapping of wings, transforming into a fiery tornado that spiraled towards the turtle, searing it to a crisp. My water spirit turtle, its owner wailed, collapsing to the ground in despair. Yet, Gu Yuan soon realized where his final shot had gone astray. Originally veering to the right, the turtle's owner had belatedly dodged, resulting in the shot striking the inner thigh instead. The fiery poison was progressively igniting. The more the bodyguard circulated his spiritual energy, the more his inner thigh swelled. Stay calm, it's about to explode. Gu Yuan swallowed hard and retreated. You little brat, seeking death. At that moment, the bodyguard lunged toward Gu Yuan. However, as he rose, he felt a powerful force of explosive flames pushing outward, revealing a catastrophic scene where the hidden thunder had failed. What a disaster. Chapter 37, Fire Cliff Flower. The celestial level technique is at the door. Witnessing the bodyguard's tragic fate, another guard was so frightened that he covered his groin and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me." Surrendering was one thing, but why cover his groin in such a manner, as if he had some peculiar proclivity? Gu Yuan raised his gaze, his icy stare landing on General Manager Wang, who was trembling on the ground, one hand also shielding his groin. "I don't want that 200,000. Please, I beg you, spare me." "Spare you?" Gu Yuan chuckled, stepping forward to snatch the black wallet from Wang's grasp, along with $30 in change and an ID card, all deposited into his own bag. No. That belongs to the company." Wang's protest was cut short as Hong Ling knocked him unconscious from behind. Gu Yuan pocketed the ID card and, accompanied by Hong Ling in her phoenix form, ascended to the 37th floor. Through the window, he slipped inside the darkened office building late at night, devoid of any presence. The only light came from Gu Yuan's phone flashlight. He swiped his card to enter Manager Wang's office and powered on the computer. Within the folder mentioned by Xiao Baihe, Gu Yuan discovered photographs of her smoking and drinking, but no other indecorous material. It appeared that despite her carefree demeanor, Xiao Baihe remained untainted. However, among the images was a striking photograph of Xiao Baihe in a catgirl costume, complete with a fluffy white cat tail, evoking a peculiar resemblance to the white kitten she had asked him to find. Why was this photo nestled within this folder? The other images of drinking and smoking could tarnish her reputation, yet this one seemed merely a refined cosplay. Why did Xiao Baihe fear it being seen? Gu Yuan decisively deleted the file, yet he found even more folders on the hard drive. There were countless female celebrities from 7th Entertainment, containing unspeakable content, including videos of Manager Wang engaged in late-night escapades with them, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Gu Yuan realized that this was not the first time Manager Wang had acted in such a manner. Xiao Baihe was merely one of his unclaimed conquests. Many of the other women had fallen victim to his threats after he had gathered incriminating evidence against them. At that moment, his hunter communicator beeped. Upon answering, he heard a familiar voice on the other end. "Well done. You truly are the tamer of phoenixes, a formidable newcomer." Xiao Baihe's voice brimmed with excitement. "Delete my file and bring me the others. You know how to disassemble a computer's hard drive, right? What do you need these files for?" Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. "Tamer of phoenixes. Do not forget who your employer is. Consider this an additional task. After you retrieve them, I will reward you with 200,000. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan crouched down and began to dismantle the hard drive. Meanwhile, atop the opposite building of 7th Entertainment, Xiao Baihe pressed the mute button, a slight smile gracing her lips as she stood in the moonlight alongside a white cat. Her twin tails swayed gracefully in the breeze, gleaming brilliantly under the silvery glow. She gazed at Gu Yuan. "I am not mistaken, am I, Xiao Bai? Humans will do anything for money. He is untrustworthy. Even with his unique ability to help his beast level up quickly, he is merely a mercenary. Never enter into a contract or acknowledge him." At that moment, Gu Yuan suddenly raised his hand and hurled the hard drive into the air. Red Ling, perched upon his shoulder, unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating it to ashes. "Apologies. Your call came too late." Gu Yuan finally responded, revealing that he could not locate your file and had consequently incinerated the entire hard drive, leaving him with nothing. At that moment, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Xiao Baihe's mouth on the opposite rooftop. "Meow?" The little kitten nestled in her arms meowed. causing her cheeks to stiffen as she turned to leave, muttering, "Shut up. When I say no, I mean no." Gu Yuan sighed after destroying the hard drive, lamenting that he had intended to keep a copy for himself, but the grotesque visage of General Manager Wang, as the male lead, was better off erased. However, just as Gu Yuan was about to depart, he noticed a file folder had fallen to the ground. Bending down, he discovered a photograph within, depicting a crimson flower. The petals resembled delicate tendrils, forming a layered tangle. At the flower's center, a pale red flame flickered, appearing less like a living entity and more akin to an eternal lamp, yet its vibrant hue revealed it to be a plant. What was happening? Gu Yuan was taken aback. Was this not the Firecliff flower? In Gu Yuan's Phoenix training manual, 3 battle techniques could be inscribed upon the phoenixes, each independent and located in the chest, thus mutually exclusive. The first was Phoenix Shadow, enhancing speed. The second, Heart of the Fire Phoenix, accelerating level-up speed. And the third, Falling Phoenix, representing the highest explosive power. Among them, Falling Phoenix was the most prestigious, belonging to the celestial tier of battle techniques and the optimal choice. However, each technique's inscription had specific prerequisites. Phoenix Shadow required a realm rich in fire and wind elements and the consumption of 3 fire affinity and 3 wind affinity inner elixirs. Difficult, yet financially attainable. Heart of the Fire Phoenix demanded a realm abundant in fire elements, 3 high-grade inner elixirs, and approximately 3 pounds of premium spirit oil. Although the cost was exorbitant, Gu Yuan possessed a bracelet that made its realization straightforward, rendering this technique even more beneficial than the first. Gu Yuan resolved to inscribe Heart of the Fire Phoenix, although both techniques were of the Earth tier and could not compare to Falling Phoenix. The latter's inscription necessitated an environment steeped in deathly aura and a significant quantity of Firecliff flowers. Typically, Firecliff flowers thrived in realms saturated with deathly energy. So locating a blooming site and following the inscription method outlined in the Phoenix training manual would enable Redfeather to acquire an immensely powerful celestial tier technique. Yet, despite extensively searching through numerous texts and exhausting Baidu maps, Gu Yuan found no leads. According to historical records, this flower had become extinct centuries ago due to its perilous nature. However, the possibility remained that such flowers survived in desolate, uncharted territories. The implication was almost laughable, suggesting the impossibility of such a feat, leading Gu Yuan to abandon his quest. However, within this file, there exists a photograph of the elusive Firecliff flower. Could it be that General Manager Wang is also in search of this rare bloom? Gu Yuan took the file, considering it a delightful surprise. The following day, news of Gu Yuan completing a B-level mission spread throughout the school, leaving the entire institution in astonishment. During the ceremony for his acceptance letter, an unusual silence enveloped the hall, contrasting starkly with the jubilant atmosphere surrounding others. The students present wore expressions heavy with bitterness and resentment, their envy palpable. How on earth did this individual manage to accomplish a B-level task? Having arrived at the school merely a few days prior, he had already secured his acceptance letter. How extraordinary. One couldn't he help but feel envious. Surely, he would be spared the grueling life of a third-year high school student. In truth, Gu Yuan's acquisition of the acceptance letter was somewhat fortuitous, as the final step of Xiaobai's plan involved an encounter with General Manager Wang. He was expected to be accompanied by at least 4 bodyguards possessing level 16 beast taming abilities, a configuration that would typically require silver-tier hunters to contend with. However, perhaps due to Gu Yuan's low soul power, General Manager Wang underestimated him, dispersing his bodyguards and sending 2 of them to gather other evidence. Consequently, the difficulty of the task was significantly diminished at its most challenging juncture, allowing Gu Yuan to seize an unexpected advantage. Nevertheless, the rewards for the task, along with the Hunter Guild's endorsement, were all classified as B-level. Thus, Gu Yuan successfulully passed the school's evaluations and received his acceptance letter ahead of schedule. Congratulations. It seems the teacher did not misjudge you. Teacher Zheng Hanyue also attended Gu Yuan's personal acceptance ceremony, wearing a smile, while the male teacher beside her bore a troubled expression. Even though you are no longer at school, it is essential to continue undertaking missions and enhancing your strength. I have high hopes for you. Teacher Zheng approached and gently patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder, to which he merely nodded in response. Thus, Gu Yuan embarked on his journey back to Guanqing. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Before he could finish his sentence, his mother dropped the glass she was holding, shattering it into pieces on the floor. Son, why are you back? Tears streamed down her face. Gu Yuan thought to himself, I've only been gone a few days. And you already miss me this much? Clearly, the training at Zhongshan University was exceedingly rigorous. His father wore a look of astonishment. Did you get eliminated? His mother rushed forward to embrace him. It's all right, son, we're not sad. You can still attend a regular university. Mom, I came back because I received my acceptance letter, an early acceptance letter. Gu Yuan said somewhat awkwardly, at which point his parents' expressions froze. They even briefly suspected they had misheard him or thought perhaps Gu Yuan was too embarrassed to admit he had been expelled, concocting an elaborate tale. It was only when Gu Yuan produced his acceptance letter that they began to believe, as if awakening from a dream. You were accepted. Oh my goodness. A student from our home has emerged, one from Zhongshan. The parents are so ecstatic that they are nearly beside themselves, making calls everywhere and sharing the news with relatives. Keep it up, dear child. Your future is boundless. Indeed, Gu Yuan is the sole individual in the illustrious history of Zhongshan University who, having entered the training camp for less than a month, has received an acceptance letter. The radiance in his parents' eyes contrasts sharply with their previous gloom. The moment he received that acceptance letter must have been the most profound affirmation of their lives, a validation of the hardships they endured for his sake. Everything bears fruit. He is not laboring in vain, for their son has secured a place in a prestigious university. As they closed the door, his parents remained enveloped in joy. However, Gu Yuan's expression was marked by an unusual solemnity. He perused the rankings of early admitted students across major universities, realizing he was far from the most formidable among them. Moreover, the name Yun Tianxiang prominently occupied a place in the top 10, boasting a spirit power of 554 and already qualifying as a second-tier beast tamer. With his beast reaching level 21, such combat prowess was beyond Gu Yuan's current capabilities. He felt the weight of Yun Tianxiang's gaze upon him, and he could sense that trouble could manifest at any moment. Gu Yuan closed his eyes, refusing to let elation cloud his judgment. He knew he must grow stronger. Hong Ling approached Gu Yuan from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder. Master, I shall strive to grow stronger alongside you. No matter how formidable the adversary may be, I vow to protect you from even the slightest harm. Hong Ling's unwavering declaration deeply moved Gu Yuan. The feeling of companionship was truly heartwarming. Regardless of what transpires, she would face it by his side. This bond was not forged through contracts or master-servant relationships, but rather through an indescribable connection born from weathering storms together. This gave Gu Yuan a newfound sense of confidence. Upon their return, Gu Yuan and Hong Ling had one paramount task: to continue processing the remnants of one city. After absorbing an additional 100,000 units of spiritual material, Gu Yuan unveiled a brand new soul lamp. This soul artifact surpassed even the one awarded to the top student in the training camp. It was a high-tier soul lamp designed specifically for all early admitted students of Zhongshan University. The previous ordinary soul lamps were valued at a maximum of 500,000. Yet this one, tailored for the future seed students of Zhongshan University, commanded a staggering price of 1 million, significantly enhancing the efficiency compared to its predecessors. While consuming the specially formulated feed prepared by Gu Yuan, and with the assistance of the spirit herbs noted in the Phoenix Taming Manual, Hong Ling began her training amidst the molten essence. The consumption of ancient spirit lamp oil and feed was exorbitantly high, and the 90,000 units of spiritual material were far from sufficient. Therefore, Gu Yuan did not rely on his bracelet for training materials, but opted to invest directly. The black gold stones generated from Hong Ling's level-ups could fetch 50,000, and considering the B-level task, Xiaobei completed the transaction without using any materials, totaling 1 million. Consequently, Gu Yuan's savings soared to an impressive 2 million. Money has now become the foremost option that Gu Yuan wishes to deplete before the spiritual substances. He has consumed 700,000 units of spiritual matter, exchanging them for enough ancient spirit lamp oil to cultivate for 35 hours. Red Feather, too, has truly embodied the spirit of camaraderie, sharing life and death alongside Gu Yuan. No matter how long Gu Yuan cultivates, she remains in the molten magma, burning through her own practice. Despite the considerable challenges she faces, far exceeding those of Gu Yuan, she utters not a word of complaint. In Chapter 39, the establishment of the Yanzheng Gate grants access to superlative Taoist methods. 35 hours elapsed, and had Gu Yuan not informed the factory director of the waste meat plant that they need not intervene, as life and death were his to reckon. They likely would have summoned the police and ambulances. Thus, Gu Yuan and Red Feather persevered in the furnace for 35 continuous hours, with only brief interludes for sustenance. The two, one man and one bird, did not pause. With 1,000,000 soul lamps combined with ancient spirit lamp oil, the efficacy surged, enhancing the speed of cultivation by 15-fold compared to the previous version. During these 35 hours, Gu Yuan cultivated at a staggering rate of 75 times that of an ordinary person, armed with ample spiritual material as assurance. Gu Yuan prepared to simultaneously establish 2 gates in the Sea of Souls, the Xianan Gate and the Yanjing Gate. The Xianan Gate, the Jianfu Gate, the Danfeng Gate, the Wangxian Gate, and the Yanzheng Gate. Once these 5 grand gates were interconnected, the entire southern wall of the Tang dynasty's Ming Palace would be wholly restored within Gu Yuan's Sea of Souls. At that moment, his soul mastery would achieve a qualitative leap, soaring to a remarkable level of 300. An elevation of 100 soul mastery is a feat unattainable by an ordinary person in less than half a year. Yet, with a cultivation speed of 7.5 times, Gu Yuan aimed to accomplish this in one breath. However, risks loomed. Constructing 2 gates simultaneously indeed accelerated the process. Yet if success eluded him before the lamp oil ran dry, both gates would vanish together, leaving Gu Yuan with no enhancement. His soul mastery would remain at 200, rather than the hoped for 250 from a successful gate and a failed one. The lamp oil was gradually nearing depletion, and the 2 gates remained precariously unstable. Gu Yuan felt an urgency. His entire being was drenched in sweat, his spirit assailed by waves of pressure akin to crashing tides, threatening to overwhelm the 2 gates. The challenge intensified as time, once a steadfast ally, now leaned toward the precipice of failure. Should the lamp oil completely run out, all his efforts, the hours spent, and the hundreds of thousands of spiritual materials would culminate in naught. Awaken. At that moment, a surge of brilliance enveloped him, and Gu Yuan shattered the barriers of his limitations. The oppressive weight lifted, revealing a vista of clarity before him. The 2 gates were successfully established, and the entire southern wall was completed. The Xing'an Gate, characterized by 3 entrances, features a grand archway flanked by 2 smaller arches. The entire structure is adorned in a vibrant crimson hue, exuding a sense of festivity. Extending from the gate is a delicate bridge, its railings crafted from exquisite white jade, exuding a sense of opulence. Congratulations to the master for successfully surpassing 300 soul power. Hong Ling, transformed into human form, appeared behind the extending bridge, arms wide open, joyfully spinning in delight. The Xing'an Gate, she mused, gazing upwards at the magnificent entrance, is where princesses and noble women are wed or enter into marriage. It is near the Eastern Palace, the very place where Princess Taiping was married in days of yore. Suddenly, Hong Ling lowered her gaze. Master, I have an unseemly request. May I cross this bridge and pass through this gate to be by your side? Gu Yuan, unfamiliar with the customs of the Tang dynasty's Daming Palace, simply replied, In this Sea of Souls, it is only you and I. Wherever you wish to go, simply go. Hong Ling nodded, a blissful smile illuminating her face, as if this were the happiest moment of her life. She nearly danced with excitement as she traversed the empty, expansive bridge, passing through the solitary archway. Her flowing crimson gown billowed in the wind, reminiscent of outstretched wings, as if she longed to soar to Gu Yuan's side. With a jubilant leap, Hong Ling embraced Gu Yuan, transforming into a phoenix mid-spin, settling gracefully upon his shoulder. What significance does this hold? Is it a ritual? Gu Yuan pondered, bewildered by her words. Hong Ling blushed, lowering her regal head. Master, may I remain silent about it? Very well, Gu Yuan replied, scratching his cheek. With 300 soul power, the master had completed 3/5 of the journey towards becoming a second-tier beast master, and soon, many more spirit beasts would arrive here. Hong Ling gazed at Gu Yuan with pleading eyes. What troubles you? Gu Yuan noticed her unusual demeanor today. In the future, master, I shall no longer be the only one. I wish to choose a place where only I may go, a realm inaccessible to other spirit beasts. Can you promise me this? Hong Ling spoke excitedly. Gu Yuan, recognizing her fervor, recalled how she had saved him multiple times and was his first spirit beast. Perhaps it was a territorial instinct akin to that of animals. All right, I promise you. Elated, Hong Ling soared into the air, spinning joyfully on the southeastern side of the Xing'an Gate. Right here, master. I wish to dwell here forever, a sanctuary where no other spirit beast can enter. Until the seas run dry and the stones decay, until the entire palace succumbs to the sands of time, until the world collapses, until the mountains lose their edges, and the rivers cease to flow. Had Gu Yuan consulted a map, he would have discovered that the southeastern side of the Xing'an Gate leads directly to the Eastern Palace. However, the area remained a blank slate, and Hong Ling was unwilling to return to the Danfeng Gate, choosing instead to wait here. Effect of the Xing'an Gate. All your spirit pets gain a 75 increase in combat power and a 75 increase in speed. If the spirit pet is non-male, this effect is doubled. Why non-male? Gu Yuan mused, perplexed. In the Tang dynasty, this locale was not solely inhabited by the enchanting beauties of the imperial harem, but also by eunuchs. Hong Ling's response left Gu Yuan astounded, contemplating how such a mindset could be interpreted in this manner. On the other side, the Yanjing Gate was constructed with a far greater sense of solemnity. The entire two-story city gate was adorned with azure bricks and tiles, crimson pillars, and a vermilion door embellished with golden spikes arranged in a meticulous matrix for fortification, distinct from the Eastern Palace. To the north of Yanjing Gate lay the Longsho Hall, still a blank canvas, yet a millennium ago. It served as the command center for the Emperor's military, akin to the modern-day Pentagon of M country. Hong Ling, reminiscent of a tour guide, elucidated its significance. Gu Yuan nodded, recognizing that the Yanjing Gate had indeed bestowed upon him a novel path of cultivation. This was not a combat skill, nor a technique bestowed by his tamed beasts, but a unique method accessible solely to humanity, one that Hong Ling did not possess. Yanjing Gate. You have acquired a new path of cultivation. Command. Command. You may select one of your tamed beasts and issue one of 4 commands. Offensive command. For the duration of an incense stick, attack power is increased by 100, while defense is reduced by 50. Defensive command. For the duration of an incense stick, defense power is increased by 100, while attack is reduced by 50. Void command. For the duration of an incense stick, the tamed beast transforms into pure spiritual energy, devoid of physical form, impervious to physical damage, and inflicting 150 more damage with spiritual techniques. Brutal command. For the duration of an incense stick, the tamed beast loses the ability to execute spiritual techniques, converting all spiritual energy into physical prowess, enhancing physical attack by 150, and becoming 80 immune to spiritual techniques. Chapter 40. Once again venturing out to seek the fire cliff, flower remarkable. Gu Yuan mused, realizing he had finally obtained a unique path of cultivation. Hong Ling, how is your training progressing? He inquired. With a gentle smile, Hong Ling replied, Master, I can now temporarily withdraw from the Sea of Souls to present the results of my cultivation. As Gu Yuan withdrew his consciousness back to the realm of reality, he beheld 2 black gold stones lying on the ground. Level 14. Gu Yuan was initially astonished, not even considering the unexpected gain of 1 million, but rather marveling at Hong Ling's astonishing rise to level 14. The speed of her advancement was nothing short of miraculous. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. Hong Ling's rate of progression was indeed astonishing, surpassing even his efforts to burn ancient spirit lamp oil, particularly since she required none of the scarce resources that such oil entailed. Moreover, upon successful cultivation, she produced sellable black gold stones. This could only be attributed to the extraordinary bloodline she possessed, noble among birds, incomparable to ordinary spirit beasts. After a day of rest at home, Gu Yuan and Hong Ling reflected on their journey. 2 days had passed since they completed Xiao Baihe's task. Once the spiritual materials were entirely consumed, Gu Yuan's cultivation speed diminished from its previous fervor. By January 5th, Gu Yuan's soul mastery had risen to only 321. However, Hong Ling was different. The resources required for her advancement, celestial treasures and earthly delights, were readily obtainable. Yet, as one progressed further, the difficulty of leveling up increased. Over the past couple of days, she had only ascended 2 levels, reaching level 16, despite expending 1 million in cultivation materials. Nevertheless, after selling the black gold stones acquired from her upgrades, she had still profited an additional 500,000. Gu Yuan's savings had once again returned to 500,000. Master, today, for Shaohan, according to the customs of Yu province, we must enjoy glutinous rice balls. With that, Hong Ling presented a plate of fragrant glutinous rice balls. With his parents away, Hong Ling attended to all of Gu Yuan's daily needs. Her culinary skills were exceptional, to the point where Gu Yuan found himself unaccustomed to his parents' cooking. Reclining on the sofa, Gu Yuan was engrossed in his phone, while Hong Ling, resembling a devoted wife, took it upon herself to feed him. She skillfully picked up a glutinous rice ball with chopsticks and held it to his lips, careful not to let any grains fall onto his clothes. In the second-hand marketplace, Gu Yuan sold the wind-slaying sword he had seized from Ling Yunpeng, and combined with his remaining 500,000, upgraded his night cloak. At this point, Gu Yuan had advanced from a plastic-level hunter to a black iron-level hunter, allowing him to enjoy a discount of 15. Investing 850,000 left him with only a few thousand, yet in Gu Yuan's eyes, it was all worthwhile. For tomorrow was January 6th, and he needed to take action. The fire cliff flower was a bloom that despised cold climates. It would close its petals in winter, entering a state akin to hibernation to endure the harsh season. Prior to this dormancy, the aura would gradually concentrate within the flower's core, making the moments before its slumber the optimal time for harvesting. The first day after Xiaohan was deemed the most suitable for picking. Gu Yuan gazed at the notes in the Phoenix Taming Manual, penned by ancient predecessors a millennium ago, detailing the ideal conditions for the phoenix's descent. This urgency to level up was driven by the relentless passage of time. Regardless of his cultivation achievements today, he had to delve into the murky waters tomorrow. According to the records, the Firecliff flower thrived within the tomb of an ancient civil official, precisely located at the ancestral site of the Baiyu mountain range. Gu Yuan was well aware that this ancestral site referred to Mount Luofu. This understanding was what compelled him to leave his rented abode in Yangqing and return to Guangqing, boarding a fast train bound for Iching. Halfway through the journey, under the astonished gazes of several young women, Gu Yuan pulled open the train window, grasped the upper edge of the train, and performed a pull-up to ascend to the rooftop. He then leaped into the boundless mountains and jungles via the maintenance passage. Compared to his first outing, Gu Yuan was now considerably more adept. He no longer chose to traverse the conventional routes along the borders, but instead embarked directly towards his destination. Instead, he boarded a train between two cities, then leapt off at the nearest point to his destination, proceeding in a straight line towards his objective. Unlike the scenic Ruo Fushan of his previous life, this world's Ruo Fushan was imbued with ethereal energy, teeming with various treasures of nature that radiated potent spiritual energy, attracting and nurturing countless ferocious beasts. Ruo Fushan was a desolate place, seldom trodden by humans, yet frequented by hunters in search of treasures. After disembarking from the train, Gu Yuan advanced northward for 3 hours, eventually arriving at the orange wasteland zone of Ruo Fushan. On the Hunter app, a hunting map displayed distinct color-coded areas. Green indicated safety, representing human-occupied regions, followed by yellow, orange, red, and black, with deeper hues signifying greater danger. The last expedition to Dainyu Qi featured predominantly yellow zones, with only a few orange patches. However, this time, the entire mountain range of Ruo Fushan was marked in orange, with certain areas even highlighted in red. Gu Yuan continued employing his established method, sending his red feathered companion soaring thousands of meters into the clouds to conceal its presence. Meanwhile, he relied on his windbreaker to blend into the forest, navigating the treetops until he reached the summit of Ruo Fushan. Perched on a branch of a grand tree, he surveyed the vast mountain range before him. Damn it! This mountain is immense, and the tomb lies buried underground. How on earth am I to locate it? Cold sweat trickled down Gu Yuan's forehead. He could only retrieve the document from his files once more. The sender was untraceable, yet it had appeared on General Manager Wang's desk, presumably intended for him. The document was exceedingly succinct, devoid of superfluous words, consisting solely of images and classical Chinese inscriptions. General Manager Wang must have been well acquainted with the sender, as both parties seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding, foregoing verbal communication. The tomb of Tang Wenguan emphasized a harmonious orientation towards water, gathering moonlight and abundance. Positioned between the third month, while resting upon a 9-foot emerald couch, Gu Yuan swallowed hard, vexed by the cryptic message. The entire clue consisted merely of these few words. The night breeze rustled the tranquil leaves, stirring birds to unfurl their wings in the air, startling countless beasts. The rustling leaves formed a continuous canopy before him, swaying in the gentle breeze, reflecting the silvery moonlight as if it were a dazzling tide of argent, stirring Gu Yuan's emotions. Chapter 41. "Greetings, teacher." In the distance, a lake mirrored a full moon, resembling a grand stage, radiant and serene before the curtain rose. The shimmering waves glistened in the wind, a sight too beautiful to behold. Here, mountains, water, wind, and trees were all present, yet the entrance to the tomb remained elusive. The wilderness, untouched by human feet, possessed its own beauty. Gu Yuan mused. Perhaps it was futile to search any longer. He might as well consider the 80 yuan spent on the train ticket as a fair price for this scenic appreciation. At this moment, Gu Yuan found himself somewhat at a loss. To decipher this ancient text, he would require a comprehensive, three-dimensional map of the entire mountain. In such a perilous orange-level wilderness, casually unleashing reconnaissance techniques or spells would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable beasts. The intricate terrain would hinder aerial surveillance. If flying-type demon beasts were to take to the skies for a closer inspection, they would easily become targets for the very creatures they sought to observe. Observing from an altitude of 5,000 meters would still prove futile, as the clouds obscured the view entirely. Quite clever indeed, as expected of a scholar, a millennium ago. They had already devised countermeasures against future generations. Perched atop a branch, Gu Yuan mused upon this quandary, when suddenly, Hong Ling appeared within the sea of his soul. "Fear not, my master. I am willing to lend you my assistance." At that moment, the red feather atop the clouds emitted a resounding cry, akin to a phoenix's call, drawing the attention of all low-level birds in the valley. They took to the skies en masse, soaring through the mountains like a swarm of bees. Each bird transmitted its perspective directly into Gu Yuan's mind, as though he were experiencing an endless aerial survey. These diminutive avian creatures became aerial drones under the command of Hong Ling, with Gu Yuan as the viewer. The interconnected visions of the birds expanded Gu Yuan's awareness remarkably. He beheld 3 moons. Focusing on the perspective of a blue shadow sparrow, he noted its flight to an astute position facing south. From this vantage point, the entire mountain range resembled a vast bowl, with moonlight cascading like a flowing river, ultimately converging at the basin's bottom. At the basin lay 2 ponds. Reflecting the celestial moons, the dual reflections harmonized with the singular full moon above. Thus, the 3 moons appeared within his line of sight, forming a triangle, with a towering locust tree at its center. Indeed, that was the spot. Before Gu Yuan could revel in his discovery, Hong Ling's voice rang out in alarm from the depths of his soul. "Master, be cautious." At that moment, a blue shadow sparrow king emerged in the sky, boasting an impressive level of 39, and charged toward Gu Yuan. Startled, he felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The situation unfolded thus. The avian king had been joyfully basking in the moonlight with his level 25 mate, intent on progeny, when suddenly, she was summoned away by Hong Ling's avian call, inciting the king's fury. However, he had no desire to confront the king of birds. Enraged, he soared upward, spotting Gu Yuan perched atop the treetops. Damn it, a king-level beast, and a level 39 at that. Gu Yuan swiftly retreated, cloaking himself in invisibility for 3 seconds, hoping to evade detection, only to discover that the colossal bird seemed to have locked onto him, continuing its relentless pursuit. The blue shadow sparrow king emitted an indignant chirp in the air, its azure wings shimmering under the moonlight, resembling a blue arrow poised to pierce through Gu Yuan. With a whoosh, a shadow materialized before Gu Yuan. "Your teacher has already warned you for the 3rd time, young man. You must protect yourself out here." "Teacher Zheng Hanyue." Gu Yuan immediately felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Dressed in an exquisite gray-black hunter ensemble, the short shorts revealed her fair legs, partially obscured by thick black stockings. She exuded none of the demure demeanor typically associated with her role in school, instead radiating ambition akin to that of a young leopard. As she landed gracefully on a branch, her right hand formed a gun-like gesture, aimed at the formidable Class 39 beast, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic black aura. Bang! With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she raised her fingers, mimicking a gunshot. Instantly, a dark aura enveloped the Sparrow King. Its feathers began to decay, losing the power of the wind, and ultimately, the entire bird crashed onto the branch, slumbering. In her black high heels, Teacher Zheng Hanyue lifted her foot and pinned the avian monarch beneath her stiletto. Big ball, little ball. Now, 2 petite butterfly maidens emerged from the shadows, their sweet smiles illuminating the scene. Utilize the shadow sphere. They chimed in unison, their tiny hands raised high as two colossal shadow spheres materialized, crashing down to obliterate the Sparrow King. How impressive! Gu Yuan began to exclaim, but before he could finish, teacher Zheng Hanyue approached him, exasperated. Honestly, you must stop wandering about. This place is rife with perilous beasts. I shall escort you to safety. No, Gu Yuan protested. Today is the first day after the minor cold. I cannot leave. Suddenly, a glint flickered in Zheng Hanyue's eyes. The first day after the minor cold, November 6th, 2021. Why do you regard this date with such importance? Are you also in search of the Millennium Firecliff flower? What? It is not just any Firecliff flower, but the Millennium Firecliff flower. Gu Yuan was taken aback by a delightful revelation. The Phoenix Taming Manual had stated that the longer the Firecliff flower lived, the more potent the effects of its inscription, thus amplifying the power of the Phoenix Descent inscription technique. How absurd. This matter involves numerous factions. Even foreign entities are implicated. Gu Yuan, should you insist on participating, I will be quite displeased, she admonished, hands on her hips. Teacher, Gu Yuan contemplated, realizing that Zheng Hanyue could easily use a shadow teleportation to whisk him away to safety. There was only one way to persuade her to stay. I know where the scholar's tomb is. I can lead you there. At this revelation, Zheng Hanyue was momentarily taken aback. Impossible. Even military satellites have failed to locate the site described in the poem of Tsang Fengyin. Of course, Gu Yuan contemplated. For the satellite could not capture the moon behind itself, thus rendering the extraordinary phenomenon of their simultaneous emergence in March unseen. I truly understand. Gu Yuan asserted with unwavering confidence. Are you genuinely determined to go? Teacher Zheng Hanyue pondered thoughtfully. Gu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Very well. Consider it a practical experience guided by your teacher. Should it prove too perilous, I shall utilize shadow teleportation to whisk you away. Furthermore, if the mission succeeds, I can advocate for you to receive a Civil Beastmaster's Medal. Another medal? Gu Yuan swallowed hard. He had indeed heard of the Civil Beastmaster's Medal. In this world, Civil Beastmasters possessed formidable combat prowess, and those who made outstanding contributions to national security were duly rewarded. This medal was not merely a token of recognition. It conferred certain privileges, including access to exclusive cultivation resources and specialty pet feed marked with a red insignia. Gu Yuan had initially intended to seek the Firecliff flower, and now, not only had he acquired the formidable protection of teacher Zheng Hanyue, but he also had the prospect of a medal, which filled his heart with countless eager aspirations. All right, teacher Zheng Hanyue, rest assured, I have always been eager to learn. Gu Yuan produced a map and marked his conjectured location of the ancient tomb. Upon seeing the marked spot, teacher Zheng Hanyue chuckled. You little rascal, what eagerness to learn. You merely desire the medal. Teacher Zheng Hanyue, who exactly are you? How can you secure such a national-level medal? And you even mention military satellites. Gu Yuan wondered, pondering the remarkable capabilities and intricate connections of teacher Zheng Hanyue. Have you heard of the Beastmaster Security Bureau? Teacher Zheng Hanyue inquired as they leaped through the treetops towards the ancient tomb. Of course, I have heard of it. They specialize in capturing fugitives and possess the authority to eliminate wicked beastmasters on-site with their special task force. Could it be? Gu Yuan nearly blurted out. Teacher, are you one of the enforcers? I am indeed one of them. My purpose in Guangdong province is to investigate an overseas terror organization known as the Black Lotus Gang, composed of overseas Chinese. They infiltrate Chinatowns across various countries, engaging in theft, robbery, and the illicit trade of antiques, alongside possessing their own armed forces. However, that is merely a facade. Their ultimate objective is the Millennium Soul Artifact. The Millennium Soul Artifact. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan instinctively tucked his right hand into his pocket, concealing the wooden bracelet on his wrist more deeply. What could that be? Are antiques in such high demand abroad? Normally, customs would handle the pursuit of antiques. There would be no need for our special task force. The Millennium Soul Artifact, as the name suggests, refers to artifacts from 1,000 years ago. Teacher Zheng Hanyue added. How could the ancient soul artifacts possibly rival those of our modern ones? Teacher, do not jest. Gu Yuan replied, incredulous. You may not comprehend the formidable might of the Tang dynasty from a millennium ago. Nonetheless, the craftsmanship of their soul instruments is undeniably impressive. Those that have withstood the ravages of time for 1,000 years are among the most formidable of their kind. Should such artifacts fall into the hands of terrorists, they would pose a significant threat to the entire world. Teacher Zheng Hanyue continued to leap through the treetops, with Gu Yuan closely trailing behind. Gu Yuan tentatively inquired about Manager Wang from the previous day. Indeed, he is affiliated with the Black Lotus Gang. Gu Yuan was well aware of the historical truths surrounding the Tang dynasty, which had formed a close alliance with beasts of the supernatural realm. It is conceivable that they possessed soul instruments that modern experts could neither comprehend nor replicate. He was nearly certain that his bracelet was a millennium-old soul instrument. And the ancient lamp oil was also a product of the Tang dynasty, previously researched in an underground laboratory in Guangdong province, but had unfortunately been leaked. Manager Wang's title was merely a facade, possibly a ruse to satisfy his own carnal desires. This explains why the ancient tomb documents were present on his desk. This was his true vocation. It seemed that Teacher Zheng Hanyue had likely been tracing the location of this tomb for quite some time. It appeared that the terrorist organization had gained the upper hand. Teacher Zheng Hanyue landed on a branch, signaling Gu Yuan to halt. He complied, and the two concealed themselves within the shadows of the treetops. To Gu Yuan's astonishment, he spotted a hunting party consisting of 3 individuals, all clad in matching hunting attire, with 2 wolf-like spirit beasts crouched on the ground, sniffing the air. Evidently, a third faction had arrived. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Teacher Zheng Hanyue's forehead. One of the wolf-like spirit beasts raised its head, seemingly having detected something. This was troubling. It was a level 40 wind shepherd, possessing exceptionally acute sensory abilities. We are in danger of being discovered. Before Gu Yuan could finish his warning, Teacher Zheng Hanyue leaped onto him, pinning him against the branch. She covered his mouth with one hand, her body pressed firmly against his, their faces mere inches apart. Do not emit any fluctuations of spiritual energy, she instructed, maintaining her hold on him. For the first time, Gu Yuan found himself in such close proximity to a mature woman, and to top it off, this woman was his teacher, causing his heart to race. Dark spiritual energy emanated from Teacher Zheng Hanyue, gradually enveloping Gu Yuan entirely. The wind shepherd twitched its nose, tilting its head in confusion, before resuming its position on the ground and moving forward with its companions. The Tianyun aristocracy. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened. This was the very clan that sought his demise, associated with Yun Tianxiang. The Tianyun hunting party. It would be prudent to avoid detection by them, Teacher Zheng Hanyue cautioned. These affluent and powerful families do not merely wield influence in urban areas. They also command their own hunting parties. Spirit wind wolves, black wind bears, gale eagles. Gu Yuan noted the 3 spirit beasts in their midst, each exceeding level 50. All were of the wind attribute. Gu Yuanxin mused. It appears that the Yun family has indeed mobilized its own resources. The Yun family is a lineage deeply rooted in the wind element, with all its members primarily practicing wind-based cultivation. Hey, second cousin, why have we come here? Asked a young dandy, whose impatience was evident as he bounced around. Interrupting the guide. Here lies something of utmost significance for the development of our Yun family. The leader, another young gentleman, was skillfully maneuvering a spirit wind wolf and a wind shepherd to scout the surrounding energies. Meanwhile, a burly man accompanied them, silently following with a black wind bear. Chapter 43, The Black Lotus Gang, a terrifying organization emerges. The Millennium Fire Cliff Flower, exclaimed the owner of the spirit wind wolf. What, brother? Are you out of your mind? We abandoned a chance to earn 100 million effortlessly and trekked all this way just for a flower? The dandy exclaimed excitedly. Do not underestimate the Fire Cliff Flower. This Millennium Fire Cliff Flower is a rare and exquisite spirit flower, originally a burial treasure of a Tang dynasty official, aged a millennium and capable of inscribing celestial-level battle techniques, the leading nobleman explained. The dandy's previous discontent evaporated in an instant. Heavens! Celestial-level battle techniques. Among all the prodigies of our Yun family, only one has a beast that possesses a celestial-level battle technique, which supposedly costs several hundred million. He marveled. Do not rejoice too soon. Although the Fire Cliff Flower can inscribe celestial-level techniques, the method has long been lost. Only a few archaeologists from the Tang dynasty might know how to utilize it. We cannot afford it, and will have to sell it. The nobleman cautioned. That is still worth several hundred million. The dandy interjected. Enough to buy us 3 top-tier soul artifacts. Halt. There are people ahead. At that moment, the burly man placed a firm hand on the dandy. Please stop. Suddenly, a gigantic pangolin, resembling a mountain, erupted from the ground, stirring up a tempest of dust. It was a formidable level 52 creature, atop which stood a man. This man was strikingly noticeable, with a pale complexion tinged with yellow, reminiscent of light yellow cream. His hair was brown, and he was clad in black attire. His Mandarin accent was somewhat awkward, lacking the fluidity of his earlier English. "Leave this place, Hua people. Who do you think you are? My flower has yet to be secured," retorted the Yun family's dandy. A ground-type beast, the dragon claw pangolin. The Yun family's burly man drew his sword, having come to excavate an ancient tomb. Bruto Yang, an Australian Chinese. What brings him here? Teacher Zheng Hanyue stood up from Gu Yuan's side. Gu Yuan finally found a moment to breathe. Bruto what? He thought, finding the mixed blood name rather convoluted. A cadre of the Black Lotus gang. Yet it seems he hasn't had the chance to collect the underground Fire Cliff flower. Teacher Zheng Hanyue signaled to Gu Yuan to observe the unfolding situation. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted, cracking open in a vibrant display of crimson. Molten lava surging through the fissures, releasing plumes of scalding steam. Two molten turtles materialized from thin air, transforming into robust men adorned with fiery scales and armored shells, positioning themselves on either side. "Indeed, we have come to seize the treasures buried beneath your land. Depart if you wish to avoid demise." Bruto Yang sneered arrogantly, his gaze dismissive of the three young heirs of the Yun family. Three level 50 beast tamers. Although all four present were 5th-tier beast masters, it was evident that the three young scions of the Yun family had only recently ascended to this rank. Each possessed but a single level 50 beast, while their other beasts languished at levels 40 or even 30, rendering them virtually useless. "Do not be intimidated by him. We have the numbers," the leading young master bellowed. Tri-wind formation. The trio simultaneously formed intricate hand seals. The spirit wind wolf, black wind bear, and swift wind eagle unleashed a series of engravings, swirling in the air to create 3 intersecting tempests that surged forward. The winds intensified, and the 2 molten turtles were forcefully repelled. Molten rock and debris soaring into the sky like a volcanic eruption. However, the swift winds coalesced into 3 towering tornadoes, converging towards the center. At this moment, the inscriptions on the 3 beasts simultaneously unfurled, intertwining in the air to form a magical array, with the eye of the storm ensnaring Bruto Yang. "Cursed be it. Burrow down." Bruto Yang struggled against the tempest, his footing faltering as the dragon claw pangolin continued to dig downwards, seeking to take him underground. Do not underestimate the strength of the Yun family. The trio persisted in their unified effort, uprooting the very ground beneath them and hoisting the submerged Bruto Yang into the air. White lightning, descend. At this juncture, Bruto Yang summoned his 4th level 50 beast. A massive pure white koala descended from the sky, gradually transforming into a beautiful maiden with koala ears upon landing. A single punch struck the ground, sending shards of earth flying forward and knocking the 3 back, yet the tri-wind formation remained unbroken. "Enough. Stand down, my Chinese friends. The Fire Cliff flowers below are plentiful. Let us share them amicably and agree to a temporary truce." Bruto Yang raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Boss, he has an extra level 50 beast." The flamboyant young master faltered first. "Do not be deceived by my foreign birth. My father is also Chinese. Are we not brethren?" Bruto Yang maintained a benevolent smile, his hands tucked into his pockets. "Indeed, if we engage in mutual destruction here, we shall gain nothing, leaving only the surrounding beasts to feast upon us," the leading young master of the Yun family declared, stepping forward. "Fool." At this moment, Professor Zheng Hanyue was already drenched in cold sweat. Although their adversary possessed an additional level 50 beast, the trio's formation, the 3 Winds Eye, was not without strength. They could indeed perish together in a desperate struggle. Yet, they had foolishly believed the words of a terrorist. However, the 3 beasts had ceased their connection to the inscriptions, and the wind's force began to wane. From Gu Yuan's vantage point, he perceived a silvery haze enveloping the air, and for a fleeting moment, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. Upon closer inspection, illuminated by the moonlight, the phenomenon became increasingly pronounced. Shadow Blade of the Night. Execute shadow strangulation. Suddenly, Pluto Yang raised his right hand and shouted, revealing a shadow mantis erupting from the void. With its shadowy scythe-like claws, it resembled blades designed for dismemberment. Alarmed, the 3 descendants of the Yun family were taken aback. Just as they recognized the imminent danger, it was already too late. The razor-sharp claws sliced through their ranks, and in an instant, one of them was shattered into 3 pieces, blood flowing profusely. Damn it! This fellow has another level 40 Shadow Mantis. The remaining survivors were consumed by panic. With their master deceased, the spirit wind eagle plummeted from the sky, breathless, as per their contract. The Three Winds formation, now lacking a crucial component, could no longer be enacted. The remaining 2 level 50 beasts, along with their master, stood no chance against 4 level 50 beasts. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. The 3 prodigies of the Yun family had met their demise. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Truly, as expected of pampered scions of wealthy families. Faced with a modicum of life-threatening peril, they choose to capitulate, only to lose their lives in vain. Pluto Yang, with one hand covering his face, tilted his head back, laughing uncontrollably under the moonlight, his entire body shaking, his features contorted, devoid of the kindness he had exhibited moments prior. Chapter 44, Professor Hanyue versus Pluto Yang. Alas. Professor Zheng Hanyue sighed. Boys, take care of yourselves for a moment. I fear I must take my leave temporarily. However, Gu Yuan's thoughts diverged. The corpses of 3 level 50 beasts, along with their inner cores, were treasures he could not afford to overlook. These were spiritual materials. Others need not claim them. He could easily gather them himself. Such a lucrative endeavor. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Professor Zheng Hanyue sensed the barely contained exhilaration radiating from Gu Yuan. Hey, a boy should not lack compassion. The deceased, though members of the Yun family and your enemies, is it not a touch excessive to be this thrilled? She gently tapped Gu Yuan's head. And no, Professor Zheng Hanyue, this is my first time witnessing a battle involving so many level 50 beasts. I am merely exhilarated. Gu Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Though I am uncertain how you achieved this, your red feather evolves rapidly. Your talent is such that you could easily join a significant faction. They would undoubtedly provide you with all the resources necessary for you and Red Feather's advancement. Teacher Zheng Hanyue stood with her arms crossed, contemplating the potential cost of personal growth, which may lead one to become constrained by others, ultimately serving as their protector. This was precisely the reason Gu Yuan was reluctant to join certain prominent families. It was overly burdensome. Additionally, his Millennium Soul artifact and the 9 Heavens Goddess were treasures too precious to safeguard, as envious powers might strike from the shadows. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Gu Yuan's mind. Indeed, Teacher Zheng, given your formidable prowess, your family must possess abundant resources. How about you take me under your wing? In the future, I shall be utterly obedient to you. Teacher Zheng's cheeks puffed in mock indignation, admonishing him not to jest about such matters, nor to utter profanities towards a teacher, for she would not hesitate to apprehend him and impart a proper education. At that moment, Pluto Yang had already entered the tomb. Relying on the power of shadows, Teacher Zheng led Gu Yuan into the eerie sepulchre. The chamber was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. Despite its arid nature, a damp, lifeless air pervaded. The coal-black walls were adorned with murals from the Tang dynasty, depicting scenes of harmony between humans and mythical beasts. In the murals, the beasts labored in the fields while humans invoked rain through formations and Taoist techniques. The harvest of spiritual grains was shared between them, and celebrations unfolded in the court, where both humans and beasts rejoiced in a display of unity. The Tang emperor and noble women diligently attended to state affairs, all portrayed in a tableau of tranquility. Yet, at the end of this celestial narrative lay a blood-soaked battlefield, revealing the turmoil of the late Xuanzong era. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, momentarily distracted by a near-manic roar. At last, the Kaiyuan wood. During the prosperous Kaiyuan era, this spiritual wood flourished, capable of bearing any inscribed treasure. The Millennium Soul artifact shall belong to me. Pluto Yang pried open the coffin of a civil official, brutally tearing the remains apart. Such artifacts, if witnessed by archaeologists, would surely provoke their ire. Gu Yuan felt a pang of sorrow, lamenting the loss of bones worth millions, now reduced to fragments. However, Pluto Yang showed no reverence. Fixating on a thumb-sized piece of wood, lifting it with eager hands, and licking his lips. You shall soon be mine. Protect yourself, Teacher Zheng exclaimed, dashing forward. Pluto Yang, prepare to face judgment. This tomb shall be your grave. Teacher Zheng appeared behind him, raising her jade hand to summon 5 adorable shadow butterflies. In an instant, 6 shadow spheres coalesced in their grasp, launching towards Pluto Yang like a barrage of artillery. These were 6 Earth-tier combat techniques, unleashed by a 5th-tier Beastmaster and 5 level 50 shadow butterflies. In an instant, The black storm unleashed by the shadow spirit energy threatened to upend the very tomb itself. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Brutus Young abruptly vanished, employing a rare soul artifact known as the Flickering Belt, reappearing in the distance. Simultaneously, the dragon claw armadillo burrowed upwards, its armored shell impervious as it unleashed a formidable Earth-grade combat technique. The armadillo enveloped Brutus Young, providing him with protection, while two magma turtles surged forth to directly confront the shadow sphere. The explosive force sent the tomb's dome soaring into the skies, revealing a resplendent night sky. The surrounding mural of auspicious clouds was violently torn asunder, and the deafening roar of the explosion threatened to rupture eardrums. Amidst the impact of the shadow energy, the shells of the two magma turtles began to crack. They exchanged a glance, and for the Black Lotus gang, they decided to erupt like a volcano. The shells of the turtles, resembling fiery mountains, began to gather heat, swelling as they unleashed a torrent of molten lava that dissipated the waves of the shadow sphere. With a series of thunderous booms, the two magma turtles collapsed to the ground, their shells shattered completely, their eyes devoid of the vibrant flames that once danced within, resembling extinguished candle flames, bereft of luster. Meanwhile, Teacher Zheng Hanyue gasped for breath. Her 4- and 5-ball companions, the weakest in cultivation, lay scorched and sprawled on the ground. 4-ball, 5-ball, you should return to rest. The second-tier beast tamer could learn the method of pet space, allowing her beasts to rest within the sea of souls. 0 for 2, or one could also say 2 for 2. Gu Yuan felt a surge of confidence in victory. Currently, Teacher Zheng held the upper hand, retaining 3 level 50 pets, with her strongest creature at level 56. In contrast, Brutus Young was left with merely 1 at level 40, 1 at level 50, and another at level 54. Honestly, the local ruffians lack martial ethics, resorting to sneak attacks. Hey, little beauty, your main profession isn't vice enforcement, is it? Interrupting me at the height of my excitement. Brutus Young remained unfazed, even sporting a sinister grin as he licked his lips with that repugnant tongue. However, I have no aversion to female officers. The last time I encountered a vice raid in Guanqing, that female officer, I shall make you experience the pain she endured. I was careless. A shadow thread had been entwined around his waist all along. Whenever danger approached, the spider would use shadow teleportation to whisk him away. Teacher Zheng Hanyue thought to herself, scoffing, enough of your slick tongue, Brutus Young. Cherish the last few minutes of your life. At that moment, Gu Yuan sensed something amiss. The molten lava previously spewed by the magma turtles was converging towards a single point. This direction lay beyond the mural, and as Gu Yuan turned to look, he was met with a breathtaking sea of firecliff flowers. Chapter 45. Crisis. Teacher Hanyue's defeat. Like eternal lanterns, flowers bloomed abundantly in the eerie, foreboding tomb, each possessing a crimson wick that flickered with a burning flame. As the cold wind from outside swept through, all the blossoms swayed, evoking an indescribable sense of eerie beauty, reminiscent of stepping into a mass grave of countless souls. The molten lava could not harm them. Instead, it was absorbed through their roots, completely melting into sustenance, rendering the entire floral sea even more luminous. The tomb, steeped in the aura of death, bore the firecliff flower, which appeared to be the fabled secret realm required to inscribe the celestial battle technique, the Phoenix's Descent. Seizing the initiative, Gu Yuan plunged into the sea of flowers, confident that Teacher Zheng Hanyue could manage on her own. He was determined to complete the inscription first. Teacher Zheng Hanyue was a commendable mentor, and Gu Yuan was unwilling to witness her fall into peril. However, it was evident that she currently held a significant advantage, having gained the upper hand in the battle, seemingly unaware of how she might falter. Thus, it was not truly a dangerous situation. He intended to utilize the scene before the relevant authorities arrived to take control. Otherwise, he would lose his chance. At that moment, a serene, white spectral figure flitted past. A ghost. Gu Yuan beheld a pristine fox spirit materializing before him, discernible only in its vague fox shape, its eyes ablaze with ethereal blue flames. 9 immaculate tails fanned out behind it. Subsequently, the fox leapt toward Gu Yuan, its neck adorned with 2 bells, its flawless fur exuding an enchanting beauty. Fear not, my master. This is indeed a spirit, merely the soul of a buried beast. Yet it is only of the 14th level. I can easily handle her. With that, Hong Ling raised her right hand. and a surge of crimson phoenix fire coalesced into her palm as she unleashed the 1,000 reverse fire slash, cleaving downward. The accompanying spirit stood no chance against Hong Ling, who swiftly sent it flying away, causing it to flee. However, a tumultuous shift unfolded on teacher Zheng Hanyue's side. Aware of her considerable advantage, she contemplated the fact that they were in an orange-alert wilderness, where the erupted spiritual energy had frightened off most beasts below level 50. Yet, the possibility of stronger beasts lying dormant in this place loomed in her mind. If that boy were to be carried away by a wolf, it would signify her failure to protect him as his teacher. Moments earlier, an explosion had shattered a jar, releasing a mysterious fox spirit. This fox was exceedingly peculiar, and its potential threat was uncertain. Time was of the essence. Teacher Zheng Hanyue commanded her forces to split into 4 groups, launching simultaneous assaults. The primary target was the most formidable of them all, a white koala maiden. With a flourish, she summoned 2 shadow swords, conjured through the earth-level technique, Shadow Dance. The petite figure of Daikyu surged in speed, becoming indistinct as she moved, leaving behind a series of enchanting afterimages, engaging in close-quarters combat with swift strikes. As the second sphere executed a shadow teleportation, it materialized behind the pangolin, in stark contrast to the melee prowess of the first sphere. The second sphere unfurled its butterfly wings, releasing a cascade of pollen akin to stardust, which hypnotized the dragon claw pangolin. Utilizing the earth-tier skill, Hypnotic Powder, the second sphere lifted its right hand, conjuring a sword resembling a butterfly siphon, which pierced the gaps in the pangolin's armor to siphon its life force. Both primary combatants found themselves in peril. The shadow spider sought to flee with its master. However, as it prepared to draw its web, it was struck by the third sphere's shadow ball and sent sprawling. With its web severed, Bruto Yang had no avenue of escape, as teacher Zheng Hanyue was rapidly approaching. The more beasts a Beastmaster controlled, the greater their combat prowess. This was no mere jest. Teacher Zheng Hanyue, alongside her 5 fairy companions, had fortified their strength. She initiated the assault with a shadow ball, and as Bruto attempted to evade, he soon found himself enveloped in the hypnotic powder expelled from that wretched woman's mouth. A tempest arose. Bruto unleashed a tornado to disperse the hypnotic powder, yet in the next instant, teacher Zheng Hanyue invoked Shadow Dance. Much like the first sphere, her speed and explosive power surged exponentially, leaving only the fleeting silhouette of her graceful form in her wake. With her hands coalescing shadow swords, she sliced through the earth-tier tornado, charging forward. In a swift motion, she raised a hand and pierced Bruto Yang's abdomen. The outcome was all but certain. At this juncture, Bruto's 3 beasts were relentlessly pursued by the first, second, and third spheres, leaving him utterly defenseless. Teacher Zheng Hanyue gradually exerted force, lifting him as if he were a piece of butchered meat, his feet leaving the ground. As Bruto felt the agonizing rending of his abdomen, he realized he was on the brink of being cleaved in 2. His cries echoed, "Ah!" The pain. At this moment, teacher Zheng Hanyue had resolved to kill, her hands tightening with determination. "Spare me! Spare me! I confess." "Confess?" Teacher Zheng Hanyue halted. "Please grant me the opportunity to confess, will you? Speak, and upon your confession's conclusion, I shall deliver your final judgment." Suddenly, Bruto Yang's tone shifted, raising his right hand as dark energy coalesced within it. In an instant, a colossal spider emerged from the earth, emanating an aura of death, its vast back adorned with a gigantic skull. Its sharp forelimbs and fangs glimmered in the air, each strike resonating with the mournful wails of the departed, inflicting wounds upon teacher Hanyue. Impossible. Teacher Zheng Hanyue recognized it immediately. This was a level 60 bone spider, a rare spirit beast thought to be extinct for a millennium. How could it manifest here? And why had Bruto Yang forged a contract with it? Aren't you only 5th tier? How could you possess a 6th beast? Her expression darkened considerably. Huh. Bruto Yang clutched his abdomen, swaying as he sat down. A millennium-old soul artifact, the afterlife coffin. As he spoke, Bruto Yang produced a wooden pendant the size of a pinky finger, designed for single use. When the soul of a deceased beast still lingered nearby, this pendant could draw its essence back into the corpse. Furthermore, if combined with the ancient and modern inscriptions studied by our beast scholars, it could reduce the difficulty of occupying the contract position in the Sea of Souls by 20%. What? Although Professor Zheng Hanyue had heard of the Millennium Soul artifacts, each a formidable divine instrument, She was astonished that such a diminutive piece could wield such terrifying power. She recalled the shattered porcelain from her earlier entrance. Could it be that the soul within belonged to the spider? Its remains had been interred as a burial offering, separated and buried here, guided by the otherworldly coffin to this spider's corpse, revived and contracted. With this revelation, the advantage no longer lay with her. This cunning individual had not acted impulsively, but had instead meticulously lured her into his trap, even willing to inflict wounds upon himself. Chapter 46. The Phoenix Inscription. Flames of devastation. Panic ensued. Cold sweat trickled down Zheng Hanyue's forehead. The freshly cut skin inexplicably mingled with a purple powder in the crimson flow. "Ah," she whimpered, collapsing to the ground and kneeling before Bruto Yang. Professor Zheng had sustained considerable injuries, her body marred with scars, blood cascading down her alabaster skin. Yet, undeterred by the violence, she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Bruto Yang, who wore a sinister smile as he explained, Earth-tier combat technique, ghostly venom synthesis. Bruto Yang tilted his head, the skeletal spider capable of transforming the souls of the deceased into a specific poison that infiltrated the enemy's bodies. "Do you see the faces of those women weeping behind me? This Tang Dynasty official reveled in wielding this power to torment women. Soon, it would accompany me to new heights of glory, and you shall be its first exquisite offering. You monster!" Professor Zheng could no longer rise. Yet she still commanded her beast. The large sphere behind her soared high, the butterfly wings on its back unfurling to reveal black inscriptions. This is impossible." Bruto Yang's complexion turned ashen. This combat technique was of heavenly rank. Dark Tide. The butterfly creature curled into a ball, its entire form becoming as profound as a black gemstone. It formed a vast ocean of darkness, swirling with liquid-like black light within the space, creating a distorted vortex. The black whirlpool expanded, accompanied by a multitude of shadow particles erupting into the surrounding air like bullets. All shadows were drawn in. Gu Yuan watched as Bruto Yang's three-tiered beasts were consumed by the voracious black whirlpool. Once absorbed, the three-level 50 beasts turned pallid, and with a resounding thud, they collapsed to the ground, perishing on the spot. Bruto Yang gazed at the heavenly stage martial technique, engulfed in profound despair. Had it not been for the skeletal spider obstructing his path, he would surely have met his demise. Alas, there was no other recourse. He had to sacrifice the skeletal spider. Bruto Yang felt on the brink of surrendering his hard-earned level 60 exquisite beast. The skeletal spider let out a thunderous roar, charging directly towards the vortex's center. The heavenly stage martial technique, Night March of the 100 Ghosts, erupted, with countless white skulls manifesting around the skeletal spider, swirling and propelling the large sphere and Zheng Hanyue away. However, the skeletal spider also perished instantly as its shadow was drawn away. In the aftermath of the explosion, the large sphere, the second sphere, and the third sphere collapsed to the ground, while teacher Zheng Hanyue remained standing, retrieving her three beasts. Step by step, she approached Bruto Yang, who was now devoid of any capable beasts. Terrified, he retreated hastily, his legs trembling. Yet, with a resounding thud, it was teacher Zheng Hanyue who fell first. "Damn it!" Gu Yuan exclaimed, scrambling to assist, only to be halted by Hong Ling. "No, master, this place is perilous. Moreover, he has already noticed us. It is only due to his overwhelming arrogance that he regards us as mere ants." But, Gu Yuan clenched his jaw tightly. Hong Ling landed amidst the flowers, transforming into a human. "Master, this situation has reached a critical juncture. I am powerless and fear I cannot contend with him. Even though he has no beasts left, he remains a fifth-tier beast master. I propose only one feasible plan." Hong Ling unfastened her attire, advancing toward her master with a solemn expression. "The heavenly stage martial technique, Phoenix's Descent, very well." Gu Yuan nodded. Although uncertain of the technique's effects, it was nonetheless a heavenly stage technique. Perhaps it could counter Bruto Yang. Gu Yuan flipped through the description. Phoenix's Descent, a secret art from the Tang Dynasty, is the most formidable heavenly stage martial technique in existence. It is forbidden for two reasons. Firstly, its destructive power is immense, capable of leaping multiple tiers to slay defiant foes. The pure phoenix flame can rupture meridians, rendering the struck individual grotesquely lifeless. Gu Yuan chuckled, thinking how fierce it was, how exhilarating. Yet, the smile quickly froze. Secondly, it consumes an exorbitant amount of energy, requiring the sacrifice of a phoenix's life, descending together beneath the flowers of the other shore. Phoenix's descent necessitates the complete consumption of a phoenix's life. No, Hongling. I cannot permit such a thing to occur. Gu Yuan was unwilling to witness the most dire of outcomes. This martial technique must not be inscribed. I am fully prepared to do anything for my master. Yet, Hongling had already stepped forward, taking Gu Yuan's hand. Master, to have lived until now and to meet you has been my greatest fortune. Do you recall our first encounter at the primary school gate? I lay in that cage, gravely ill, the cold winds howling, while the city guards chased the street vendors, leaving them helpless. Each day, I am forced to consign the frail and ailing chicks to the incinerator, where they are mercilessly burned alive. Those who are purchased are merely subjected to the whims of their owners until they meet their untimely demise. I had long since relinquished any hope of life. Yet my master chose to spend 5 dimes to acquire me. Not only did he refrain from causing me harm, but he also aided me in my cultivation. Such profound kindness is etched into my memory for all eternity. As Hongling spoke these words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a frenzied beast. The greatest fortune of my existence has been to witness my master grow day by day. Today, tomorrow, regardless of the passage of time. Should any villain seek to take my master's life, they shall first have to tread over my lifeless body. Upon finishing her words, Hongling cast a lingering gaze at Gu Yuan, tears cascading down her cheeks, landing softly upon her chest. Given the peril of the day, all I implore is for my master to take great care. In my next life, I shall serve him as a loyal beast of burden. As she spoke, Hongling gazed at Gu Yuan with pleading eyes, gently taking his hand and placing it upon her heart. Hongling. Gu Yuan recalled the very first day of his arrival in this world, when Hongling had been by his side, nurturing him like a devoted wife, tending to his every need. It was a fortune he had never anticipated, to experience such bliss in this lifetime. Would she truly leave him? Is it real? It was only then that Gu Yuan realized where his hand had wandered, his face flushing crimson. Seeing Gu Yuan's embarrassment, Hongling's tears transformed into laughter as she tightened her grip on his hand. Being with her master brought her unparalleled joy, even in the face of death. She cherished every moment spent together, willing to perish for him, regardless of whether they were to be reduced to ashes. Chapter 47. I shall love you forever, thank you. It is truly a blessing to have you. Gu Yuan understood that if he were to perish, it would mean Hongling's demise, no matter how far she might fly. This was Gu Yuan's first experience touching a woman's bosom. Indeed, he was not adept at interacting with the fairer sex, and his first encounter was with a spirit beast. The only thing he could do was to fulfill her wishes and, along the way, rescue teacher Zheng Hanyue, thereby repaying her for her support in securing his admission notice. Gu Yuan retrieved his tome and opened it to study the array inscribed within. Hongling spread her wings and, following the formation, soared at an incredible speed just above the ground, her talon dancing amidst the fiery cliff blossoms. Gu Yuan produced the array flags he had prepared beforehand, along with 5 candles, 5 skulls, and 5 vials of black dog blood. With a flick of his wrist, 5 skulls landed within the array, as the candles ignited simultaneously and the black dog blood was scattered. Gu Yuan swallowed hard, beginning the inscription. He pressed his right hand against the ground, and countless incantations flowed from his palm, spreading outward into the array. Before long, it filled the entire sea of flowers. Inscription? Ha ha. Bruto Yang laughed, his amusement palpable. You poor child, do you even know what that is? That is the fiery cliff blossom of a millennium. Not just anyone can harvest it, even if it were merely a year old. Bertoying clutched his abdomen and rose to his feet, harboring such disdain for Gu Yuan that he could not be bothered to approach him amidst the sea of flowers. During the harvesting process, a surge of malevolent energy would erupt, and merely coming into contact with it would spell death. Such a naive little brat. It isn't even worth my while to crush you with a mere finger. Instead, I shall deal with your teacher. A sinister smile adorned Bertoying's face as he advanced step by step toward teacher Zheng Hanyue, his gaze fixated solely on her graceful form. Ha ha ha. Have you finally had your fill of chaos? Daring to pierce a hole in my domain, I shall make your suffering unbearable, or my name isn't Yang. However, amidst the flower sea, blood was drawn back into a skull, its hollow eyes emanating a faint red glow as the candle atop its head turned crimson. Ancient inscriptions, increasingly intricate and perplexing, unfurled around them. A fire cliff flower fully blossomed, its petals unfurling as a fiery wick ascended into the air, transforming the petals to pure white. Akin to a final, vibrant flourish of life, the red wick, imbued with the essence of death, danced through the air before merging into Gu Yuan's grasp, condensing into a tiny red light upon his fingertip. The entire sea of fire cliff flowers exhaled their wicks, scattering countless luminous points across the sky, and the once crimson flower sea transformed into a pristine ocean centered around Gu Yuan. In an instant, the joyous ambience of a wedding chamber morphed into a somber funeral setting. This engraving required little time, as its complexity was minimal, though the materials were exceedingly difficult to gather. With a flick of his hand, Gu Yuan marked a spot on Hong Ling's chest and drew downward, the markings gradually spreading. From the center of her chest, a vivid fire cliff flower was inscribed upon her shoulder blades. Hong Ling absorbed a substantial amount of the flower's energy, completing the engraving and elevating her level to 18. Release teacher Zheng Hanyue. Gu Yuan shouted as he kicked through the wall. Startled by the recent eruption of flames, Bertoying turned to face Gu Yuan, bewildered. What just happened? My fire cliff flowers, what? He beheld the flowers behind Gu Yuan, all transformed to white, signaling their death. This is a sea of fire cliff flowers worth billions from a millennium ago. Bertoying nearly fainted, forgetting that teacher Zheng Hanyue was still breathlessly blushing on the ground. What have you done? What have you done? You wretched being, you seek death. You are doomed. Indeed, someone was destined to perish today, but it would not be my master. It would be you and I. Hong Ling descended before Gu Yuan. Bertoying's brows twitched in disbelief. What? Who are you? Suddenly, Hong Ling transformed into a soaring phoenix. A spirit pet, that 16th level bird? How has it reached 18 and taken human form? At this moment, Brutus Yang was utterly astonished, his lips twitching slightly with excitement that he could hardly contain. A divine, mythical companion. Ha ha ha, little brat. How could you possess such a rare treasure of the world? What beautiful teachers. What billions worth of fire cliff flowers. I'll forgive you for all of that, as long as you break your contract with her and present her to me. I could even accept you as my son. However, Gu Yuan stood there, his emotions tangled and unmoving. Hey. Brutus Yang straightened his posture, feeling as if he had been doused with cold water. You don't actually think there is a difference between crushing you and squashing an ant, do you? A mere high school student with a mythical companion stands no chance against me. It's not too late to call me father now. Grandson. Gu Yuan uttered 2 words. Listen closely. Indeed, the mythical beast is not your match, but what if I possess heavenly tier combat skills? At that moment, Hong Ling's body was suddenly enveloped in blazing flames, transforming into a firebird resembling a phoenix. The flames gradually consumed Hong Ling's bones, skin, and organs, completely morphing into a fiery essence in the shape of a phoenix. Gu Yuan activated the effects of the Yanzheng Gate, commanding the void. Once more, Hong Ling's form became even more ethereal, with the effects of the flames enhanced by 150, accompanied by the boosts from the Danfeng Gate and Xing'an Gate. Hong Ling let out a long cry that resonated through the air. The descent of the phoenix was not ordinary. It was the 1,000-year phoenix fall, inscribed with the essence of the 1,000-year fire cliff flower. Brutus Yang turned to flee. Damn it, I cannot face this attack head-on. It would mean certain death. Why? Why does he know how to inscribe the phoenix fall, a heavenly tier combat skill? Yet, the blazing Hong Ling shot through the air like a meteor, moving at a speed several dozen times faster than Brutus Yang. The fiery phoenix plummeted straight down, akin to a meteorite crashing into the earth. Hong Ling's form pierced through Brutus Yang's chest, and in an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky, dazzling lights startling the surrounding beasts into retreat. Among them were several king-tier beasts exceeding level 50, all fleeing from the fiery inferno of the explosion. The flames spread, the heat so intense that it evaporated the waters of the surrounding circular lakes. Gu Yuan was blown back several dozen meters by the shockwave of the explosion, a cloud of wind and sand swirling around him, even the massive trees nearby snapping in half. It took 5 minutes for the explosion's flames to gradually subside, and Gu Yuan, with a heart full of trepidation, cautiously advanced, only to find a crystal-clear phoenix egg nestled in the crater. Chapter 48. The Phoenix Fall Extinguishes. Heaven and Earth Ablaze. This is the phoenix egg. The effect of the Wangxian Gate allows the phoenix to transform into an egg upon nearing death, granting immunity to one fatal blow. Yet, Suddenly, Brutus Yang was seen crawling forward from the crater. His meridians shattered, reduced to a mere shell of a person. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices, joints dislocated, yet he still managed to draw a blood-red dagger, lunging toward the phoenix egg before him. "Damn you, fiery bird! Die!" Bertoing, propelling himself forward, raised his hand with the intent to pierce the exquisite crimson feather egg directly. Although the egg, a remnant of the phoenix left by Hong Ling, appeared exceptionally refined and angular, resembling a meticulously cut large ruby, its hardness was comparable to that of ordinary iron, easily shattered by an average person. Just as Bertoing's hand was lifted, Gu Yuan's shadow arrow was unleashed, piercing through his entire arm and nailing it to the wall. The dagger clattered to the ground as Gu Yuan stood before Bertoing. Logically, he should have perished. Yet, inexplicably, he remained alive, albeit in a state of near demise. With only a flicker of breath remaining, one more strike would surely extinguish his life. The might of Feng Luo had diminished to a level where it could no longer slay foes beyond 3 ranks, leaving them with a breath of life. Gu Yuan stroked his chin, cradling the crimson feather egg. The effect of Feng Luo was to consume one's entire life force to vanquish enemies of higher ranks, while the rebirth from the flames allowed for a sliver of life to remain at the brink of death, transforming into an egg. These two effects were inherently contradictory, resulting in the phoenix transforming into an egg at the moment of impact, yet allowing the struck target to retain a breath of life. The downside was that Feng Luo could not directly eliminate foes of overwhelming strength. One had to ensure the safety of the phoenix egg and deliver the final blow. The advantage lay in the fact that Hong Ling would not perish, as she would resurrect from the egg after a day. "What?" Bertoing exclaimed in horror. "Damn it! Your phoenix can resurrect from the egg." Thus, the greatest flaw of Feng Luo, which consumes a phoenix's life, is no longer a concern. You should be more worried about yourself. At that moment, Gu Yuan's gaze radiated a palpable intent to kill as he approached Bertoing, the shadow arrow already drawn. The mechanical clanking and the whisper of the arrow slicing through the air resonated ominously in Bertoing's ears, akin to the tolling of a death knell. "No, please. Don't kill me. Send me to court. Judge me. I am not a citizen of Huagua. Deport me back to my homeland. Spare me." Tears streamed down Bertoing's cheeks as he succumbed to utter despair, his cries reaching a hysterical pitch, cracking under the weight of his fear. "This is Huagua, not a place for your recklessness. Should there be a next life, consider your actions before attempting to steal here again." Gu Yuan advanced step by step. "Please." Bertoing's plea remained unfinished. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air, as the trio of shadow arrows penetrated his throat, heart, and crown, pinning his head to the ground. His muscles spasmed, convulsed, and ultimately, he ceased to breathe. Gu Yuan secured the crimson feather egg and hurried to the side of teacher Zheng Hanhua. "Do not approach." Teacher Zheng, drenched in sweat, breathed heavily, her legs curled, leaving marks on the ground from her slender fingers. "Teacher, it's me, Gu Yuan." When has Gu Yuan ever encountered his teacher like this, his heart racing uncontrollably? "I know it is you, dear boy. The current state of the teacher is quite dire." Hanyu twisted restlessly, as if desperately holding back. Gu Yuan could perceive that she could no longer endure the peculiarities of Wan Cheng's local specialties. Though his mind wandered with trivial thoughts, he reminded himself of her role as his teacher and took a step back, turning away. Suddenly, he felt teacher Hanyu embrace him fiercely from behind, toppling him to the ground. She pressed him down, holding him tightly, her perspiration soaking his back. A heavy fragrance wafted persistently past Gu Yuan's ears. Should I have not refused?" Teacher Zheng Hanyu regained some clarity, retreating slightly as she pushed Gu Yuan away with one hand, then sat down on the ground. "Teacher Zheng Hanyu, are you all right?" Gu Yuan inquired. However, she turned her head, brushing off the dust from her clothes as she stood up, declaring, "I am fine, very clear-headed. I suppose I have disappointed you." Teacher Zheng Hanyu's voice regained a semblance of its usual calmness. "Oh." Gu Yuan's words had scarcely escaped his lips when teacher Zheng Hanyu, swaying slightly, pressed one hand against her forehead. Her gaze fixated on Gu Yuan's O-shaped mouth, and for reasons unknown, she felt herself gradually losing control. Subsequently, teacher Hanyu turned away, moving to another side, needing to maintain her composure, yet feeling unable to stop. She pushed Gu Yuan aside and walked away from him, standing upright, raising her right hand, declaring, "No, this place is too dangerous. It's up to you now. Gu Yuan was bewildered by teacher Han Yu's sudden shift, only to see her unleashing her battle technique, a ground-level spell, Sleep Powder. The powder dispersed, all inhaled by Zheng Han Yu, who immediately collapsed helplessly onto Gu Yuan's lap. Did she just drug herself? Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of loss. The most daunting task now was, Teacher Zheng Han Yu, you are asleep. How am I to leave this place? How will I carry Teacher Zheng Han Yu back to Njia without Hongling? Gu Yuan looked towards the south. The nearest high-speed rail line was still 4 hours away. What should I do? All around him was dense forest, with numerous monstrous beasts lurking, their malevolent gazes revealing that this ordeal was far from over. The recent battle had startled many beasts, yet the clash of 3 celestial-level techniques, 10 level 50 beast tamers, and 2 fifth-tier beast masters had intimidated them. If these creatures sensed the battle had concluded, reclaiming their territory, what then would Gu Yuan do? Gu Yuan dragged teacher Zheng Han Yue into the depths of the grave, concealing her behind the coffin. He aimed to gather as many useful items as possible, once above ground. His first task was to dismantle the remains of the fallen beast tamers using his bracelet. In Chapter 49, looting the corpses for abundant spiritual material. All of Pluto Yang's beasts had perished. 5 level 50 beasts and 1 level 40 beast yielded a total of 130,000 units of spiritual material. The 3 level 50 beasts belonging to the Yun brothers contributed an additional 70,000 units. A grand total of 200,000 units of spiritual material. Gu Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction within. Despite the perilous nature of the encounter, he seemed to have merely collected the head of a boss while reaping substantial rewards. Next, he set about collecting soul artifacts. The deceased might still possess intact soul devices. Gu Yuan meticulously examined each corpse, but the ferocity of the battle had left most soul artifacts damaged. With a resigned sigh, he was about to give up when he noticed that Pluto Yang's right hand, which had remained clenched even in death, had relaxed. Upon inspection, he discovered a wooden pendant the size of a thumb. Fortunately, the 1,000-year-old soul artifact, the other shore coffin, was still intact. However, just as Gu Yuan reached for the other shore coffin carved from open-source wood, the small wooden pendant unexpectedly took flight. It soared straight toward his bracelet, ultimately merging with it. They had fused. Gu Yuan pondered. At that moment, his bracelet acquired 2 new effects. One was a single-use spell, the return of the coffin, which allowed him to draw the soul of a deceased beast back into its body while its spirit lingered nearby, reducing the difficulty of occupying the contract position in the Sea of Souls by 20%. This effect had just been mentioned by Pluto Yang, so Gu Yuan was not surprised. Yet, there was another effect, the Eye of the Other Shore. Gu Yuan decided to test this ancient soul artifact's capability, and his bracelet emitted a soft glow. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a distant plant he didn't recognize, and he perceived a brief description. Canna lily species. Plant qualification, ordinary level. 0 combat skill, none. Next, Gu Yuan lowered his gaze to inspect the egg of the red feathered creature. Phoenix egg species. Fiery jade phoenix qualification. Mythical level. 0 combat skill. Incubation, innately possessed, absorbing flame energy. Estimated time to hatch, 22 hours, 17 minutes, 29 seconds. Understanding dawned upon him. A subtle smile crept across Gu Yuan's lips. It all made sense now. He had sensed that teacher Zheng Han Yue was aware of the combat skills possessed by the creatures and had instinctively recognized the terrifying nature of the red-feathered phoenix. It was all due to this artifact. Gu Yuan felt that these Millennium Soul artifacts were akin to cheats, entirely incomprehensible to someone from his era. He pondered how his ancestors managed to create such marvels. However, his bracelet seemed to possess a certain superiority over the other Millennium Soul artifacts. From the documents retrieved from the corpse, it became evident that the predominant material used for these artifacts was a wood known as Kaiyuan Mu. This wood was exceptionally intelligent, capable of inscribing various fantastical effects for soul artifacts. Furthermore, his bracelet had the unique ability to assimilate other Millennium Soul artifacts crafted from Kaiyuan Mu. With a wry smile, Gu Yuan reflected on the treasures he had acquired and the grim reality of whether he would live to enjoy them. He began dispersing a disinfectant made from spiritual substances to cleanse the area of any lingering bloodshed. Subsequently, he ignited a fire, hoping that the Earth-tier Phoenix feather flame would temporarily convince the surrounding beasts that the battle was still ongoing and that formidable beast tamers remained engaged in combat. However, This was merely a delay tactic. If the surrounding trees were consumed before he devised a plan, he would find himself in dire straits. There was but one course of action, Gu Yuan contemplated, as he gazed at his 2 million units of spiritual matter. He converted all of his spiritual matter into ancient spirit lamp oil, driven by a singular ambition, to break through to 400 beast taming power. Even though he had yet to reach the second tier, the fleeting image of the white fox resurfaced in his mind, along with the memory of their contract. Though Hong Ling was gone, he still possessed the bloodlines of 8 other celestial maidens, which he could utilize to summon another mythical beast to aid in his escape. The audacity to conceive of summoning another mythical beast was a testament to Gu Yuan's courage. After all, a mythical beast was a rarity, celebrated and revered upon its birth. To tame one was to achieve instant fame, drawing the envy of countless noble families who would vie for such a creature. To possess 2 would incite a frenzy across an entire city. According to Gu Yuan's calculations, enhancing his beast-taming power by 100 points necessitated the construction of the Eastern Palace within the Sea of Souls. The Danfeng sect consisted of 4 critical structures: the Eastern Palace, the Guangzhai Workshop, the Yushan Workshop, and the Chang'e Workshop. Gu Yuan resolved to embark on his enhancement journey by constructing the Eastern Palace first. He recalled the last time he met Hong Ling in that void of nothingness, where she had expressed her desire for the Eastern Palace. The memory of her self-sacrifice for his sake lingered vividly in his mind. When Hong Ling returned, he vowed to surprise her. With determination, Gu Yuan ignited the ancient spirit lamp oil, amplifying his cultivation speed 75-fold. He concealed himself within the tomb and commenced his rigorous training. The process of cultivating beast-taming power felt akin to a child practicing penmanship with a writing tablet. Once, I meticulously etched an image in my mind, allowing it to firmly establish itself within the vast expanse of my soul. Gradually, this image became accessible without the need for concentrated thought, akin to an adult writing effortlessly without hesitation. The Eastern Palace, unlike the gates, boasts a remarkably intricate internal structure. Meticulously designed, composed of crimson bricks and fine red wood. The walls are adorned with murals of phoenixes soaring against the dawn, their wings unfurling towards the sky, embellished with opulent patterns that exude grandeur and wealth. At the center lies a gilded square plaque inscribed with the characters Eastern Palace in traditional script. Merely gazing upon it evokes a profound sense of insignificance, making one ponder the immense nobility of the woman who resides within these walls. This palace embodies magnificence and luxury, an awe-inspiring creation that is exceedingly challenging to manifest within the realm of the soul. For 12 hours, Gu Yuan had nearly incinerated the entirety of Mount Luofu. His spiritual power had risen to 360, and the first floor of the Eastern Palace began to take shape, yet the upper structures remained too complex to fully complete. Chapter 50. The Second Spirit Pet, the Millennium Nine-Tailed Fox. Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure from the pinnacle of the Eastern Palace. This weight bore down on him like a colossal stone, rendering it difficult to breathe. With each additional brick laid, he felt a tightening in his chest. However, time was of the essence, and Gu Yuan knew he must achieve a breakthrough. Thus, he concentrated his mental energy within the sea of his soul. Streams of spiritual energy converged upon the second floor of the Eastern Palace, transforming into resplendent red tiles and bricks, radiating brilliance and overflowing with vitality. Exhausted, Gu Yuan nearly collapsed, but his spiritual power finally reached 400, enabling him to contract with the fox spirit. He ventured to a corner of the burial site, only to discover that all the earthenware jars had been shattered. The accompanying relics had scattered into the air, unable to depart, filling the underground with a mournful aura. Their physical forms were still unaccounted for. Where were the corpses of these beastly companions? Gu Yuan pondered this question, reflecting on how Brutus had managed to extract that spider from where it had been drawn. He glanced down at his feet, where the skeletal spider had emerged from the earth. Following the large hole excavated by the spider, Gu Yuan beheld a pitch-black burial chamber filled with artifacts. Numerous corpses lay within, most in a state of decay, yet one singular white form remained intact beneath the ground. Approaching, Gu Yuan discovered a pristine nine-tailed fox, resting on the ground, and despite the passage of a millennium, it appeared exquisitely preserved, like a slumbering beauty from ages past. Its pure white fur gleamed with unparalleled smoothness. Just as Gu Yuan prepared to draw closer, a flash of white light darted towards him. as the previously dormant fox sprang forth, landing directly before him. Stay calm. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, gradually approaching the nine-tailed fox, hoping to stroke its forehead. However, the white fox suddenly leaped and bit down hard on Gu Yuan's right hand. Without establishing a soul connection, the fox inflicted a wound upon Gu Yuan, leaving a trail of blood before it leapt away. Cursed be the scent of blood, Gu Yuan mused, noting the fox's fiery temperament. This bite had released a sanguine aroma that would surely attract the surrounding beasts. Gu Yuan pressed his palm against the wound as his bracelet dispensed antiseptic and ointment, staunching the flow of blood. The fox, in its ethereal state, seemed unable to stray far from its corporeal form. After a brief circuit, it returned to its original position, resuming its standoff with Gu Yuan. Such stubbornness. Gu Yuan charged forward, unleashing 1,000 reverse fire slash aimed at the ground beneath the fox's spirit, while simultaneously raising his right hand to cast a firestorm, sweeping towards its back. The two flames forced the white fox's spirit to leap towards the lower left. At that moment, Gu Yuan, cloaked in the shadows of the night, became invisible and seized the fox by the neck, initiating the contract. The process of signing the contract involved intertwining threads within the sea of souls. If the counterpart, like Hong Ling, offered no resistance, the connection was instantaneous. However, if there was resistance, it would take some time. Gu Yuan felt a sudden clarity, as if he were immersed in a vast expanse of white ocean. Bong, bong, bong. The resounding chimes of a copper bell echoed. Before Gu Yuan, the scene brightened. In the distance, snow-capped mountains loomed, surrounded by ancient wooden structures, their eaves heavy with snow, creating a world of shimmering white. Standing atop the towering bell tower, over 20 meters high, he could survey the entire snow-laden city below. My dear sir, there is no need to waste your effort and squander the singular opportunity to use the otherworldly coffin, the white fox remarked. I shall remain in this state, neither human nor ghost, for all eternity. This time, the fox did not flee, instead resting atop the bell tower, gazing at the wintry landscape below. Yet, from Gu Yuan's perspective, the scene was profoundly eerie. Above the fox's spirit hung a pristine white fox corpse, suspended in midair with a gash across its neck. Its blood drained. It swayed in the cold wind like dried meat, its body encased in layers of frost. Beneath the corpse lay a nine-tailed white fox, gazing at the snowy scenery with an expression of utter innocence, helplessness, and resignation. Where am I? Gu Yuan sensed the strangeness. In Chang'an City of July. The white fox replied. July should not bring snow. Gu Yuan felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, but my name is Qixue. The white fox paid no heed to the small mound of snow that had accumulated between its ears. My constitution is exceedingly rare, possessing an ethereal body of ice and snow, complemented by a divine bloodline. On the day of my birth, although it was July in Chang'an, a snowfall blanketed the city. This is indeed fortuitous. Gu Yuan remarked. The Tang dynasty rewards gifted spirit beasts. With such a potent bloodline and physique, you could ascend to a position of great authority. Sir, you jest, the fox replied. I was born in the 14th year of the Tianbao era, the very year the Ungshi rebellion commenced. Gu Yuan realized the implications immediately. An Lushan, once a defeated soldier, had risen to power through his dancing prowess, eventually colluding with the Fox Demon family and Yang Guozhong to incite rebellion, becoming the military governor of the northeastern provinces, commanding both cavalry and infantry composed of humans. In a bid to divert public ire, Emperor Xuanzong labeled it a chaos of demon beasts. Indeed, I recall an elderly gentleman at the library mentioning that the aftermath of the Ungshi rebellion marked the end of coexistence between humans and spirit beasts. The Tang Emperor denied any mismanagement of state affairs, dismissing it as a chaos of the demon race, thus severing the mutual aid between humans and spirit beasts, leading to a rapid decline in national strength. Gu Yuan continued as he walked. Many commoners began to say that fox demons had disrupted the court, and the term fox spirit became a pejorative for women. Upon my emergence, I went unnoticed, only to meet a tragic end in my swaddling clothes, slain by a flurry of blades. My kin, Yang Yuhuan, offered me no assistance. Rather, she employed the Yang family's secret arts to seize my bloodline, hanging me from the bell tower, proclaiming that the demon fox was dead and that the fortunes of the Tang would rise. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan sighed deeply. My lord, do not squander any more time on me. Without a mythical bloodline, I cannot return to corporeality. Moreover, I have a profound aversion to humans. The nine-tailed fox turned its head, glaring fiercely at Gu Yuan. Even if you were to forge a contract with me, you would merely acquire a lifeless shell. Chapter 51. The second imperial pet, Qi Shue. Indeed, she spoke the truth. The fox demon's body outside, preserved by the absolute chill of her ethereal form, had remained uncorrupted for a millennium. Yet the absence of a bloodline was an undeniable reality, even if her soul were to be drawn back. Without blood coursing through her veins, Qi Shue would still perish. Gu Yuan raised his gaze to Qi Shue. I possess a method to restore your bloodline, granting you an even more formidable mythical lineage. However, the condition is that you must enter into a contract with me and become my imperial pet. What? Qi Shue turned to him, astonished. I just bit you, and yet you are not only unperturbed, but willing to assist me in escaping this painful twilight of death? Qi Shue could hardly believe her ears. This man intended to aid her. I need your power. Gu Yuan replied succinctly and directly. However, I am a fox demon, born of the snow that falls in July, an ill omen. If you accept me, sir, the world will scorn you, deeming you to be associated with evil. Qi Shue grew increasingly agitated, even retreating a few steps, shaking her head warily. Sir, you are a good person. I do not wish to bring you trouble. Ah. Gu Yuan mused. This fox still lives in the era of Tianbao, unaware that it is now 2021, where notions of danger have transformed into a national initiative for beast taming. Gu Yuan continued to advance, reassuring her, fear not. You shall follow me, and I guarantee you will have food and drink. Qi Shue's fox-like eyes scrutinized Gu Yuan's gaze, finding no trace of deceit or fear towards her. Thus, he awaited her final response. I am willing to give it a try. If, in the course of protecting me, you have any needs, I am willing to share your burdens. Qi Shue leaped before Gu Yuan, swaying from side to side, shaking off the snow clinging to her. She lifted her head to gaze at him. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, extending a red thread toward Qi Shue, which ultimately connected at her neck. In the ocean of his soul, the contract point re-established its connection. At that moment, a beam of black light from the bracelet linked to the white fox's corpse on the ground. Activate the second function, Gu Yuan silently commanded, as the bracelet emitted 8 unbroken seals outward. Once more, the other 8 celestial maidens of the 9 heavens appeared before Gu Yuan, their elegance undiminished. Even though it was the second encounter, he remained as awed as during their first meeting. Ah, if only he could choose them all, but alas, only one could be selected. Gu Yuan pondered, then inquired, is there a fox bloodline? 10,000 points of spiritual essence were consumed, and one of the barriers suddenly shattered, transforming into a faint blue light. The other 7 celestial maidens exchanged glances, shrugged, and returned to their seals. A stream of faint blue light infused the white fox's remains, while the waiting black light from the coffin of the other shore released a snow-white soul soon after. What has transpired? At that moment, the other agents hastening to rescue teacher Zheng Hanyue lifted their heads in astonishment. Hey, is this real? Although it is winter, such a scene should not be occurring. Has it really snowed in Guangdong province? Are we truly in a subtropical monsoon climate? At this juncture, Gu Yuan felt a chill. A misty white fog spread outward, resembling a winter scene that suddenly materialized before his eyes. Emerging from the snowy expanse was an enchanting beauty, adorned with a pair of snow-white fox ears atop her head. Beneath the hem of her gown, 9 pristine tails emerged, while a delicate hand caressed one of them, resembling an ethereal beauty who had gracefully stepped out from an ink-wash painting of a snowy landscape. The immaculate white dress accentuated her alluring figure, her body light and graceful, with porcelain feet bare against the snow, unperturbed by the chill. Her dainty toes were adorned with azure nail polish. A red cord was tied around her ankle, from which 2 small bells dangled. These were the very bells she wore around her neck in her spirit beast form. Her skin, as pure as congealed fat, was mesmerizing to behold. As she turned slightly, her hands gracefully positioned before her left chest, the right hand resting atop the left. With her right leg bending at the knee, she lowered her head. My lord, I humbly offer my respects. Gu Yuan had indeed observed such a gesture in courtly dramas. This was a grand salute, performed only by women toward those they held in the highest regard. Although he understood that this gesture bore no ulterior motives, he could not shake the sensation that she was intentionally showcasing her figure and beauty. Particularly, her eyes, when they rested upon him, exuded an enchanting allure. The fox spirit moved with a lightness akin to a gossamer fairy, her actions elegant, reminiscent of a favored consort by the emperor's side in a historical drama, particularly one embodying a scheming antagonist. Gu Yuan felt as though there were hooks within her gaze, perpetually ensnaring him. 7 Snow Race, 9-tailed snow fox qualification, mythical level, 14 combat skills, blizzard, innate capable of invoking celestial phenomena, summoning a blizzard that diminishes the combat prowess of all fire attribute beastmasters, while enhancing that of ice attribute beastmasters. Ice Fox Charisma Bloodline. Any male who locks eyes with the 9-tailed snow fox will experience a subtle enchantment, gradually losing their rationality over time. Ultimately falling under her complete control, the required duration of eye contact is contingent upon the disparity in levels. Frigid Domain. Earth tier exudes cold air, rapidly freezing all surrounding foes. Ice Ball. Mystic tier creates an ice sphere to hurl at enemies. Mounting Form. Human tier. The 9-tailed snow fox can temporarily enlarge to become its master S steed. Ice Fox Charisma. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. According to their pact, without the master S consent, the spirit beast could not employ any aggressive or mind-controlling abilities against its master. 7 Snow had not cast such a skill upon him, which meant that the enchanting sensation he felt was not due to a combat skill, but rather the inherent allure of the fox itself, which rendered him somewhat unsettled. However, Gu Yuan found himself disinterested in other women. His heart was solely occupied by one indelible spirit beast, Hong Ling. No matter how beautiful 7 Snow appeared, she was merely a formidable spirit beast in Gu Yuan's eyes, devoid of any additional thoughts. Compared to Hong Ling, 7 Snow possessed an innate combat skill, the blizzard. Yet, she could not compare to Hong Ling, who wielded 2 inscribed combat skills, one of which was of celestial tier, and whose level surpassed that of 7 Snow. All beast tamers share a common truth. Those who begin their training earliest often possess the greatest combat prowess. Chapter 52, Master Hanyue. The military district magnate owes me a favor. This land has recently endured great tribulations. An agent stood in the snow, scanning the surroundings. The majestic Mount Luofu, ravaged by 3-tiered combat techniques, had a substantial section blown away. More tragically, it was set ablaze using Earth-tier combat skills, leaving the mountain half denuded. Boss Linbois, look at this. An agent approached their leader, presenting the lifeless body of a sparrow with both hands. Had Gu Yuan been present, he would have instantly recognized that the leader was the male instructor who had attended classes with teacher Zheng Hanyue. Linbois held the pale corpse of the sparrow, which appeared almost translucent under the moonlight, devoid of any shadow. This is the result of Hanyue's tiered combat technique, Shadow Tide. Hanyue must be nearby. Everyone, heed my command. We shall search every inch of the ground to retrieve Hanyue. Linbois, a frail yet spirited elderly man, appeared behind Linbois. Director. Linbois swiftly turned and bowed deeply. We will find Hanyue shortly. I entrusted you to partner with Hanyue, hoping you would protect her. Instead, you allowed her to pursue the dangerous Bruto alone. I am to blame. It was my fault, but Hanyue insisted on going, and I could not dissuade her. What an astonishing ice attribute talent. It has even caused snow to fall in Yu province. I wonder what formidable beast cultivator could raise such a terrifying creature. At that moment, Gu Yuan, carrying teacher Zheng Hanyue, had just emerged from a tomb and noticed 2 13th-tier wild wolves cautiously approaching. How vexing. They are merely scouts. If they make too much noise, the pack will surely swarm in. There is no need for concern, my lord. I shall return shortly. Qixue, with her delicate feet gliding over the snow without leaving a trace, leaned forward gracefully as her fox-tail danced in the air, exuding an enchanting elegance. She dashed directly in front of a black wolf, cradling its elongated face with both hands, crouching on the ground, gazing at it with soulful eyes. How perilous, Gu Yuan thought. The wolf could easily snap her neck with a single bite. Yet, Qixue's eyes seemed to ensnare the wolf's gaze as if they were hooks, compelling it to do nothing but maintain eye contact. Suddenly, Qixue smiled alluringly, and the once ferocious black wolf transformed, displaying an expression akin to that of a foolish grin. Ice Fox Charm. At that moment, Qixue retracted her seductive demeanor, stood upright, and affectionately patted the wolf's head, lifting its chin with her delicate hand and turning its head to face another distant black wolf, smirking disdainfully. Cover for me. Subsequently, the black wolf, in a state of bewilderment alongside its kin, lunged forward and sank its teeth into the opponent's neck, instantly entangling the two black wolves in a fierce battle. Gu Yuan pondered whether he had inadvertently summoned something extraordinary. This Qixue should have perished long ago, having received no guidance on such matters. Indeed, the enchantress proved to be an innate seductress of men. My lord, it is time to retreat. Qixue suddenly dashed before Gu Yuan, then promptly crouched down, slipping beneath his waist. The sensation of having such a perilous enchantress close to his lower body was overwhelming for any man. Qixue, what are you doing? Fear not. My lord, I merely wish for you to mount me from behind. Qixue turned, her delicate shoulder partially obscuring her visage, gazing up at him playfully from below. With a bewitching smile, Qixue transformed back into her fox form, her body swelling in size, allowing Gu Yuan to carry teacher Zheng Hanyue upon his back as they surged forward with remarkable speed, breaking through the thicket. The surrounding pack of wolves was momentarily startled, wondering what had just transpired. Did a white shadow not just dart past? It was not until the 32nd level Wolf King howled that the pack began their pursuit of Gu Yuan, riding atop Qixue, who glided swiftly like the wind beneath the moonlight. Gu Yuan experienced a poetic scene akin to an ink-wash painting. However, he did not share this sentiment, as the pursuing wolves multiplied behind them. These wolves, like leaves caught in a tempest, would devour him to the bone if Qixue's pace faltered or if he lost his grip and fell. Yet, unexpectedly, the wolves halted, seemingly sensing something terrifying, and all turned to flee. Hanyue. Suddenly, an elder appeared before Gu Yuan, raising his right hand to whisk teacher Zheng Hanyue away. What is this? There are toxins lingering on Hanyue, such malevolent poison. As Gu Yuan and Qixue came to a stop, Lin Bo leaped forward. You treacherous scoundrel! What have you done to Hanyue? Poisoning her. I had long suspected you of being a secret member of the Black Lotus gang. Lin Bo exuded a chilling aura, poised to strike Gu Yuan down with a single blow. Stop, Lin Bo, he saved me. Zheng Hanyue coughed weakly before losing consciousness again. Humph. The elder in the air made a sweeping motion, effortlessly lifting Lin Bo into the sky. What is this attitude? Gu Yuan exclaimed. I have aided you so much. And this is how I am treated. Boss, this is Unit 3. Confirm that Pluto Yang is dead, slain by the 3-round nail shadow gauntlet. Upon hearing the communication, the elder glanced at the nail shadow gauntlet on Gu Yuan's right hand and suddenly threw his head back in laughter. Young man, you must be more composed. The elderly man spoke, casting Lin Bo aside. You must be Gu Yuan, the beast tamer. We harbor no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I owe you my gratitude for not only rescuing my daughter, Hanyue, but also for vanquishing an internationally wanted criminal. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan finally recognized the elderly gentleman. Heavens above, it is Zheng Long, the director of the Beast Safety Bureau of the Southern Beast Defense Zone. The Huagua Nation is divided into 5 beast defense zones: the Western, Southern, Central, Eastern, and Northern military districts, all tasked with safeguarding cities against formidable beasts lurking in the wild. Daughter, Hanyue. A chill of realization washed over Gu Yuan. His mentor, Hanyue, was indeed the daughter of the highest authority in the Southern Beast Defense Zone. I owe you a favor, the elderly man declared. Chapter 53, The Upgrading of the Nail Shadow Guard, Supporting Domestic Products. At the First Beast Hospital in Yiqing, teacher Zheng Hanyue lay on her hospital bed. As Gu Yuan lifted his gaze, he found teacher Zheng had seized his collar, pulling him towards her. Listen closely, boy. I shall only say this once. You must not divulge what transpired in the forest to anyone, or I shall be quite displeased. What happened? Gu Yuan asked, bewildered. Was it the celestial battle technique of the Crimson Feather or her own, or perhaps that of Bruto? Suddenly, teacher Zheng pressed her fingers against Gu Yuan's lips. Do not feign ignorance. You know precisely what I mean. She turned her head away. You understand? I nearly. Teacher Zheng seemed to believe Gu Yuan was at fault. Her gaze fixated on the flowers on the table. It's nothing, nothing at all. Gu Yuan hastily waved his hands. By the way, teacher Hanyue, I believe I also saw, but with a resounding thud, he was ushered out by teacher Zheng. With a sigh, Gu Yuan scratched his head as he departed. Meanwhile, teacher Hanyue watched him walk away from the hospital through the window. What a fine, optimistic young man, devoid of any psychological scars. Such is the power of youth. Lying in her bed, she gazed at the ceiling. Gu Yuan felt elated. Despite the harrowing experience, the rewards were plentiful. As he was the one to deliver the final blow to Bruto with 3 arrows, the entirety of the bounty for capturing Bruto was his. This included 10 million Australian dollars, approximately 50 million Chinese yuan upon conversion. Yet, money was merely one aspect. The other significant reward was the International Civilian Beast Tamer Copper Medal. This was far more prestigious than the ordinary Beast Tamer Medal promised by teacher Han Yue, as it granted access not only to regulated cultivation materials within Huagua, but also to regulated equipment and materials from the global civilian beast tamer organizations. With nearly a 20% discount, Gu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had merely delivered the finishing strike, while teacher Han Yue had fought valiantly. Thus, Gu Yuan proposed a suggestion, hoping to give the money to teacher Han Yu and only keep the medal for himself. However, teacher Zheng Han Yu refused to accept it, instead offering the money as a token of gratitude to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan thought to himself, indeed, teacher Zheng Han Yu was not someone who lacked a few million. Gu Yuan arrived at the Hunter Mall, displayed his medal, and was escorted to a vehicle. After traversing an unknown number of tunnels, he arrived at a pristine hall. Here, soul devices, feed, lamp oil, and soul lamps were displayed in dazzling showcases. This was the M7, the piercer, a standardized piece of equipment specially provided by the CIA. It appeared to be a short knife handle, no longer than a cup, but when infused with spiritual energy, it extended into a 36-centimeter long bayonet. The entire bayonet was crafted from black aluminum steel, exuding an aura of coldness. This weapon was remarkably discreet, constructed from aerospace-grade military steel. It possessed excellent toughness, was lightweight and agile, and was incredibly wear-resistant. Gu Yuan even attempted to burn it with the Earth-level Phoenix feather flame of red feather, yet it remained unscathed. Gu Yuan also purchased black silkworm silk to upgrade his night cloak, which now concealed his aura, allowing him to evade detection by 50-level royal beasts. Suddenly, Gu Yuan noticed a 100-inch television displaying a brand-new Nail Shadow Gauntlet upgrade module. The latest craftsmanship of 2021, the Shadow Nail phasing technology, had been painstakingly developed by the West Wind military industry over 3 years, finally achieving a breakthrough that allowed shadow arrows to pass through obstacles and strike enemies behind cover. This technology was not something money could easily buy, yet with his medal, Gu Yuan gained access to the beta testing qualifications here. However, the price was steep. Gu Yuan counted several times, 10 million. He nearly contemplated leaving, but upon seeing the words 2021, latest, cutting edge, limited time, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Now that he was fully equipped, it was time to indulge his beloved beasts. Although Red Feather's engraving, nurturing, and training were guided by the Phoenix Taming Manual, it was different for Qi Shui, whose training methods remained obscure. He could only rely on conventional training methods for ice-type foxes. The Kruger White Lion, a 17-level royal beast from North America, featured its hind leg bone. Gu Yuan pressed against the thermal glass, holding his breath in awe. Inside the showcase, encased in solid ice, a snow-white bone claw continuously emitted blue frost. This guest has a keen eye. The exploration team of the 7th National Beast Taming Group from Country M lost 5 members before successfully slaying it. This is an exceptional engraving material of the ice element. If you are willing to pay extra, there is something else you can take with you. What? The Crimson Croatana, a bone wing of the hunting falcon. A ferocious predator from Central Europe, can also be used for engraving, suitable for avian species dual-trained in wind and fire attributes. This exemplifies the benefits of globalization, allowing one to acquire exceptional items from around the world and utilize superior craftsmanship from various regions. However, upon reaching the checkout, an astonishing sum of over 32 million appeared before him. Without any discounts, the total would have exceeded 40 million. Gu Yuan could scarcely believe that he had spent such an exorbitant amount. What could possibly account for this steep price? Transport fees, customs duties, licensing fees, and urban maintenance taxes. Aside from the fact that his Shadow Guard was entirely domestically produced, the remainder comprised additional surcharges. The attendant explained with a cheerful demeanor. The M7 is priced at 10 million each, and that is after the discount. Why is the urban maintenance tax so exorbitant when the tax rate is supposedly low? Gu Yuan questioned, perplexed. Indeed, the M7 is manufactured in California, thus it is subject to their standards. But I do not reside in M country. Why should I contribute to maintaining their urban infrastructure? Gu Yuan protested vehemently. The attendant, maintaining a polite smile, slightly bowed and inquired, will that be by card or cash? Gu Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. The upgrade for the Shadow Guard was the most practical and significantly enhanced his combat capabilities, yet, due to its domestic origin, it happened to be the least expensive. Alas, one can only anticipate more invented in China products rather than merely made in China. Before departing, Gu Yuan decided to further enhance the Shadow Guard, reducing the spiritual energy consumption for launching shadow arrows. This was a rather trivial effect, seldom upgraded due to its lower price, yet Gu Yuan chose to proceed, considering it a way to support domestic products. Chapter 54. The Vixen. Qi Shue. Upon returning home and closing the door, Gu Yuan found himself alone once more, his parents absent. "My lord, may I emerge?" After reaching the second rank, he had acquired the ability to summon his pets, allowing Hong Ling and Qi Shue to enter the pet space. Qi Shue leaped out from the pet space and inquired, "My lord, where are we?" She approached the window, pressing her face against the glass, her hands supporting her weight as she gazed outside. This was her first encounter with the bustling modern metropolis, towering skyscrapers, intersecting streets, and various large advertising screens broadcasting an array of peculiar products. This was a sight Qi Shue had never witnessed before. "In my days in Chang'an, I never beheld such opulence. I wonder how Chang'an fares now. We are currently in Guanxing, and the gap with present-day Chang'an is over 100 billion lower than ours, with the gap continuing to widen. I shall take you to see Yanqing sometime. It is truly magnificent, with a gap more than 3 times that of the ancient capital," Gu Yuan remarked as he prepared to order takeout. Knowing that Hong Ling would not be reborn until nightfall, leaving him to fend for himself regarding sustenance. Is it so? The world has undergone such tremendous changes. Once, Chang'an resonated with the purple star, symbolizing power and illuminating the realm. Has it now fallen behind even the counties of the 100 Yu? Qi Shue lamented. All the splendor in the world cannot withstand the passage of time. Indeed, my lord, I have stumbled upon a peculiar object within your cherished space. As she spoke, Qi Shue produced the egg of the red feather. My lord, what is this? Gu Yuan placed the egg upon the table. This, my dear, is the egg of the red feather. Have you seen the phoenix? Qi Shue's expression froze, her face a mask of shock as she gazed at Gu Yuan. My lord, after releasing Feng Luo, she surprisingly did not meet her demise, nor has she vanished without a trace. Gu Yuan pondered why she emphasized the phrase vanish without a trace. Does she wish for her death so fervently? Ah, it is due to the effect of my sea of souls. Before the phoenix succumbs, she can transform into an egg, and after a day, she will be reborn. As Gu Yuan's words concluded, Qi Shue's frozen visage twitched slightly at the corners of her mouth. In other words, I can only attain the second position of favor, while that phoenix retains the first. What a convoluted situation, Gu Yuan remarked. Qi Shue, although you have had your differences with Hong Ling, it is essential to coexist harmoniously. In the future, when you attend university, graduate, and ascend to the pinnacle of life, the assistance of you spirit pets will be indispensable. Qi Shue instantly donned a smile. My lord, you flatter me. I have always respected my elder sister and would never wish to burden you with additional worries. Qi Shue then retrieved a frying pan, crushed the eggshell, and poured the yolk into the pan, where she cooked it over a fierce flame, adding green onions as seasoning to prepare a tomato and egg stir-fry. Next, she took out a flat pan, cracked another egg, and made an omelet rice. Following that, she prepared boiled eggs, blossoming small cakes, egg drop soup, and meat egg onion chicken. My lord, there is no need to summon outsiders for cooking. I can handle it myself. This is a banquet of 6 egg dishes, a royal delicacy. My lord, after your exhausting endeavors, allow me to nourish you. With a smile, Qi Shue served dish after dish onto the table, then gracefully moved behind Gu Yuan to massage his shoulders. Gu Yuan gazed at the table laden with dishes crafted from eggs, and he could sense the resentment emanating from Qi Shue. Her recent action of chopping the eggs with a knife was brimming with murderous intent, resembling a game of decapitation with the eggs. Nevertheless, the flavors of her creations were commendable. After finishing the meal and taking a bath, Gu Yuan opened his room door to find Qi Shue in her fox form, lounging on the floor. 9 white fox tails swayed gracefully in the air, and her enchanting fox eyes regarded Gu Yuan with a suppressed giggle. My lord, I am prepared. Qi Shue's eyes surveyed Gu Yuan, radiating joy. At that moment, on the table outside, the red feather egg trembled, transforming into a fireball that soared into the air, cracks appearing on the eggshell. The red feather was reborn, engulfed in blazing flames, and charged into Gu Yuan's room. seizing him and pulling him back. "My lord, be cautious. This is a millennium-old white fox, capable of bewitching hearts. I shall take care of her." With that declaration, the red feather unleashed a fiery strike, while Qi Xue swiftly rolled away, crawling along the table to distance herself. "Hong Ling, cease your movements," she commanded. "This is Qi Xue, my second beloved pet." Gu Yuan grasped Hong Ling's arm. "What?" Hong Ling sighed. "Why must it be a fox? What is wrong with foxes?" Qi Xue rose, her expression darkening as she crossed her arms. "Sister, do you also harbor disdain for fox spirits?" "Of course not, dear sister. Having a 1,000-year-old demon fox like you to serve our master alongside me will surely allow him to shine brilliantly in the prestigious academy," Hong Ling replied with a smile. Qi Xue covered her mouth, laughing softly. "Oh, it is all thanks to you, sister." As their eyes met, an unexpected harmony enveloped the atmosphere. During this outing, we amassed 50 million and acquired numerous exquisite items. For the purpose of inscription, I procured 2 spiritual bones, each capable of inscribing Earth-tier combat techniques. One for each of you. Hong Ling, yours will be inscribed on your wings, while Qi Xue's will be on her legs. My lord, you promised that I would go first. Qi Xue transformed into a demon fox, biting Gu Yuan's hand and pulling him to the left, while Hong Ling morphed into a phoenix, clutching Gu Yuan's other hand with her claws, attempting to fly right. "Master, I exerted the most effort during this outing. It is only fair that I go first." The 2 beloved pets, maintaining their spiritual beast forms, tugged at Gu Yuan. Hong Ling, embodying the fire element, radiated warmth, while Qi Xue, embodying the ice element, exuded a chilling aura. The contrasting temperatures emanating from them were formidable, and Gu Yuan could feel their spiritual energy enveloping him. The scorching heat on his left and the icy chill on his right made him fear he might catch a cold. Gu Yuan even heard the sound of his bones creaking under the strain. The 2 beloved pets, pulling and tugging, insisted that he inscribe their techniques. This sensation made Gu Yuan gulp audibly, cold sweat forming on his brow. For a moment, his mind was in disarray, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Finally, he commenced the inscription process. Chapter 55. The University League after approximately 4 to 5 hours. The inscriptions for both women were complete. Hong Ling acquired a brand new combat technique, Meteoric Fire Rain, an Earth-tier technique that allows the phoenix to flap its wings, summoning a rain of burning meteors from the sky. Qi Xue gained a new combat technique, Cunning Ice Claw, an Earth-tier technique that enables the 9-tailed snow fox to gather spiritual energy in its claws and strike forward, dealing double damage if the enemy is already frozen. Both techniques were intricate Earth-tier inscriptions. A vibrant red tattoo resembling a great bird adorned Hong Ling's back, while a stunning blue rose tattoo, reminiscent of blue crystal, graced Qi Xue's lovely leg. Ding dong. Gu Yuan approached the door and opened it, only to find a delivery man blushing crimson as he gazed at him. Huh. The delivery man appeared quite embarrassed. Gu Yuan recognized him. Was he not the same delivery man from before? It seemed the enchanting duet of Hong Ling and Qi Xue during their inscription had left quite the impression. He was eavesdropping outside the door, indulging in fantasies about the ancient beauty in a crimson robe when he heard the commotion within. However, when Gu Yuan opened the door, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. For upon Gu Yuan's bed lay not only the enchanting figure in the resplendent red attire, but also another captivating beauty clad in elegant white garments, exuding an air of allure. Both ladies were glistening with fragrant perspiration, and in that moment, the courier's envy surged within him, surpassing that of his previous delivery experience by a 2-fold margin. As he scrutinized Gu Yuan, he mused, "Could you possibly be an invisible billionaire? No. I am as impoverished as can be." With that, Gu Yuan accepted the package and closed the door. Seated on the floor, Gu Yuan unwrapped the parcel, only to discover a business card inside. It announced to all students who had successfully passed the early admission exams, "Attention! The Guangdong Provincial University League Spring Competition for early admission candidates will take place on January 13th, 2021, in Yanqing." A league? Gu Yuan perused the invitation, noting that the University League was indeed for early admissions. In this world, university students are held in high regard, as those of their age possess the most rapid potential for enhancing their spiritual abilities. Therefore, to motivate various universities to diligently train their students, competition is deemed the most effective method. Thus, every spring, the the University League is held. Freshmen contend against freshmen, sophomores against sophomores, and juniors against juniors. This was to be expected. What was particularly infuriating was that even those students who had been granted early admission were now being pulled into a competition segment. The assessment standard for the combat-oriented beast tamers hinges on who possesses greater fighting prowess, and the broadcasting of such competitions generates substantial advertising revenue, serving a dual purpose. This matter is of utmost importance to universities across Huaghua. The higher a school's prestige, the more it attracts potential students, with a greater influx of promising students. Their reputations in the political, hunting, and business arenas flourish. Consequently, the school gains further renown, creating a virtuous cycle that elevates its social standing. Naturally, the control over admissions and the fates of students post-graduation lie beyond the school's grasp. The most direct means of enhancing its visibility is through victories in these leagues. For instance, last year, South China Beast Taming University, ranked 15th nationally, triumphed over the 8th-ranked Zhongshan University in the sophomore division. The entire city of Yanxiang was blanketed with advertisements for a day, showcasing the climactic battle of the final round. As the promotional film rolled, by the end of that year's admissions cycle, the Ministry of Education's ratings revealed Zhongshan University had plummeted to 10th place, while South China Beast Taming University ascended to 13th. If they continue to win, it might just drive the president of Zhongshan University to a fit of rage. Of course, Gu Yuan harbored no concern for the fates of those universities. Accolades and honors were mere empty words. What truly mattered was that the institution would provide students with the resources for cultivation, aiding competitors in achieving splendid results. This is also the reason why Gu Yuan is determined to attend a prestigious university. Each institution is endowed with a substantial allocation of educational resources from the state, and the distribution of these resources is primarily under the school's purview. In their quest for their students to excel in competitions, schools will undoubtedly spare no effort in providing abundant resources. Gu Yuan's objective is to acquire these resources, which is far safer and more efficient than engaging in a life-and-death battle against a royal beast in desolate mountains. All students selected to participate in the early admission college competition receive a personal letter from the president of Zhongshan University. This is not a mere photocopy. Each letter is handwritten and accompanied by a gift of training resources. The president of Zhongshan University? I have heard he is a prominent figure in the southern beast region. This marks the second extraordinary individual I have encountered this week. A letter to Gu Yuan. Greetings, Gu Yuan. I am Luo Jun, the president of Zhongshan University. First and foremost, congratulations on your successful admission to our institution. However, your journey does not end here. The path of life is long and filled with challenges. You have stepped onto a stage that surpasses that of most. Yet on this stage, there are many other talented young individuals, all gifted in cultivation and possessing formidable beasts. Whether you sink into obscurity or soar to greater heights is entirely up to you. I have spoken with Elder Zhang. Although you may not be a match for Brutus, you have managed to claim his head and received international accolades. Therefore, I have made an exception despite the disparity in your spirit power and beast level, allowing you to experience the vastness of the collegiate competition. Enclosed are two crystallized spirit orbs, one of ice attribute and the other of fire attribute. I hope they assist you in your endeavors. Will you grant me the opportunity to explore this expansive world? Gu Yuan smiled, realizing that in the eyes of the president, he was merely a bystander, trailing behind a few eminent figures to broaden his horizons. Gu Yuan gazed at the two crystallized spirit orbs, which are exceedingly rare accumulations of spiritual energy, naturally occurring in the environment and capable of enhancing a spirit beast's combat prowess, forcibly elevating their level. Such treasures are incredibly scarce. Even with a bronze medal, one can only observe from a distance, lacking the qualifications to purchase them. Yet, unexpectedly, the president generously bestowed upon him two naturally formed crystallized orbs. A slight smile curved Gu Yuan's lips. Although these orbs are small and their enhancement may be modest, they serve as a prototype. With this specimen, Gu Yuan can dismantle it using his bracelet, consuming spiritual material to create as many crystallized orbs as desired. Without hesitation, he began the disassembly, and in an instant, the two orbs of equal size transformed into one blue and one red stream of spiritual energy, merging into the bracelet, yielding 300,000 units of spiritual material from just one orb. Chapter 56. Entering the elite group through strength, a single crystallized orb can yield 300,000 units of spiritual essence. This news is not particularly favorable for Gu Yuan. It signifies that should he desire additional crystallized orbs, he must expend an even greater quantity of spiritual essence. Consequently, Gu Yuan crafted 2 orbs, one of ice and the other of fire, to experiment with their effects. The results were astonishing, almost beyond his belief. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the orbs, Hong Ling and Qi Shui ascended to levels 19 and 16, respectively. In comparison to the equivalent consumption of Red Label feed, which lacks restorative properties, the crystallized orbs demonstrated an almost doubled efficacy in enhancing the levels of his beasts when consuming the same amount of spiritual essence. Therefore, aside from their rarity, being harvestable solely from the wilderness and not amenable to mass production, the cost-performance ratio of the crystallized orbs overwhelmingly surpassed that of the Red Label feed. However, this particular issue posed no challenge for Gu Yuan, as he need not venture into the wilderness for collection. He could directly produce them using spiritual essence. Moreover, following his recent battle in the wilderness, Gu Yuan had amassed a substantial amount of spiritual essence, and just as he was contemplating how to utilize it, the headmaster graciously provided him with a solution. It was truly exhilarating. Gu Yuan expended all of his spiritual essence in one go, elevating Hong Ling to level 21 and Qi Shui to level 19. He also exchanged a considerable amount of ancient spirit lamp oil, and under the accelerated pace of 7.5 times, he engaged in intensive training, boosting his soul power to 500 points. During this process, the Eastern Palace was finally completed on the side of the Light Residence. The effect of the Eastern Palace is as follows. Affection. Select one of your spirit beasts, which can reside in the Eastern Palace within the Sea of Souls, thereby raising its level by 2. Since Gu Yuan had promised Hong Ling, she became the object of this affection. Instantly, Hong Ling's level soared from 21 to 23. This transformation is indeed remarkable, resulting in an immediate 2-level increase. Hong Ling perched atop the Eastern Palace, gazing down at Qi Shui, who lay on the ground, glaring up at her. Light Residence. Radiance. Serving as the gateway to the Great Ming Palace, the Light Residence reflects the entire palace's aura, enhancing all effects within one's mindset by 30. This enhancement applies to all other aspects of the Great Ming Palace. At this moment, Gu Yuan's entire mindset received an uplift. The Danfeng Gate increases the combat strength of all Tang Dynasty spirit beasts by 10, and for those at level 1, elevates the level of Phoenix-type spirit beast skills below the Earth tier by 1, enhancing their potency by 30. This adjustment means that the combat strength of all Tang Dynasty spirit beasts is now increased by 13, with level increments reaching 13, and skills below the Earth tier are elevated by 13 levels in strength. For instance, Hong Ling's current profound tier skills will not only be raised to the Earth tier, but will also surpass the average Earth tier skills by 30. Wang Xianmen, your beast is engaged in battle, merging inner elixirs and consuming rare treasures from heaven and earth, resulting in an enhancement of experience from 10 to 13. The Phoenix Egg has its resurrection time reduced by 30. Jinfu Men, the skills obtained through nurturing have increased in damage from 10 to 13, and the nourishment provided by Phoenix-type beasts has also risen from 10 to 13. Xing'an Men, the combat power has surged by 75, with speed also enhanced by 75, now reaching an astonishing 975. Yanjing Min boasts the most significant enhancement, as Gu Yuan's commands have transformed. Offensive Command, for the duration of an incense stick. Attack power is boosted by 130, while defense is diminished by 50. Defensive Command, for the duration of an incense stick, defense is augmented by 130, with attack power reduced by 50. Ethereal Command, for the duration of an incense stick, the beast transforms into pure Taoist spiritual energy, devoid of physical form and impervious to physical damage, while Taoist skill damage is amplified by 195, though it cannot inflict physical harm. Brutal Command, for the duration of an incense stick, the beast forfeits the ability to unleash Taoist skills, converting all spiritual energy into corporeal strength, enhancing physical attack by 195 and granting 80 immunity to Taoist skills. The effects of the Eastern Palace have ascended by 2 levels, reaching level 26. With the previous enhancement of level 13, Hong Ling effortlessly attains level 24. The official shows favoritism. Qi Shui kneels at an angle, one hand clutching her chest. All the good things have been given to my sister. I too desire that. Gu Yuan scratches his head, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. He sighs. After winning this competition, we can enter the secret realm for cultivation. At that time, we shall transport all valuable spiritual materials away, allowing you to elevate to 24 as well. 3 days later, Gu Yuan arrived at the preparation room of Zhongshan University. As he opened the door, he beheld 3 classmates standing before him: Yi Feng, Lu Jihong, and Mo Hen. Gu Yuan was well acquainted with these fellow students. He had met Yi Feng, the recognized fire element champion during the entrance examinations at Zhongshan University. Lu Jihong was also a remarkable scholar, the top student in the earth element category. As for the one beside them, Mo Hen, she resembled a doll with her adorable features, coldly gazing at her phone, not sparing a glance towards Gu Yuan. The ice element champion of Yangcheng, the ice mountain goddess, Mo Jia, the little princess of this icy lineage, had unexpectedly come to Zhongshan University. Gu Yuan, TCH. Why are you here? Yi Feng approached Gu Yuan. As the fire element champion of Guangdong province, he had aced the notoriously challenging fire element examination, scoring 94. On that fateful day, it was supposed to be his moment of glory, yet a certain Gu Yuan emerged, scoring a perfect 100, leaving him utterly humiliated. In a bid to reclaim his pride, he intended to set a new record for early admissions at Zhongshan University, only to discover that a fellow fire element student named Gu Yuan had beaten him by 3 days. All the limelight had been snatched away. Fortunately, my spirit power and pet levels are relatively high. My 2 pets are already at levels 17 and 24. In a competition relying solely on strength, the director chose me. Hee, Gu Yuan, I heard that when you left school, your spirit power was merely 300, without even reaching the 2nd tier, and you possessed only a single pet. At a mere level 14, even with divine assistance, it is impossible for you to represent the Zhongshan University in the recruitment competition. Once we emerge victorious and enter the secret realm, enhancing our cultivation, you will forever be left to gaze up at me. Just before the door swung open, Yi Feng was lost in these thoughts when Gu Yuan entered. Hello, I am Gu Yuan. The principal has assigned me to the elite group. Yi Feng nearly suffered a heart attack, almost spitting blood. Gu Yuan, what are you doing here? Yi Feng approached Gu Yuan, hands on his hips, tilting his head with an elegant and amiable demeanor, yet his words were piercingly harsh. With your cultivation level not even reaching the 2nd tier and accompanied by a pet at merely a low level, naturally, you belong to the ordinary group. The door is over there. This is the elite group's lounge. Chapter 57. The first day of the competition is all about eating snail noodles. Is that so? Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he shrugged. Take a closer look. My spirit power is a solid 500, just 27 lower than yours, Yi Feng. But concerning pets, the indifferent gaze of the little princess, Mo Hen, lifted to regard Gu Yuan, one at level 25, fire element, and another at level 19, ice element. Impossible. Yi Feng felt as though the sky had collapsed. Mo Hen, you must be mistaken. I am not. Mo Hen replied quietly. Gu Yuan then gave a casual whistle, and a crimson feathered bird swooped down from the sky, landing on his shoulder. He raised his right hand, opening the pet space, and the 7th snow also descended. Seeing the level 25 red bird and the level 19 white nine-tailed fox, Yi Feng was utterly speechless. The strength he had prided himself on now paled in comparison to Gu Yuan's. Despite having secretly acquired abundant cultivation resources, why was he still inferior? No, it cannot be. You must be cheating. Your progress is faster than a rocket. Yi Feng clutched his chest with one hand, weakly kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, a tall, crew-cut man, presumably the coach, approached. I apologize, Yi Feng, but according to regulations, his overall strength surpasses yours. Position 3 will be replaced by him. You are now a participant in the ordinary group. What? Gu Yuan appeared bewildered. Did the principal not say I was here to broaden my horizons? Why must I compete on the main battlefield? The competition is divided into 2 groups, the elite group and the ordinary group. The elite group comprises the 3 strongest individuals in the school, followed by 10 selected students entering the ordinary group. The ordinary group entails one-on-one duels, with scoring based on wins and losses. The elite group, however, operates on a tournament basis. Winning against the first opponent earns 3 points, against the second earns 6 points, and defeating the third grants 9 points. Gu Yuan comprehended that in this system, the The scoring for the 3 members of the elite group holds significant importance and carries greater weight. As a substitute player in the ordinary group, the stakes were merely a point. Thus, it held little significance. Hence, when the principal referred to gaining experience, it was precisely this intent. Engaging in the ordinary group to accumulate points, should victory be attained, would allow entry into the secret realm, a favor owed to the venerable Mr. Zheng for rescuing teacher Hanhua. Regrettably, Mr. Zheng likely never anticipated that his protege would display such extraordinary talent. Achieving a remarkable transformation in just a few days, elevating from 300 to 500 in soul power, advancing to a second-tier soul master, and fortuitously acquiring Qishua, a spirit beast with an exceptional ice and snow constitution. Consequently, Gu Yuan transitioned from a mere point accumulator to a key player due to his overwhelming combat prowess. This favor remained intact. Should Mr. Zheng become aware of this development, he would be left wondering whether to rejoice or lament. The words ordinary group materialized above Yefeng's head in an instant, evoking a sensation akin to being slapped in the face by Gu Yuan. This scoundrel had seized everything from him. Upon utilizing the capabilities of his bracelet, Gu Yuan discerned the terrifying combat strength of his 2 teammates. Mo Hen commanded 2 spirit beasts, an ice lizard and a snow sprite, both exceeding level 20, one at 22 and the other at 23. His own soul power reached an impressive 627. Meanwhile, the formidable Lu Jihong possessed a staggering soul power of 700. With 2 spirit beasts at levels 25 and 27, both being rock elementals from Europe, it was evident that this gentleman hailed from a well-to-do background. No wonder the principal felt secure in allowing him to compete here. With 2 powerful allies, their entry into the secret realm seemed almost assured. On the first day of competition, within the bustling arena that resembled a grand celebration, Gu Yuan, seated among the contestants, found himself merely coasting through. The ordinary group competed first, engaging in a fierce battle, while Gu Yuan, positioned third in the elite group, found himself sidelined as the 2 prominent players dominated, resulting in a 2-on-3 situation involving Mo Hen and Lu Jihong. It appeared that he was the most idle participant in the arena. Observing the students from Yangqing Ocean Beast University descending the stairs, Gu Yuan shouted, "Hey, give it your all. Defeat those 2. Otherwise, I won't take the stage. And without a quiet environment to cultivate, I'll just be wasting time here eating takeout." The defeated students from Yangqing Ocean Beast University were fuming, their chests nearly bursting with anger. "You arrogant slacker, what right do you have to speak?" They retorted. "Have you heard? He seems to have connections." Moving from the ordinary group to the main team when he initially lacked the qualifications to enter, he is likely just hiding behind these 2 powerhouses, reaping the benefits. A worthless connection, a coward without strength, merely lurking. "I disdain conversing with a turtle like you." Such sentiments circulated among the audience. Beginning from the moment Gu Yuan devoured his 5th bowl of snail noodles that very morning, the spectators in the audience found Gu Yuan's demeanor to be unnaturally relaxed. Despite being a key player, he appeared as though he was merely coasting through the competition. Could it be that he is truly just a privileged individual here to collect points? As the first day of the competition came to a close, a vibrant and youthful student stood on the podium, microphone in hand, teasingly announcing, after 2 rounds, among the 16 prestigious universities, only 4 remain: Zhongshan University, South China Beast Taming Academy, Jinan University, and Guangqing Beast Taming Academy. Guangqing Beast Taming Academy, which was originally ranked only 11th in Guangdong Province, had made it to the top 8, a commendable achievement, but had astonishingly swept past Yangqing Beast Taming University to reach the final 4, showcasing great prowess. However, in the next round, facing South China Beast Taming Academy, which is ranked just below Zhongshan University, it was anticipated that their journey would come to an end there. The audience buzzed with excitement, acknowledging Guangqing Beast Taming University's remarkable performance this year. As for the formidable Zhongshan University, the top institution in Guangdong, their competitors were indeed impressive, dominating the selection competition as if they were a fierce gale sweeping away fallen leaves, often not even allowing the 3rd-tier contenders to take the field. The strength of one particular student remained enigmatic and mysterious, but at the very least, it was known that he had a penchant for eating snail rice noodles. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. "Trash, privileged, slacking off. What strength? It's merely an excuse to indulge in food and leisure here." He probably never intended to enter the arena. when faced with a crisis. He would likely be too frightened to act. Yet, at that moment, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether these individuals believed that their apparent composure equated to slacking off. It was merely a lack of fear. After 2 wilderness hunting excursions, Gu Yuan's courage was far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. This was just a competition. Losing wouldn't result in death, so why panic? Chapter 58. Guanxing Beast Taming University's unexpected triumph. Guanxing Beast Taming University caused an upset by advancing to the semifinals. Gu Yuan felt momentarily disoriented. There was something peculiar about this. Within just a few days, Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang had experienced a substantial increase in their abilities. Having been admitted into Guanxing Beast Taming University, and subsequently, they joined the elite group of the academy, advancing to the semifinals. It was far too coincidental. Due to the competition format, the elite group played an essential role in the matches. Could it be that after their admission, the two had continued to exhibit an illogical surge in strength, culminating in the current situation? Gu Yuan made his way to the stands, where a multitude of spectators had gathered for the Intercollegiate League, although the single admission round had attracted the fewest viewers among all batches. Being a newly established competition this year, the third Beast Arena of Yangqing, which could accommodate 50,000 people, was still teeming with people. In the center of the oval venue stood a colossal arena measuring 120 meters in length and 90 meters in width. The competitors entered from opposite entrances, with 16 high-definition 4K screens suspended in the center, each boasting a diagonal length of nearly 10 meters, ensuring an excellent viewing experience for the audience from any direction. Since the semifinals commenced, has it been broadcast live over the internet from this venue? Gu Yuan felt a surge of enthusiasm. Fighting in such a spotlighted arena was far more exhilarating than the meager school coliseum of the top 16. The previous 10 battles appeared almost as mere formalities, with the Guanxing Beast Taming Academy trailing behind with a score of 3-7. How on earth did they make it to the semifinals? There's no semblance of a contender against the prestigious 9-8-5-2-1-1, someone in the audience muttered. They can only be considered a slightly higher-ranked institution. Humph. The real show is just beginning. Soon, you shall witness the prowess of Guanxing Beast Taming Academy. Their 3 students are truly extraordinary. The first student to take the stage was the stunning academic prodigy from Guanxing Beast Taming Academy, Song Yingying. The moment she appeared, Gu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Utilizing the spiritual sensing effect of the other coffin, Gu Yuan detected a familiar black spiritual energy emanating from Song Yingying. They, too, had practiced with ancient spirit lamp oil, but wait. Gu Yuan discerned that their ancient spirit lamp oil was impure, heavily mixed with industrial compounds, yielding only a little over double the effect rather than the promised 5-fold, and accompanied by side effects. An unmistakable black spiritual energy flowed around them, forming a swirling vortex reminiscent of the deathly aura of black crystal orbs. Song Yingying's soul power, 668 summoned beast, shadow worm species, worm level, 25 qualification, legendary combat skills, Death's Wrath, earth level, withering, earth level. Soul Requiem, earth level. Description, resembling a worm, it is covered in sharp barbs, reaching lengths of 19 meters, capable of burrowing underground, enveloped in an aura of death. Frequently found in millennia-old tombs. Dark Spirit Wind, Eagle species. Avian level, 17 qualification, legendary combat skills, Dark Storm, earth level, Nightfall, earth level. Sky Wind Requiem, earth level. Description, after absorbing dark energy, the Spirit Wind Eagle transformed into a shadowy state, suffused with an aura of death. Gu Yuan's ominous premonitions intensified. The first competitor from South China Beast Taming Academy stepped onto the stage, possessing only 561 soul power, with 2 summoned beasts at levels 22 and 17. Xiao Lu. Do not be afraid. Although you may not be his match, try your best to wear her down. Meanwhile, the South China Beast Taming Academy team was in a state of panic, questioning what advantage this early admitted student had over them. To understand the admission process, it is noteworthy that Ling Fengying was only at level 3 at the time. Now, not only has he successfully undergone an attribute transformation, but he has also soared to level 17. Even more astonishing is that his second beast is even more formidable than the first. What a powerful organization must exist to directly provide such beasts. Soon, This gentleman was unceremoniously dispatched from the stage by Song Yingying. At this moment, the second student from the South China Beast Academy took the stage, with his two beasts at levels 21 and 26, comprehensively overwhelming his opponent. His soul power has reached 676, and his qualifications are legendary, allowing him to dominate Song Yingying entirely. Additionally, Song Yingying had already expended considerable energy in her first battle, which should lead to her defeat. However, in an unexpected turn, Song Yingying's insect and bird launched a simultaneous surprise attack from both the sky and the ground. After nearly 30 minutes of chaotic battle, she astonishingly achieved a 1-against-2 victory. The score now stood at 11-8. Through her singular prowess, Song Yingying turned the tide of the entire match. Unless the final contestant from the South China Beast Academy could pull off a 1-against-3 upset, the Wancheng Beast Academy would advance to the finals. The anchor contestant from the South China Beast Academy was none other than the Wind Attribute Champion from Yangcheng, Lu Feng. With a soul power of 745 and both of his beasts at level 27, Song Yingying, exhausted, chose to concede. The score reached 11-11. However, Wancheng Beast Academy was poised to seal the match. They sent forth their strongest contestant, Yun Tianxiang. Rather than summoning two beasts simultaneously, he first called forth one, also at level 27. Yet, its qualifications were nothing short of mythical. The atmosphere in the arena was electrifying, with every student's heart racing in anticipation. A mythic-level beast. The winds above swirled as if heralding a transformative destiny, sweeping across the sky and dispersing all clouds. A colossal serpent unfurled its wings, descending gracefully to the ground. Morphing into a muscular figure with sharply defined features, its pristine white wings resembling those of an angel. Mythic level. The final contestant from the South China Beast Academy was evidently struck with trepidation. Merely uttering the word mythic had shaken his resolve for victory. Ha ha ha. Look closely. Mere ants, legendary ants. Behold the true embodiment of supreme bloodlines, the crane-winged flying serpent, as it fills my cup with the nectar of triumph. The battle unfolded with an intensity surpassing all expectations, as the last contestant from the South China Beast Academy had already resigned to defeat upon witnessing the mythic-level beast. A token resistance was rendered even more pitiful than outright surrender. To describe it as a slaughter would not be an exaggeration. Ha ha ha. Do you see this? Yangcheng. Yun Tianxiang spread his arms wide, transforming back into the serpent, coiling in the air, boldly announcing to all of Yangcheng, "Champion? What purpose do such unrealistic notions serve? I aspire to be the man who safeguards the city of Yangcheng in the future. How can mere ants obstruct my path?" Chapter 59. The last challenger. Is it my turn to take the stage? Such audacity. The students present were rendered speechless. Yet, the prowess exhibited by Yun Tianxiang truly warranted the title of the strongest graduate of Yangcheng. It was no exaggeration. Moreover, he was a student enrolled through direct admission, younger than those in their first and second years, who, having just turned 18, could reach such heights. His words, though brash, went unchallenged by anyone in attendance. At that moment, Yun Tianxiang made a gesture across his throat, captured by the camera, directing his gaze towards Gu Yuan in the audience. With a deft twist of his right hand, thumb pointed downwards, he reiterated, "How can mere ants obstruct my path?" Above him, a colossal serpent opened its massive jaws. Roaring at Gu Yuan, a tempest of wild winds swirling from the center of the arena towards him, billowing Gu Yuan's coat and tousling his bangs. Hee. Just then, Song Yingying, having just exited the stage, approached Gu Yuan from behind and whispered in his ear, "Gu Yuan, why are you so oblivious to the situation? We have spared you time and again, but since you insist on showing up today, do not blame us for the consequences." With that, Song Yingying left behind a ring and turned to depart. Gu Yuan opened the storage ring, discovering a pair of slippers, fur slippers crafted from a material known as spirit rabbit fur. As he examined the slippers, a frown creased his brow. How ruthless. Xueqi's voice echoed in the realm of souls. These slippers are made from rabbit skins, all bearing the remnants of claw marks from the Gale Eagle. This is a blatant threat, a clear indication that in our next encounter, they will hold nothing back. There is another implication, Gu Yuan remarked, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They are flaunting their wealth and lineage, unafraid of police intervention, viewing me as powerless as a rabbit. Do you know why they chose to make slippers? Because they believe it is only fitting to trample me underfoot. Gu Yuan discarded the storage ring into the trash bin and turned to enter the preparation area as the semifinals of the second round of early admissions approached. Upon entering the preparation room, he found Mo Hen and Lu Jihong awaiting him. Do you have a grudge against them? Mo Hen, ever aloof as snow, sat applying makeup, using his phone as a mirror. A man should let his fists do the talking. Lu Jihong patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder. Fear not, we are here for you. We recognize your strength. We shall win this semifinal and proceed to the finals to defeat those two arrogant fools. Indeed, Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Following the completion of the first 10 matches, the score stood at an impressive 6-4. Indeed, Zhongshan University, as the foremost institution in Guangdong Province, exhibits an average caliber that surpasses that of Jinan University, establishing an initial advantage. However, the true contest has only just commenced. As Mo Hen ascended the stage, the Ice Element Champion's entrance elicited an uproar from all the students present, igniting an atmosphere of jubilation. Goddess of ice and snow, I adore you. Mo Hen, please, grant me but a glance. Mo Hen, I love you. The arena reverberated with a cacophony of cheers and screams. Yet, astonishingly, Mo Hen lost his inaugural match, defeated by a fire element opponent who triumphed through elemental dominance. What does buying out mean? Gu Yuan inquired, perplexed. Lu Jihong, sipping water and wiping his brow, shrugged. Let me elucidate simply. The three academic elites from the opposing side are actually capable of contending for the top spot at prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. However, they have been bought out. For instance, Jinan University invested $1 million to ensure they refrain from applying to Tsinghua and Beida, instead committing to Jinan with the promise of equivalent resources. This is a strategic sacrifice to preserve the core. Unbeknownst to them, Yifeng had already entered the lounge. They relinquished the investments that should have been allocated in the first 3 years, believing they had no hope of defeating Zhongshan University and thus redirected their funds towards specialized recruitment arenas, while others employed a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing. Pitting their average steeds against inferior ones, they boldly sent their elites to challenge us with our lesser competitors. Sitting at the table, Yifeng sighed deeply, lamenting their premature exit in the semifinals. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, Lu Jihong surged with a torrent of spiritual energy. Gu Yuan, defend our last line. I shall confront these vile scoundrels. Lu Jihong charged forward, energy coalescing in his hands, as two colossal stone golems emerged from the pet space, surging alongside him. The opposing beast master, witnessing 3 formidable figures charging forth, one flesh and blood, and the other 2 purely stone, felt an immediate sense of defeat. Yet, they persevered for 19 minutes before being taken down. The second beast master took the stage, and Jinan University made adjustments, sending forth a water element mage in hopes of leveraging elemental suppression for a remarkable outcome. However, as rocks soared and water surged, the entire battlefield seemed on the verge of collapse. The 30-minute clash was undoubtedly the most prolonged of the morning. Nevertheless, the fierce Lu Jihong prevailed against the odds, triumphing despite elemental disadvantage. Yet, as the third match commenced, Lu Jihong, fatigued, was swiftly incapacitated by a devastating blow from his opponent. No way. The prowess of the first 2 competitors from Jinan University was palpably formidable, yet this final contestant shattered all preconceived notions. Wei Qingsong. It is impossible. Was he not already admitted early by Tsinghua University and Peking University? How could he possibly be at Jinan University? Have you not heard? Jinan University invested $20 million, along with a future allocation nearing $100 million over the next 4 years, to secure Wei Qingsong, all in a bid to ensure their victory in the single recruitment competition region. Do not jest. A student aspiring to enter Sun Yat-sen University is incensed. Lu Jihong has just completed a 1 versus 2 challenge, scoring 3 points and 6 points, bringing Sun Yat-sen University to a total of 15 points, while Jinan University lags at 12. However, what if Wei Qingsong triumphs in another match? Is he not also a 1 versus 2 competitor? Adding 6 points would result in 18, surpassing Sun Yat-sen University. Let us not forget, Sun Yat-sen University still has one last contender. At this moment, victory or defeat rests upon one individual, Gu Yuan. Everyone turns their gaze towards the contestants' bench, only to be astonished to discover that Gu Yuan is absent. Chapter 60, Red Feather versus Green Army Bull. Where could he be? The audience casts puzzled glances towards the host. The host appears slightly embarrassed, but this is hardly a concern for the director. All contestants wear a specially designed badge on their chests, which emits a signal to ensure a camera can continuously track them. This is essential for delivering the chaotic battle scenes to the audience more effectively. The director promptly utilizes the tracking camera to locate Gu Yuan. The crowd sees a food delivery rider on the big screen, opening a delivery box, with a bowl of snail noodles being retrieved from within. This fellow has somehow made his way to the back of the audience. The seating is tiered, extending over 30 rows. Everyone need only look towards the highest point in that direction to spot Gu Yuan. In an instant, the entire venue is left feeling sheepish. It is now your turn to take the stage, and you have gone off to collect takeout? How unreliable can one be? Has he even considered competing? How can he be fetching takeout? Is he preparing to concede? This is disastrous. We are relying on this guy for the final match. And Sun Yat-sen University is truly on the verge of being eliminated in the top 4. Gu Yuan retrieves his takeout and then turns around. Gu Yuan, please hurry down, or you will be judged as forfeiting, the charming host calls out. However, before the words are fully spoken, Gu Yuan leaps from the entrance, several dozen meters high. Wow, what a reckless decision to jump. Yet, the red feather in the sky is plummeting at an alarming speed, having descended close to the stands without anyone realizing it. At the moment it sweeps past Gu Yuan's head, a pair of claws seizes his shoulder, gliding like a wingsuit, carrying Gu Yuan towards the ground, soaring over the heads of all the spectators. What is this? His beloved beast. Level 25. The spectators were utterly astonished. Although at level 25 it was not considered top tier. The resplendent plumage of the crimson giant bird, along with the potent aura emanating from its body, instilled a profound sense of formidable strength within the audience. This individual possessed merely 500 units of spirit power, yet had tamed such a fierce beast. Perhaps he had deliberately diminished his own cultivation resources to focus on nurturing his spirit beast? Unlikely, for he had ranked first in the entrance examination of the training camp. And that information had been public. At that time, he had only possessed a little over 60 units of spirit power, managing to achieve the second tier, which surely required considerable financial expenditure. Could he possibly be under the patronage of a wealthy benefactor? However, he was facing Wei Qingsong. Wei Qingsong stepped forward with a serene smile, exuding confidence. His spirit power had reached 639, with both of his spirit companions at level 25. One was an imported legendary beast from Australia, the Green Army Bison, while the other was a native Chinese legendary creature, the Immortal Crane. Gu Yuan's spirit power was not as formidable as that of his opponent. Indeed, although both possessed spirit companions of level 25, Gu Yuan landed and did not spare a glance at Wei Qingsong. Instead, he casually handed the packaged snail rice noodles to the host. Is this a gift for me? The host smiled, thinking to herself that he couldn't possibly be attempting to pursue her. Though currently acknowledged as the underperforming candidate among the audience, he was also a student from the esteemed group of Zhongshan University. The host, blushing, cradled the noodles in her hands. Gu Yuan then instructed, "Please hold on to this for me. Once I finish, do remember to return it." Feeling awkward, the host watched Gu Yuan's retreating figure and thought, hey, it's December. Won't he be worried about eating cold noodles when he returns? However, Gu Yuan turned his profile towards the camera, offering a slight smile. I shall return before it cools. Such audacity. Indeed, in the preceding matches, the swiftest battles had lasted merely a few minutes, and he was to face Wei Qingsong, whose spirit power surpassed his own. Did he truly intend to defeat Wei Qingsong with just snail rice noodles? Nevertheless, Gu Yuan had already taken the stage. Wei Qingsong naturally heard Gu Yuan's remarks and observed the fear in his demeanor. You appear quite confident. Your second spirit companion cannot possibly exceed level 25, can it? No, it is merely level 19. Wei Qingsong was momentarily taken aback, coughing slightly. You think you can deceive me? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You must have a second spirit beast above level 25. Summon it forth. No need. Gu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back to prevent accusations of bullying. I will not summon my second spirit beast. I shall only use the red feather. What on earth? The audience, including those watching on television and those participating in the live chat, erupted in disbelief. Is this fellow insane? To rely solely on one spirit companion. Could he truly be here merely for amusement? Yet, regardless of the audience's uproar, the referee would not delay. 3, 2, 1, fight. The first to take action was the Scarlet Wing, who unfurled her wings, her eyes flashing with a regal light. 100 birds greet the phoenix with a resounding cry. Every avian companion in the venue trembled thrice. The 25th level celestial crane, equal in rank to Scarlet Wing, merely exchanged a glance with her and was instantly cowed, choosing to land and bow its head, as if paying homage to its queen. "Hey, celestial crane, what ails you? Hurry and join the fray," Wei Qingsong called out. But the crane remained rooted to the ground, trembling in fear. A low moo from the green-armored bull reminded its master to disregard the celestial crane. At that moment, Scarlet Wing traced an arc in the air, her wings beating with purpose as she unleashed a carved earth-tier battle technique, meteoric fire rain. From her feathers fell burning meteors, cascading downwards. Wei Qingsong gasped as the green-armored bull executed a terrain battle technique, rainforest. With a mighty stomp, the bull shattered the earth beneath, causing green vines to sprout and rapidly envelop the ground. Hidden seeds began to germinate, and in an instant, the arena transformed into a verdant jungle. Everything unfolded too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Gu Yuan could have used his night cloak to vanish and escape. Yet, the target of the opponent's technique was the entire arena. Evasion was futile. So Gu Yuan unleashed the 1,000 reverse fire feathers, slicing through the encroaching vines. "How dare you unleash a wide-ranging wood-type technique before me? How ludicrous!" Scarlet Wing shrieked, her wings sweeping inward, igniting a firestorm. The blazing flames spiraled into a vortex, sweeping forth and igniting some trees along its path, though the fire did not spread further. Rainforest, an earth-tier technique, though belonging to the wood category, counteracts fire, the host proclaimed. This was because, during Wei Qingsong's inscription, he had not utilized a wood-type inner core, but rather a water-type one, causing the rainforest technique to undergo a qualitative transformation. Thus, these trees possessed an additional high moisture content, granting them fire resistance. Gu Yuan was likely to find himself on the defensive. The host, somewhat excited, subtly mocked the oblivious opponent, knowing full well that Wei Qingsong's aim was to defeat Zhongshan University, and the final contender, Wei Qingsong, believed he would likely face the fire-type champion, Night Wind. Although he now encountered Gu Yuan, who also seemed to wield fire, it was a perfect opportunity for him to deploy his complete strategy. "Gu Yuan, this is the fire-type terrain I prepared for Night Wind over 3 months. Your demise is imminent." Standing atop the treetops, Wei Qingsong suddenly smiled, releasing a shadow arrow aimed directly at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan swiftly dodged, astonished that his opponent had also acquired a pair of Shadow Guard gauntlets. Indeed, the operational range of the Shadow Guard is approximately 20 meters, a distance that coincides with the limited visibility typically found in rainforest terrain. Moreover, the discharge of the Shadow Guard is nearly silent, devoid of any conspicuous flash, rendering it a lethal instrument of stealth. The terms rainforest and shadow first emerged on the global stage during the Vietnam War, where the inaugural generation of military equipment from Western military industries included a device known as the Shadow Crossbow. Its concealment and precision inflicted considerable distress upon the United States. As the successor to the Shadow Crossbow, the Shadow Guard is ideally suited for warfare within the rainforest. "Gu Yuan, I am utilizing the latest 2020 model of the Shadow Guard, equipped with a 3-shot burst." Wei Qingsong jeered from his elevated position, followed by another trio of shots. Gu Yuan swiftly took cover behind a tree, trunk to the left, as 3 shadow arrows struck the tree behind him with precision. It seemed that Gu Yuan was destined to return for a steaming bowl of snail rice noodles, albeit from a hospital bed. The barrage of comments surged like a torrential flood, prompting the referee to consider the situation. Thus, he cautioned the security personnel to keep a vigilant eye on Gu Yuan, lest he inadvertently meet his demise. These students had surreptitiously brought military-grade equipment onto the premises. A new regulation must be instituted. Students moonlighting as hunters should be prohibited from employing restricted military artifacts in formal competitions. It appears you have gone to great lengths to counter Night Wind. However, you have underestimated a crucial aspect. Gu Yuan abruptly turned, raising his right wrist-mounted Shadow Guard to unleash a 3-shot volley. Startled, Wei Qingsong executed a backward roll, narrowly evading the attack, but landing face-first into the muddy ground. "You too are a hunter?" Wei Qingsong exclaimed, dashing left through the thicket. Gu Yuan matched his speed, both engaging in a parallel pursuit through the trees, continuously firing their Shadow Guards at one another. However, midway through his escape, Wei Qingsong felt a sudden warmth in his lower back. Looking down, he was aghast to discover 5 or 6 black shadow arrows embedded in his abdomen. Shadow arrows. Impossible. I distinctly dodged every shot. Those that I did not evade should have been obstructed by the trees. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Wei Qingsong's spine. Could it be that all the arrows had struck true, penetrating the trunks of the trees? Unthinkable. Grimacing in pain, he sank to one knee, only to realize a more pressing concern. His waist was swelling, festering with pustules. These arrows are poisoned. The green military bull, sensing the peril of the toxin, Wei Qingsong immediately summoned his familiar. The green military bull burst through the underbrush, its verdant hide radiating a luminous glow, a manifestation of its earth-tier combat skill, purification. The green light enveloped Wei Qingsong's waist, alleviating the spread of the poison, though the sensations of sharp pain and weakness lingered. With a swift whoosh, the crimson wings soared through the air, akin to a rocket piercing the treetops, while the trees behind ignited in fervent flames. Meteoric fire rain. As the wings of the red feather fluttered, torrents of raging fire converged beneath them, and with every powerful flap, the meteor shower relentlessly bombarded the ground. Wei Qingsong gritted his teeth and hurled forth his auxiliary soul device, the Green Heart. Ha ha ha. It seems that to ensure victory, Jida University is truly going all out, exclaimed the commentator from the judging panel. The Green Heart incites all flora into a frenzied state, drawing every drop of underground water towards the trees, compelling the plants to wring out their own moisture to enhance the next water-based combat skill. All greenery withered, and the plants burrowing into the subterranean water pipes began to voraciously absorb water, nearly causing the entire Baiyun district of Yangqing to experience a 3-minute water outage. The generated moisture permeated the air, swirling to form a colossal water tornado. With arms raised high, Wei Qingsong roared, "Gu Yuan, though I am unaware of the method you employ to ensnare my celestial crane, do not forget that a master can always nurture their beloved pet in return. If you truly possess the courage, face this attack without summoning your second pet. Earth-tier combat skill, Heavenly Lake." The torrents converged in the air, manifesting into a vast lake. Streams from all directions surged, obstructing Hong Ling's approach to Gu Yuan while dispersing into columns of water, safeguarding both the Green Army Bull and Wei Qingsong himself. Wei Qingsong was intent on delivering a full-scale assault on Gu Yuan, for the criteria for victory in their duel did not solely hinge on defeating the opponent's beast, but rather the master themselves. Such is the reality of combat. If the master falls, the beloved pet shall not survive. Hey, isn't this a violation? Drawing water directly from underground, thundered a teacher from Zhongshan University. No wonder Jida chose this arena. It was all meticulously planned. However, Gu Yuan smiled, raising his right hand. I merely stated that I would not summon my second pet. I did not say I would refrain from employing the skills derived from it. Gu Yuan recalled the fervent scene from the previous night when he nurtured with Qixue, the enchanting figure of the vixen, perched atop him, inhaling his essence. Her slightly parted ruby lips, fair skin, and beguiling gaze. "Are you blushing like a teapot?" Wei Qingsong shouted. "We are in a duel. Where is your focus?" Suddenly, Gu Yuan raised his right hand, gathering the power of ice, earth-tier combat skill, icebound wilderness. His fingers clenched tightly as the frigid air expanded outward, freezing all the water in its vicinity. Chapter 62, The Snowy Beauty. My heavens! As the pure power of ice radiated through the surrounding space, a brilliant blue light illuminated the faces of all spectators. This is an Earth-tier ice combat skill. Why is it that he claims not only his first pet possesses Earth-level combat skills, but his second pet does as well? What is the nature of his state of mind, and why would his second pet be of the ice attribute? Indeed, there has always been a subtle advantage in Gu Yuan, one that has remained unnoticed due to its elusive nature. This advantage lies in Gu Yuan's profound mastery of the Soul Sea, which far exceeds the conventional understanding of it by ordinary individuals. Most beast tamers typically refrain from choosing two pets with opposing attributes, as it is often challenging to align one's mindset towards both simultaneously. However, Gu Yuan is an exception. His mindset is neither inclined towards fire nor ice, but rather towards a unique category, pets that thrived during the Tang Dynasty. This particular inclination allows nearly all pets that inherit the bloodline of the Nine Heavens goddess to receive significant enhancements. thus entirely circumventing the vexing issues even the most formidable beast tamers encounter. Moreover, the effects of enhancing his pets are far superior to those achieved through a conventional mindset. In midair, the water attribute combat skills, akin to a frenzied dragon dance, were abruptly stifled by Gu Yuan's intervention, rendering them completely still. The chilling energy erupting from Gu Yuan's hand thoroughly encased the wild waters in ice. The once swirling columns of water that had coiled around the Green Army Bull and Wei Qingsong were now entirely frozen, confining their movement as if encased in a frigid prison. Attack command. Gu Yuan raised his right hand, summoning a surge of spiritual energy from the gate of Yin Zheng within his soul sea. This energy coalesced behind him into the silhouette of a great general from the Tang dynasty, brandishing a command flag. In an instant, the resounding cry of the red-feathered phoenix intensified, amidst an atmosphere thick with chilling air, as if the red-feathered phoenix sought to demonstrate the supremacy of its fiery essence. With a sudden eruption of blazing power, the red-feathered phoenix unleashed a fiery whirlwind, ensnaring the immobilized man and bull in a tempest that lifted them skyward. The match concluded, and Gu Yuan emerged victorious. The referees stood up in excitement to declare this, while medical personnel rushed in. The red-feathered phoenix promptly withdrew, allowing the medics to assist Wei Qingsong and his pet off the stage. The onlooking students observed in awe as Wei Qingsong was carried away from the platform. Impressive, someone exclaimed, prompting the crowd to ponder how many minutes had elapsed since the beginning of the contest. However, this inquiry soon became trivial as Gu Yuan approached the host. With one hand, he grasped a container of snail rice noodles, and upon lifting the lid, steam cascaded upwards from the plastic box. It was as if a resounding slap had been delivered to the faces of all who had mocked Gu Yuan moments before. He had succeeded. Alas, it has truly come to pass. A student from Sun Yat-sen University has triumphed over Wei Qingsong, achieving this feat with just a single summoned spirit against two adversaries. And in remarkably swift fashion, his bowl of snail rice noodles still steaming. Gu Yuan resumed his seat as if nothing had transpired, casually indulging in his meal. Raising his gaze, he noticed two figures standing at the entrance, Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang. Their expressions were grave, akin to those who had just attended their own mother's funeral. After exchanging a glance, they retreated, their spirits visibly deflated. What is this? That damned Gu Yuan. How is he still haunting us? Last time we failed to eliminate him, merely luck on his part. Now, in his current state, he seems intent on seeking vengeance. Song Yingying struck the wall of the contestants' lounge with a fist, creating a substantial dent in the marble. Calm down, Song Yingying. Yun Tianxiang's lips curled slightly, betraying no hint of panic at Gu Yuan's displayed prowess. If he dares to return, we shall slay him again. If he does not perish, we shall slay him once more, turning him into mincemeat for the dogs. Let us see how long he can dance. Yet, Song Yingying opened her arms, eager to step forward and utter something. But, do not utter but, Song Yingying. Yun Tianxiang's terse response cut her off. Understanding dawned upon her. With her head bowed, a fierce resolve glimmered in her eyes. I will be the second to take the stage. I shall personally strangle this blunder before the referee can intervene. Indeed, in recent years, the names of those who unexpectedly perished in the arena were inscribed on the stone monument outside. Yun Tianxiang pressed down the blinds, gazing at the three massive stone pillars, each approximately 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide, densely engraved with names, each around 10 centimeters in length. Tomorrow, Gu Yuan's name shall join them. Let us commence, Song Yingying exclaimed, producing a bag and pouring forth a white powder. The two then retrieved straws, one hand pinching a nostril while the other held a straw to the other, inhaling the powder. As they drew it in more forcefully, the powder began to enter their bodies. Remarkably, their spiritual energies began to surge, as if in a dreamlike state. They lifted their heads, their muscles quivering, while their faces grew red and swollen. This swelling resembled welts from insect bites, with red tips, resembling a honeycomb pattern spreading across their cheeks. Their undereyes darkened, transforming from a state of vitality to one that suggested they had not slept in 3 days and nights. Their spiritual powers soared significantly. That night, Gu Yuan's fame expanded, as discussions about him erupted across the internet, forums, and even within his former school. This individual named Gu Yuan is indeed terrifying, particularly that final freeze. A person who had always been presumed a master of fire unexpectedly unleashed a technique of the ice element. How could this be possible? Gu Yuan lay in bed, residing in a rented accommodation due to the competition in Yang City. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. In the kitchen, Hong Ling and Qi Shui, engaged in chopping vegetables and flipping the spatula, instantly transformed into a phoenix and a white fox, one crouching on the floor and the other soaring onto the television. As they were in a rented house in Yang City, it was Chen Wenwen who rushed to answer the door. As the door swung open, she was met by a breathtakingly cold beauty standing before her. This enchanting figure was none other than Mo Hen, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, who had suffered a severe defeat earlier that day. Her eyes were icy, and her arm was still wrapped in an unremoved bandage as she inquired, "May I come in?" Chapter 63. Mo Hen has come to see me? Chen Wenwen puffed her cheeks, her expression clearly reluctant. Meanwhile, Chairman Chen, who was peering through the corridor surveillance, slammed a fist onto the table in frustration, cursing under his breath. Damn it, yet another young beauty arrives. My daughter may be cohabiting, but she has yet to secure that young man. Chairman Chen lamented internally, realizing he should have acted more decisively and encouraged Wenwen to get closer to that young man sooner. Gu Yuan stepped out of his room, and upon seeing him, Mo Hen waved in greeting. Brother Gu Yuan, your performance today was truly remarkable. You have become the focal point of discussion among students nationwide. Is that so? Gu Yuan smiled. I am not particularly fond of fame, but I had no choice in today's circumstances. Brother Gu Yuan, if I am not mistaken, your second pet possesses an exceedingly rare constitution, an ice jade body, correct? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan was taken aback, and the large white fox, Qi Shui, perched in the center of the living room, became alert. How do you know this? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. Mo Hen maintained her expression of calm. Our Mo family has always prided itself on being a lineage of ice and snow. The foremost ice practitioner in Yang City over the past 30 years has emerged from our clan. Throughout history, the ice jade body is a rarity of the ages. I possess innate spiritual eyes that allow me to discern even the minutest details, hence my recognition. Gu Yuan sighed deeply. If you have something to say, please be direct. Our Mo family has always held a strong appreciation for talents in the ice element. The prowess you displayed today has indeed transcended that of ordinary beings. Brother Gu Yuan, would you consider joining our Mo family? Mo Hen proposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenwen's expression grew serious. Join your Mo family? Are you suggesting I become your bodyguard? Gu Yuan shook his head. Not at all. Brother Gu Yuan has misunderstood. Our Mo family has a preponderance of women, and if you are willing, you could marry into our family. We would ensure that you receive all the resources you need. As she spoke, Mo Hen's face flushed a delicate hue as she lowered her gaze. Chen Wenwen was 1,000 times more agitated than Gu Yuan, stepping forward to shove Mo Hen back. How ridiculous. Brother Gu would never consider becoming a son-in-law of the Mo family. Our Chen family boasts over 30 residential complexes in Yangqing, a grand fortune worth billions. While you, the impoverished Mo clan, certainly cannot entice Brother Gu to live a life of hardship. Mo Hen, however, regarded her with indifference, his almond-shaped eyes cold. Just a nouveau riche, he mused. My Mo family is an ice lineage, possessing unparalleled cultivation techniques for ice attributes. Brother Gu actually resides with such a woman. With a haughty demeanor, Chen Wenwen crossed her arms and declared, You now recognize my charm, don't you? Gu Yuan, however, lightly tapped her on the head. The moment I moved in, her family bought the entire building, and she forcibly became my landlord. Upon hearing this, Mo Hen seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and continued, Brother Gu, this place is unsuitable for a prolonged stay. Why not accompany me to the Mo family for a visit? Regardless of your ultimate choice, the doors of the Mo family will always be open to you, Brother Gu. Gu Yuan glanced at Mo Hen's burn wounds and asked, Will you be able to compete the day after tomorrow? He lamented, Those who were paid acted with such brutality. It's nothing, Brother Gu. We were destined to stop at the top 4. Without your assistance, we would have already faced defeat. We must secure the championship in the upcoming competition, Missouri Hen replied, her excitement causing her wounds to seem to crack further. At this rate, how will you compete the day after tomorrow? Gu Yuan expressed his concern. Do not worry. My family has procured a gathering snow pill from the foremost alchemical family in the capital. Regrettably, it cost 3 million for just one. As she spoke, Mo Hen produced a small box, explaining that the pill not only concentrated ice attributes' spiritual energy and nourished the mind, but also alleviated her burns. With your wealth, couldn't you purchase a few more? Gu Yuan questioned, puzzled. Mo Hen shook her head. The Gathering Snow pill from the capital's top alchemical family is a rare find. Even wealth does not guarantee acquisition. At this juncture, Gu Yuan's thoughts sparked, and he inquired, if possible, could I borrow your pill to examine? Mo Hen eyed him skeptically before handing over the precious box, which Gu Yuan accepted. During this exchange, he had already communicated with Hong Ling through his spiritual sea, instructing her to enter the kitchen. As Gu Yuan seized the box, Hong Ling unleashed a fierce flame at the pot, evaporating the water within. Oh no, lunch is burnt. The black smoke wafting from the kitchen caught the attention of both women. Seizing the opportunity while they looked away, Gu Yuan opened the lid, swiftly dismantled the pill, and concealed its essence within his bracelet. The bracelet's calculations revealed that the spiritual substance extracted from one pill amounted to 30,000, and recomposing it would require an equal amount of spiritual substance. A mere 30,000 spiritual essence, a notably low concentration, was even inferior to some beast fodder. However, this is quite normal, for the rarity of elixirs lies not merely in the materials employed, but predominantly in the exorbitant fees charged by the alchemists. An alchemist, lacking a decade or more of experience, cannot produce quality elixirs. Yet, Gu Yuan is exempt from such labor costs as his bracelet can be effortlessly disassembled and reconfigured, requiring only the expense of materials. During his return today, Gu Yuan ventured to the incineration plant and dismantled a considerable amount of waste meat, accumulating approximately 600,000 units of spiritual essence. Chen Wenwen went to address the burnt pot, while Mo Hen reached out to reclaim the elixir, exclaiming, Brother Gu Yuan, this elixir is exceedingly precious. I hope you can comprehend. In truth, I possess elixirs of the same grade as yours, and I am willing to sell them to you at an equivalent price. What? Brother Gu Yuan, you cannot be jesting. Mo Hen's face was a portrait of astonishment. This elixir is incredibly rare. With our family's connections in the Ice Clan of Yang City, we are only qualified to procure one. Brother Gu Yuan, what is your meaning? Yet, Gu Yuan merely curved his lips slightly, mimicking the motion of retrieving a pill from his bosom, but in reality, he was restructuring 5 identical elixirs from the spiritual essence. Presenting the elixirs before Mo Hen, he could hardly believe his eyes. After several confirmations, he discerned that these elixirs were indeed authentic. Who exactly is Gu Yuan, and what formidable force is backing him? 5 elixirs of identical specifications, originating from the foremost alchemical lineage in the capital, exhibiting a strikingly consistent formulation and craftsmanship that appears to be the handiwork of a single individual. Could it be that the power supporting Brother Gu Yuan is so vast as to have the first alchemical family in the capital produce elixirs specifically for him? Chapter 64. The final competition commences in Mo Hen's mind. Gu Yuan had transcended the status of an ordinary high school student. He was a man of considerable cunning, elusive and profound, prompting him to immediately turn and call his father. On the other end of the line, Gu Yuan's father initially erupted in fury over his son's reluctance to join their family. However, upon learning of his son's possession of a substantial quantity of gathering snow elixirs, he fell into a state of astonishment. Impossible. How did he achieve this? Why does he possess so many gathering snow elixirs? These are as precious as gold within the Ice Clan. Subsequently, the details of their conversation became somewhat unclear to Gu Yuan. All he registered was his father's overwhelming shock, repeatedly praising Gu Yuan's prowess. Then, Mo Hen cautiously turned back, stating, Brother Gu Yuan, these gathering snow elixirs are as rare as treasures to our Ice Clan. However, each one is exceedingly expensive. 5 would amount to 15 million. I fear my father would be unwilling to part with such a sum for your elixirs. Gu Yuan shook his head, replying, Then it seems it is a pity. Gu Yuan would never offer his elixirs freely to others. Although the spiritual materials used in the crafting of these potions originate from discarded flesh at waste processing facilities or the remains of powerful beasts that perished in the wilderness, such details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that Gu Yuan would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. However, if Brother Gu is amenable, we could propose an exchange involving another treasure. Upon uttering these words, Mo Hen's expression turned cold and serious, his tone tinged with disbelief. The Chronicles of the Snow-Seeking Fox. Upon hearing this title, Gu Yuan immediately recalled the name. Could it be that this secret manual pertains to the legendary nine-tailed fox of snow? Indeed, Brother Gu is profoundly knowledgeable. The training and nurturing methods for rare beasts such as the Hong Ling and Qi Shui which became extinct or exceedingly rare after the Tang dynasty, have long been lost to time. No one has been able to replicate the extensive breeding practices of a millennium ago, particularly in conjunction with the suitable engraving patterns. No clues remain. The sole recourse is to seek out ancient tomes that may hold the treasures left behind by those who came before us. The case of the Hongling's Feng Luo serves as a prime example. The Mo family's rise to prominence in modern times is no mere coincidence. My distant ancestor once served in the imperial court during the Qianlong era when the four treasuries were compiled, leading to the destruction of numerous ancient texts belonging to the Han people. Among these was a volume concerning the cultivation of ice attribute beasts, which was preserved by our ancestors. One such tome is titled The Chronicles of the Snow-Seeking Fox, which details the rearing of the beautiful nine-tailed fox amidst the snow. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded and replied, "Very well. This book is worth 15 million. For our family, this tome holds little practical value, as the ice-bodied nine-tailed fox has been extinct for centuries, and it is uncertain if any survive in the wild. Though it is unclear whether Brother Gu has ventured to the far north before, it seems that this book is primarily useful to you. We are willing to exchange, but we shall only provide a copy. We wish to retain the original." "That is acceptable, but I must first review the original to ensure its accuracy." What Gu Yuan truly seeks is not merely the book itself, but the knowledge contained within its pages. They retain the original not only out of uncertainty regarding whether a fortunate descendant may one day contract the fabled snow nine-tailed fox in the wilderness, but also because this artifact is an antique, a centuries-old tome that could fetch tens of millions. Regardless of whether it contains secrets of nurturing ice nine-tailed foxes or even risque illustrations. Gu Yuan paid a visit to the Mo family, where he was warmly welcomed, and the family head personally attended to him. Before him, various young women were praised for their elegance and amiability. Yet, Gu Yuan's sole concern was the accuracy of the copy, as he would soon face Song Yingying and Yun Tianxiang. What methods did they employ to significantly enhance their soul power, and why is the aura of dark death so intense around them? Unable to comprehend, I decided to abandon the thought and focus on relentless training, confronting whatever challenges lay ahead. After acquiring the copy, Gu Yuan returned home. Reminiscent of the moment he obtained the Phoenix Taming Manual, it was as if he had struggled with a complex mathematical problem for 3 days, only to finally glimpse the correct answer. The materials required for Qi Shui's level advancement were mostly those previously utilized by Hong Ling during her enhancement. With a few exceptions that could easily be procured online, Gu Yuan still had some funds in his bank account, which he used to acquire all the materials necessary for elevating Qi Shui's level. He subsequently expended a significant amount of spiritual essence, culminating in the assembly of a fire crystal bead and an ice crystal bead, thereby assisting Qi Shui in reaching level 21, while Hong Ling's level barely increased to 26. If there was one astonishing revelation within the book that left Gu Yuan in awe, it was the inscription of a celestial tier combat technique within the Snow-Chasing Fox Chronicle, Absolute Zero. This technique possessed terrifying power, yet its requirements were exceedingly stringent. One could only hope to find suitable materials in the secret realm after achieving victory in the competition. Gu Yuan poured ancient spirit lamp oil into the soul lamp, and, after a day of cultivation, even with the acceleration of 7.5 times, his soul power had not significantly increased, remaining precisely at 552. Of course, for an ordinary person at the second-tier Beastmaster stage, a 50-point increase in soul power in just 1 day was already remarkable. Finally, January 16th arrived. Good afternoon to all students, teachers, and viewers in front of the television and live broadcast. Unlike the first day with a single host, today featured two, a man and a woman, both impeccably dressed, exhibiting exceptional eloquence and courteous gestures, providing introductions that were a delight to the ears. The audience was completely filled in the final venue, located at the premier beast fighting arena in Yangqing. Wasn't it said that no one would attend the early admissions? Yet, here they were in an enormous venue accommodating 100,000, still hard to obtain tickets. The two individuals in the audience murmured. It was undoubtedly due to the emergence of two young prodigies yesterday, Gu Yuan and Yun Tianxiang, whose incredible prowess had left the entire Guangdong province in awe, compelling many to wish to witness their battle firsthand. Have you heard? The total viewership across all platforms and television broadcasts has already surpassed 50 million, with numerous schools even suspending morning classes specifically to watch this competition. Chapter 65, Celestial Tier Environmental Combat Technique, Great Dark Heaven. The beautiful host smiled, and now, allow me to introduce our esteemed guests, the renowned actress Xiao Baihe, President Luo Jun of Zhongshan University, and Principal Ma Weihong of the Guanxing Beast Taming Academy. Alas, the principals of both schools have arrived. The audience is in a fervor. It appears that yesterday's battle has indeed captured the attention of the higher-ups. Little Baihe, I adore you. Amidst the crowd, a peculiar voice emerged unexpectedly. To everyone's astonishment, a group of fervent fans, brandishing the banners of Little Baihe's support group, had joined the gathering. Who would have imagined that the renowned star from Sheep City, Little Baihe, would grace us with her presence as our esteemed guest? The host approached to engage in pleasantries, inquiring whether Little Baihe had just come of age and why, despite her singing career, she had not enrolled in the Beast Taming University. Was she here for some special sentiments? She expressed her aversion to violence, stating she merely wished to observe Gu Yuan and whether the Wan City Beast Taming Academy would falter, if given the chance. She would love to give him a couple of kicks. Her remark instantly sparked a flurry of discussion among the audience. What does this mean? She knows Gu Yuan. How enviable. I too would relish a kick from Little Baihe, her delicate, fair legs surely delivering a delightful experience. Good sir, your drool is pooling on the floor. Gu Yuan is indeed fortunate in love, to be the subject of Little Baihe's jest. How enviable. The first match is about to commence, featuring 10 competitors from the ordinary group, who will fight in pairs, with each victory earning a point. Representing Zhongshan University is none other than the preordained third seed, the current leader of the ordinary group, the fire element prodigy, Yifeng. As Yifeng steps onto the stage, his face is etched with resentment and embarrassment. Humph, these mere ordinary competitors shall pose no challenge. This point is mine to claim. However, from the Wan City Beast Taming Academy, a boy approximately 1.60 meters tall takes the stage. His expression is somber, and his eyes are bleary, yet he is, astonishingly, a second-tier beast tamer. When he unfurls his beast taming domain and summons his beloved beasts, the audience is left in awe. Dark elves. 2 ethereal shadows appear behind him, 2 identical, floating orbs of shadow, closely intertwined. These creatures hail from Europe, do they not? It seems Yifeng is in for a fierce contest. The dark elf, wielding an artifact resembling a shadowy staff, raises it high. The 2 dark elves transform into 2 dark stars. Suddenly, a ring of ominous clouds gathers above, while the surrounding sky remains clear, yet the arena is shrouded in darkness. Subsequently, this contestant abruptly concedes. The number 1 contestant from the Wan City Beast Taming Academy has surrendered. The audience, initially eager to witness a battle as grand as those in the elite group, stands in disbelief. Why did he concede so readily? What was the purpose of his appearance? However, every prodigious participant in the team, including Gu Yuan, along with the guests, save for Xiao Baihe, perceived an anomaly. How could Guancheng have lost a point? He is capable of summoning 2 beasts. While Xiao Baihe inwardly cursed the young man and his entire family, she outwardly appeared feeble, bewildered, and perplexed. The principal of Guancheng Beast Taming Academy, Ma Weihong, merely smiled. This is what one calls strategy. On the other hand, the principal of Zhongshan University, Luo Jun, scoffed in disdain. Humph. Those 2 summoned beasts are a pair of twin dark sprites, possessing a unique constitution known as the Twin Constitution, allowing them to share a single inscription. United, they unleashed a celestial-grade combat technique, Great Dark Sky. This environmental technique, though devoid of direct harm, forcibly alters the weather within a designated area, thereby impacting specific attribute or race beasts. Great Dark Sky, a celestial-grade combat technique that imposes short-sightedness upon all organisms within its range, with a chance to deprive the opponent of their vision. Shadow attribute beasts within the area are immune to this effect, while experiencing a 50 increase in combat power. As the host read aloud the message on his phone, every student present was taken aback. This was indeed a celestial-grade combat technique. How could it be executed? Ordinary beast tamers could not accommodate celestial-grade techniques at the 20-something level. Yet 2 legendary beasts with a twin constitution were capable of doing so. However, due to the exhaustive inscription of this single technique, they had not inscribed any other combat techniques, thus intentionally conceding the first round. In this manner, Gu Yuan utilized the effect of the Netherworld Coffin, surveying all the players in the ordinary group on the opposing team. Every member was a shadow-type beast tamer. This was a strategic sacrifice, relinquishing an initial point in pursuit of the subsequent 9. All right, let the second battle commence. As the second ordinary student from Zhongshan University and his beast ascended the stage, a faint black mist enveloped their eyes, as if they had stepped into a realm of shadowy obscurity. Visibility diminished. Damn it. The field of vision has narrowed. However, the opponent's beast was a shadow mantis, which thrived in darkness, enhancing both its speed and stealth. It darted, leaped, and ambushed from every conceivable angle. When this Zhongshan participant prepared to counter, he discovered that the little creature had vanished once more into the shrouded mist. Within 5 minutes, he was cast off the stage. The score reached 1-1. As the third participants took the stage, an almost hopeless scenario unfolded for all students of Zhongshan University. The opponent's third beast was also shadow-type, a small, agile, and elusive spirit beast known as the Fragrant Black Snake. Another defeat loomed. When the fourth Zhongshan student took the stage and beheld the opposing beast was also shadow-type, he resolved not to hesitate, charging forward with fervor to engage in combat. As a result of her narrowed field of vision, she inadvertently collided with the edge of the competition platform without reducing her speed, only to be pushed out by an opponent's beast lurking in the shadows, leading to her immediate elimination. With each defeat, the expression on Principal Zhongshan's face grew increasingly grave. The score had reached a staggering 1-9. Under the ominous shadow of the great dark sky, Zhongshan University's ordinary team faced total annihilation. Yes, Little Bai's stance was unequivocally clear. It seemed today was her lucky day. Little Bai, with this formidable dark combat technique, we shall soon witness Gu Yuan being pinned to the ground. At that moment, the little white cat nestled on Little Bai's lap lazily rolled over, seemingly resigned to the fact that the upcoming battle had lost all suspense. Chapter 66. Total Annihilation. Only Gu Yuan remains finally. It was time for the battle of the elite group. However, the audience was astonished to discover that the injustice permeating this battle had not dissipated. It had now extended to the elite group, as the venue remained unchanged. In this beast battle, Song Yingying's two beasts possessed an entirely shadow attribute, allowing them to fully capitalize on the effects of the great dark sky. It appeared that this time, the students of Wanqing Beastmaster Academy had made adjustments to their team, as the previously concealed third contestant of the elite group was now the first to take the stage. The host announced the commencement of the match. Immediately, the student who had been hidden among the competitors stood up, removing his hood to reveal a fair and handsome face. He exuded a delicate charm, reminiscent of the type favored by young girls. Ma Feng, the shadow category top student from Yangqing. The entire audience gasped in shock. Hadn't he been accepted to Huaqing University? Why was he not there? They had also recruited students, albeit cautiously, to vie for the championship of this league's independent admission group. With the great dark sky in play, alongside the top shadow student from Yangqing and a 9-point deficit, victory seemed inevitable. The atmosphere felt as if cold water had been splashed over all the attendees, prompting some to begin leaving the venue. Mo Hin from Zhongshan University had finally taken the stage, preparing to devise a new strategy in light of the significant score disparity of 1-9. All previous preparations were cast aside. A fresh tactic was imperative. To turn the tide, they needed to win the remaining 3 matches in one go. Yet, with the shadow category champion and the effects of the great dark sky, victory appeared unattainable unless they could exploit an opening. Ice Snow Lizard, deploy the Frosted Assassination Formation. At that moment, the little princess's Ice Snow Lizard landed, suddenly sinking its body downwards. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, generating patches of frost and sprouting numerous icy spines. The icy spikes resembled a phalanx, encircling Mo Hin protectively. Was this a tactic of retreat? Whispers floated through the audience. Indeed, in a confined field of vision, such a method of self-defense was quite ingenious. Yet, how could one retaliate? The camera shifted to Mo Hin, who slowly closed his eyes as ice sprites danced around him, twirling like ethereal fairies in the snow, scattering glimmers of frost. What was he intending? The spectators were filled with confusion. The once pallid Principal Luo Jun of Zhongshan widened his eyes in excitement. Could it be? This was a blizzard. A blizzard? What kind of combat skill was that? Xiao Baihe pondered in bewilderment. Luo Jun chuckled, explaining it was akin to the environment-altering skill of the Great Dark Heaven. Capable of transforming the surrounding weather, thus dispelling the great dark heaven's gloom. Yes, she intended to use this to convert the dark atmosphere into a blizzard, preventing Song Yingying from gaining enhancements, and likewise, Ma Feng would be deprived of his boosts. She was gambling, wagering that the two behind could defeat the three ahead. Could it succeed? The opponents wielded heavenly tier combat skills. Environmental skills would weaken over time. The frigid air was rapidly coalescing. Imohen's expression was grave, sweat beading on his brow. Remarkable, truly deserving of a heavenly tier environmental skill. Even exerting all his strength could not dismantle it. Go for it. Ma Feng, as the foremost of the shadow class, had two shadow pets, extremely rare shadow wolves, both of legendary lineage. They sensed the freezing chill surging madly skyward, as if to rend the endless darkness, with snowflakes visibly cascading through the air. Damn it, your desperate struggle shall not impede our victory. Principal Ma Weihong had promised me 30 million for winning. Ma Feng roared, charging alongside his wolves into the icy spike formation. Ice shards continually pierced upward from the ground, while the shadow wolves employed the skill of void, rendering themselves incorporeal to traverse the ice spikes. Meanwhile, Ma Feng propelled himself with reckless abandon, swiftly advancing toward the heart of the icy array. Why had it not been breached yet? The great dark heaven was too formidable. Her blizzard remained steadfastly suppressed. Now, it was a race against time for Ma Feng and Imohen. Success was imminent. A beam of sunlight pierced through, yet the snowflakes melted before they could touch the ground. With a resounding crash, the two shadow wolves, bolstered by the great dark heaven's enhancement, surged forward. Their speed and impact magnified, breaking through the icy formation and reaching Imohen's side. However, Imohen had yet to unravel the mysteries of the great dark heaven. Simultaneously struck by shadow spheres from two shadow wolves, Imohen was sent flying. The score now stood at a staggering 1-12. The two sides were no longer on the same scale. The host remarked, collapsed on the ground. Imohen coughed a couple of times and lamented. I apologize for my reckless actions that rendered me ineffective. You've miscalculated. Weather conditions are influenced by environmental battle skills, and vice versa. This is Guangdong Province, situated in a subtropical monsoon climate. To expect snow here is to misunderstand the timing. Never mind. I will go up and smash him, Lu Jihong exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground before rising in a fury and charging towards the stage. Ma Feng, I shall end you today. Lu Jihong leaped onto the platform, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, prompting the two stone giants to leap in unison. Together, they struck the earth, causing cracks to radiate outward. From these fissures, magma surged forth, illuminating the area with the hellfire, a fire element ground technique. Yet, the illumination revealed a daunting sight. Over 30 shadow wolves standing densely before them. Astonishingly, these shadow wolves bore the same ground technique inscribed upon them, Shadow Clone. Once again, you resort to such hidden tactics. Ma Feng, witness as I pummel you to oblivion. Lu Jihong roared, surging forward with the two stone giants in tow, resembling three whirling tempests as they sent the shadow wolves scattering. The battle was intensely protracted, lasting a full 30 minutes. In the face of the shadow wolves' ambush, Lu Jihong exhibited no inclination to strategize. He simply swung his fists, unconcerned by the multitude of clones. The confrontation remained at a stalemate. Lu Jihong's field of vision had diminished significantly, leaving him unable to discern whom to strike, causing his blows to feel as though they were hitting cotton, merely striking at phantoms. Then, in a fleeting moment, Lu Jihong caught sight of Ma Feng, whose face was a mask of shock. Ma Feng, I've found you. Lu Jihong lunged forward, landing a punch on Ma Feng, only to discover that his opponent's body shattered. An illusion. He had replicated the battle skill of his pet, the shadow wolf. With his punch having missed its target, Lu Jihong tumbled headlong off the competition stage. Chapter 67. 1 against 3. The rematch with Song Yingying. Lu Jihong crashed to the ground, the impact creating a substantial crater. Yet, along with his fall, so too did the spirits of all present. The face of Zhongshan University's president, Luo Jun, could only be described as contorted with distress. The score had been finalized. Following Lu Jihong's collapse, Ma Feng achieved the remarkable feat of taking down two opponents, as if the match had approached the brink of demise. Defeating the second contender on the stage would yield merely 6 points, augmented by the 3 points obtained from besting Imohen, alongside the near-total annihilation of Zhongshan University's ordinary group scores. At last, the score for the U-Beast Academy of Guanqing has reached 18 points. The score on the field stands at 1 to 18, a figure that exists solely in theory as a potential defeat. Among all the competitors from Zhongshan University, apart from the first player, Yi Feng, who was allowed to withdraw by the opponent, none have succeeded in winning a single match. Now, only one competitor remains from Zhongshan University, and that is Gu Yuan. The audience fell silent, and more people began to rise and leave, feeling there was no longer a reason to stay. The disparity in the score was simply too great, 1 to 18. Was there any point in continuing to watch? However, Gu Yuan stood up and declared, "Leave the rest to me." He descended the stairs, appearing on the screens of millions, before the eyes of all the spectators. As he stepped forward, enveloped in shadows, he coldly regarded the looming black mist before him. "Qixue, there is no need for restraint. Unleash your formidable physique." With a powerful shout, Qixue landed on the ground, letting out a resonant cry that summoned a pure, white tempest, dispersing the dark clouds around. Impossible. This is snow? It is actually snowing in Guangdong province. Flakes as large as goose feathers fell from the sky, dispelling the oppressive darkness with Qixue's howl. The atmosphere on the scene became so tense it felt as if the very air had frozen. Impossible. How did he achieve this? Ma Feng, with nowhere to hide, gazed upward at the descending snowflakes, utterly astonished at how such a powerful environmental technique could be unraveled in mere seconds without any visible casting process. Just how formidable is he? At that moment, Ma Feng was utterly exhausted. As the black mist dissipated, 6 versions of him stood on the field, 5 of which were mere shadow clones. "You have lost," Gu Yuan stated nonchalantly. The crimson feathers of Red Ling soared into the air, flapping its wings as 3 fiery tornadoes converged amidst the snowstorm, occupying a quarter of the already small competition area. Crucially, these massive firestorms were mobile, sweeping through the arena like a tempest clearing fallen leaves, vanquishing all of Ma Feng's clones in their path. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I must at least tire him out, Ma Feng thought to himself, realizing he could no longer pose any threat to Gu Yuan. Yet, he still wished to secure some advantage for his 2 remaining teammates. Ma Feng charged forward alongside 2 shadow wolves, forming a wall of wind with the 3 fiery tornadoes. Was Ma Feng truly attempting to collide directly with his opponent's Earthgrade technique? He would be severely burned. However, Gu Yuan remained unfazed, sensing that his opponent still had a card to play. Through the eye of the other shore, Gu Yuan discerned the attributes of the Shadow Wolves. Shadow Wolf level, 23 qualification, legendary race, Shadow Wolf combat skills, etherealization, innate, Shadow Clone, Earth level. Shadow Flicker, Earth level, inscribed combat skill, Shadow Sphere, Earth level, attempting to deplete my stamina, HM. Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly. Just as Ma Feng and the 2 Shadow Wolves were about to collide with the fiery tempest, the trio vanished almost simultaneously. With a flicker of shadows, they reappeared before Gu Yuan, 3 shadow spheres coalescing in their hands. Though they paled in comparison to Teacher Han Yu's Shadow Sphere, they remained pure offensive skills. Being struck would surely inflict significant damage upon Gu Yuan. However, having completely discerned the opponent's combat techniques, Gu Yuan had positioned Qixue precisely where they were likely to materialize. Qixue unleashed her combat skill, blanketing the battlefield in a wintry chill, effectively encasing them in ice. In swift succession, she activated her inscribed skill, Cunning Ice Claws. A frigid gust swept through the air, 3 claw marks glimmered momentarily, accompanied by shattering ice crystals, as anguished cries and wolf howls reverberated. Meanwhile, the fiery tornado was swiftly approaching. This push, following the icy baptism, plunged them into the swirling flames. The spectacle left the audience in shock. The juxtaposition of ice and fire was truly terrifying. Ma Feng and the 2 Shadow Wolves were swiftly escorted off the stage. The score stood at 4 to 18. Although the gap remained substantial, the students of Zhongshan University felt invigorated, as the victory had been remarkably executed. Ma Feng's desperate counterattack was fierce, and the shadow flicker concealed the entire strategy without revealing any flaws. Yet Gu Yuan had perfectly countered it. What was intended to sap Gu Yuan's stamina resulted in him remaining entirely unperturbed throughout the encounter. Gu Yuan, I have not forgotten how your wretched bird scarred my face. Song Yingying limped forward, her body marred with wounds and bandages, relying on a cane. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, she burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Today, I shall utterly annihilate you. Gu Yuan cast a glance at the ethereal coffin, astonished. Song Yingying's soul power had reached 700. And her two summoned beasts were Shadow Worm Race, Worm Level, 25 Qualification, Legendary Combat Skills, Death's Wrath, Earth Level, Wither, Earth Level, Soul Departure, Earth Level. Description: resembling a worm. This creature is covered in sharp barbs, extending up to 19 meters, capable of burrowing underground, and is enveloped in a miasma of death, often found in ancient tombs dating back millennia. Flame Spider Race, Fire Spider Level, 25 Quality, Legendary Combat Skills, Fire Net, Earth Tier, Firestorm, Earth Tier. Description: this formidable spider inhabits lava-laden terrains, wielding immense combat prowess. It expertly employs its blazing, fiery webs to ensnare foes, reducing them to mere ashes. What of your spirit, Wind Eagle? Gu Yuan inquired, his gaze lifting slowly. You are quite knowledgeable. Song Yingying chuckled. I eliminated it and extracted its core to acquire a new companion. It was far too feeble, and any avian creature would inevitably lose control in the presence of your monstrous bird, correct? At that moment, silence enveloped the group. Song Yingying, in a bid to avoid an unfavorable situation with Gu Yuan regarding her first companion, had decisively slain it, freeing a contract slot within her soul see for a more formidable ally. Such ruthlessness from this woman was striking. Chapter 68. Defeating Song Yingying. Isn't it better to release it after dissolving the contract? Why resort to murder? Upon hearing this, Song Yingying smiled. What is mine remains mine. Extracting its core benefits me, and worthless refuse deserves to be crushed. As she spoke, Song Yingying tilted her head, regarding Gu Yuan. You two are merely discarded trash, no longer of use to me. I once offered you the opportunity to be my wallet, yet you chose to flee. That chance is gone. I shall personally extract your heart. With that declaration, Song Yingying brandished a dagger-like soul artifact and charged towards Gu Yuan. Her two companions remained still, and Gu Yuan signaled for Hong Ling and Qi Shui to maintain their positions. He then propelled himself towards Song Yingying. I possess 700 soul power, and you, with barely over 500, dare to oppose me? However, your companions are but a level 25 and a level 21, utterly incapable of matching my two beasts. As Song Yingying lunged with her dagger, Gu Yuan's agility shone as he deftly sidestepped the thrust, drawing a handle the size of a USB drive from his waist. He pressed a button, and an M7 military dagger sprang forth, easily deflecting her weapon. Yet, Song Yingying skillfully caught the deflected dagger with her left hand. Bending forward to unleash her acquired skill, Fire Net, directly at Gu Yuan. The flaming web descended upon him, but he raised his right hand, invoking the power of ice and snow. Due to the blizzard's effects, the potency of all fire-based skills diminished while ice attributes surged. Thus, even with Gu Yuan's lower soul power, this ice and snow technique completely immobilized the fire net. As he rolled backward, he unleashed 3 ice spikes from his Shadow Guard gauntlet, shattering the ice web and striking Song Yingying in the waist. Though merely a scratch, it had already sown the seeds of fiery poison. However, a peculiar event unfolded. The abscess that had formed on Song Yingying's waist was not pink. Instead, it was a disturbing shade of black, as if some venomous substance had settled within. Startled, Song Yingying recoiled in shock. The death worm, invoking the art of soul departure, consumed spiritual energy to absorb toxins from allies and coalesce them upon its bony spines, rebounding the poison upon wounding adversaries. The massive death worm emerged from the earth, unfurling its ringed maw, and began to draw in the fire poison from Song Yingying's body. Why, just moments ago, had the abscess on her waist appeared black? President Luo Jun of Zhongshan University remarked. The principal of the Wansheng Beast Taming Academy, a rival of his, bowed his head in contemplation, responding with an objective demeanor. I do not know. However, she seemed quite anxious. I inquired about her and Yun Tianxiang's rapid ascension in cultivation, yet she remained silent. Could it be that something unspeakable lurks within her blood? At that moment, the colossal worm twisted in midair, charging towards Gu Yuan. Hong Ling had already descended, spreading her wings to unleash a tempest of flames. Yet, the worm stubbornly bore the brunt of the fiery storm, hurtling towards Gu Yuan. Has this madwoman completely disregarded the life of her tamed beast? Gu Yuan pondered as he observed the massive worm, its body marred by numerous burns, many of its bony spines severed. Nevertheless, it continued its relentless advance. Gu Yuan raised his M7 military knife to block, only to see it flung far away. He activated the shadow cloak to accelerate and evade, but the enormous worm began to spin, invoking a deadly curse, launching countless bony needles in every direction. At least 32 spines, each imbued with the fire poison, hurtled towards Gu Yuan. Attempting to retreat, he discovered the M7 military knife lay far off, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Faced with the onslaught of bone spines raining down like a torrential storm, Gu Yuan had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Qi Shue dashed forward in a straight line, aiming directly for the M7 military knife. What is that fox up to? Don't go. Beautiful fox spirit. Even if you can retrieve the M7, you cannot wield it to fend off the spines. That military knife was designed for human use. Cursed be it. Was Gu Yuan actually planning to have this enchanting fox spirit shield him from harm? Such a sacrifice would be pointless. Losing one tamed beast in a 2v2 would place them at a severe disadvantage. However, a radiant white light illuminated the scene, and all beheld the pristine white fox as it gradually transformed midair. Soon, its snowy fur morphed into a flowing ancient-style white gown, with delicate jade-like hands. It picked up the military knife from the ground, leaping gracefully to stand before Gu Yuan, now resembling a fairy-like fox spirit beauty from a painting. Grasping the M7 military dagger, it was swung in the air, deflecting the bony protrusion before leaping forth, casting the dagger skyward, striking a pose of allure while gazing at the worm. In that fleeting moment of the worm's writhing, it suddenly became still, devoid of eyes. It could not perceive any living being, yet its outer skin was attuned to the sensations of the external world. It seemed to have caught a whiff of another graceful, gliding female worm, as if ensnared by the sweet pangs of love. In Song Yingying's eyes, this was a battle destined for triumph. For her soul power and summoned creatures held a distinct advantage. However, the adversary's fox had transformed. Could it be that this was the mythical level deathworm? She urged it to retreat, recognizing the formidable nature of such a legendary companion. Yet, it was in vain as the deathworm squirmed clumsily in place. The M7 military dagger, previously hurled skyward by Qi Shue, landed deftly in Gu Yuan's grasp. Taking a step forward, he wielded his sword in his left hand while executing the battle technique, thousand reverse fire slash with his right. In an instant, Gu Yuan pierced through the belly of the death worm, cleaving it in twain midair. The severed halves of the death worm fell to the ground, still wriggling, adorned with an expression of bliss as if it had encountered a fated love, yet forever frozen in that visage. Turning her gaze to the left, Song Yingying saw that Hong Ling had already cast the incapacitated fire spider from the sky. Having lost 2 of her summoned creatures, she now faced a dire choice: to concede defeat or confront Gu Yuan and his 2 incomprehensibly powerful companions. Moreover, Gu Yuan's swift reflexes were beyond her capacity to counter. With a heavy heart, Song Yingying turned and descended from the stage, storming away in anger. Gu Yuan emerged victorious, triumphing over Song Yingying's 700 soul power with his 500. Yet the astonishment of the onlookers stemmed not solely from Gu Yuan's victory, but from the revelation that he possessed a mythical level companion. Chapter 69. Yun Tianxiang takes the stage. The dual dark spirits had unleashed a celestial tier battle technique, which was astonishingly neutralized by Qi Shue, even as the technique neared its culmination. The rapidity of its dismantling was bewildering. With a modicum of contemplation, it would become apparent to some that Qi Shue's lineage was undoubtedly far superior to legendary status. Thus, the fact that Qi Shue possessed a mythical level bloodline could no longer be concealed. It would be more advantageous to reveal it outright and expedite the situation. The news of Gu Yuan also harboring a mythical level companion became the focal point of various forums within a minute following the conclusion of the match. The second match had yet to commence, yet the topic had already ascended to trending status. The emergence of a second mythical level companion in the College League's solitary admission arena rapidly disseminated throughout the entirety of Huagua, with Gu Yuan's name appearing in a plethora of media reports. However, the presence of such mythical level beings did not alter the dynamics of the scene. Even though Gu Yuan had already accomplished a 1 versus 2 feat and additionally earned 6 points, the score on the display remained dishearteningly unfavorable, reading 10-18. Consequently, the Guanqing Beastmaster Academy was left with only 1 contestant eligible to compete. Ahead lay the formidable Yun Tianxiang, who possessed a mythical grade beast. and his creature's level surpassed that of Gu Yuan's. In the preparation room, Yun Tianxiang gazed at the screen, where Gu Yuan stood resolutely in the center of the arena, awaiting his challenge. Despite Gu Yuan's spirit power and beast level being inferior to his own, an inexplicable unease stirred within Yun Tianxiang. This individual exuded confidence. How dare this contemptible insect attempt to render my victory arduous? The first place is mine, and I shall ascend as the foremost beast master in the academy. Yun Tianxiang slammed his fist onto the table, retrieving a packet of white powder. This time, he eschewed inhalation through his nose, and instead mixed the powder with saline solution, shaking it thoroughly before drawing it into a syringe and injecting it into his arm. Song Yingying burst through the door, exclaiming, "Tianxiang, do not enter the arena. I've just received news that the police are on alert. We must leave together at once." Upon seeing Yun Tianxiang administering the injection, she shook her head in disbelief. "With such a large dosage, what are you intending to do? Forget about Gu Yuan. We must escape immediately." "Escape? Where to?" Yun Tianxiang threw his head back, panting heavily. "I am the pride of Yangqing's academia. Everyone must gaze upon my victorious form. I will eliminate Gu Yuan in mere minutes, crushing this insect before the police arrive. And then I shall depart." Suddenly, Song Yingying donned an admiring expression, looking at Yun Tianxiang with flattery. "Tianxiang, you are so handsome. Go forth. I believe in you. With this substantial dosage, I am invincible." Yun Tianxiang chuckled, approaching Song Yingying and gently caressing her forehead. "Await my triumphant news." As he walked away, Song Yingying smirked disdainfully. "Very well, you can be my shield, foolish man. Draw the police's attention while I make my escape." Without lingering, she packed all the white powder from her storage ring and turned to leave. At this moment, the venue was packed to capacity with spectators eager to witness the mythical grade beast battle, filling the entire arena and even the surrounding high rises with onlookers armed with binoculars. Yun Tianxiang finally stepped onto the battlefield. Gu Yuan's eye of the other shore immediately assessed his opponent's prowess, spirit power at 745, surpassing any high school student he had encountered thus far. The two summoned beasts are respectively the crane-winged flying snake and the wind shepherd. Crane-winged flying snake. Race: crane-winged flying snake. Level: 28. Aptitude: mythical. Combat skills: monsoon, earth tier. Eye of the storm, earth tier. Gale shield, earth tier. Inscribed combat skill: windblade of 1,000 miles, heaven tier. Wind shepherd. Race: wind shepherd. Level: 26. Aptitude: legendary. Combat skills: spirit wind claw, earth tier. Sky wind piercer, human tier. Inscribed combat skill: sandstorm, earth tier. His spirit power has surged by 50 points. The levels of his two summoned beasts have also increased by 1. Is this the secret technique of the Yun family's wind attribute beasts? This is astonishingly powerful. Even with mythical level summoned beasts, Gu Yuan stands no chance. At this moment, all the onlooking students felt a jolt in their hearts and gazed at Qixue with sorrowful expressions. Transformed into human form, Qixue turned her head, smiling and waving her right hand at the audience, as if greeting them. This fox truly possesses the potential to be a star. With just a smile and a wave, she left the men utterly captivated. Even a few members of the Little Lily fan club, moved by Qixue's beauty and enchanting smile, felt a desire to abandon their banners for the Little Lily and instead print one for Qixue, establishing a fan club for her on the spot. What a beautiful summoned beast. Alas, she is bound to Gu Yuan. Her opponent is Yun Tianxiang. She is likely to be gravely injured. "Brother Yun, just defeat Gu Yuan and spare the lovely fox," exclaimed the Little Lily, cradling a white cat that suddenly meowed. At that moment, Little Lily puffed her cheeks, looking down at Gu Yuan on stage. Hearing her cat's meow, she became irate. "Hush, I'm not worried about that man, who will be easily defeated and snatched away by other beautiful, transformed beasts. Gu Yuan, your time has come." The black aura enveloping Yun Tianxiang surged violently, and a colossal figure plummeted from the heavens. The massive serpent revealed its true form once more, raising its wings as a tempest swept through the venue. As the white wings slowly folded, a chilling smile appeared on his face before he transformed into human form. Both mythical-level summoned beasts had taken human shape. Although it is known that the crane-winged flying snake is stronger, I still support Qixue. She is the most beautiful, the most stunning. Her ample bosom is justice. With a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, The human form of the crane-winged flying snake charged forward like a heavyweight bomb. Earth-tier combat skill, Eye of the Storm. The speed was remarkably swift, sending the falling white snow swirling through the air, hurtling directly toward Qixue. With a flirtatious smile, Qixue dodged backward and maneuvered to the side. Attack command. Gu Yuan unleashed the effects of his Yanzheng Gate, summoning the commanding rider from the depths of his soul sea, waving the banner of command forward. The flames enveloping Hong Ling erupted in a brilliant display. And in that moment, she astonishingly withstood the direct assault of the crane-winged flying serpent. Chapter 70. The final confrontation. Withstood. The audience was left utterly astonished. How could this bird possess such strength, managing to endure a frontal strike from a mythic-level beast? At that moment, Feng Mu's long fur billowed amidst the swirling snow and fierce winds, yet it charged resolutely towards Gu Yuan. Qixue utilized the Ice Fox charm to intercept. Gu Yuan commanded, but he heard Qixue calling from within his soul sea. My lord, that is a female dog. Gu Yuan blinked, realizing that Qixue's Ice Fox charm seemingly did not affect the same gender. To be precise, Qixue's innate battle skill was not a form of seduction, but rather a fragrance that could induce a surge of hormones in males. It could be likened to a living aphrodisiac, capable of inciting insatiable desires, curing premature ejaculation, impotence, and frigidity 7 times in one night was not a dream. However, it had no effect on females. The female Feng Mu, upon seeing the enchanting fox, began to bark ferociously, its keen sense of smell detecting the captivating allure radiating from Qixue. Void command. Gu Yuan once again activated the effects of the Yanzheng Gate. But this time the target was Qixue, not Hong Ling. Qixue's form became ethereal, gliding through the body of Feng Mu, her delicate silhouette rushing towards Yun Tianxiang. This dog seemed unable to distinguish between male and female, but Gu Yuan could certainly tell the difference. Qixue arrived before Yun Tianxiang, gracefully circling around him. Hero, please stop the fight and command your beast to cease. Her charming expression nearly bewitched the souls of every man watching, while the other women scoffed at such green tea antics. However, Yun Tianxiang unleashed his earth-tier battle skill, the Eye of the Storm. He closed his eyes, resolute in ignoring the fox's beauty and allure. The Eye of the Storm, a skill he had inherited from the crane-winged flying serpent, created a tempest that blew away all seduction. Qixue was caught off guard, her form destabilized by the fierce winds. Yun Tianxiang's face displayed signs of a black rash. He was utterly awake to the situation, despite the fox's charms. With a single punch, fueled by his formidable soul power exceeding 800, he struck Qixue's abdomen, sending her flying. Why did it have no effect? Qixue distinctly heard the sound of her ribs fracturing as she was propelled backward. In that instant, Gu Yuan dashed forward, stepping over Feng Mu's head to catch Qixue. In her embrace, Qixue's lips bled as she reverted to her fox form, her eyes narrowing with intensity. At that moment, she perceived the wind beast leaping behind Gu Yuan, its jaws poised to sink into the nape of his neck. Enduring her pain, Qixue leapt from Gu Yuan's shoulder, shedding her human guise to engage the wind beast in a fierce struggle. Gu Yuan, you insignificant ant. How dare you approach the young master of my Tianyan group? Witness as I crush you beneath my feet. At this juncture, Yun Tianxiang had already surged towards Gu Yuan's rear. I'll crush your mother. Gu Yuan's fury ignited. Daring to strike his cherished pet was tantamount to seeking death. Yun Tianxiang brandished a wind-cleaving sword, a version far more extravagant than the standard model Gu Yuan had encountered in the shop. Naturally, the young master opted for the most opulent. This sword resembled a samurai blade, adorned with a blue gem at its hilt capable of absorbing wind elemental power. This was a special procurement from an Hong, costing over 30 million. Accept your fate. Gu Yuan unsheathed his M7, the military dagger clashing against the samurai sword, sparks flying amidst the palpable spiritual energy. Yet the pressure bore down upon Gu Yuan, causing the M7 to be repelled. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Tianxiang launched a flurry of thrusts, though Gu Yuan managed to evade. He bore several cuts in the process. Concealing his right hand behind his back, Gu Yuan readied the Nail Shadow Gauntlet. Is the Samurai's special edition so formidable? Allow me to show you. Made in China. Gu Yuan did not engage directly with Yun Tianxiang's strikes. Instead, he employed the M7 to parry while retreating, dodging the blade's arcs. Rolling backwards, he unleashed a triple shot that struck Yen Tianxiang's chest. As Yen Tianxiang advanced, Gu Yuan continued to retreat, while Qi Shue and the Wind Beast remained locked in their battle. And the Crimson Feather and Crane Wing Flying Serpent clashed fiercely above. Gu Yuan casually cast a firestorm, which Yen Tianxiang countered with a monsoon. Amidst the ferocious winds, Gu Yuan's triple shot was unleashed. Yen Tianxiang attempted to deflect it with his sword, but the illusory effect of the 2021 model Nail Shadow Gauntlet activated, piercing through the sword and striking his scapula. Yen Tianxiang pressed forward, cornering Gu Yuan against the edge of the stage. "There's nowhere left to run, little mouse," he roared, bringing his sword down. Yet Gu Yuan's night cloak shimmered with light, and he vanished in an instant, leaving Yen Tianxiang to strike nothing but air. In those fleeting 3 seconds, Gu Yuan unleashed 2 more triple shots. 4 rounds of triple shots, totaling 12 arrows, all found their mark. The 2021 model Nail Shadow Gauntlet, after this battle, nearly obliterated all low-end civilian weapon sales charts, owing to its explosive effectiveness. The triple shot, amidst the chaos of blizzards, monsoons, and eye of the storm techniques, maintained an astonishing hit rate and stability, earning the title of the pride of domestic products. Just days prior, Yen Tianxiang had mockingly derided everyone as worthless, believing no ant could impede his stride. Now, he found himself transformed into a porcupine, riddled with arrows from Gu Yuan's onslaught. The effects of the fire-branding poison were manifesting, with more dark spots and black pustules appearing on Yen Tianxiang's body. In the frigid cold, Gu Yuan clenched his right hand, and despite Yen Tianxiang feeling an unbearable heat throughout his body, he suddenly experienced a chilling sensation, as if his entire being had been frozen. Gu Yuan's left hand formed a fist, and upon his wrist, a chilling ice claw had coalesced, an earth-tier combat technique known as the Frost Claw. With a powerful strike, Gu Yuan's fist struck Yen Tianxiang's face, knocking out 2 of his incisors. The ice claw tore through his skin, igniting a violent surge of spiritual energy that triggered the explosion of 12 pustules filled with fire-branding poison throughout Yen Tianxiang's body. Amidst the intertwining of ice and fire, Yen Tianxiang collapsed to the ground, his body unexpectedly oozing black blood. Why was this blood black? Could it be that this individual had indulged in the addictive drugs peddled by the Black Lotus gang, which rapidly enhanced spiritual energy? Both principals were incensed, rising simultaneously, while many students looked on in astonishment as the police surrounded the scene. "Yen Tianxiang, you have lost," Gu Yuan declared, observing the officers rushing past. With his left hand tucked in his pocket, he drew an M7 with his right, aiming it at Yen Tianxiang's neck, signifying defeat in every conceivable manner. "Ha! Gu Yuan, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me," Yen Tianxiang bellowed, deploying the celestial tier combat technique known as the Serpent Wing. Chapter 71. A devastating blow that shook the entire province pinned to the ground and threatened with a blade. It was all but certain that Gu Yuan had emerged victorious according to the rules of the contest. However, Yun Feiping was no longer inclined to adhere to the competition's regulations. He still had one final move, the celestial tier combat technique. Wind blade for thousands of miles. A massive serpent soared into the sky, unfurling its wings, with intricate patterns on its back beginning to manifest. In that instant, as the wings spread wide, countless razor-sharp gusts of wind were unleashed, slicing through the surrounding arena and even severing 2 buildings in half. The spectators on the top floor, equipped with binoculars, were fortunate enough to witness the impact of this celestial tier technique firsthand, only to find themselves buried beneath the rubble. Fortunately, the police were nearby, and rescue operations had commenced. Yet, more wind blades were accumulating power in the air. From Gu Yuan's vantage point, thousands of wind blades swiftly converged, resembling a guillotine poised to descend, threatening Gu Yuan's very life. The sheer volume of these wind blades was overwhelming, locking Gu Yuan in an inescapable trap. Panic gripped the hearts of the spectators emerging from the wreckage. Gu Yuan was doomed. The celestial tier combat technique left him with no means of evasion. As he gazed skyward at the gathering wind blades, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. This was dire. However, Hong Ling had already descended before Gu Yuan, and towering flames surged forth, a formidable combat technique brewing with a ferocity that rivaled the howling winds. This was inconceivable. Gu Yuan's familiar was poised to unleash a celestial-grade battle skill, a divine, mythic-level creature. Gu Yuan possessed yet another mythic familiar. At that moment, the audience was left in sheer astonishment, for this man, Gu Yuan, astonishingly commanded not one but two mythic familiars, a feat unimaginable to the ordinary person. Hong Ling transformed into human form, her beautiful eyes lifting as she gazed upwards. In an instant, her flowing crimson ancient robe billowed in the wind, fierce and unyielding. As she fixed her gaze upon the colossal flying serpent in the sky, "Master, until we meet again tomorrow." The beauty of this phoenix was rivaled only by that of the fox. Yet, do not be misled by mere appearances. The fierce aura and the powerful celestial-grade battle skill she possessed were entirely unmatched by the fox. Suddenly, Hong Ling charged towards the enormous serpent, her fiery phoenix form accompanied by a massive flame that met the oncoming wind blades head-on, incinerating them with an even greater force. The terrifying power of the wind blades was visible to all, yet the celestial-grade battle skill unleashed by this phoenix was even more tempestuous. Despite being of a significantly lower grade than her opponent, she incinerated all the descending wind blades before colliding directly with the serpent. We must act. We cannot allow the shockwave from the explosion to spread, or else the entire venue, along with the audience within, will be reduced to ashes. Principal Luo Jun was the first to rise, soaring into the sky to summon his strongest familiar, a level 73 armored turtle, closely followed by Principal Ma Weiong, who summoned his level 69 water sprite. Both familiars unleashed water-based battle skills, forming a protective barrier akin to a turtle shell, encasing the impact of the flames. Qixue, with her agile movements, dashed to Gu Yuan's side, hoisting him as they fled the arena. The violent energy unleashed by the phoenix filled the entire circular shield, distorting it into an oval shape as flames soared to the heavens, transforming the venue into a hellish inferno. The water boiled, erupting into a misty cloud of scalding vapor that surged outward. The steam reached temperatures of 120 to 30 degrees Celsius. Merely inhaling it could scorch the respiratory tract, leaving many burned by the steam. Fortunately, the two principals had contingency plans, summoning two level 60 ice familiars that released a chilling aura, countering the scalding steam and preserving the lives of those in the venue. Nonetheless, a considerable number of individuals suffered burns. It was akin to the explosion of a bomb with a yield of tens of thousands of tons of TNT. Gu Yuan sat on the ground as Qixue carried him to safety beyond the water barrier, channeling her spirit energy to release a cold aura that shielded them from the approaching scalding steam. As the explosion subsided, the searing smoke wafted outward, visible to all of Yang City. Gu Yuan rushed back in, his first priority to swiftly retrieve Hong Ling's egg, returning it to his familiar compartment. Then, Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings. Yun Tianxiang was dead, with no remnants of his body left behind, only a shadow lying on the ground, an imprint of a figure, marred by the powerful thermal radiation that had shattered his cellular structure, staining the earth with its pigments. Hong Ling's celestial tier combat technique not only inflicted a soul shock, but also inflicted tremendous fire damage. Thus, if the target was not overwhelmingly stronger than Hong Ling, they would not be left with a breath of life. They would be incinerated instantly. Gu Yuan beheld a massive serpent's body, sprawled on the ground, its flesh burnt in multiple places, utterly lifeless, thoroughly cooked. He reached out to touch it, but the heat was unbearable, prompting him to retract his hand. Ultimately, it was the power of his bracelet that allowed him to completely dismantle the corpse of the crane wing flying snake. After disassembly, Gu Yuan acquired 700,000 spirit materials. Indeed, it was the remains of a mythical tier beast, a truly terrifying sight. Simply dismantling a corpse yielded such a vast amount of spirit materials. However, Gu Yuan placed greater value on another item, the inner core. From the sky descended an inner core rich in wind attributes, unmistakably belonging to the crane wing flying snake. It inscribed the celestial tier combat technique of Absolute Zero, which required three crucial elements: a mythical tier wind attribute inner core, an inner core from a royal tier ice attribute beast, and a secret realm abundant in both ice and wind attributes. The challenge of gathering these three components was exceedingly high. After all, even a prestigious family like the Yun family had spent billions to procure just one celestial tier combat technique for Yun Faping. Gu Yuan exited the smoke-filled arena, the steam finally dissipating. 1 against 3, I have accomplished it. Upon uttering these words, The score displayed on the massive screen behind him shifted to 19-18. At Wan's City Beast Taming Academy, the score for the ordinary group was recorded, with Ma Feng taking on 2 opponents, scoring 3 points in the first match, 6 in the second, culminating in a total of 18 points. The host was utterly stunned, while Principal Luo Jun soared in the air, bellowing, at Zhongshan Beast Taming University. The score for the ordinary group is 1 point. Both members of the elite group have been defeated. Gu Yuan faced 3 opponents, scoring 3 points in the first match, 6 in the second, and 9 in the third, bringing his final score to 19 points. Classmate Gu Yuan has achieved what no other student in this intercollegiate competition has, completing the remarkable feat of 1 against 3. He single-handedly garnered 18 points for Zhongshan University, aside from the 1 point awarded for the opponent's concession. In a near-total rout, he executed a miraculous comeback, amassing 18 points. He led Zhongshan University to victory. Chapter 72. You are finished. Silence enveloped the venue, now flattened by Hong Ling's overwhelming prowess. Not only the audience present, but also those watching from screens cowered in fear, shaking in their beds. What sort of combat technique was this? Celestial tier. My goodness, this individual is extraordinary. Gu Yuan's name echoed throughout the entire Guangdong province, capturing the attention of numerous universities across various provinces. Many powerful factions began to take note of Gu Yuan. The Phoenix Tamer has recently made headlines once again. The nefarious forces lurking within the dark web have begun to take notice of Gu Yuan's activities, sparking curiosity about this newly emerged star. Discussions abound, with commentators unabashedly engaging in a flurry of banter. Have you seen those 2 beauties? They are truly of mythical caliber. How enchanting they are. This young man. We shall undoubtedly seize that fierce beauty from him. You, across the vast Pacific, do not even think about it. We shall be the ones to claim her before you do. Our skeleton clan has already dispatched individuals. You shall not compete with us. In the live stream, a sudden bang resounded as Gu Yuan was struck on the head, revealing his own teacher, Zheng Hanyue. Upon turning, he found her gazing at him with a mixture of indignation and concern. Do you realize you nearly incinerated tens of thousands of people? She admonished. That red-feathered one completely disregarded my commands. Gu Yuan scratched his head, recalling how, since childhood, Hong Ling had behaved in such a manner. Once, when a small thug robbed her, she would peck at the toes of her assailants, despite her diminutive stature. Though it was merely a playful annoyance, she would return, battered and bruised, only to persist in her antics. Now transformed into a phoenix, she was willing to fight fiercely over even the slightest injury. Especially after acquiring the battle technique Phoenix Descend, which allowed her to burn her own life force to unleash devastating effects. She would not permit anyone to harm her. Everyone, quiet down. Suddenly, a figure soared through the sky. Gu Yuan looked up to see Zheng Hanyue's father, Zheng Long, from the Southern Beast Control Military District. The elder hovered above, announcing, during this beast-controlling competition, some individuals have ingested illicit spirit drugs. These substances are exceedingly peculiar. Those who consume them become extraordinarily hyperactive and aggressive, significantly enhancing their spirit power. However, once the effects wear off, they will gradually deteriorate, their bodies succumbing to decay, becoming addicted just like any other drug. Spirit drugs. Gu Yuan mused. Does everything in this world revolve around spirit power? Soul devices, soul lanterns, soul lantern oil, and now even drugs are referred to as spirit drugs. In Huagua, trafficking spirit drugs is a grave offense. Possession of over a kilogram warrants the death penalty. Yet, the quantities these 2 possess could result in 1,000 executions. Zheng Long appeared poised to announce something, but quickly realized that events had spiraled far from his anticipated script. An agent burst forth from the contestant entrance of the Guanxing Beast Control Academy, revealing Lin Bo Zheng Lao. Song Yingying has already fled. We cannot locate her. Continue searching. She should not have gotten far. Zheng Hanyue urged. She has already distanced herself. Gu Yuan crossed his arms and smiled, saying, Song Yingying is precisely such a woman. She is willing to barter anything, men, friends, favored ones. Their well-being is of no consequence. Even her own body holds little value. What matters most is her own interests. After uttering these words, Gu Yuan turned to teacher Zheng Hanyue, surveying those around them, and ordered urine tests for everyone whose strength had inexplicably surged, as well as for all competitors. The moment Song Yingying sensed something amiss, she would betray those nearby. Among them were surely individuals who had consumed the soul drug for her own safety, cautious not to alert others. We shall thoroughly investigate this matter, Teacher Zheng announced awkwardly. Indeed, following the urine tests, 3 students from one city beast university were found to have ingested the soul drug. The university promptly expelled them, and they were subsequently sent to a rehabilitation center. It is truly lamentable. Having entered a prestigious university, their futures were once so promising. Yet now they have utterly ruined their prospects due to their indulgence in illicit substances. Teacher Zheng Hanyue sighed, and then turned to ruffle Gu Yuan's hair. Well done, young man. Song Yingying has fled, and Yun Feiping has been reduced to ashes. We nearly missed our mark. The Tianyun group is likely to suffer greatly this time. Teacher Zheng remarked, as the most talented scion of the family had perished, exposed for his drug use. Furthermore, this latest substance, which we have dubbed Ghost Crow, primarily circulates through terrorist organizations, specifically the Black Lotus Gang, thus drawing the attention of the Beast Management Bureau. The Yun family, once prestigious, would likely have to relinquish their esteemed reputation. Gu Yuan exhaled in relief, realizing he no longer had to fear retaliation from the Yun family. Yet he had irrevocably entangled himself with the notorious Black Lotus Gang. At that moment, the dark web watched in horror as the Southern Beast Army's Security Bureau executed their operation. We should refrain from provoking the tamer of Phoenix. That bird's desperate demeanor is quite frightening, especially given its connection to the Southern Army. Indeed, it is not worth inciting such a formidable force for merely 2 mythical beasts. Let the Black Lotus Gang resolve their own issues. We shall observe from a distance and see how they attempt to salvage their reputation. Currently, Huahua stands as the world's 2nd largest beast economy. We are no longer in the era of the Opium Wars. Our gaze should shift towards the Middle East and North Africa. However, Gu Yuan was also subjected to a urine test, as his rapid enhancement of strength raised suspicions. He was indeed the one whose power had surged the most, making it challenging to verify. Nevertheless, the ancient oil lamp posed no side effects. The following day, Gu Yuan received the results of his urine test, revealing that his body was, in fact, quite normal. Upon seeing this report, Teacher Hanyue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that as long as the young man's health was intact, there would be no further issues to worry about. Teacher Hanyue contemplated this, nodding slightly, and then prepared to bring something to check on Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's body had sustained considerable injuries during recent events, which stirred a sense of unease within Teacher Hanyue. She hoped fervently for Gu Yuan's recovery, especially since he had valiantly rescued her in the wilderness. Chapter 73. Acquiring the 9-Dragon Soul Lamp. Of course, there were other possibilities, such as him having indulged in some unhealthy literature. After the expert uttered this remark, he lifted his head only to find that Teacher Zheng Hanyue had mysteriously utilized shadow teleportation to leave the room. At that moment, Gu Yuan stood upon the podium, receiving high praise from the president of Zhongshan University, Luo Jun, who lauded Gu Yuan during the awards ceremony. Gu Yuan not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited exemplary character, making remarkable contributions to national stability and the happiness of the people by exposing the schemes of international drug trafficking organizations. All of you students should learn from Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed by the accolades. Gu Yuan, in recognition of your achievements, our school has prepared a brand new soul artifact for you. The 9-Dragon Soul Lamp, one of the highest specifications known. The president presented a soul lamp to Gu Yuan, which contained a greater essence of soul power than any he had previously used. The entire lamp was crafted from a type of black spiritual wood, featuring 9 circular discs beneath a central lamp post, which was intricately carved into a spiraling wooden dragon. Extending on either side were 9 wooden dragons coiling around the main post, each with its mouth agape, holding a tray that contained the lamp wick. This soul lamp. Gu Yuan had encountered such a lamp before. The 9-Dragon Soul Lamp was unattainable even with wealth, an artifact of divine quality that could triple the speed of cultivation. While it still paled in comparison to the ancient spirit lamp oil, which could quintuple cultivation speed, its unique oil distribution design greatly enhanced oil efficiency, thereby conserving the precious ancient spirit oil. This was particularly beneficial for Gu Yuan, allowing him to save a significant amount of the rare oil. After receiving the 9-Dragon Soul Lamp, Gu Yuan was eager to return to his cultivation. However, just as the award ceremony concluded, he spotted a familiar figure blocking his path. It was Lin Bo, the male teacher who partnered with Teacher Hanyue. Lin Bo's expression was unfriendly, Gu Yuan, I have a question for you. What happened to the inner core of the crane-winged flying snake? Gu Yuan remained unperturbed, replying coldly, I'm sorry, but I know nothing about it. Perhaps it was destroyed in the flames of Hongling? That is nonsense. Lin Bo retorted, his eyes wide with fury. At that moment, you rushed into the smoke, and no one saw what you did. Tell me, do you intend to pocket the inner core of that mythical beast? However, Gu Yuan merely smiled. Is this how you express gratitude for my assistance in enhancing your performance? Instead of investigating the Black Lotus gang, you come to interrogate me. Cease your topic diversion. Theft is theft, and I demand a search of your storage ring. Do not forget, I am a police officer, and I possess this authority. Lin Bo leaned in closer, adopting a condescending stance as he regarded Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan felt no fear. Lin Bo's assumption was indeed correct. He had acquired the inner core of a legendary beast. However, he was mistaken in one regard. He had not concealed it within his storage ring. For the majority, storage rings possess a binding recognition capability, accessible solely to their rightful owners. Attempting to forcibly breach them would result in damage. Consequently, many prefer to secure their valuables within these rings. Yet, Gu Yuan differed. Anything that could be disassembled by his bracelet was dismantled into spiritual matter, only to be reassembled when needed. It could be asserted that Lin Bo would be utterly incapable of uncovering the inner core of the crane-winged flying snake on Gu Yuan's person, as it simply was not there. Only the disassembled spiritual matter and the formula for reconstituting the inner core resided within the bracelet. However, Gu Yuan had long grown weary of Lin Bo's antics. Am I the criminal you are interrogating? On what grounds do you search me? Upon uttering these words, he turned to leave, only to be halted by Lin Bo's hand pressing firmly on his shoulder. You shall not leave until this matter is clarified. With that, two detectives clasped their hands behind their backs, effectively blocking Gu Yuan's path. What are you doing? At that moment, teacher Zheng Hanyue materialized before Gu Yuan. Lin Bo, why are you troubling this young man again? I have expressly stated that you must not bully my students. Upon seeing teacher Zheng arrive, Lin Bo immediately recoiled. But Hanyue, this lad is a thief. I am merely attempting to educate him. Without granting Lin Bo a shred of goodwill, Zheng Hanyue grasped Gu Yuan's hand, intent on departing. However, this time it was Gu Yuan who halted, turning back to address Lin Bo. I am willing to show you my storage ring, not for a search, but for a wager. I wager that there is no inner core of the crane-winged flying snake within. What? Lin Bo had come merely to provoke. He lacked certainty regarding Gu Yuan's possession of the inner core. Otherwise, he would have long since applied for a search warrant. I wager the soul device at your waist. Gu Yuan pointed toward Lin Bo's soul device, the illustrious Louis Vuitton flickering belt from Fazalon. This was a remarkably expensive soul device, capable of generating a flickering effect after gathering soul energy. The flicker allowed the user to instantaneously teleport a short distance in a designated direction, rendering it an immensely valuable tool. The ability to bypass all obstacles during the teleportation not only ensured a strong survival capability, but also provided significant offensive potential. It was universally acknowledged as a superlative soul device, equally adept in offense and defense. However, due to its exorbitant cost, it was difficult to procure. Gu Yuan could not afford it, and Lin Bo likely acquired it through considerable expenditure and connections within the Beast Control Safety Bureau. However, Gu Yuan showed no signs of compassion towards the other party. What happened? Are you afraid now? Then why were you so certain that I was the one who stole it? Is this not slander? Is this not rumor-mongering? Is this not the persecution of an innocent student? Each word spoken by Gu Yuan pierced Lin Bo's thin skin like a thorn. So, was everything about public safety merely an excuse? You are merely settling personal scores. Teacher Zheng Hanyue's expression was particularly furious. This wretched brat. Lin Bo sensed that Gu Yuan was no ordinary character. This was not a mere debate he was engaging in. This was a blatant act of coercion, extorting his precious shimmering belt. If he did not gamble today, the favorable image he had painstakingly built in Hanyue's mind would vanish, leaving him no face to continue serving under Zheng Long. Very well, I shall gamble. There was no other choice. Lin Bo had to put on a brave front. After the search, naturally, Gu Yuan's storage ring contained no inner Dan. Helpless, Lin Bo could only hand over his most cherished shimmering belt to Gu Yuan. Chapter 74. Misunderstandings and Misinterpretations. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan. Lin Bo found a secluded alley and furiously pounded on a trash can, seething with anger. This guy has hindered our endeavors time and again. I must personally see to your demise. Fear not, Lin Bo, we shall avenge this grievance against Gu Yuan. Song Yingying appeared behind Lin Bo. He cast her a glance and blamed her, saying, You all are to blame. Our Black Lotus gang has provided you with so many benefits, yet you cannot handle such a trivial matter. A dark shadow materialized behind Lin Bo, a slight curve forming at the corner of its mouth, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Calm yourself. Neither Zheng Hanyue nor Gu Yuan can thwart our plans. Hai Rue Mora. Lin Bo and Song Yingying immediately stood at attention and bowed. Since the 1990s, we have been conspiring here to seize the Hucking Stone. For this plan, everything must proceed flawlessly. We cannot afford to falter at a critical moment over something as trivial as a belt. At this moment, Gu Yuan was called into the office by Teacher Hanyue, gentle sunlight streaming through the window as she awaited him. Teacher, what is it that you need? Gu Yuan looked at the beautiful teacher, swallowing hard. Teacher Hanyue smiled softly as Gu Yuan approached her. Gu Yuan, come sit over here. The teacher patted the sofa beside her. Gu Yuan mechanically took a seat. You rascal, Teacher Hanyue remarked. Gu Yuan leaned in, saying, Teacher Hanyue, please speak candidly. He thought to himself that surely Teacher Hanyue had an important secret mission to entrust to him. He was about to hear something significant and needed to be closer. How have you been feeling lately? Gu Yuan shivered slightly, responding, I feel quite well. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Teacher Hanyue nodded. Very well, I understand. Teacher Zheng Hanyue remarked. Last time, you sustained considerable injuries while attempting to save me. In order to aid your recovery, I am prepared to present you with a gift. Gu Yuan's heart leaped with joy at the prospect of receiving something valuable, pondering the delightful surprises the world might still hold. Subsequently, Teacher Hanyue produced a box containing medicinal pills and extended it towards Gu Yuan. Upon examination, he discovered that the box housed 2 specially formulated pills designed for the treatment of physical wounds. As he accepted the pills, Gu Yuan mused. Having never encountered such remedies before, he was uncertain of their efficacy. Suddenly, he noticed Zheng Long outside the window, the esteemed director of the Beast Control Bureau from the Southern Beast Master Army, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently in Gu Yuan's direction. It seemed evident that the value of these medicinal pills would not be trifling, given the circumstances. Gu Yuan gradually seated himself beside Teacher Hanyue, asserting, Teacher, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Really? Teacher Hanyue turned her gaze towards him. Indeed, I am quite well. I must be on my way. With that, Gu Yuan hastily opened the door and slipped away, leaving Teacher Hanyue alone in her office, one hand pressed against her chest, watching him depart into the distance. That boy, how kind he is to me. Upon reaching his doorstep, Gu Yuan sighed and began to unlock the door to his home. Some individuals possess a charming naivety, while others exhibit a savagery akin to famished wolves. Inside, Qi Shui first retrieved a heavy safe, stowing away the egg of the red-feathered creature within, securing it with locks and chains before placing it inside a wardrobe. She then repositioned the sofa at an angle to brace against the wardrobe and locked the door to the room, concealing the key beneath a flower pot. Ah, my foolish sister, you have finally vacated for the time being. I shall claim your East Palace, and once I reside there, you will only be able to gaze in envy from the doorway at my exalted position. As Gu Yuan opened the door and pressed a few switches, he was met not with the familiar white light, but rather a soft, pink glow that filled the air. What is this? Who has altered the lighting in my home? He peered into the living room, where he found Qi Shui awaiting his return. Seated atop the table, Qi Shui embraced her fair legs, her fox-like eyes gazing up at Gu Yuan, her ears twitching playfully. My lord, I have recently been experimenting with some novel delights. As she spoke, she produced a packaged item, deftly tearing it open with her delicate fingers to reveal a pair of white thigh-high stockings. Stretching languidly, Qi Shui began to don the stockings, gradually lifting her legs while tugging the fabric upwards until it enveloped her limbs entirely. Her slender toes peeked through the sheer material, resembling dainty ice cream cones as she straightened her legs. Originally, the fox's legs were slender as chopsticks, and under the allure of white stockings, they appeared even more succulent and elongated, with a delicate hue subtly visible through the sheer fabric. Qi Shui leaped gracefully, her feet slipping into a pair of high heels as she approached Gu Yuan. My lord, you have returned. You must be weary. Would you care to dine first? As Qi Shui walked, the 9 tails behind her swayed rhythmically, mirroring the movement of her waist. She had mastered the quintessential model walk, and in her high heels. Her femininity was on full display. Or perhaps a bath first. Rest assured, with my sister away, I shall take good care of you. One hand pressed against her lipsticked lips, Qixue leaned forward, her enchanting gaze fixed on Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan remained unresponsive to Qixue's advances. In truth, his affections were already directed elsewhere, towards Hongling. Yet, due to Hongling being a spirit beast, he could not voice his feelings. Thus his reaction to Qixue was rather subdued. Gu Yuan observed her and remarked, "You adapt quite swiftly." In a flash, Qixue appeared behind him, exclaiming, "I am quite adept at learning, indeed, faster than most." Thanks to the effects of Guangzhai Fong, Hongling's resurrection time would be reduced by 30, meaning she would no longer require 24 hours, but rather less than 17. Gu Yuan suddenly added, Cold sweat trickled down Qixue's forehead. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the room where Hongling was located. Unbeknownst to them, Hongling had breached the safe, bursting through the window, circling outside, and then crashing back in through the living room's central window, pinning Qixue to the ground. Chapter 75. Rapid Cultivation, Yushan Fong? Hongling pressed Qixue down, her hand forcefully on Qixue's face, causing the floor to crack beneath them. "You fox! As the beloved of your master, how dare you indulge in such disgraceful antics? I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my lord. Sister, do not be rough. I merely have a curiosity for modern attire. I mean no harm. Do you truly believe I will heed your explanations?" With that, flames ignited in Hongling's hand. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between Qixue and Hongling, wreaking havoc throughout the entire house. Helpless, Gu Yuan continuously swept the floor, sighing in exasperation. In truth, Qixue's efforts were in vain. Gu Yuan had lost interest in other women, his mind perpetually drawn back to the image of Hongling, aflame and gracefully descending for him. Qixue was merely a powerful spirit beast in Gu Yuan's heart, devoid of any additional thoughts. Enough. I must cultivate. In just a few days, we shall embark on a journey into the secret realm, Gu Yuan interrupted. The secret realm they were to explore was known as the bone-submerging secret realm. This secret realm lies beneath the sea, advancing southward along the Pearl River of Yangqing. It has already departed from the continental shelf, and at the river's mouth, further south, lies the South China Sea. The ferocity of the oceanic beasts far surpasses that of their terrestrial counterparts. Lurking beneath the tumultuous waves are countless formidable creatures. Some of these beasts have existed for millennia, rendering them significantly more powerful and perilous than those on land. Surely, it cannot be too dangerous. For there remains a considerable distance to the open ocean. The mouth of the Pearl River is enveloped by the mainland, surrounded by military districts. Gu Yuan mused, gazing at the ceiling, when suddenly the vast expanse of a forest surfaced in his mind, teeming with cunning beasts. No, one must not be complacent. Everything there is beyond control, and no human endeavor can tame the forces of nature. The world of my past was rife with earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis, and viruses, and now, in this life, there exists a horde of equally devastating beasts. Gu Yuan closed his eyes and retrieved the 9-dragon soul lamp. Pouring oil down the center into the main lamp column, its wick extending toward the surrounding dragon supports. The lamp dishes within the mouths of the dragons ignited simultaneously, releasing 9 streams of azure smoke into the air. What is this? As Gu Yuan shut his eyes and entered a meditative state, he beheld colossal dragons spiraling in the heavens. Within his mind's realm, they soared along the southern wall, passing through the gates of Xing'an, Jianfu, Danfeng, Wangxian, and Yanzheng. They are enhancing my soul mastery. In that case, I shall rely on you to break through to a higher realm. Lifting his right hand, ancient bricks and tiles began to descend from the sky. Gu Yuan envisioned constructing the Yishan Square, positioned directly opposite the Danfeng Gate, adjacent to the Guangzhai Square, thus forming the second facade of the Daming Palace. Following this initial experiment, the falling bricks and stones coalesced into a vast courtyard. At the center stood a statue of Buddha, surrounded by a frozen lake, its surface solidified into ice. Like all squares, it was bordered by a neatly arranged square courtyard. Featuring 4 entrances, Gu Yuan stepped forward slowly, gazing up at the central statue. Why is there a Buddha statue here, amidst the frozen lakes? Encircling the icy pool was a ring of orderly pine trees, creating a stunning vista that evoked a sense of the sacred and serene. Yet, As Gu Yuan admired the beauty, he sensed the surrounding walls beginning to distort, and the central statue appeared to decay and rot. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure, he suddenly slipped and fell to his knees, beads of sweat cascading onto the icy surface. Is this the burden faced by a second-tier beastmaster while constructing their soul sea? This is entirely beyond what one experiences at the first tier. No wonder Song Yingying's modest increase in power astonished the entire assembly. Yun Feiping, after consuming such a vast quantity of narcotics, still failed to elevate his soul power to 800. To attain the rank of a third-tier beast tamer, one requires 3,000 units of soul power. Gu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The path of cultivation stretched endlessly before him, like an insurmountable mountain that needed to be excavated shovel by shovel. A roar. 9 colossal dragons formed from ancient spirit oil transformed into a golden hue, merging with Gu Yuan's very being. With a 15-fold enhancement in cultivation speed, Gu Yuan's eyes radiated a golden light, embodying the spirit of a divine dragon in that moment. Heed my command, rise and fall. For the first time, Gu Yuan felt an invigorating clarity in his mind, as the power of the 9 dragons whirled around him, centered on his consciousness, aiding him in fortifying the Yishan workshop, making it increasingly robust and grand. However, this foundation was not yet solidified when the ancient spirit oil was nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, Gu Yuan resolved not to falter at this critical juncture. The Millennium Soul artifact would continue to produce more ancient spirit oil. With a single breath, Gu Yuan expended 1 million units of spiritual matter, converting it all into ancient spirit oil, and continued his training for 2 days and nights. Finally, he broke through. By the time Gu Yuan successfully established the Yishan workshop, the morning light was just beginning to break. Gu Yuan lay on the ground, panting heavily, having completely exhausted 1 million units of spiritual matter. At this moment, he could not even recondense the inner core of the crane-winged flying serpent. Despite his daily trips between Wansheng and Yangsheng to gather spiritual matter, yet, the spiritual matter remained insufficient. Conversely, Gu Yuan still possessed a considerable sum of over 10 million. Unsure of how to utilize it, while it was indeed possible to purchase expensive inner cores to break down for spiritual matter, nothing compared to the satisfaction of freely gathering it. He could only explore what treasures this secret realm might hold. Yishan Workshop, fortuitous signs, the white fox. Since the Han Dynasty has symbolized charm and fortune, yet during the Qin Dynasty, it foretold great prosperity, and in the Tang Dynasty, both significances coexisted. When a fox spirit accompanies you, your luck will enhance. Ice Heart. All ice attribute combat techniques receive a 10 enhancement, and all your fox spirit companions techniques below the Shen tier are elevated to the Earth tier. The subsequent enhancement of combat techniques is quite commendable. A 10 increase in ice attribute techniques is satisfactory. Naturally, this Yishan workshop is also influenced by the mindset of Guangzhai workshop, turning the 10 into 13, and the boost in luck rising by 30, with Earth tier techniques strengthened by an additional 30. However, when a fox spirit is at your side, how does one ascertain the standard of this enhancement in luck? Gu Yuan returned to the real world, and at this moment, his soul power had risen to 700. A truly astonishing feat achieved in just 2 days. However, this came at the cost of consuming 1 million units of ancient spirit oil. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Gu Yuan answered the phone, only to discover it was the owner from Baiyun District in Yangqing. Gu Yuan, my brother has recently encountered some trouble. He is the director of the waste meat processing plant in Nansha District. The accumulation of waste meat, left unattended for an entire month, was intended to be incinerated this morning. However, an unfortunate incident occurred when a level 30 rodent gnawed through the equipment S cables, rendering the disposal impossible. Is there any solution to this predicament? Chapter 76. Entering the abyss of bones, Gu Yuan was beset with questions. How could it be that the Nansha district fortuitously harbored a month's worth of waste meat, only to be sabotaged by a mouse on the very morning they were to commence operations? If he wished to embark toward the Pearl River estuary, he inevitably had to traverse the Nansha district, necessitating passage through the special economic zone. What an extraordinary coincidence. Gu Yuan pondered whether it was indeed due to his companion, Qixue, that such auspicious events were unfolding. Eagerly, he retrieved his phone and summoned her. Qixue, please come closer. I wish to test this effect. Master, do you wish for me to maintain a negative distance from you? Qixue responded, leaping onto the sofa and crawling to his side, her enchanting smile resting upon his shoulder. Negative distance is unnecessary. Just sit beside me, Gu Yuan replied. Qi Shue adjusted her posture, as at that moment, Hong Ling observed her with a benevolent smile, flames flickering around her. Qi Shue sat upright, hands on her knees, displaying an unusual docility. Gu Yuan, curious to ascertain how much his fortune had increased, launched a mobile game. After enduring a harrowing bout of microtransactions, securing the minimum guarantees, and experiencing a complete lack of spoils, he mused on the unpredictable nature of Qi Shue's luck, which occasionally surged unexpectedly while at other times remained dormant, yielding wildly disparate results. Well, something is better than nothing. Thus, Gu Yuan boarded the subway to Nansha District. Upon arriving at the waste meat processing facility, he was astounded to discover a month's worth of waste meat, sufficient to yield 1 million units of spiritual material. This equated to the total consumption from the previous night, entirely replenished. Why have you accumulated so much unprocessed waste meat recently? Even being near the coast shouldn't result in such alarming quantities? Gu Yuan inquired, to which the factory manager shrugged, seemingly at a loss. We are unsure, however. The sea has been tumultuous lately, with numerous demonic beasts frequently invading the Pearl River estuary, albeit they have all been vanquished by the Underworld Net. The Underworld Net is one of the significant magical formations in Guangdong Province. Observers of the Pearl River estuary's topography would note its resemblance to a vast pocket. Hence, when the economic zone was established, the first generation of 8th-grade beast tamers devised a special magical formation. The Underworld Net was set at the estuary, ensuring that any ordinary beast entering it would suffer devastating injuries, being shredded into pieces on the spot. This formation not only safeguarded Guangdong Province, but also provided a source of early capital through the numerous inner cores left behind by the demonic beasts that met their demise within the net. It is precisely due to the existence of the Underworld Network that when disturbances arise in the ocean, the inhabitants of the Pearl River Delta remain entirely unaffected, scarcely even sensing the changes. The only consequence is an increase in the waste meat that coastal abattoirs must manage. Naturally, Gu Yuan consequently acquires a greater quantity of spiritual essence. After effortlessly obtaining 1 million units of spiritual essence, Gu Yuan boarded a train to the port of Pengcheng, where he discovered a throng of students gathered. Esteemed students, your journey into the secret realms of cultivation commences today, the principal proclaimed from the stage, his words flowing incessantly, while the students below engaged in their own conversations. Upon Gu Yuan's arrival, the surrounding students parted to create a path for him, in stark contrast to their initial meeting, when Gu Yuan was merely regarded as one among them. This time, the students instinctively made way, recognizing the pivotal role he had played in their fortunes. Were it not for Gu Yuan's remarkable 1-against-3 comeback, they would likely have returned home long ago. Once aboard the vessel, Gu Yuan was astonished to find not only his peers, but also several other students from different ships. Who are they? Gu Yuan pondered. You may not be aware, but they are upperclassmen, including freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Additionally, there are others from the South China region. Upon seeing Gu Yuan boarding, Mo Hen immediately approached him. Oh, South China is comprised of 5 main regions: Guangdong, Guangxi, Hainan, as well as Hong Kong and Macau. Are these prestigious institutions like South China Beast Taming University, Hong Kong University, Macau University, and Guangxi University all here to participate in this secret realm exploration? Gu Yuan's keen observational skills instantly piqued Mo Hen's interest. Mo Hen was taken aback, exclaiming, Gu Yuan, your soul power has reached 700. This revelation left everyone aboard utterly astonished. This is nearly surpassing the esteemed Mo Hen, and is fast approaching the level of brother Lu Hongji. Gu Yuan, how have you achieved this? Have you been consuming heavenly-grade beast inner cores daily to grow your power? How could your soul power increase so rapidly? Merely through frequent all-night cultivation. It has required considerable effort, Gu Yuan replied, scratching his head and speaking candidly. The surrounding individuals were left speechless, internally lamenting, goodness. Who among us hasn't endured sleepless nights, burning the midnight oil to cultivate during high school? Your words make us want to challenge you. Is this secret realm far from here? Gu Yuan inquired. Indeed, it is quite distant. You see, this is the infamous Bone Grave secret realm, formed several decades ago. The Underworld Network claims numerous demon beasts each year, yet only a fraction is retrieved. A plethora of corpses has sunk into the deep sea, giving rise to a magnificent underwater secret realm. However, some severely injured demon beasts have not perished. Instead, they have mutated and evolved within the deep-sea gorges. The danger level is relatively low, yet the resources are abundant, providing an excellent opportunity for the elite students from various universities to hone their skills, the principal explained. In other words, all those around are in a competitive relationship. Upon uttering this sentiment, Gu Yuan cast a glance at his teammates and the distant vessels. Indeed, the extent of one's gains is entirely dependent on oneself. Upon hearing this, Principal Luo Jun's expression suddenly turned cold, the caveat being, do not harm others. In previous years, there had been accounts of fatalities due to beast attacks, with traces indicating the involvement of soul instruments. At this revelation, beads of cold sweat began to form on the brows of all present. However, it was noted that such occurrences had only transpired once in the past year, so there was no need for undue concern. Yes, indeed. Moreover, treasure hunting is predominantly the domain of second and third-year seniors. We are merely here to collect the remnants of their endeavors. Precisely. The treasures within are far too valuable for us to handle alone. It would be wiser to team up with a few seniors from the second and third years. At this juncture, the individuals began to form their teams. Yet, Gu Yuan found himself mulling over another matter. If the perpetrator from last year was a first or second-year student who is yet to graduate, might they return? Are you Gu Yuan? Suddenly, a voice resonated behind him. Would you like to join our team? Chapter 77. The underwater secret realm. Gu Yuan turned around to see a young man, approximately 21 or 22 years of age, standing behind him. He was clad in a white coat, seemingly crafted from the hide of a particular spirit beast, exuding an aura of formidable defense. It appeared as though he were flaunting his luxurious coat, which he believed surpassed Gu Yuan's dark cloak in value. With a flick of his collar, he displayed it proudly. Yet, Gu Yuan remained unfazed and replied with a smile. Your attire looks remarkably new. Did you just purchase it? Or has it never seen the light of day since acquisition? The young man appeared perplexed, pondering the implication of Gu Yuan's words. Just as a military blade bears more scars with each perilous battle, is this ensemble reserved for your training excursions? Hey. The other tilted his head. Listen closely. I am Wang Fei, the scion of a renowned alchemical family from the capital, and I am also your senior from the second year. I am extending an invitation for you to join our team. At this proclamation, the surrounding students were taken aback. Is that really Wang Fei, the heir of the alchemical family? Have you heard? He possesses numerous potent elixirs, and many aspire to curry favor with him, but have yet to find an opportunity. Indeed, students from single admissions are typically quite weak, necessitating the choice of a senior from their own school to align with in hopes of thriving during this secret realm training. Surely, Gu Yuan would accept. How enviable it is that, even as a mere prospective student, Wang Fei has taken notice of him. However, Gu Yuan shook his head and replied, I'm afraid I won't be teaming up with anyone this time. With that, he turned away. Left behind, Wang Fei stood in astonishment, seemingly striving to salvage his pride. He shouted, Hey, you can't possibly be a fool, can you? How could you refuse me? Yet, Gu Yuan merely responded, Who the fool is shall soon be revealed. Wang Fei seethed with frustration, yet found no outlet for his ire. In contrast, Luo Jun merely smiled. The roar of the cruise ship grew increasingly louder, prompting all the students to lift their heads. The vessel had arrived at the entrance of the mysterious realm, which struck Gu Yuan as peculiar. The entrance was not a mere hole, but rather resembled an offshore drilling platform, featuring a colossal elevator that descended into the deep sea. Gu Yuan, alongside his fellow students, entered the central elevator of the platform and began to be sent down in batches. The platform was equipped with 3 types of elevators: single, multiple, and cargo lifts. Those in groups opted against the solitary lift, favoring the larger ones instead. Some even resorted to the cargo lift, designed for maintenance workers and barely accommodating a single person. No problem, I'm all alone, Gu Yuan declared at the elevator door, responding to the voice from the intercom. The din was overwhelming, and he nearly shouted to ensure he was heard on the other side of the surveillance. His voice resonated loudly, attracting the attention of the long queue of grouped students in the hall. When they witnessed the single elevator opening for Gu Yuan, allowing him to descend first, disdain rippled through the crowd. Especially among the upperclassmen, there were murmurs of contempt. What does this guy think he is, a lone wolf? Does he believe he is impressive? They scoffed. No worries. There's a collection competition this year too. He can't possibly compete with so many of us. Does he think he's remarkable just because he had a moment of glory in that pathetic single recruitment competition? Fool. Yet, beneath their derision lay a hint of jealousy. At that moment, Gu Yuan was descending with the elevator. It seemed the individuals above were still waiting. According to calculations, this mysterious realm lay over 1,000 meters below sea level. The specialized track elevator would accelerate to a descent of 30 meters, slowing down in the final 100 meters for a safe landing. With an average descent of 10 meters per second, it would take over 100 seconds to lower a batch of people, and many remained in line above. Gu Yuan was among the first group of students to reach the mysterious realm. Exiting the maintenance lift, he beheld an astonishing sight. Before him sprawled a vibrant blue forest, where the leaves, shrubs, and grasses all shimmered in hues of azure. This was the unique spiritual wood of the South China Sea, known as blue spirit grass. Capable of thriving underwater, upon maturation, it would create a domain, displacing seawater and establishing a self-sustaining oxygen cycle, forming an underwater sanctuary for terrestrial life. Qi Shue appeared in her fox spirit form, landing gracefully at Gu Yuan's feet. This is the first time I've seen such an expansive area of blue spirit grass. It's like an underwater forest. Gu Yuan looked up, observing that over 100 meters above, the realm was suspended in the surrounding sea. In the vicinity, a vibrant array of marine fish danced gracefully in the water above, while further afield, the dark abyss of the ocean lay unseen. Such a spectacle evoked a profound admiration from Gu Yuan. The netherweb was birthed from the first 5-year plan. These spiritual herbs must have been nourished by the countless remains of formidable beasts that had perished over the past 60 years. The air was infused with spiritual energy, making battles, cultivation, or engravings here immensely beneficial. Suddenly, a colossal crab emerged from the blue foliage, raising its massive claws menacingly toward Gu Yuan. Rocky sea crab level, 18 qualification, soldier rank species, rocky sea crab description, a spiritual beast dwelling in the deep sea. Renowned for its formidable defense and capable of launching attacks with its sharp pincers. Due to its large size, it moves slowly, often camouflaging itself as a rock and launching surprise attacks when foes approach. Skills: 1000 gold claw, mystic level, camouflage, mystic level. At this moment, Gu Yuan's soul mastery had reached 700, his keen senses and robust physique far surpassing his former self. As the crab lunged from left to right, Gu Yuan effortlessly tapped the ground with his toes, leaping up and landing on its claw. He then propelled himself forward, driving his M7 dagger into the crab's shell, rolling along its back before unleashing a rapid 3-shot barrage from his nail shadow gauntlet. The projectiles struck its legs, causing the fiery, toxic blisters to swell ominously. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan raised his right hand and unleashed the 1000 reverse fire slash, cleaving the creature in twain, accompanied by the explosive burst of its fiery poison, rendering the crab into a disjointed heap on the ground. Chapter 78. Bracelet Bug Exploit. As the scores surged, Hong Ling and Qi Shue, both mythical grade companions, could have easily dispatched this soldier-ranked beast with a single strike. However, they remained motionless until Gu Yuan sheathed his M7 dagger. Qi Shue was the first to dart before Gu Yuan, maintaining her fox spirit form, circling his legs like a playful kitten, as if to wipe his trousers clean with her fur. Master, you are truly formidable. It took you less than 10 seconds to vanquish that great crab. Hong Ling perched on Gu Yuan's shoulder, affirming, indeed, as a human, you possess remarkable prowess. Yet I still advise you to remain in a relatively safe position to avoid soiling your attire. Allow me to handle such tasks. After dismantling the corpse of the soldier-ranked beast, Gu Yuan extracted merely 10,000 units of spiritual essence. Once he acquired the inner core, his student app chimed with a message from Mo Hen. Brother Gu Yuan, there is an event in the northwest corner called the Sample Collection Competition, which is part of the annual activities in the Sunken Bone Secret Realm. There is another image below, depicting a points panel accompanied by a set of scoring rules. Upon vanquishing a monster, one must deliver the monster's inner core to the sample testing machine. Following the assessment, points are awarded based on the grade of the inner core, which can be exchanged for various attribute crystal orbs. These crystal orbs are indeed valuable. Gu Yuan recalls that they can be utilized to enhance the cultivation of one's summoned beasts. During his previous participation in a competition at Zheng Long's invitation, He received a mere 2 orbs as a gift, while in this event, a single orb can be redeemed for just 500 points. However, the individual ranked 10th on the leaderboard has already amassed over 300 points, and the one in first place boasts an impressive 600 points. Gu Yuan proceeded to submit the inner core of a crab to the nearest evaluation machine for assessment. Points: 47. Thank you for your contribution to the Secret Realm Monster Investigation Report. After the display concluded, this mechanical device, resembling a vending machine, returned the inner core to Gu Yuan. He pondered how a level 18 monster could yield only 47 points. How did those with 600 points achieve such high scores? After careful consideration, he deduced the deeper significance of teamwork. Each inner core can only be scored once. Thus, they form teams, spreading out to hunt a multitude of monsters within the secret realm, extracting their inner cores. Subsequently, they funnel the points to a single individual for claiming rewards. As the top 3 positions receive additional bonuses, they exploit this method to accumulate high scores and subsequently share the acquired resources. Haha. Look at how many points Gu Yuan has on the leaderboard. A mere 47 points. After all, he is alone. How could he possibly compete with our 30-odd members? They likely believe he is regretting his decision now. Currently, at the pinnacle of the leaderboard is a hunter group comprised of students, known as the Racing Hunters. Their leader is a sophomore, seemingly an exceptional ice element practitioner favored by the Mo clan, with the position of vice captain naturally bestowed upon Mo Hen. Unlike his subordinates, who openly mocked Gu Yuan, Mo Hen quietly mused, "Fool, I invited you, yet you declined. Once we claim first place, let us see if you dare to underestimate me." As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, her hands resting upon her chest. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan remained unperturbed, contemplating. This, by all accounts, seems to herald my invincibility. He attempted to disassemble the inner core using his wooden bracelet, and then reassemble it. Although it remained the inner core of an 18-level reef crab, the fact that it had been disassembled and reformed rendered it a distinct inner core, despite its efficacy being unchanged. The testing equipment refrains from recounting scores by distinguishing each inner core through the unique spiritual fluctuations detected during scanning. Thus, Gu Yuan inserted a second inner core of a reef crab, adding another 47 points to his total. The inner elixir was returned, and Gu Yuan disassembled and reassembled it once more, adding an impressive 47 points. Once again, the inner elixir was sent back. Gu Yuan repeated the process, achieving yet another gain of 47 points. The initial group of students was engaged in a discussion, mocking the newcomer Gu Yuan for his foolishness in choosing to go solo rather than team up. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's score surged dramatically, as if fueled by some extraordinary force. In less than 5 minutes, it soared to 4,700 points. What on earth? Is he cheating, or is the machine malfunctioning? How many had he defeated? 100 reef crabs, albeit of only level 18, is more than sufficient for a second-year team to celebrate. Yet, he had obliterated the opposition in under 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the second-place score lingered around 700. When Gu Yuan's name appeared on the big screen, many were left in astonishment. This was not merely a different level of performance. It was an entirely different realm of achievement. Gu Yuan, feeling elated, noted that throughout this process, he had expended no spiritual materials, only engaging in a cycle of disassembly and reassembly. Thankfully, he was alone. Had he been in a team, he might have hesitated to showcase the prowess of his bracelet. Arriving at the points exchange, he found that 500 points could be traded for a spirit crystal bead. Gu Yuan swiftly redeemed 8 beads. Why 8 and not 9? Because if he exchanged for a fire-type bead, Qi Shui would sulk and cling to him, refusing to let go. Conversely, if he obtained an ice-type bead, Hong Ling would not blame him, but would cast a resentful glance sideways and even vent her frustrations on the old crooked tree in front of their home, scratching it vigorously with her claws. Do not inquire how Gu Yuan knew this. During a previous trip to the supermarket for pet food bowls, he had noticed that Qi Shui's bowl was larger than Hong Ling's, which had led to such behavior. Later, when refilling the food, he had given Hong Ling an extra half bowl, causing Qi Shui to react similarly. Regardless, he could accumulate points, and first place was certainly his aim. It was best to conserve time for cultivation. Gu Yuan and his companions could remain in the mystical realm for 3 days, which would not solely involve treasure hunting and slaying beasts. They needed to make full use of the various precious locations within this vast secret realm for thorough cultivation. As he wandered aimlessly through the secret realm, harvesting various spiritual fruits for disassembly, Gu Yuan suddenly spotted a fissured canyon. Below lay a chasm hundreds of meters deep, filled with churning molten lava, a submarine volcano. Gu Yuan squinted at the roiling magma. According to the Phoenix Taming Manual, in the depths of the South China Sea, one must traverse a deep trench to witness the heart of the Earth's fire, the very essence required for the Phoenix's evolution. Chapter 79. Hong Ling's evolution into the primordial flame immortal phoenix. Evolution. Gu Yuan was still uncertain about what form Hong Ling would evolve into. However, both spiritual beasts and demon beasts can evolve into specific forms under the influence of particular environments. For instance, Song Yingying's spirit wind eagle, when immersed in a unique dark attribute secret realm and absorbing pure dark matter, can undergo evolution, transforming from a purely wind element into a shadow spirit wind eagle, which possesses both shadow and wind attributes. The flame feather phoenix is also capable of evolution. After absorbing magma that erupts from the Earth's core, it can achieve a transformation. This magma, being closer to the depths of the Earth than surface volcanic lava, burns fiercely in the frigid depths of the sea, with a higher temperature and a purer essence of flame spirit energy. Suddenly, Gu Yuan leaped into the air, grasping the claw of Hong Ling, soaring towards the fissures of the volcanic canyon. Once again, Gu Yuan's bracelet proved its worth. The materials required for Hong Ling's evolution were exceedingly complex and varied. Given Gu Yuan's limited time for cultivation underground, 3 days was utterly insufficient for conventional means. He would not have the opportunity to obtain them even if they were sent. However, due to the bracelet, any materials Gu Yuan had previously disassembled could be reassembled without occupying space in his storage ring, and it would enhance the options for the reassembly function, preparing him for unforeseen circumstances. Although he expended nearly 500,000 units of spiritual material, most of the necessary components had already been gathered. Some exceptionally rare materials, found solely in the underwater secret realm, could easily be collected by Qi Shui since they were currently within the depths of the ocean. Gu Yuan landed atop a protruding black pillar amidst the flowing lava, the molten rocks swirling around him, yet he felt an inexplicable discomfort enveloping his entire being. Is it the magma again? This searing sensation has been haunting me lately. Following the ancient texts inscribed on the secret realm, Gu Yuan sprinkled a special material known as floating rock powder upon the lava. As he recited the incantation, the powder coalesced into a magnificent and expansive circular magic array, suspended above the molten rock, inscribed with intricate runes. Gu Yuan, being exceptionally gifted in his studies, completed this complex inscription in less than 10 minutes. Now is the moment. Hong Ling. Hong Ling landed on the magic array, unfurling her wings to envelop herself, forming a red egg-like cocoon, completely encased by the lava. The entire sea of magma from the Earth's core converged upon Hong Ling's form. Qi Shui stood guard at the canyon's apex, while Gu Yuan found a peculiar black stone pillar rising from the lava sea to meditate, adjusting the inscribed array to oversee Hong Ling's evolution. A day and a night passed, and as Gu Yuan devoted all his energy to aiding Hong Ling's transformation, his rank on the leaderboard plummeted to 6th place due to his neglect of hunting demon beasts. With a sudden crack, the colossal fiery egg encased in Earth's core magma shattered. Emerging from it, Hong Ling had undergone a remarkable transformation in her phoenix form. Above her head, the red phoenix feather, which Gu Yuan referred to as a silly hair, transformed into a resplendent gold, becoming even more luxuriant. The 9 tail feathers also shimmered with golden hues. At the tips of each tail feather, a fiery red gem glimmered, resembling 9 vibrant eyes. The body of the red phoenix exuded an aura of divine majesty and sanctity. Red feather level, 27 qualification, mythical race, ancient blazing fire phoenix combat skills, 100 birds bow to the phoenix, innate, 1000 reverse flame slashes, earth level. Phoenix feather flame, earth level. Meteor fire feather, earth level. Inscribed combat skills, fire scorching poison, earth level. Phoenix fall, heaven level. Description, the blazing fire phoenix, having absorbed the eternal ancient magma for countless millennia, has undergone evolution, resulting in a sturdier skeletal structure and an advanced respiratory system capable of enduring and engaging in supersonic flight. The phoenix feather flame can evolve into heaven level upon absorbing earth level spiritual fire. This is no ordinary earth fire. but rather ancient earth fire. Gu Yuan's head buzzed with realization. At this moment, Gu Yuan lowered his gaze and discovered that what he was seated upon was not a stone, but rather a pillar crafted from pure black stone. This was indeed an ancient tomb beneath the sea. A clever illusion. Gu Yuan surveyed the canyon above, surrounded by open space formed by blue spirit grass, leading up to the pitch-black seabed. An ancient elder had chosen this location for his tomb, selecting a unique burial offering, ancient magma. The magma enveloped the tomb, its cold-resistant properties allowing it to burn fiercely at the ocean's depths. Who would dare venture over 1,000 meters into the deep sea? Even if they did, they would avoid the magma. And who could fathom that beneath the sea of magma lay an ancient tomb? Gu Yuan surmised that the burial offerings here were exceedingly rich, tantalizing enough to attract the covetous eyes of many powerful figures from antiquity, making it highly probable that tomb raiders would come. Such intricate camouflage served as a deterrent against them. However, today, through an unexpected turn of events, the red phoenix evolved, absorbing the magma, transforming into one of the 3 rare phoenix types, the ancient celestial fire phoenix. After draining the magma, it revealed a tomb buried for millennia. Qi Shui, red feather. Let us descend and explore. Gu Yuan alighted before the tomb. The burial chamber was impressively grand, resembling a fully enclosed courtyard. Gu Yuan looked up to see a statue of a robust man clad in armor, adorned with a circular, fluffy hat, from which feathers protruded. Behind him hung a brocade banner inscribed with a series of strange characters unknown to Gu Yuan. He sensed that this warrior exuded strength and authority, embodying the demeanor of a formidable general. Ashinadur. Qi Shui transformed into human form and slowly approached, her high heels echoing in the vast canyon. You recognize him? Gu Yuan inquired, puzzled. Of course. In the 9th year of Wu Da, he was a renowned general who aided the Tang dynasty in their eastern campaign against the Turks. Born in Dingxiang Yunqing, the second son of Luo Gahan. As Qi Shui gently caressed the flag behind the statue, she spoke, My lord, stay close to me. We must explore deeper. Leading the way, Qi Shui ventured inside, and Hongling transformed into her human form. In her evolved state, Hongling exuded an aura of regality, adorned with a phoenix crown atop her head and her long robe embellished with gilded patterns. Rest assured, my lord, whatever lies ahead, I shall protect you. Upon entering, the murals within the tomb corroborated Qi Shui's suspicions. The narrow passageway depicted a vast grassland, illustrating a valiant general on horseback wielding a long knife, slaying enemies. What does this inscription say? Gu Yuan squinted at the writing, which neither resembled standard script nor small seal script. The characters were crooked and seemed akin to the scratches left when a horn is fractured. This is Turkic. Qi Shui bent down to examine it closely, her 9 tails swaying gracefully. As she leaned, her elegant legs became taut, the skin beneath her sheer stockings subtly visible. I have discerned the essence of the murals. They speak of Ashinadur, a valiant warrior. However, the lush grasslands pose challenges for soldiers from the Central Plains. His conquests in eastern Turkestan were reliant upon a family heirloom, a soul weapon, a sword forged from the molten core by the imperial blacksmith of the Tang dynasty, known as Modai, meaning demon from the underworld in ancient Turkic. This sword commands the flames of the earth, capable of incinerating the entire grassland overnight, along with the lurking Turkic soldiers. Such power? Gu Yuan mused, his heart swelling with delight. A millennium had passed, yet the molten lava had not consumed his grave, indicating that the sword retained its potency and could still be wielded. A millennium soul weapon. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smile, considering that the caskets on the other side and the wooden bracelets were also millennium soul weapons. He wondered what effects this particular soul weapon might possess. As Gu Yuan and Qi Shui pushed open the grand door, he reflected on the contrasting pursuits of military and civil officials. The last time he had explored the tomb of a civil official from the Ensure Rebellion, it had been filled with antiques, paintings, and gemstones, each artifact worth a fortune. That tomb belonged to a general from the flourishing era of the Tang dynasty, yet the burial goods were far less noble in nature. Among the remains were the bones of ordinary livestock such as horses and cattle, alongside rusted, crumbling remnants of chariots and swords. There was a distinct lack of refined treasures, leaving him at a loss for anything of value. Just as Gu Yuan sighed in disappointment, a beam of golden light caught his eye. Amidst the decayed chariot knelt a sorrowful beast with a sheep's head, appearing to repent as it bowed its head in solemnity. Before them lay an altar. upon which rested a knife stand crafted from elm wood. On this stand lay a long blade sheathed in crimson, its hilt made of white jade, adorned with golden patterns, and graced by a ruby gem at the grip. It resembles a samurai sword, Gu Yuan remarked with a tilt of his head. Nay, my lord, please discern clearly. This blade is slender and straight, a true Tang sword, Hong Ling interjected. Very well, I admit my ignorance. However, a millennium-old soul weapon. At last, I possess one capable of direct combat. Although the bracelet and the afterlife coffin are formidable, they lean towards functionality rather than face-to-face confrontation. Gu Yuan stepped forward, ready to draw the blade and depart. Suddenly, Qi Xue, who was engrossed in studying the murals, called out, My lord, hold on. This blade is cursed. Ashina Doer is not a man, but rather a demon beast that transformed into human form and entered the Tang dynasty. Modar has slain countless of his kin, igniting a surge of resentment that has seeped into the blade. Drawing it will unleash terrifying consequences. Crack! Just as the blade barely left its stand, the ghastly figure of a goat-headed, human-bodied corpse behind Gu Yuan, seemingly in penance for its sins, rose to its feet. Its muscles swelled, and Modar flew from Gu Yuan's grasp, returning to the hands of the goat-headed skeleton. In that instant, the warrior's blade was drawn, flames erupted skyward, and a ferocious blaze surged forth, aimed directly at Gu Yuan. With a flash, Gu Yuan activated his blink belt, instantly reappearing at a distance. The fiery strike dispersed wildly around him. Amidst the flames, the shadow arrows fired from his shadow guard hit their mark thrice. However, the creature remained rigid. The shadow arrows pierced its form but inflicted no substantial harm. Moreover, this being was not a living entity, but an animated skeleton, impervious to fire and poison. With eyes wide in fury, it charged toward Gu Yuan once more. Gu Yuan contemplated utilizing another millennium-old soul weapon for reconnaissance, eager to gauge the true strength of this entity. If it truly was the legendary Ashina Doer transformed into a zombie, retreat would be his only option. Yet, the results of his probe revealed: Shadow Vengeful Might level, 30 qualification, King class race, Shadow Vengeful Might description, an evil parasitic entity that can inhabit a host from a young age, growing alongside their resentment until ultimately leading to the host's demise, merging with them post-mortem to become a zombie. Gu Yuan grasped the nature of the so-called curse. It was indeed the work of a king-class demon beast, now residing within the corpse. In the icy expanse, Qi Xue raised her right hand, unleashing a wave of frigid air that struck Ashina Doer, yet failed to obliterate his form entirely. As Ashina Dull suddenly moved, the ice and snow were torn apart, and the crimson wings soared from behind. The evolved Hong Ling, despite being only at level 27, exhibited significantly enhanced flames, with a higher temperature igniting the entire tomb. This fire even began to melt Ashina Dull's remains, the fierce flames slowly penetrating the corpse's interior. However, Hong Ling made an erroneous choice. Instead of targeting the spine where the shadowy vengeful might was parasitizing, it unleashed flames upon Ashina Dull's flesh. Ashina Dull felt the searing pain and raised his sword in defense. The ruby of the Modar sword flickered with dazzling light, directly absorbing Hong Ling's phoenix feather flames and countering with a swift strike. Hong Ling dodged, but Gu Yuan had already rushed forward, poised to strike. With the M7 bayonet raised high from behind, Gu Yuan aimed to pierce Ashina Dull's back. However, Ashina Dull reacted swiftly, turning to strike with his sword, the speed too great for Gu Yuan to withstand. He raised the M7 in defense, but in an instant, it proved utterly ineffective. As if wielding nothing but a toy knife, the M7 was cleaved in two by the Modar, sending Gu Yuan flying into a heap of bones. Yet, unbeknownst to Gu Yuan, whether it was the presence of Qi Xue beside him that summoned a fortuitous effect or simply a stroke of good luck, he landed squarely in a mud pit formed by the decaying remains of the beast. Although his clothes were soiled, he discovered that within the muddy ground lay gold. Chapter 81. Shocked, Gu Yuan tops the rankings, so this was the case. Gu Yuan gazed at the gold in the mire, recalling that these steeds were once adorned in golden armor. However, during the decay of the corpses, the armor had been buried and then eroded away, falling into the depths below after the marble floor had succumbed to decay. Whether this was the auspicious effect of Qi Xue or merely a stroke of extraordinary luck was not something Gu Yuan needed to ponder at that moment. For Ashina Dull had approached him, raising the Modar once more. Gu Yuan rolled away just in time. Meanwhile, Hongling sensed the implication of its master's actions. Realizing that there was something amiss at the spine of Ashina-dul. Transforming into a phoenix, Hongling soared towards Ashina-dul's back. With a thunderous sound, as if the air had exploded, both Gu Yuan and Qi Xue were thrown back. In less than 1/100th of a second, Hongling reached Ashina-dul's rear, its claws raised. Piercing through his back, Hongling felt it had grasped something and, with a fierce tug, tore away the flesh from Ashina-dul's back, also pulling out a twisted black worm. The worm was discarded onto the ground, and Qi Xue quickly conjured an icy expanse, freezing the creature that attempted to burrow back into Ashina-dul's back. What transpired just now? The speed of flight was astonishing, accompanied by a shockwave reminiscent of an explosive detonation. Could it be a sonic boom, the supersonic flight of Hongling? Success! Gu Yuan exhaled in relief as he approached the lifeless body of Ashina-dul, whose grip on the Modar remained firm until his last breath. Release it. This Millennium Soul artifact. I shall safeguard it for you. Gu Yuan pried open the rigid fingers, extracting the Modar and sheathing it with care. The curse did not reside within the sword, but rather within Ashina-dul himself, and the so-called curse was merely a fusion of Taoist methods and beast taming. Gu Yuan stored the treasured sword within his storage ring, feeling a delightful satisfaction at acquiring yet another Millennium Soul artifact. His gaze then fell upon the ghostly insect on the ground, a king-level demon beast, albeit slightly smaller in stature, likely yielding little spiritual material upon disassembly. However, its inner core was of interest. Gu Yuan utilized his bracelet to dismantle it, unveiling a new synthesis option, the inner core of the Shadow Wraith Might. A 30-level king-level demon beast. Regrettably, this 30-level inner core could not be used to inscribe the celestial-level battle technique for Qi Xue, who required an ice attribute inner core from a king-level demon beast. Gu Yuan summoned Qi Xue into the pet space, while Hongling descended gracefully before him, clutching Gu Yuan as they soared back to the ground. Upon their ascent, Gu Yuan noticed that his score on the leaderboard had fallen from the first position to the 6th. His score remained at 4,007, while the leading contender had surged to 6,000, with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places all exceeding 5,000 points. Such scores were unattainable for ordinary students. They were likely the result of collaboration among several second-year seniors. Returning to the central region, which housed the largest number of students, Gu Yuan prepared to resume his exploration of the secret realm. However, upon his arrival, many students turned their attention toward him. Is that Gu Yuan? Several peers gazed at him with admiration. What a magnificent phoenix! A powerful beast with a mythical bloodline. How enviable! When will we possess such a splendid beast? Moreover, his beast could transform into a human, becoming an extraordinarily beautiful woman. How could one not be captivated? Some girls whispered among themselves in hushed tones. Yet, Gu Yuan paid them no mind, as Hongling maintained her regal and aloof demeanor, disregarding the onlookers entirely. Humph, what does that matter? They still cannot compare to those formidable figures ahead. Indeed, Wang Fei, a second-year student, currently held the top position with 6,000 points, having just hunted a 30-level king-level demon beast, which netted him 4,000 points in one fell swoop. A few upperclassmen, who looked down upon Gu Yuan, attempted to undermine him by comparing him to other second-year peers, asserting their superiority. They were a team, while Gu Yuan had achieved his status alone. The girl who had earlier expressed her admiration added with a sigh. However, the senior student spat disdainfully. It's 6th place, just 6th. If one lacks the ability, fails to adapt, and refuses to submit, while also lacking connections, that's solely one's own issue. At this moment, Gu Yuan placed the inner essence of the Shadow Grievance Might into the evaluation device and entered his student ID. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's score surged to 9,000. How could this be? An astonishing increase of 4,300. Gu Yuan gasped in disbelief. What on earth was happening? In a single bound, he leaped from 6th to 1st place, amassing a total of 4,003 points. This news swiftly captured the attention of all his classmates. Their gazes fixated on the large screen above. What had he done to achieve such a remarkable score? He had single-handedly slain a royal-level beast. How could one person defeat a royal-level creature? Meanwhile, Wang Fei, who was lying in wait with his teammates in the bushes, felt his first place snatched away by Gu Yuan. No less. He was so furious he felt as though his lungs might burst. Boss, don't move. At that moment, a 30-level royal beast. Startled by Wang Fei's trembling hands, escaped because he failed to employ the binding formation to restrain it, further fueling Wang Fei's frustration. He felt as if he might explode from holding back his anger. On the other hand, Gu Yuan, after exchanging for 4 fire attribute crystal orbs and 4 ice attribute crystal orbs, departed. Qi Shue's level finally reached 25, while Hong Ling had already attained level 28. The first day's harvest was impressive, not only granting Hong Ling an exceedingly rare evolution form of the wildfire, but also acquiring a Millennium Soul artifact as a bonus. As for the golden antiques found in the muddy pits, although they held little practical use, they could be exchanged for hard currency. A millennium-old antique, crafted from pure gold by royal artisans, would fetch a fortune. Selling it casually could result in receiving nothing but a banner and a 500 reward. And attempting to sell it overseas could even lead to criminal charges. However, such challenges posed no difficulty for Gu Yuan. Phoenix Tamer. Hey, dead crocodile. I need to speak with you. Yaya Chuan sent several alluring images of beautiful women. Yaya Chuan, I heard from your teacher that you're not feeling well lately. If you need help, we can negotiate a price. Our technicians are professionals, and in less than an hour, they can lower your protein levels below the average. Chapter 82. For my Master Phoenix Tamer. Scram, I am not that sordid. I contacted you to ask if you could help me sell something. Yaya Chuan. Do you actually possess anything valuable to sell? Phoenix Tamer. Image, what do you think it's worth? Yaya Chuan. A fine piece indeed. The carvings depict the grasslands and warhorses, with a style reminiscent of the Tang dynasty's royalty. This is precisely the kind of thing foreigners adore. The Tamer of Phoenix. Only selling domestically. Yaya Chuan. No, selling abroad is even better, and we are not new to navigating this gray area. Leaving Anjia without obtaining a high school diploma will land you at least 15 days in detention. The Tamer of Phoenix. That fellow secured peace for a region, yet was cursed to death by his own kin. At least he remains on the land he once protected. Yaya Chuan. It's your possession, you may decide. Gu Yuan stored the items in his storage ring, composed of metal and incapable of being disassembled into spiritual matter. One can only hope that Lin Bo does not come to investigate, for that would leave him with no escape. Surely, he would face a stern reprimand from teacher Han Yue, and despite having graduated, he still felt a twinge of apprehension towards her. Perhaps it is the nature of teachers. They tend to instill a sense of submission, especially after one has erred. By the way, Hong Ling, could you perhaps utilize something akin to your Bai Chao Chao Feng? Gu Yuan remarked, as this secret realm was indeed vast, capable of accommodating an underwater rift forest. Spanning at least 30 square kilometers, it was comparable to a small county. Surrounding him were towering shrubs and deep blue spirit grass, significantly constricting Gu Yuan's field of vision. In a forest covering thousands of square kilometers, he could only see a mere dozen meters. Searching for powerful demon beasts within this expanse would be arduous. Without a map, 8 out of 10 individuals might struggle to find their way back. Bai Chao Chao Feng. Gu Yuan recalled the last time at Luofu Mountain when Hong Ling had used this combat technique to summon all the birds in the forest, providing him with a panoramic view of the entire mountain. If he had such an omniscient perspective here, locating demon beasts would be effortless, unlike Wang Fei, who ran for an entire day and night, nearly losing his life, only to find a king-level demon beast. However, ideals are often more appealing than reality. Master, please forgive my incompetence. Although this is a forest, it lies 1,000 meters beneath the sea, inhabited solely by amphibious demon beasts. No birds reside here, and thus I cannot summon them to assist you. Gu Yuan sighed. It's all right, we still have 2 days. We've been on edge all day. Let us rest for 8 hours and continue our treasure-seeking journey tomorrow. He took out his phone and set an alarm for 8 hours later. Being deep underwater, sunlight was obstructed, and they relied not on sunlight but on the crystalline corals growing on the blue spirit grass, which emitted a brilliant glow like underwater lamps, illuminating the entire secret realm. In this enigmatic realm, there exists no distinction between day and night. Gu Yuan casually found a large leaf to shield his face and soon succumbed to slumber. Qixue, guard our master diligently. I shall return shortly. Hong Ling spread her wings and soared towards the air wall beyond the secret domain. Where are you headed? Qixue, lying on the ground, expressed her concern. Are you not afraid that in your absence, I might devour our master? I only wish for the master's happiness. Should that be his desire, I shall accept it. Yet, if there exists something he yearns for, and I possess the ability to procure it but fail to exert my utmost efforts, then I see no reason to continue living. The elevator leading to the entrance had already closed, and Hong Ling propelled herself directly through the air wall, plunging into the frigid ocean depths. Drawing upon the enhanced resilience of her bones and the fortified respiratory system acquired from the chaotic flames, she held her breath and ascended towards the surface. Has she lost her senses? Qi Shuai gasped in astonishment as she beheld Hong Ling darting skyward. They were situated 1,000 meters beneath the deep sea, and she was attempting to rise to the surface as a bird, holding her breath and enduring the pressure of the water. Hong Ling broke through the water's surface, gasping for fresh air, exclaiming, "Master, I shall surely assist you in obtaining what you desire." As if compelled by an unseen force, her feathers interlocked more securely, and the crimson orbs upon her 9 phoenix tails ignited with fervor, resembling rockets primed for launch. Suddenly, a piercing and jarring sound echoed across the surface of the sea. The water began to ripple without any apparent contact, and even aquatic creatures, in a frenzy, surged towards the shore, ultimately ensnared by the netherworld's grasp. What a bizarre occurrence. Had the fish gone mad? The workers at the South China Sea's waste processing facility felt a throbbing pain in their heads. "This is my first encounter with supersonic flight," one remarked. Previously, they had only seen formidable avian beasts in educational programs, capable of employing unique methods to accelerate. Their skeletal and cardiac structures were highly developed, enabling them to withstand atmospheric pressure and create sonic booms upon breaking the sound barrier, akin to shockwave bombs. Many sensitive spirit beasts experienced severe auditory trauma, some even bleeding from their ears, particularly the fish, as underwater sound waves proved more potent, compelling them to flee towards the shore. With so many fish perishing and the waste facility still under repair, they would have to seek assistance from that individual named Gu Yuan. By the way, why is this beast flying at supersonic speeds? Does she have some pressing matter? I do not know. It must be of great significance to her. Buzzing filled the air as Gu Yuan's phone rang, awakening him to find Hong Ling preparing breakfast. "Master, consuming instant noodles is detrimental to your health. I took the liberty of catching some crabs and shells, roasting them on a stone to prepare a seafood feast for you." "Oh dear, I slept so soundly. What is this?" Gu Yuan lifted his head, only to discover a peculiar bird before him, resembling an eagle but with an exceptionally thick beak. "Hey, Hong Ling, didn't you say there were no birds here?" Gu Yuan questioned, perplexed. The effect of the eye of the other shore is activated. The light-winged fish eagle, level 17. Rank, soldier, type, light-winged fish eagle. Description, a bird species residing in the freshwater lakes of the southwestern plateau of Huaghua. Adept at diving and capable of surviving in high-pressure environments with an extraordinarily low heart rate for extended periods. Chapter 83, The Ice Fish King, a king-level beast. Could it be? Gu Yuan's eyes gradually widened. The Red Wing had departed from the Guangdong province, flown to Qinghai, gathered a flock of birds there, and then returned. "Master, I shall do anything for you." Red Wing slowly bowed her head, prying open a roasted clam with her nails, adding a touch of sauce, and offering it to Gu Yuan. Deeply moved, Gu Yuan resolutely declared, "Let us gather more spiritual material. When I return, I shall provide you with a generous supply of feed and crystallized pearls." With the activation of Red Wing's 100 birds chasing the phoenix, Gu Yuan raised his right hand within the ocean of souls, revealing 2 red threads. One connected to Red Wing, the other to Qi Shuai. The thread connected to Red Wing resembled a network cable, linking Gu Yuan and Red Wing's thoughts. Gu Yuan beheld an expansive world, a vision granted by the fish eagles to Red Wing, who then relayed it to him. In that moment, Gu Yuan felt as though he had attained a divine perspective, capturing everything within several kilometers around him. He noticed some camouflaged beasts and pursued them alongside Red Wing and Qi Shuai, harvesting their presence. However, it was regrettable that Gu Yuan could not locate a king-level ice and snow beast to inscribe battle techniques for Qi Shuai. Indeed, king-level beasts possess higher intelligence and formidable strength, making them exceedingly difficult to find. The defeat of the Shadow Wraith might was merely a stroke of luck. Even in such a secret realm, locating a king-level beast was no simple task. For reasons unknown, Gu Yuan suddenly recalled the deceased crocodile, Yi Chuan, realizing its rarity. Had it not been for their collaboration, given its tendency to send him colorful documents and play little pranks, Gu Yuan would have long since fashioned it into leather shoes and extracted its inner core. Suddenly, Gu Yuan felt his vision sharpen. A flying fish eagle discovered something unusual. Under Red Wing's command, it soared into the sky, diving into the deep sea beyond the air barrier, utilizing its diving prowess to conceal itself while peering downward. The fish eagle's eyesight was exceptionally sharp, essential for locating water sources from hundreds of meters above and plunging into the depths to catch fish. Gu Yuan recognized a familiar face, Wang Fei, the young master of a renowned alchemical family from the capital. What could he be doing here? Gu Yuan wished to investigate further, but given the circumstances, any slight approach would undoubtedly arouse his suspicion. Best to rely on the eagle's keen sight and continue observing. This is a magical formation. It was the first time Gu Yuan beheld the formation. The Taoist arts could indeed be unleashed from human hands, and could also be transmitted through mediums. When Hong Ling absorbed the molten essence to evolve and enhance her strength, it was Gu Yuan's formation that crafted the external environment. These formations were ancient, and thus far, Gu Yuan had only learned a few auxiliary formations for pet evolution from the Phoenix Taming Manual. As for combat formations, Gu Yuan had never dared to even contemplate them, for their costs were exorbitant, and the learning curve was steep. Books on the inscription of formations were possessions of only the grandest families and corporations with assets in the trillions. It was inconceivable for Gu Yuan to acquire such knowledge. From his vantage point, Gu Yuan discerned a vast locking formation, interconnected by translucent, pale blue threads, located at the far left of the blue spirit grass forest. Near the edge of the barrier, he could even see the fish swimming in the ocean beyond. Wang Fei and his companions seemed to be engaged in a game of statues, crouched together. Wang Fei raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, as if he had halted his very breath, entirely engrossed in sensing the sensations transmitted through the threads in his grasp. Thick layers of grass and debris had settled upon his expensive coat, yet he remained motionless. Could it be that this fellow had squatted there throughout the night? Just awakened. Gu Yuan felt invigorated, stifling a yawn while pitying Wang Fei. Suddenly, Gu Yuan sensed the flow of white spiritual energy. Had it not been for the eye of the other shore from the other shore coffin, he might not have noticed the presence within the sea. Outside the barrier, in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, a diminutive blue light flickered, resembling an adorable little sprite. Merely gazing upon it from a distance evoked a sense of healing. Angler Ice Fish King Level, 35 Grade. King Description: the angler ice fish is an exceedingly grotesque deep-sea creature, its body adorned with crimson folds, its toothless mouth revealing sharp fangs. With four-tail fins resembling legs, it can crawl along the ocean floor, boasting a bite force approaching 300 tons, capable of easily shattering rocky reefs. It employs a small blue lantern atop its head to lure prey closer. This blue light is imbued with abundant ice spiritual energy, instantly freezing anything that touches it. The angler ice fish king can then launch a surprise attack, shattering its prey. Additionally, it can project a freezing blast of ice forward, immobilizing colossal foes. Combat skills: Bewildering Eye. Earth Tier: the lantern atop its head attracts nearby prey, rendering them defenseless as they are enchanted by the light, drawing them closer. Absolute Ice Kill. Earth Tier: it unleashes a jet of freezing ice to harm its enemies. A level 35 King Tier monster. Upon reading this, Gu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. In the profound abyss of the ocean, I beheld a mesmerizing spirit, radiating an ethereal charm, reminiscent of delectable prey. Yet, this enchanting vision was merely the bait adorning the head of the anglerfish Ice King. Should one recklessly charge forth, succumbing to the icy grip, the colossal jaws, with a biting force of several hundred tons, would prove fatal. A chill crept along Gu Yuan's spine, illuminating the peril at hand. This also elucidated why, despite the presence of other beasts within the detection array, none had fallen to Wang Fei's hand. These creatures were but trifles in the face of such a rare royal beast. The inner core of a level 35 royal beast is an exceedingly rare treasure. However, the anglerfish Ice King, a formidable adversary, boasted combat prowess that stood unwavering, unlike the shadow grudge might, which lurks beneath the guise of corpses, relying solely on ambushes. This elder brother faced challenges head-on, possessing a level 5 superiority. Thus, Gu Yuan was unequivocally outmatched unless the red feather could unleash the phoenix's descent. Yet, the impact of such a strike would incinerate all the blue spirit grass below, sealing Gu Yuan's fate. Therefore, direct confrontation was not an option, cunning and strategy were required, such as waiting for Wang Fei to engage first before executing a ruse or ambush. Chapter 84. The Undersea Matryoshka. Mantis catches cicada. Gu Yuan yearned for the inner core of the anglerfish ice king, a royal one, no less, whose attributes closely aligned with those of Qixue. Enchantment and ice attributes were precisely what Qixue needed. Apart from its unappealing appearance, this creature's characteristics were fundamentally complementary to Qixue's essence. With no other beings nearby, Wang Fei began to confirm with his subordinates. The others nodded in unison, assuring their leader that the array was functioning flawlessly. Should anyone attempt to encroach upon his hunting grounds, they would intercept without delay. Moreover, the remoteness of this location ensured no intruders would wander near. At that moment, Gu Yuan had stealthily positioned herself behind a nearby tree trunk. The timely support from Red Feather had been invaluable, as the presence of these birds allowed her to evade the array's warning threads. Who could have anticipated that such a secluded spot would conceal the largest fish in the entire secret realm? Thus, the game of 1, 2, 3. Wooden Man welcomed an additional player, Gu Yuan. However, her wait was not prolonged, for daylight had arrived, although the underwater realm remained oblivious to the passage of time. Yet, in the shallower waters, fish began to proliferate, their droppings and decaying flesh accumulating, stirring the activity of smaller scavenging deep-sea species. Meanwhile, the anglerfish ice king awaited its medium-sized prey, preparing to feast upon the smaller denizens of the deep. With bated breath, Gu Yuan focused intently, as did Wang Fei and the anglerfish ice king. At last, the unluckiest of creatures made its entrance, a level 40 tidal hunter. With its vibrant red hue, reminiscent of an oversized crayfish, it moved energetically, asserting dominance over the area, pinching the blue spirit grass with its claws. From time to time, it would capture and consume small creatures. Suddenly, it raised its head and beheld a charming little sprite shimmering in the depths of the ocean, its entire being pulsating with an ethereal energy, akin to a luminescent floating creature. The unfortunate giant crayfish immediately crouched low, creeping forward while employing its ability to change color for concealment, moving stealthily ahead. Ah, how unexpected, dear ethereal jellyfish. I have already anticipated your trajectory. The tidal hunter crawled forth, reveling in its cunning. Meanwhile, the massive angler ice fish king began to stealthily maneuver in the darkness, its overhead lantern also shifting forward, as if to coordinate with the impending assault of the tidal hunter, luring it to leap into its gaping maw. The angler ice fish king, possessing its own intellect, delighted in its cleverness, exclaiming, "Ha! How surprising, little crayfish. I have foreseen that you would predict my bait's prediction." At this moment, Wang Fei's lips curled into a smirk as he prepared to unleash his spell formation, declaring, "Ha! How unexpected, angler ice fish king. I have anticipated that you would predict the crayfish's prediction of your bait's prediction." Meanwhile, less than 10 meters away, Gu Yuan readied his shadow arrow, reveling in the thought. "Huh, how surprising, Wang Fei. I have foreseen that you would predict the angler ice fish king's anticipation of the crayfish's prediction of your bait's prediction." The clever little crayfish's utterances remained a mystery to all. The tidal hunter surged toward the tiny lantern, its claws snapping forward. An instant later, a chilling blue light radiated outward. The crimson warrior crayfish was instantly encased in ice, yet it did not perish immediately. After all, it was a level 40 creature. But as a soldier rank, facing a king rank level 35, its chances were slim, especially when immobilized, leaving no room for doubt. In the obsidian depths of the ocean, a grotesque maw burst forth, with massive fangs crushing the little crayfish to pieces, swallowing it whole. Although Gu Yuan was aware of its hideous appearance, the sight of it emerging was still somewhat excessive in its grotesqueness. It resembled a mass of repulsive flesh, congealed with mud into a hardened stone, adorned with 2 eyes. As it charged in, the angler ice fish king unwittingly ventured into the domain of the blue crystal grass. Possessing intelligence, it recognized the presence of an element called air, which it could not breathe, prompting it to hastily attempt to retreat using its foretail fins. However, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy, Wang Fei pulled a thread with his right hand. Formation arise. Blue light radiated outward, ensnaring the body of the angler ice fish king. "Charge!" Wang Fei shouted with fervor. "Brothers, if we can capture this king-level beast, I, as the disciple of the foremost alchemical family in the capital, shall reward each of you with a low-grade spirit-gathering pill." With a resounding roar, an invigorating surge swept through the crowd, propelling all the subordinates toward the ensnared royal beast in the center. These exceptional prodigies, capable of entering the secret realm for cultivation, were all second-tier beastmasters. In an instant, the trapped Icefish King found itself in a state of utter passivity, being relentlessly pounded into the ground by these beasts. Yet, a level 35 royal beast is not easily subdued. The Icefish King let out a furious bellow, as if to declare its territory. Within several miles, all the ice fish surged toward the forest filled with breathable air. In the dim, shadowy world, it appeared as though countless ethereal blue sprites were rushing forth. More diminutive yet numerous ice fish began to swarm in, frantically gnawing at Wang Fei and his companions. One ice fish landed on the ground, thrashing about, severing a connecting thread. The Icefish King broke free from its bindings, but instead of retaliating immediately, it prepared to plunge into the deep sea, seeking refuge in its own domain. However, Wang Fei was determined not to grant it such an opportunity. He raised his right hand, summoning 3 level 30 beasts from behind him, each of them fire elemental, the volcanic turtle, the fire spirit monkey, and the fire horse. Behold the latest 100 million soul artifact, the 6 gates of blazing fire, Wang Fei proclaimed, as he lifted his hand. Spiritual energy coalesced around the jade stone in his grasp, which was intricately carved to resemble a grand door. In that moment, the jade transformed into a blazing closed gate, soaring to over 30 feet, and hurtled towards the edge of the formation, crashing heavily in front of the Icefish King. As the Icefish King came to a halt, 6 fiery projectiles surged from behind it, launched by Wang Fei's beasts, simultaneously unleashing the Earth-tier combat technique, double fire shooting stars. The 6 fireballs struck the Icefish King's back directly, propelling its massive form forward, colliding with the fiery gate. A pained wail escaped the Icefish King's lips, and the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the secret realm, causing several of Wang Fei's subordinates to salivate. For they had been on guard for an entire day and night, and hunger had set in. Yet, Gu Yuan remained composed, having just enjoyed a meal of stone-grilled seafood prepared by Hong Ling. As Hong Ling prepared to charge out, Gu Yuan restrained her, urging her to wait. The opportune moment had not yet arrived. Although the Icefish King bore singed wounds, it did not succumb easily. Its will to survive compelled it to reveal its final trump card. A small lamp atop the Icefish King's head emitted an even more brilliant blue light, its chilling aura overpowering the heat around it. A cold wind swept through, even carrying flecks of white snow. The blue lamp radiated a wave of frigid air outward. Gu Yuan, taking refuge against the tree trunk, felt the icy blue energy wafting past him. As he turned back to observe, he braced himself for what was to come. Before him, the blue spirit grass was enveloped in a layer of frost, and many tree trunks were adorned with icicles. Wang Fei and his accompanying beasts appeared as though they had endured a day in the Antarctic, despite their utmost efforts to resist. A layer of frost had formed upon them. Indeed, they were royal-level beasts. Instead of feeling disheartened, Wang Fei burst into a wild laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Only a formidable beast like you possesses a core worthy of my prowess." Onward. The first to recover from the frigid grasp was Wang Fei's trio of fire attribute beasts, the volcanic turtle, the fire spirit monkey, and the fire horse. Though their limbs were stiffened by the cold, Wang Fei had a remedy at hand. He retrieved a precious gourd from his waist and poured out 3 elixirs, anti-frost pills. Subsequently, he tossed these pills to his 3 beloved companions. Upon consumption, the frost melted away, transforming into wisps of azure smoke. The trio charged forth, engaging in fierce combat with the scattered ice catfish and the ice catfish king. In truth, given the combat prowess of Wang Fei's 3 beasts, vanquishing the ice catfish king was a daunting task. However, within this air-filled realm of the bone-settling secret, their objective was simply to confine the ice catfish king, preventing its escape. The battle raged on for a full hour, the intensity so fierce that it seemed as if the very secret realm would be torn asunder. Faced with the specter of death, the ice catfish king unleashed its full arsenal. Yet, under Wang Fei's relentless assault, it ultimately perished within the secret realm. Exhausted, all of Wang Fei's companions collapsed, while he himself bore multiple frostbite injuries, his rigid body kneeling on the ground, panting as though he had just completed a marathon. Ha ha! Victory is mine. Gu Yuan, your first place is no longer secure. With such a powerful ice catfish king's core, It's no trouble to gain 6 or 7,000 points in one go. Let us see how you surpass me. The corners of Wang Fei's mouth lifted in a smile, even as he coughed incessantly, reminiscent of an asthma attack. Indeed, with this core from a 35th level royal beast, securing the top position is assured. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yuan had appeared behind Wang Fei, nodding in agreement, as if a diligent student in class. At the sight of Gu Yuan, Wang Fei's heart sank. Gu Yuan, what do you intend to do? This is the royal beast that I hunted through an entire night, using dozens of elixirs, alongside my entire team. Oh. Gu Yuan seemed oblivious to Wang Fei's words as he approached the Ice Catfish King. With a dagger, he severed the chandelier atop the creature's head and retrieved its core. Then, as if perusing a market, he selected his prize and nonchalantly walked away without so much as a word. Gu Yuan, you shameless fiend. That is mine. Wang Fei writhed on the ground, attempting to crawl forward, but his exhaustion overwhelmed him. As he stood, he collapsed once more. Gu Yuan strolled past him without summoning his own beasts, disappearing from Wang Fei's sight. Gu Yuan found himself in a secure cave, where he meticulously disassembled and subsequently reassembled the inner cores of the Ice Fish King and the Crane Wing Flying Serpent. The mythical wind-based beast core and the royal ice-type monster core were nearly complete, requiring only one final element, a dual realm encompassing both wind and ice attributes. This task was not particularly daunting. When compared to the rare realms associated with death and flames, which seldom coexist, the realms of ice and wind were relatively accessible. The cold currents, for instance, represented a mobile fusion of wind and ice attributes. As the Antarctic glaciers melted and merged with the ocean, these currents would flow southward, forming cold streams in the Guangdong province by January. The coastal waters themselves could be regarded as realms embodying both ice and wind attributes. Hongling, I require a moment of privacy with Qi Shui, Gu Yuan stated. Approaching the edge of the realm, he produced a water avoidance pearl. We shall now submerge ourselves in the ocean, where we will engrave the markings within the cold current. The water is unsuitable for you. Thus Qi Shui stifled a giggle, while Hongling nodded in acquiescence, recognizing her master's command. Finally, Qi Shui felt a surge of joy. Previously, it had always been her sister who remained outside, relegating her to the pet space. Now, she finally had the chance to be alone with her master. Qi Shui adapted to modernity with remarkable swiftness. Master, I possess a set of garments. I wonder if they would please you. Unbeknownst to her, she had already donned a swimsuit. It was evident that Qi Shui was far bolder than Hongling, more capable of immersing herself in and embracing the new era. Notably, she wore a pair of striking red high heels, her enchanting gaze flitting toward her reflection as she sauntered, swaying her hips alluringly. Gu Yuan swallowed hard. This vixen showed no intention of retreating. Approaching him, she purred, Master, shall we commence the engravings once more? With a playful wink, she added, What new combat techniques will you bestow upon me this time? Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, captivating Gu Yuan with their crystalline beauty. Of course, I shall heed your desires, she declared, leaning against him, her seductive gaze fixed upon his eyes. Fortunately, Beastmasters were forbidden from employing any detrimental combat techniques against their own masters, a stipulation meticulously crafted by the ancients. Otherwise, this vixen would surely ascend to the heavens. Gu Yuan, unnerved by Qi Shui's piercing gaze, sighed heavily. Nonetheless, he remained largely indifferent to her charms, his thoughts lingering on Hongling. Although he acknowledged Qi Shui's beauty, his sentiments did not extend beyond admiration. Chapter 86. The engraving on Qi Shui's abdomen. Celestial combat technique lower abdomen. Gu Yuan articulated, as indeed, this was the designated location for the engraving. Every position selected for the engravings was meticulously planned, and this celestial combat technique required the markings to be inscribed upon the waist and abdomen. Gu Yuan was the first to plunge into the water, holding a water avoidance pearl in his mouth. This rare elixir, when retained in the oral cavity, enveloped the bearer in a protective aura of water attribute spiritual energy, enabling them to withstand water pressure and breathe underwater. It could last for half an hour, and thus Gu Yuan had prepared 4 pearls, allowing for a total of 1 hour of immersion for each person. Swiftly, Gu Yuan propelled himself through the depths, soon sensing the swift currents around him. The flow was remarkably rapid, akin to a gust of wind beneath the waves, with the surrounding seaweed swaying in unison. Cursed be this. It is far more challenging than I had anticipated. Gu Yuan had heard tales of frigid currents teeming with wind-attribute elements, yet he had not expected such ferocity. The tumultuous waters of the deep sea tossed him about as if he were caught in the eye of a storm, leaving him swaying precariously. In a moment of inattention, he was swept away by the icy current. Qi Shue swiftly grasped Gu Yuan's right hand, pulling him back. "My lord, you are invaluable. Nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, the three of us shall traverse the road to the underworld, and my sister will surely send me to the 18th level of hell." Qi Shue smiled alluringly, her high heels barely piercing the frigid stream, instantly freezing the seawater around them into a circular barrier encasing Gu Yuan. Simultaneously, she deftly maneuvered through the depths, swiftly arriving before him. "I have commenced," Gu Yuan exclaimed as he tossed two inner elixirs into the water. They unfurled in midair, gradually tearing apart to form a blue powder. For reasons unknown, the surrounding currents abruptly ceased, coalescing into a blue essence that gathered at Gu Yuan's fingertips. Subsequently, this spiritual energy began to merge into Qi Shue's form. Qi Shue seemed on the verge of exclaiming, but due to the underwater environment, she could only surface briefly to release a few bubbles. The intricacies of engraving in these depths proved exceedingly arduous. The spiritual energy intermingled with the frigid seawater, creating an indelible impression. Her pores shifted in hue, forming markings reminiscent of tattoos that began to emanate a cerulean glow. Gu Yuan's fingers danced rapidly through the flowing water, stirring the currents, increasing in speed as per the teachings in his texts. However, Qi Shue, undergoing the engraving, appeared to struggle, nearly succumbing to the water. Gu Yuan was taken aback, witnessing such a profound transformation in her, from a carefree vixen to someone so delicate. An hour elapsed, and as Gu Yuan emerged with Qi Shue from the secret realm, both gasped for air, collapsing onto the ground. Gu Yuan took a moment to assess Qi Shue's attributes. Qi Shue race, Nine-tailed snow fox qualification, mythical level, 26 combat skills, blizzard, innate, ice fox charm bloodline, icy wilderness, earth tier, snowball, earth tier. Mounting posture, earth tier. Note: due to the effects of Yishan Fang, both snowball and mounting posture have evolved to earth tier, with snowball possessing effects that surpass the typical earth tier. The earth tier mounting posture enhances stamina conservation, increases running speed, and extends duration. Inscribed combat skills, cunning ice claw, earth tier, absolute 0, new. Enchanting eye, new, absolute 0. Celestial tier, Qi Shue gathers a chilling aura and releases it forward, inflicting absolute freezing effects on everything in its path. Absolute 0 represents the lowest temperature in thermodynamics, capable of halting even ongoing microscopic reactions in a state of freeze. Enchanting eye, earth tier, inherited from the anglerfish king, Qi Shue ignites a pale blue heart, concentrating the essence of the ice fox charm within, and throws it forward to strike the enemy, causing an enchanting effect. Qi Shue, elated to have acquired this combat skill, eagerly attempted to leap towards Gu Yuan, but was thwarted as he evaded her. She felt disheartened, sensing the thoughts within Gu Yuan's soul sea. He harbored no interest in other women, his heart lingering solely on a spirit beast he could not forget, Hongling. What a surprising gain! Gu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, discovering that a single inscription yielded 2 combat skills. It appeared that the anglerfish king he encountered was not merely a king-level being, but also a high-qualification entity among king-tier monsters. Its inner core bestowed an additional charm attribute, and the combination of Qi Shue's ice fox charm and the anglerfish king's enchanting eye was harmonious. Thus, through a single inscription, an additional inherited combat skill, enchanting eye, was obtained. Now, Qi Shue's charm was no longer limited to nearby targets. It could also affect distant enemies like a ranged, directional skill. As Gu Yuan pondered this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate for this acquisition. Not only did he gain the inner core necessary for the celestial tier skill, but he also obtained an earth tier skill without cost. Suddenly, Qi Shue floated close to Gu Yuan, exclaiming, "My lord, I am so weary now. Do you think I could easily forget that incident after you have treated me so?" At that moment, a blue butterfly tattoo with outstretched wings appeared on Qi Shue's abdomen. "Of course, this celestial tier skill is meant to be shared with my dearest lord. The term sharing implies that I shall bestow a portion of my power upon you," she said, slowly levitating into the air as the spiritual energy emanating from her body drifted towards Gu Yuan. Chapter 87. Beneath the deep sea, sharing has the capacity to replicate the combat skills of one's spirit pets, and celestial tier skills can indeed be replicated as well. However, Gu Yuan could not replicate Hong Ling's Phoenix Fall, for it is a technique exclusive to phoenixes, and its use exacts a toll on the user's life. Unlike Hong Ling, Gu Yuan lacked the means to transform into an egg and resurrect himself in a state of near death. On the other hand, the absolute zero of Qi Shui was different. This technique was within Gu Yuan's grasp. Understanding the meaning of reciprocal nurturing, Qi Shui approached Gu Yuan with measured steps, the sound of her heels echoing softly. One hand pressed against her lips, she advanced towards him. Gu Yuan remained unperturbed. His interest in other women had waned. His heart irrevocably tethered to a singular spiritual beast, Hong Ling. No matter how beautiful Qi Shui appeared, she was but a formidable spirit beast in Gu Yuan's eyes. Devoid of any further thoughts, Hong Ling had emerged from the pet space, raising one hand as the phoenix feather flame blazed fiercely in her grasp. Qi Shui trembled in fright, instantly becoming docile and obedient, refraining from any erratic movements. The expression on Qi Shui's face transitioned swiftly from a mischievous smirk to sheer terror, and ultimately settled into tranquility and serenity. Sister, please, refrain from such violence. I mean no harm. I assure you, I am quite earnest, especially in this perilous setting. I am always mindful of the need for vigilance in the secret realm. Once the reciprocal nurturing concluded, Gu Yuan could finally employ Qi Shui's technique. At this juncture, only a day remained, and prior to engraving, Gu Yuan had meticulously recorded the inner core of the king-level Ice Fish King. Upon redeeming the Ice Fish King's inner core, he amassed nearly 6,000 points. Now, his total score soared to 13,000. When Gu Yuan perused the university forum, a full day had elapsed. Yet the fervor within the forum showed no sign of abating. He still held the top position, truly impressive. 13,000 points. What an astounding figure. To put it into perspective, he not only claimed the title of first in this secret realm training, but also set a historical record in the depths of the Bone Abyss, surpassing the second place by over 3,000 points. Such prowess. Who is this Gu Yuan? Throughout this period, he had scarcely hunted any demon beasts. Thus his points remained largely unchanged. Meanwhile, the subsequent hunting teams exerted themselves to catch up. Regrettably, ordinary demon beasts yielded minimal points, while formidable ones were not easily vanquished. Consequently, these individual scores crawled slowly towards the pinnacle represented by Gu Yuan, akin to the pace of a snail. This futile resistance only served to highlight the unattainability of Gu Yuan's score more than outright surrender. Wang Hao from the sophomore class had nearly risked his life, yet still could not catch up to Gu Yuan. What a so-called genius of the university. He was utterly eclipsed by that fellow. The Ice Princess, Mo Hen, must be in tears by now, having encountered Wang Fei and Gu Yuan, who is incomparably more deranged. News from the forums flickered by, but Gu Yuan merely smiled faintly before his expression turned grave. Someone had perished. This somber revelation shattered the joyful atmosphere among the students, akin to a bucket of icy water dousing their heads, reminding them that they were not on an outing. They were in a secret realm. Although within a large human magical array, a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Gu Yuan spotted a gruesome image depicting a student sprawled in a pool of blood, their body marred and devoured to the point of being half-eaten. It was the work of the Tide Assassins, evident from the marks of pincers that had crushed their flesh. Damn it, these beasts have claimed one of our own. Let us head westward, together, and hunt them down. Let them understand that we are the hunters, and they are merely the prey. Master, why do you appear so troubled? Hong Ling inquired upon noticing Gu Yuan had stowed away his phone, his demeanor now serious. The Tide Assassins are known for their aggression, striking with stealth, often before the victim could call for help. Yet, as Gu Yuan spoke, his gaze sharpened. The corpse had been cleaved from above. Yet the surrounding blue crystal grass bore no signs of being torn apart by the Tide Assassins. As he articulated this observation, his eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Hong Ling quickly comprehended Gu Yuan's implication and summoned a nearby fish eagle to meticulously survey the surrounding thickets, discovering no evidence of the pincers from the shrimp beasts. Gu Yuan sighed, lifting his gaze towards the distant horizon. Someone had murdered to seize treasure, incapacitating the victim and discarding them near the Tide Assassins to meet their demise. Gu Yuan's grip tightened, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. To think someone would stoop so low for money. Gu Yuan had taken lives before. It was an odd sensation. but sometimes it was unavoidable. He could not escort teacher Han Yue while ensuring the safety of a potential terrorist who might flee. He could not gamble with his own life. However, if he did not eliminate the threat, that individual could harm countless others upon escaping. Thus, Gu Yuan acted decisively, delivering 3 swift shots, each striking true. The perpetrator could be deemed psychologically deranged, anesthetizing a living person only to cast them before beasts, relishing the sight of the creature consuming them. Bring back some of the grass surrounding the corpse. Ideally, with traces of blood. A fish eagle returned, clutching a leaf of blue crystal grass in its beak. Gu Yuan lowered his gaze to examine the azure crystal grass leaves, scrutinizing them for a while. Unable to discern any issues, he utilized his bracelet to disassemble it. In addition to extracting the azure crystal leaves, he encountered bloodstains during the disassembly process. Within his options, 2 additional items manifested. Apart from the inherent bloodstains, there was another substance. Dream Dispersal, crafted from the pollen of the bewitching butterfly and refined using Earth-tier spirit flames, possesses an exceedingly potent paralyzing effect. Inhalation leads to full-body muscle spasms, instantaneously stripping away the ability to resist, culminating in unconsciousness. Someone has poisoned. Moreover, it was directed at his own teammate. Gu Yuan clenched the grass tightly. It was highly likely that this was the work of a temporary team member. No one would be foolish enough to target a long-term ally. Chapter 88. Wang Fei, your time is up. Gu Yuan refrained from overthinking, merely comparing the parameters he had researched on his phone, ultimately concluding that the refinement of this dream dispersal surpassed that of anything available on the market, crafted by a skilled alchemist. Gu Yuan resolved to unmask this murderer, both to avenge his fallen classmate and to earn further accolades from the principal. Utilizing the effect of Hong Ling's 100 birds facing the phoenix, he summoned all the fish eagles to action, yet found no trace of any suspects. Instead, he discovered a girl lying on the ground, incapacitated. She was surrounded by several tidal hunters, while her 2 spirit companions valiantly defended her. Hong Ling, Gu Yuan shouted, though the distance was at least 2 to 3 kilometers. This was trivial for Hong Ling. After evolving from the fiery jade phoenix to the blazing fiery jade phoenix, Hong Ling could fly at supersonic speeds, covering 2 to 3 kilometers in under 6 seconds. The entire process was accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, allowing Gu Yuan to witness the terrifying spectacle of a beast in supersonic flight for the first time. It appeared as though layers of sound wave barriers swirled around Hong Ling, the sharp explosions causing all nearby grass to be propelled into the air. Hong Ling landed directly before the girl, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated the surrounding tidal assassins into charred remnants. 5 minutes later, Gu Yuan arrived on Qishua, only to find Hong Ling supporting the girl, inquiring, "Are you all right? Who left you here?" The girl's trembling voice emerged, "I am Lu Yakin. It was Wang Fei. He wanted to team up with me, and I agreed because I thought he was handsome." Subsequently, Lu Yakin threw herself into Gu Yuan's embrace, exclaiming, "Wang Fei is terrible. Gu Yuan, you must help me." Gu Yuan gazed at the adorable girl who had leaped into his arms, slightly clicking his tongue and scratching his cheek. Do you know where Wang Fei is now?" He swiftly headed south, and one must exercise caution. Gu Yuan set Lu Yakin down and declared, "Very well. Let your spirit companion protect you. I shall pursue him. Your days of tranquility are numbered." However, just as Gu Yuan prepared to depart, Lu Yakin unexpectedly embraced him from behind. "Gu Yuan, please do not leave. It is perilous here. If Wang Fei's subordinates return, what shall I do?" Lu Yakin was an attractive young woman, and such close contact would make any man blush and quicken his heartbeat. Yet, Gu Yuan, having been bewitched by Qishua numerous times, felt as though he was constantly confronting temptations of insurmountable difficulty, and now, faced with this simpler challenge, his mind remained clear. "What do you mean?" Gu Yuan turned to gaze at Lu Yakin. "Why not take Yakin along? I shall express my gratitude." As she spoke, Lu Yakin raised her right hand and produced several high-grade spirit fruits from her storage ring. "These are what I have gathered. Wang Fei harbored ill intentions towards me precisely because of these spirit fruits. Consider this my way of thanking you." Gu Yuan chuckled upon seeing the spirit fruits. "Thank you, but I'm not particularly inclined to consume spirit fruits." "What do you mean?" Lu Yakin tilted her head, believing herself to be quite adorable. However, Gu Yuan took the spirit fruits and presented them to her, gazing intently. "Please, after you." Lu Yakin blinked in surprise, her smile faltering. "Gu Yuan, This is my way of expressing gratitude to you. Quite the clever ruse. Gu Yuan acknowledged, but I shall not be deceived. Firstly, the deceased were not merely knocked unconscious, but rather had been incapacitated by their teammates using food. Yet, this woman seemed intent on staging a performance where she was attacked by Wang Fei and subsequently rescued by Gu Yuan. Alas, had Gu Yuan not learned through the bracelet's decomposition ability about the blood test report of the deceased student, she might have had a slim chance of success. Having witnessed someone being killed after consuming an offered item, Gu Yuan was resolute. He would not partake of anything, regardless of whether it was presented by a beauty or was a rare treasure. I merely wished to explain. Lu Yakin was taken aback by Gu Yuan's audacity. Not only was he unmoved by her beauty, but he had also cornered her. Hong Ling's sharp claws pinned Lu Yakin's spirit companion, a small mountain sparrow, to the ground, while Qi Shue froze her other spirit companion, a soil turtle, into an icy block. Both spirit companions held their master in high regard. How audacious was this woman to embrace her master before them. The murderous intent radiating from Qi Shue and Hong Ling was palpable, as though they wished to reduce her to ashes. Lu Yakin fell to her knees, exclaiming, Gu Yuan, it was not my intention. Wang Fei compelled me to act. This was a trap designed by Wang Fei. She took out her phone and pulled up her chat history with Wang Fei. The most handsome and dazzling demon king. Do as I say. Eliminate Gu Yuan, then extract the inner cores of her two spirit pets. Those are inner cores of mythical beasts, each worth several billion. The adorable little bunny. But, brother, aren't you going to help me? The most handsome and dazzling demon king. Humph. That fool Gu Yuan has never even touched a woman's hand. Just use the same tactics you usually employ on me, and he will fall for it. I have more pressing matters at hand. I have discovered a rare spirit fire of the earth grade, which can be used for alchemy. I cannot come over for now, so even if you can't kill Gu Yuan, just keep him occupied and prevent him from disturbing me. The adorable little bunny. All right, I'll do as you say, brother. Once it's done, give me a hug and a kiss. Hee hee. Gu Yuan chuckled, thinking to himself, Wang Fei, oh Wang Fei, your audacity knows no bounds. You would go so far as to kill for the inner cores of my mythical spirit pets. However, I still desire that earth-grade spirit fire. After all, once Hong Ling evolves, absorbing any form of earth-grade spirit fire will allow her to ascend to the celestial grade. Such an opportunity is not to be missed. Gu Yuan smiled slightly and sent a message. The adorable little bunny. Brother Wang Fei, you're amazing. I've already knocked out Gu Yuan and her two spirit beasts. Where are you? I'll come find you and bring them along. I want a hug and a kiss. Chapter 89, One-on-One with Wang Fei. Ugh. After sending that message, Gu Yuan nearly retched. But for the sake of obtaining the celestial grade spirit fire for Hong Ling, a distasteful message was a small price to pay. Meanwhile, Wang Fei was almost overflowing with joy on the other side of the screen. He sent 3 consecutive messages filled with hugs and kisses emojis. Gu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. This guy was truly repulsive. Hey, it seems he really likes you. Gu Yuan shouted to Lu Yakin and then showed her the messages on his phone. However, she remained unfazed, dismissing him as just a playboy. He only wanted the inner cores of mythical spirit pets. Gu Yuan smiled knowingly. Indeed, you are not wrong. It appears you are not foolish. The subsequent messages from Wang Fei confirmed Lu Yakin's suspicions. Hurry and extract the inner cores of the phoenix and the white fox. Then kill Gu Yuan and feed him to those beasts, leaving not a single bone. Wang Fei's messages came in rapid succession, while Gu Yuan snorted coldly, thinking to himself, if someone is to die, let us see who the real fool is. The other party had already sent an address. I am currently gathering earth-grade spirit fire and cannot break free. Come directly and bring me the inner cores. While earth-grade spirit fire is precious, it still pales in comparison to the 2 inner cores of mythical beasts. Wang Fei's most fervent desire at this moment was to acquire the inner cores of the 2 demon beasts. Thus, he ceased to conceal his intentions, hoping Lu Yakin would arrive as swiftly as possible. Unbeknownst to him, after Gu Yuan attained this position, not only would he be unable to obtain the inner cores, but he would also lose his own earth-level spirit fire to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan forcibly fed the spiritual fruit that Lu Yakin had just gifted him to her, rendering her unconscious, and subsequently cast her into a pit, concealing her presence. There was little to worry about. They were situated 1,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface, where she would have no means of escape, and the guards monitoring the elevator were already on standby. Gu Yuan swiftly made his way towards Wang Fei's coordinates and soon discovered an underwater canyon. He glimpsed Wang Fei below the chasm, who was holding a transparent vial aloft. Though the magma beneath was a fiery red, the vial in Wang Fei's grasp shimmered with a crystalline blue hue. This blue vial emitted a gentle azure glow. As flames extracted from the molten lava gradually transformed into a brilliant blue. "Ha! Today is truly my lucky day," Wang Fei exclaimed, clutching the vial, which had reverted to its transparent state, inside which floated a blue snowflake. The snowflake exhibited a perfect hexagonal form. Yet its charred appearance at the opening of the vial indicated that, unlike ordinary snowflakes, it was infused with a violent heat. Not only had he procured the inner cores of 2 mythical-level demon beasts, but he had also acquired earth-level spirit fire, specifically the hellish snow fire used in alchemy. If I hadn't brought the family heirloom fire-collecting vial with me, I would never have been able to gather this. With this spirit fire in his possession, he would soon become the next prominent alchemical talent nurtured by his family. Is it truly this rare? To think such treasures exist beneath this secret realm is astonishing. Suddenly, Gu Yuan appeared behind Wang Fei. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's voice, Wang Fei was struck with alarm and swiftly turned around, only to find Gu Yuan smiling at him. "Lu Yakin, that vile woman, has deceived me." Wang Fei, who had only moments ago worn a beaming smile, now resembled someone who had just ingested a fly, glaring furiously at Gu Yuan, instinctively attempting to conceal the vial behind him. Gu Yuan appeared utterly relaxed. "During our previous treasure hunt in the secret realm, the one who eliminated my classmates was none other than you, Wang Fei. You have nowhere to flee. I have reported your deeds to the military stationed here. Do you still wish to escape? Hand over everything of value, and I may spare your miserable life." Wang Fei felt bewildered, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Was he not the villain, the murderer in pursuit of treasure? Why was Gu Yuan directing such words at him? It took a few moments for Wang Fei to regain his composure, his face ashen. He understood that once this matter was exposed, his life would be irrevocably over. "Gu Yuan, you are forcing my hand, are you? Very well, if Lu Yakin cannot eliminate you, then I shall." Wang Fei tucked the vial of courage into the pocket of his coat, then produced a mid-tier spirit elixir and swallowed it. "Gu Yuan, your greatest flaw is your insatiable greed. Do not forget, I am a 3rd-tier beast master, possessing 3 beasts, all of which have reached level 30. Alongside a plethora of elixirs. After consuming the elixir, Wang Fei felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. He unsheathed a military dagger. Observing Gu Yuan's slight head movements, as if he intended to defeat me before the police arrived and plunder my treasures. How naive. I shall ensure your demise here. Gu Yuan scratched his head, seemingly underestimating the situation. Wang Fei, a beast master is not akin to Han Xian commanding troops. Quantity is not everything. The quality of the beasts matters. Wang Fei unleashed his beast space, and 2 level 30 spirit pets sprang forth. The fiery horse's back blazed with fierce flames, while the fire spirit monkey perched atop it, resembling a knight, charged swiftly towards Gu Yuan. The fire spirit monkey unleashed a ground-level battle skill, Fire Dance Slash. Flames coalesced into a blazing sword in its hands, cutting through the air, creating crescent arcs of fire. These arcs were hurled towards Gu Yuan. Yet, Gu Yuan stood motionless with his arms crossed, as a red-feathered creature took flight from his shoulder, spreading its wings to unleash a tempest of spirit fire. A whirlwind of flames surged forth, targeting the fiery knight. Baizhong, Fire Resistance Pill. Wang Fei showcased the profound heritage of his alchemical lineage. He cast a small, bell-like vessel into the air, tracing a parabolic arc that expanded into a copper bell, encompassing both the fire spirit monkey and the fiery horse. Prior to throwing it, he had tossed 2 elixirs into the bell. Once the bell enveloped the creatures, the elixirs fell into their mouths. Protected by the bell, the 2 spirit pets, charged through the flames, experienced the ferocity of 2 level 30 beasts unleashing their fiery skills simultaneously. Wang Fei clenched his right fist, as if heralding a victory. The copper bell ascended. The fire spirit monkey punched forth a column of flame, while the fiery horse unleashed a torrent of searing fire. The 2 infernos shot towards Gu Yuan. There was no escape. Wang Fei thought that even if he were to perish today, he would drag Gu Yuan to hell with him. Such a fierce assault, especially after consuming his mid-tier fire elixir, would surely turn Gu Yuan to ash upon impact. Chapter 90. A resounding defeat for Wang Fei, however. Gu Yuan remained unmoved, arms still crossed, which made Wang Fei more confident of his impending victory. Suddenly, Shui, a fox with pristine white fur, emerged from behind Gu Yuan, raising its head abruptly. From its abdomen, intricate blue patterns began to manifest. Absolute zero. Qi Shui suddenly unleashed a brilliant azure light, freezing everything in its path into transparent ice sculptures. Grass and insects alike were instantly encased in ice, while the fire spirit monkeys and fire horses charged forward, hoping to incinerate Gu Yuan. They had no time to evade. The flames they emitted were swiftly transformed into crystalline shards resembling salt, cascading to the ground, a testament to the elemental fire energy being rendered immobile and extinguished. Witnessing his two most formidable beasts morph into icy statues, Wang Fei's face drained of color, disbelief etched across his features. Heaven, another celestial battle technique. His brows quivered, his speech faltering as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. Why, yet another celestial battle technique. This individual not only commanded two mythical beasts, but also wielded two celestial techniques, each of which was a coveted treasure for someone of their age group. And he possessed them all. Be obedient. Qi Shui advanced in her high heels, one leg elegantly raised, a hand on her hip, as if to flaunt her flawless figure. Wang Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. With her right hand forming a heart shape, she placed it against her luscious red lips and blew a kiss. However, this was no ordinary kiss. Wang Fei's gaze was drawn to the area below her navel, where a brilliant blue butterfly-like inscription shimmered upon her immaculate leg. This was a battle technique inscription. The blue kiss struck the third guardian beast, the volcanic turtle, which immediately wore a foolish grin, drooling as it fixated on the fox. Stumbling toward Qi Shui. This was a charm-type technique. Yet, the previous celestial technique was also a product of that very inscription. Could it be? Wang Fei was overwhelmed with remorse. Realizing that the celestial technique's inscription was derived from the inner core of the rare and elusive Ice King anglerfish he had defeated. Furthermore, during the inscription process, it had even bestowed upon the fox a terrestrial technique, Charming Eye. Gu Yuan, I shall confront you today. He could no longer tolerate the fact that Gu Yuan, a mere commoner 2 years his junior, had surpassed him and seized the treasures that rightfully belonged to him. He was determined to eliminate Gu Yuan, no matter the cost. In a flash, light illuminated Gu Yuan's visage as he found himself face to face with Wang Fei, who had appeared before him in an instant. The shimmering belt at his waist radiated the unique aura of spatial law. Ha ha ha, Gu Yuan, perish. If I cannot defeat your spirit beasts, I shall simply eliminate you. Wang Fei retrieved a compact black USB drive from his pocket. With a press of his thumb on the fingerprint unlock mechanism, a slender military dagger extended forth. He lunged towards Gu Yuan, gripping the hilt with one hand, the blade ominously directed at Gu Yuan. M9. Gu Yuan recognized the military knife. Realizing that it was an M9, 2 generations more advanced than his own broken M7. This M9 not only boasted a fingerprint unlock feature, but also a significantly faster deployment speed. When Wang Fei appeared before Gu Yuan, the blade was merely 3 inches from his eyes. A direct strike would spell disaster. In a flash of lethal intent, did he dare to attempt a risky exchange? The corners of Gu Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he took a step back, activating the effect of his teleportation belt once more. In an instant, Gu Yuan vanished, reappearing at a distance. Wang Fei's thrust met only empty air, crashing into the rock where Gu Yuan had just stood, shattering it, while Wang Fei nearly tumbled into the molten lava below. Teleportation belt? Impossible. Wang Fei seethed with frustration. How could this mere civilian possess such extravagant equipment? Yet, Gu Yuan did not teleport far, retreating merely half a meter to evade the M9's lethal strike. No extreme distance escape. The corners of Wang Fei's mouth turned upward, as if once again grasping at the hope of victory. Soul weapon, Flame 6 Gates. Soul weapon, Fire Spirit Stone. Soul weapon, Soul Pursuit Twin Fire Daggers. Wang Fei, undoubtedly a privileged heir, launched 3 fiery soul weapons forward in a single motion. Compared to my soul weapons, you are still lacking. Without a family background, possessing merely 2 mythical soul beasts is utterly futile. However, when Wang Fei mentioned the 2 mythical soul beasts, his voice quivered slightly, revealing a hint of insecurity, tinged with unmasked envy, much like a fox claiming that the grapes it cannot reach are sour. You have already lost. Gu Yuan raised his right hand as he unsheathed the Tang Dao, named after the fire demon from the earth's core, wielded by the Turkic tribes. What a soul weapon! Wang Fei, witnessing the ancient soul weapon for the first time, was immediately overwhelmed by its terrifying aura and the savage pressure it exuded. As the Tang Dao was drawn, all flames, including the fiery feathers of the red phoenix and the magma below, were drawn into the blade. Despite having cast forth his 3 fiery soul weapons, they were as if siphoned of their essence, falling lifelessly to the ground. In stark contrast, the immaculate blade in Gu Yuan's hand blazed with fierce flames. With a powerful slash, Gu Yuan struck, while Wang Fei raised the M9, hoping to block the impending assault. However, there was not a single opportunity. His imported artifact from M country was instantly cleaved in two, as flames engulfed the entire canyon, stirring the surrounding magma into a tumultuous frenzy. Wang Fei crashed heavily against the rock wall, creating a deep crater and hanging limply within it. Gu Yuan approached, lowered his head, and offered a slight smile as he tugged at Wang Fei's clothing, unfastening his outer coat to retrieve the vial within. Thank you for your spirit fire. And this vial is quite commendable as well. I shall accept it. Oh, what purpose does that gourd in your bag serve? My goodness, so many elixirs. I want those too. Yet, Wang Fei could only gape in disbelief, wide-eyed, staring up at the canyon. I actually lost. I lost. Chapter 91. Explosive Shock. First on the Secret Realm history rankings, Gu Yuan finally acquired everything he desired. This expedition into the Secret Realm could indeed be described as exceptionally fruitful. Not only did it allow Qi Shui to engrave the celestial tier combat technique, but it also enabled Hong Ling to evolve into an ancient phoenix capable of supersonic flight. With the addition of the Ming Shui Dihua, it would also grant Hong Ling access to celestial tier spirit fire. Moreover, the 100 million yuan worth of Flame 6 gates that Wang Fei possessed was seized by Gu Yuan. However, this celestial tier combat technique did not lean towards sheer offensive power from Wang Fei's performance. It was evident that it was more rare and multifaceted than traditional offensive spirit fires, leaning instead towards alchemical applications. Alchemy? The mere thought of this word made Gu Yuan feel as though his wallet was about to take flight. Consider the profits of the prestigious alchemical families in the capital. A single elixir, costing only tens of thousands in spiritual materials, could be sold for several million. Such a profit margin is indeed staggering, hundreds of times over. It is no wonder that Wang Fei would risk murder to monopolize the Ming Shui Dihua. This spirit fire is akin to a money-printing machine. Furthermore, Gu Yuan obtained Wang Fei's medicinal gourd. As the privileged heir of a prominent alchemical family in the capital, it was only natural that he possessed a diverse array of elixirs. Many were high-level elixirs, secret within the family. Naturally, their quantity was limited. Had they fallen into the hands of an ordinary person, they would have consumed them quickly. But Gu Yuan was different. As long as he had a sample, he could disassemble it within his bracelet and produce them in bulk with minimal expenditure. Gu Yuan immediately disassembled all the elixirs and stored them within his bracelet. The spiritual materials extracted were not insignificant, totaling 37,000. Spirit Gathering Pill requires 6,000 spiritual materials, enhances the user's control over spiritual energy, strengthens absorption, and increases cultivation speed by 60 for 1 hour. Gale Pill requires 3,000 spiritual materials, boosts the effectiveness of wind attribute combat skills by 30 for 3 minutes. Famous Qing Pill requires 6,000 spiritual materials, negates all negative effects from combat skills below level 40 for 1 minute. Elementary Fire Pill requires the consumption of 20,000 spiritual materials, enhancing the fire attribute combat skills of the consumer or spirit beast by 30%, lasting for 3 minutes. Intermediate Fire Pill requires the consumption of 40,000 spiritual materials, enhancing the fire attribute combat skills of the consumer or spirit beast by 60%, lasting for 3 minutes. Intermediate Snow Gathering Pill requires the consumption of 100,000 spiritual materials, enhancing the ice attribute cultivation speed of the consuming beast by 50%, lasting for 3 hours. Drunken Dream Powder requires the consumption of 60,000 spiritual materials, inducing a state of slumber in the consumer, lasting for 6 hours. Alas, there are 2 intermediate pills. I am truly grateful. As a token of my appreciation, I shall send you off to labor. At this moment, the guards had already received Gu Yuan's report and arrived on the scene. Gu Yuan, who favored maximizing profits, deemed it insufficient to take all the valuables from Wang Fei. He sought additional benefits. Wang Fei, also a student of Zhongshan University, inadvertently sparked a significant scandal. A day later, Gu Yuan reclined in his leisurely chair at home, savoring grapes and sipping cola, when he casually opened the news. Zhongshan student Wang Fei, in collusion with another second-year student, Liu Yakin, committed murder against a fellow classmate for personal gain within a secret realm. This shocking headline reverberated throughout society. Wang Fei, the son of a prestigious alchemical family in the capital, intensified public scrutiny, drawing the alchemical family into a storm of criticism. In a society governed by law, the influence of public opinion is a force not to be underestimated. The alchemical family, even if inclined to intervene, could not truly oppose the masses. Thus, Wang Fei became a sacrificial pawn. He was sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment and expelled from Zhongshan University. Upon reading this headline, Gu Yuan chuckled. Observing the photo of the man being taken away, his eyes reflecting disbelief, shock, anger, and helplessness. The abrupt transition from a pinnacle of life to the abyss of lost hope was etched on his face, revealing the despair experienced during this fall. How pitiful indeed! The noble son reduced to a prisoner. However, in contrast to this news, the university forum seemed to seek vengeance. The rankings of the bone-settling secret realm were transformed into a video, displayed across various advertising boards and college enrollment forms in Yangqing. In the video, the historical leaderboard of inner pill collection points in the bone-settling secret realm was prominently featured. The top rank belonged to a student from 2001, known as Yang, who later became a notable figure in a military district. Suddenly, a student from the top 10 rankings plummeted, vacating the first position, replaced by Gu Yuan's name, emblazoned with Zhongshan University. Who is this Gu Yuan, to possess such prowess, shattering a 20-year-old record? It has come to my attention that a secret realm has witnessed the defeat of two formidable royal beasts. It appears yet another young prodigy is about to emerge. I am utterly weary of hearing about Gu Yuan. His name has been circulating incessantly. Suddenly, Gu Yuan received a friend request notification and clicked to accept it. Principal Luo Jun, is this Gu Yuan? Your ID is quite distinctive. Gu Yuan, Principal, please speak plainly. Principal Luo Jun, allow me to make a note of you first. Gu Yuan, you have come to discuss the commendation, haven't you? Principal Luo Jun, indeed, Gu Yuan. During the upcoming award ceremony, let us not focus on Wang Fei's heinous actions, but rather on how we can advance education, particularly yours. Gu Yuan was well aware of the principal's intentions. The recent scandal surrounding Zhongshan University could spell disaster for him. If not managed properly, the repercussions could extend to the entire institution. However, with Gu Yuan being the one who exposed Wang Fei's crimes, as a student of Zhongshan University, there lay a chance for redemption. Of course, this hinged on Gu Yuan's cooperation, requiring him to adopt the perspective of a member of Zhongshan University to critique the miscreants, rather than voicing concerns as a prospective student about the environment he was about to enter. Gu Yuan's attitude was crucial. What were his thoughts? Gu Yuan believed that resources for cultivation were paramount. Principal, since the day I secured first place, numerous universities have reached out to me, expressing their desire for me to join their ranks, as they see me as a diligent and promising student. This was no jest. Gu Yuan's remarkable performance in the Intercollegiate League had left a lasting impression. The second high school in one city, which had forced Gu Yuan to leave due to resource withdrawal, was now regretting its decision. Many institutions were openly and covertly vying for Gu Yuan's enrollment, offering various enticing conditions. Principal Luo Jun, beads of sweat forming on his brow, thought to himself, how audacious this young man is, engaging in such blatant extortion. Although he understood Gu Yuan's nature and anticipated some degree of negotiation, the sheer boldness took him by surprise. 30 crystal orbs, half imbued with fire attributes and half with ice attributes. The price was set just right to cause Luo Jun discomfort, yet not so exorbitant as to be unmanageable. With a firm resolve, he acquiesced, nearly smashing his phone in frustration as he realized he had unwittingly invited a rather demanding and insatiable genius to his school. Chapter 92. A growth experience reflecting on the fact that this young man would be studying at his institution for another 4 years. Luo Jun felt an unsettling premonition of the unrest that awaited him. The following day, Gu Yuan took to the microphone. Gu Yuan, what are your thoughts on the title of Rising Star? Dear Gu Yuan, How have you achieved such extraordinary growth at an astonishing pace? Would you be willing to share your learning experiences with us? Many students' parents are eager to seek your wisdom. The reporter pressed on with relentless inquiries. However, Gu Yuan merely chuckled, attributing his success to the esteemed Zhongshan University. Having received a substantial incentive from the president of Zhongshan University, Gu Yuan decided to lend a hand to the old fellow. Yet, he remarked that the students from Zhongshan University felt utterly embarrassed, questioning why. If the institution were truly exceptional, they did not produce another prodigy like him. Upon concluding the interview, Gu Yuan returned home, ready to continue his training. After absorbing a significant amount of crystalline orbs, Hong Ling's level surged to 30, while Qi Shui reached level 27. Both were elated, as their strength had markedly increased during this secret realm training. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan faced another dilemma. His soul mastery was severely lagging. The innate talents of his mythical level spirit pets were extraordinarily potent, enabling them to absorb spiritual matter and grow at a rapid pace, leaving Gu Yuan far behind. To date, his soul mastery stood at only 788, creating a stark imbalance, as Hong Ling and Qi Shui had advanced significantly beyond him. Engaging in battles with overly weak foes would yield little benefit for them, while confronting formidable opponents would expose Gu Yuan's vulnerability due to his weakness. Thus, Gu Yuan resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to enhancing his soul mastery. He retrieved the Nine-Dragon Soul Lamp, having acquired a wealth of spiritual matter during his recent excursion. The forthcoming endeavor of constructing his mental realm would be a monumental undertaking. The southern region of the Daming Palace comprises the last district, with the following gates: Xing'an Gate, Jinfu Gate, Danfeng Gate, Wangxian Gate, and the East Palace of Yanjing Gate, along with Guangzhai Fong, Yishan Fong, and the expansive Changle Fong. This Changle Fong is the largest among all southern districts, surpassing the East Palace in size, situated in the southeast corner of the entire Daming Palace. With the successful establishment of Changle Fong, Gu Yuan would have fully developed the southern region of the Daming Palace, paving the way for an expansion into the more central Imperial Palace. This undertaking represents a significant barrier in Gu Yuan's cultivation journey, as constructing such a colossal structure would necessitate an even greater demand for soul mastery. The requirements for such soul mastery might plunge Gu Yuan into an extensive period of continuous training. To maintain a robust capacity for breakthroughs, he would need an ample supply of lamp oil. Otherwise, a single district's construction failure would render his efforts futile. Such a setback could result in a substantial loss of spiritual matter, compelling him to rely on brute force and quintuple speed ancient spirit lamp oil to push through. Consequently, Gu Yuan planned to dedicate a day to preparatory work, investing in the purchase of a large quantity of bred spirit worms, an insect specifically cultivated as sustenance for avian spirit pets. Although inexpensive, they are remarkably cost-effective. The situation of Gu Yuan, where he possesses abundant wealth yet scarce spiritual matter, is not a recent development. Thus, Gu Yuan has been contemplating the acquisition of materials to deconstruct into spiritual essence, aiming to procure the maximum amount of spiritual matter for the least expenditure. After numerous trials, he concluded that purchasing prepared bred spirit insects offers the most cost-effective solution. These creatures are inexpensive, rich in spiritual matter, and consistently available for purchase. Naturally, while waste meat presents the highest cost-performance ratio, being free, it is difficult to find an abundance of demonic beasts that would recklessly invade the human realm. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's phone rang, and he answered it with irritation, only to hear an anxious voice on the other end. "Is this Gu Yuan? We are from the waste meat processing plant in the South Sea District. The night before last, a flying demonic beast unexpectedly soared over the Pearl River estuary at supersonic speed, creating a sonic boom that startled numerous aquatic spirit beasts. They rushed frantically towards the shore, including 2 colossal sperm whales, totaling several dozen tons. Our processing facility is still under repair. Could you assist us in handling this situation?" Gu Yuan was bewildered by the call, reflecting on his recent streak of extraordinary luck, pondering whether this was yet another manifestation of Qi Shui's auspicious effects. In any case, that day, Gu Yuan expended 8 million to purchase an entire farm's worth of bred spirit insects. Originally, he intended to spend over 16 million, but thanks to the waste meat processing plant contributing over 3 million spiritual matter, he saved 8 million. However, this left Gu Yuan with a pitiful few thousand in savings. Yet, for him, this was inconsequential. As cultivation was of utmost importance, strength was the most vital asset, while money was merely an external concern. At that moment, Gu Yuan could not foresee that his decision would, on the first day of the Lunar New Year in 2021, become a pivotal reason for him to express gratitude to his past self. The next scene would leave anyone, including a mouse in a tattered garment, astonished to the point of fainting had they not been dealt with by Hong Ling and Qi Xue. For every precious drop of ancient spirit lamp oil, once cherished and meticulously preserved, was now contained in a wooden tub intended for bathing, pushed beside the 9 dragon soul lamps. Gu Yuan connected a full barrel of this lamp oil to the soul lamps using a drainage pipe typically employed for fish tanks, employing the principle of siphoning to ensure a continuous supply after consumption. Rubbing his hands together, Gu Yuan ignited all 9 soul lamps and plunged into fervent cultivation. Once a top student, he had endured relentless challenges from a room filled with college entrance exam questions, thereby honing his ability to compel himself into action. Some may question whether Gu Yuan, a scholar capable of acing exams in his sleep, would falter, yet it was evident that teachers assigning winter break homework resembled extortionists demanding exorbitant ransoms. During his second year of high school, Gu Yuan harbored doubts about the underlying rationale for his teacher's assignment of homework. It seemed less about whether students could complete it and more about the number of individuals left bewildered by the announcement. Gu Yuan, often preoccupied with leisure, relied solely on the miraculous potential of a single night, one pen, and a stroke of genius. The only distinction now was that the room filled with books had transformed into a cauldron of ethereal lamp oil. Seated beside the soul lamp, Gu Yuan endeavored to harness the spiritual energy swirling within the ancient lamp oil, which danced around him like a spectral mist. Within the white fog, he caught a glimpse of the entirety of Chang Lufang. Chang Lufang spanned an area comparable to that of a sports field. At its center lay a grand terrace, flanked on all sides by 4 extending pavilions, beneath which were pools adorned with blooming lotus flowers. Directly opposite the entrance stood a grand hall bearing the sign of Chang Lufang. On the pristine marble of the central terrace, a celestial map of the 7 stars was intricately carved, unfurling in a formation reminiscent of the I Ching's 8 trigrams, with stairs constructed to mimic the undulating contours of distant hills, ascending in layers. Surrounding this scene were lush green trees, yet upon merely gazing at them, Gu Yuan found himself overwhelmed by an immense spiritual pressure that forced him to retreat. Chapter 93. Acquiring the 7-Star Alchemy Technique. Soul power ascends. The essence of the 7 stars wafted a subtle fragrance reminiscent of medicinal herbs, closely tied to the art of alchemy. Battling against the pressure, Gu Yuan attempted to stand upon the terrace, savoring the alluring aroma that wafted from the lotus ponds. He felt as if he were beneath a waterfall cascading from a great mountain, the clear spring water pouring down upon him. Suddenly, Gu Yuan felt himself propelled by the whirlpool created in the pond. The flow of water, mingled with lotus petals, thrusting him into the depths of the water, where he ultimately landed upon a pillow. It was only then that Gu Yuan realized he had been thrust back into the real world by the overwhelming backlash from creating the powerful Chang Lufang. Collapsing backward onto his own bed. "Master, are you all right?" Hong Ling approached to assist Gu Yuan. Qi Xue, having set aside her meal, hurried over as well. "Sir, there is no need for such exertion. We can cultivate at a more leisurely pace." "I'm fine." Gu Yuan, cradling his head, sat upright once more. This paled in comparison to the miracle he had achieved that night. Reflecting on the astounding feat of completing all his winter vacation homework in a single night, he felt capable of enduring this mental strain. He glanced at the sizable vat of ancient lamp oil beside him, realizing he had consumed nearly 1/10 of it merely to glimpse the outline of Chang Lufang. A wry smile crossed his face as he began to grasp the terrifying consumption associated with the path of a beast master, not solely in terms of mental exertion. Financially, it was equally daunting. This was under the condition that he possessed the lamp oil, crafted from the secret techniques of the Tang dynasty. Were he to rely on ordinary lamp oil, constructing Chang Lufang would entail an expenditure of 3 million yuan daily, sustained over a span of more than half a month, an unfathomable endeavor. Gu Yuan once again revved up his efforts, diligently replicating the opulent grandeur of the workshop before him. Amidst the colossal waterfall, he not only withstood the pressure of his spirit, but also swam against the current, continuously forging a formidable momentum in his thoughts. It felt as though he traversed through a haze of chaos, only to recall being guided through his soul's ocean by Qi Shui and Hong Ling. Indulging in 5 or 6 sumptuous meals. Time and again, Gu Yuan, under the fragrant onslaught of lotus blossoms and the ethereal energy of the spring water, was knocked down, only to rise once more. His mental fortitude converged around him, ultimately connecting with the 7 stars formation on the ground. As he raised his fist, 9 golden dragons materialized, swirling around Gu Yuan before surging into his being. The brilliance of gold illuminated the surroundings as the dragons roared in unison. The rushing waters from all directions erupted, creating a tumultuous wave that shattered the tranquility of the lotus pond. The barriers of his mind disintegrated alongside the flowing waters, transforming into a dense mist. Was it raining? Among the raindrops, petals of lotus flowers danced. Hong Ling extended a hand. The Daming Palace, at that moment, was imbued with poetic charm, as not only rain fell from the sky, but also a cascade of pink petals. Meanwhile, on the ground, Qi Shui continued to circle around the Eastern Palace, attempting to ascend and pull Hong Ling down to take her place, only to find herself seated on the ground, gazing up at the sky. "My lord, you have broken through." The misty rain conjured an ethereal realm, and from Hong Ling's perspective, a grand structure gradually emerged through the haze. Hong Ling transformed into a phoenix, soaring towards Chang Lufang. Upon witnessing Hong Ling's departure, Qi Shui, brimming with excitement, aimed to climb to the dome of the Eastern Palace until Hong Ling made a swift turn, returning to seize her, and together they flew towards Gu Yuan at Chang Lufang. Gu Yuan reclined on the terrace of Chang Lufang, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, gasping for breath as his chest rose and fell. "Come on, if you have the ability, fall again. Show me if I can still stabilize you." Gu Yuan straightened up and even stepped forward to kick the doorpost twice, daring it to fall once more. At last, he successfully stabilized Chang Lufang, surveying the terrace erected amidst the lotus flowers with a profound sense of accomplishment. "I wonder what level my soul control has reached now." Gu Yuan raised his right hand, gazing at his palm, and activated the effect of the Eye of the Other Shore once more. Gu Yuan, a second-tier beast tamer, could wield the Taoist technique, Eye of the Other Shore, and the 7 Stars Alchemy technique, with a soul power of 1500. "What on earth?" Gu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Although this expansion was extensive and time-consuming, achieving a soul power of 1500 represented a remarkable increase of over 600 points in his abilities. Gu Yuan began to comprehend the profound essence of the Daming Palace. Although the expenditure was indeed considerable, the potential to harness spiritual power from a similarly constructed realm far exceeded that of ordinary domains. What struck Gu Yuan as particularly extraordinary was his unexpected mastery of an arcane technique, the 7 Stars Alchemy. Chang Lufang served as the assembly hall for the alchemists of the Tang Daming Palace, tasked with concocting elixirs for the emperor's consorts and legendary shape-shifting beasts. Upon the terrace of the Daming Palace lay a mystical 7 stars array, employed by millennia-old alchemists, yet 7 ancient soul artifacts: the greedy wolf, the breaking army, the literary star, the martial star, the giant gate, the honest virtue, and the prosperity, had been lost and must be reclaimed. The 7 stars, 07, allowed Gu Yuan to utilize an incomplete version of the Tang dynasty's alchemical secrets, reducing the difficulty of potion crafting by 10. Furthermore, the elixirs would be imbued with the 7 stars markings, each variety bestowing unique enhancements. As for the summoned beasts, the potions he crafted would yield a 30 increase in efficacy when consumed by contracted creatures. The effects of the Guangjai Fong would compound these benefits. The difficulty in potion crafting would diminish by 13, while enhancements for contracted beasts would rise to 39, alongside an additional 30 boost in effects. Alchemy. Gu Yuan beheld the crystalline patterns of the Big Dipper shimmering upon his palm, yet they appeared in a pristine white, evoking an expansive emptiness. The terrace bore 7 vacant sockets. Cursed be it, yet another side quest had emerged. Regardless, alchemical techniques were exceedingly rare, typically reserved for those hailing from esteemed alchemical lineages. Despite the substantial costs incurred, Gu Yuan had reaped considerable rewards. Am I to become an alchemist in the future? Gu Yuan pondered, gazing at his palm. Congratulations, master. You have successfully acquired the Daming Palace's essence and the secret of alchemy. Hong Ling, accompanied by Qi Shui, hovered before Gu Yuan. Well then, let us venture forth. Gu Yuan departed from his sea of consciousness, his awareness returning to his corporeal form. With Hong Ling successfully merging the earth-tier alchemical flame, the nether snow flame, and the phoenix feather flame into a singular entity. A novel spiritual fire, the nether snow phoenix flame, was born. Raising his right hand, a pale blue flame ignited within Gu Yuan's grasp, casting a soft azure glow around him. The luminescence illuminated his visage as he gradually clenched his fingers, causing the flame to coalesce into a compact sphere. Slowly unfurling his fingers, the fire expanded once more, swelling to the size of a fist. Master, I have attempted to manipulate such spiritual flames using spiritual energy. They can be both expansive and diminutive, dense for small flames, gentle for medium, and volatile for large flames. With adept control, they would undoubtedly be a treasure in potion crafting. Indeed, after all, it is that little rascal Wang Fei who has spared no effort to acquire such spiritual fire. Gu Yuan replied casually. Subsequently, he reclined with a sudden thud and succumbed to a deep slumber. Master is fatigued. The relentless days of cultivation have drained too much of his vitality. Hong Ling stepped forward to assist Gu Yuan in removing the dark night cloak, effortlessly helping him out of his garments. At some point, Qi Shui had peeked out from beside the bed, reaching to unfasten Gu Yuan's belt, her eyes glimmering with allure as her tongue flicked across her lips. However, Hong Ling swiftly placed a hand over Qi Shui's paw, prompting her to retreat in resignation. Hong Ling then proceeded to remove Gu Yuan's trousers, gently guiding him onto the bed, tucking him in beneath the covers, and extinguishing the light. Qi Shui lounged on the sofa, her beautiful legs swaying back and forth as she munched on the delightful pet treats shaped like crispy corners while watching a television drama. The master is asleep, Qi Shui. Turn the volume down, came the gentle reminder. Understood. Hong Ling tossed Gu Yuan's clothes into the washing machine and began to agitate the contents. She retrieved a brush and some laundry detergent, diligently scrubbing the dark cloak until it was spotless. Once clean, she hung it out to dry on the balcony. The following day, as dawn approached, Hong Ling leaped down from the television and prepared breakfast for Gu Yuan. She took the still damp garments to the rooftop, unleashing her celestial fire, the Ming Shui Phoenix flame, to dry the clothes. Hong Ling expertly controlled the flames, ensuring that nothing was scorched or harmed after drying the garments. She returned home, awaiting the moment her master would awaken to find his attire warm, preventing him from donning icy clothes on a winter morning. However, Gu Yuan did not stir. Hong Ling chose not to rouse him, instead patiently waiting. Qi Shui finished yet another episode of the drama, and it was only around noon that Gu Yuan finally awoke. After donning the clothes that Hong Ling had warmed once more, he sipped the hot milk she had served and wrapped himself in the clean cloak. Today is the 15th day of the 12th month. The new year approaches. Master, please take care of your health. Gu Yuan stretched, feeling the fatigue in his body and stomach dissipate. Let us visit the apothecary today to purchase a prescription and see how effective the 7 Stars alchemy truly is. As they strolled down the street, the spirit of the new year grew ever more vibrant. The avenues and alleys were adorned with colorful decorations, red lanterns hung everywhere, and lion dances accompanied by the rhythmic beating of drums filled the air. The apothecary was located in the southern part of Yang City, housed in a seemingly antiquated wooden structure that was meticulously maintained, exuding an aura of age-old charm. The wooden signboard hung high, exuding an antique elegance, infused with the fragrance of sandalwood. A few young apprentices were busy pasting auspicious characters on the door when Gu Yuan stepped inside. Approaching the counter, he inquired, "What prescriptions do you offer here?" "Ah, young brother, you have come to the right place. Our apothecary has been a century-old establishment, and we have every prescription you could desire." The proprietor, sporting a prominent mustache, stroked it as he spoke. "That sounds splendid. Please bring me a prescription for an intermediate elixir." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's request, the proprietor nearly choked on his own saliva. The surrounding gentlemen, all over 30 and dressed formally, could hardly suppress their laughter. "Ha ha ha, young man. It seems you are unfamiliar with the rules. Mid-tier prescriptions are not available for purchase here. To acquire them, one must obtain authorization from the esteemed Wang Qiao, grandson of the renowned Yao Wang of Yangqing." Upon hearing the surname Wang, Gu Yuan's brow furrowed. "My apologies, this is my first time obtaining the spirit fire necessary for alchemy, and I am still quite inexperienced. Just a few ordinary low-tier spirit herbs will suffice for me to practice." Upon hearing this, The mustachioed proprietor dismissed Gu Yuan as a novice and casually tossed a few herbs in his direction. It appears he is indeed a newcomer. Youthful vigor is commendable, yet his knowledge seems rather lacking. Nevertheless, possessing spirit fire for alchemy at such a young age indicates great potential. How about this, young lad? I shall take you under my wing as a disciple. The alchemist spoke half in jest, half in earnest. Gu Yuan, smiling, replied, I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. As he prepared to exit through the front door, he suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy. In the depths of his mind, within the Chong Lu Fong, the open-air seven-star terrace began to shimmer with a constellation of starlight. Just as Gu Yuan was about to step over the threshold, he glanced up at the plaque of the Spirit Herb Hall and noticed a flickering radiance behind it, an elusive beam of purple light visible only to him. The first star of the Big Dipper, the Yangming Tansha Star Lord. Gu Yuan mused, no wonder this place boasts such exceptional feng shui, allowing it to stand as a venerable establishment for a century. It seems the ancients concealed one of the 7 millennium soul artifacts from the 7 stars formation within this plaque, its medicinal power infusing the air with spiritual essence. Gu Yuan felt a surge of frustration. He had finally discovered this treasure, yet could he truly take it? This was the plaque of a century-old establishment, said to have existed since the Qing dynasty, surviving tumultuous events like the Second World War and the Civil War. And only after the stabilization of the country's situation in modern times had it been preserved. If Gu Yuan were to remove this plaque and sever it in two, the esteemed family of alchemists in the capital would likely retaliate most severely. Better to devise a plan, perhaps employing shadow techniques. While Gu Yuan was lost in thought, a bodyguard wearing dark sunglasses brusquely pushed him aside. Step aside, do not obstruct the path of our CEO Wang. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yuan saw a handsome young man, around 23, enter the grand hall alongside Mo Hen. Miss Mo Hen, how have the Mo family been lately? He inquired. I have come to visit due to an incident involving my father's Ice-Bee lion, which sustained injuries while engraving heavenly tier battle techniques, leaving it afflicted with cold poison. We are reluctant to entrust its treatment to an ordinary alchemist. If there are any conditions, the Mo family will certainly comply. Rest assured, with me, Wang Qiao, here, your esteemed pet will be cured in no time. Wang Qiao gazed at Mo Hen with tender eyes, leaning in closer. Good afternoon, Brother Gu. The sudden exclamation from Mo Hen captured everyone's attention. Hello, Gu Yuan responded, taken aback by the remark. Oh, it turns out this young man is acquainted with the esteemed Miss Mo Hen, the shopkeeper remarked, advancing with his characteristic smile, expressing his apologies for any oversight.